Chapter 51. Soon, the unicorn carried Richard to the outside of the forbidden forest. Richard got off the unicorn tremblingly, and his thighs were still in hot pain. After saying goodbye to the big unicorn, Richard still cast put on the invisibility cloak with the illusion spell. Then his legs turned into a splade, and he limped back to Hogwarts Castle. After finally coming to the common room of Ravenclaw, Richard spread out on the sofa in the lounge, and now he will take a rest here before going back. It is too tiring to walk so far with a limp. Spreading out on the sofa, Richard first loaded the purification lightning drawn in the afternoon into the skill bar. In order to avoid scalding himself from Longyin last time, Richard took out his wand and slowly released the purification lightning. There was a ray of lightning directly on the top of the wand. This ray of lightning seemed to be different from ordinary electricity. Richard couldn't say for sure. If he had to say it, it felt a bit like the Patronus charm. At this moment, a shadow suddenly floated beside Richard, and Richard was startled. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Ms. Gray. "Can you cast the spell again?" A cold voice rang in my ear. God, Ms. Gray actually talked to herself? Okay. Richard quickly took the wand and cast the purifying lightning again. Seeing the lightning from Richard's wand, Goddess Gray seemed a little dazed, then slowly stretched out her fingers and moved towards the lightning. Then a pinprick feeling appeared on Ms. Gray's body, and she kept putting her hand into the electric light until Richard's physical strength was almost exhausted, and the electric light disappeared. Seeing that the lightning disappeared, Ms. Gray gave Richard a resentful look. "I'm really sorry, I can't let it out now." Originally, this had nothing to do with Richard, and it wasn't Richard's fault, but the look in Ms. Gray's eyes made Richard feel a little embarrassed. "I'm sorry. Advertisement, it doesn't matter. It's what I asked you for." It seems that Ms. Gray is quite reasonable. "Can you tell me what kind of spell this is?" "Basically, all the spells in the wizarding world, even if I don't know it, I understand it. I don't know your spell at all, but it's the same race as the unicorn. The abilities are somewhat similar, but there are some differences." As expected of Ravenclaw's daughter, she saw the origin of this spell. But it shouldn't be. The purification lightning is originally extracted from the unicorn. How could it be different? "I don't know. I just cast it suddenly." Although Ms. Gray didn't say anything, Richard could sense her disbelief, so he quickly added, "Not only this, I also have a spell that will be released suddenly." After speaking, Richard picked up his wand and reluctantly cast a small dragon flame. "It's amazing. There is a breath of a dragon. How did it happen?" Ms. Gray, who had always been stern, had a different expression for the first time. "The power of the electric spell just now can only be like this? It should be in a short time. I feel that this spell is not as good as the flame I cast just now, so I plan to wait to improve this skill. It is still not needed." This is true. Upgrade Longyin, and wait for Longyin to go up to the 2nd or 3rd level before considering other skills. Knowing that Richard would not help her if she didn't express anything, Ms. Gray decided to tell Richard that there was no other way. She had been waiting for this for too long and couldn't wait any longer. "The room of requirement, you should know. Let's go there and have a chat. Other little wizards will be noisy here." Richard knew that Ms. Gray didn't want others to know, and Richard didn't want others to see, so he obeyed. So the hard-pressed Richard came to the room of requirement with his injured legs. When he came to the tapestry, Richard saw that Ms. Gray was already waiting here. "Go and open it." "I can't open the room of requirement in my current state." "You can only open it and I will go in." Advertisement. Hearing Ms. Gray's explanation, Richard kept wanting a communication room in his mind, then went in, and Ms. Gray followed. At first glance, it turned out to be basically the same as Ravenclaw's lounge. Richard hurried to the sofa and sat down, unable to hold on anymore. And Ms. Gray floated in front of Richard and spoke. "Do you know my origin?" "Know some, but not very clear." This is talking nonsense with open eyes. "My real name is Helena Ravenclaw, the daughter of the founder of your academy. When I was young, I was bathed in the wisdom of my mother. At that time, the discussion was always about how my mother was great, how smart, and I can only be talked about because I am Ravenclaw's daughter, but I know my mother's intelligence is because she has that crown. As long as I have this thing, I can also become Ravenclaw. Ravenclaw is greater than her. So I secretly took the crown and ran to the forest of Albania, but no one can escape Ravenclaw's control, and soon she let Barrow, who has always loved me, come to find me, and soon Barrow found me in Albania, and lied that Ravenclaw was sick and wanted to see me for the last time, but I missed it, and Barrow, who was so angry, stabbed me to death, and then committed suicide. People are her burden. Did Tom tell you this?" Richard said it without any scruples. After all, Only a person with a dark heart can imagine it. Of course not. How do you know about Tom? Hearing Richard say Tom's name, Ms. Gray felt that the last fig leaf had been lifted. You don't need to worry about how I know, but the version I heard is very different from what you said. Then what do you know? She is a selfish person. She is my mother. I know her. She has disliked me since I was born. She thinks I am her burden, even compared to me. She prefers those wizards in the academy. Ms. Gray became emotional. No matter what you think, why don't you listen to what I know about what happened first? Richard said calmly to Ms. Gray. Chapter 52. The founder of our academy, Ravenclaw, has a smart and lovely daughter, which she has always been proud of, but Ms. Ravenclaw, who is very talented in academics, has no idea how to get along with her daughter, which makes Ravenclaw feel like a failure. So I decided to keep a certain distance from her temporarily before learning how to get along with her daughter. But it was because of her keeping a distance that there was a gap between her and her daughter. When she understood it, she didn't know how to improve it. But since after she knew that her daughter's goal was to surpass herself, she had a very wonderful idea. It was this idea that led her to invent the crown. This crown was originally a gift she gave to her daughter, but her daughter even stole the crown without knowing it and left Hogwarts. At first, Ravenclaw wanted to take this opportunity to calm down the two sides, but he didn't expect that because of making the crown day and night and missing his daughter, he became seriously ill. When he was dying, Ravenclaw just wanted to see his daughter again. On the one hand, they found Barrow, a young noble wizard who had always loved his daughter, and asked him to find her, but in the end, he got the news of her death, which made Ravenclaw, who was already seriously ill, unable to hold on any longer and passed away. After speaking, Richard looked back at Ms. Gray. At this time, Ms. Gray has calmed down from the excitement. What happened is now in the past, and what is the truth of the matter now is not important, and no one knows. How come no one knows? Doesn't the bloody Barrow know? For so many years, you have never given him a chance to speak. Don't run away. This will only make you suffer forever. Okay, I'm not interested in this business. I'm only talking to you because of your spell. Ms. Gray interrupted Richard and said directly. This made Richard a little puzzled. He knew that Ms. Gray was interested in his spell, but why? At first, Richard thought that Ms. Gray was a research spirit, but now it seems that is not the case. Basically, no magic spell has any effect on ghosts for so many years, which makes me live in pain in this world. But just now your magic spell made me feel pain, which is simply amazing. I think as long as if the power of your spell is several times stronger, it will surely kill me and let me leave this world. After speaking, Ms. Gray looked at Richard expectantly. What is the reason? Richard was a little confused. After thinking for a while, Richard said to Ms. Gray, I can consider helping you when my spell level is higher in the future, but I also hope that you can help me with some things. Yes, any knowledge is valuable, not to mention this kind of magic spell that belongs to you alone. I promise you, it will be exchanged at a fair price. Advertisement, I want to ask you. Is it true that it is said that the 4 founders of the Academy have inheritance secret rooms in the Academy? It should be true. I know that Slytherin was not very satisfied with the many half-blood wizards in the Academy at that time, so he decided to build a secret room that only wizards he recognized could enter. It contained all his knowledge, although the other 3 founders people don't agree with his ideas, but they all think that many spells and treasures are not suitable for ordinary wizards, so they all built their own secret rooms. As long as they pass their tests, they can enter to obtain knowledge and treasures. Richard was also excited when he heard this, and asked quickly, Then do you know where those secret rooms are? I don't know about that. After all, the secret room is their personal secret. Even those few people don't know where the other party's secret room is. Do you know about Ravenclaw's Chamber of Secrets? Richard asked Ms. Gray with the last hope. I don't know. She won't tell me such an important thing. And since I became a soul, many memories have become fragments, and many things can't be remembered, just like this room of responsiveness. It feels familiar, but I just don't know why. By the way, I remembered. When they were chatting together, I heard them say that the 4 chambers are related to the inheritance of the college. That is, the crown of Ravenclaw, the sword of Gryffindor, and the locket of Slytherin, as well as Hufflepuff's golden cup. Only with the treasure can the corresponding academy secret room be opened. Sorry, that's all I know. It turned out that there was such a setting. No wonder they found nothing in the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets in the second year. Although I didn't get other information about the secret room, especially Ravenclaw, it's not a particularly failure to get this information. After making an appointment with Ms. Gray, if you have anything to do, you can wait in the common room of Ravenclaw at 12 o'clock in the evening. If there is no one, she will appear naturally. Before leaving, Richard couldn't help but persuade her. Advertisement, my spell will definitely not be able to destroy you in a short period of time. In this case, don't you really want to know the truth of the year? Don't you want to know what Ravenclaw thinks of you? After all, she is your mother. Ms. Grey didn't respond to Richard. The blue soul radiating from his body seemed so lonely and sad at the moment. Richard knew that she had been in a distorted memory until Voldemort gave her comfort, but soon betrayed her. No wonder she confessed so frankly after seeing that her spell might destroy her. The world is full of despair. But he has already done what he can do, and he can't interfere with the rest. Walked out of the room of requirement with regret, Nima, looking out through the window. A ray of white light has appeared in the sky, dying, at the age of 11. N is now at the age of 12, and she started staying up all night. It's a discounted life. Quickly returned to the dormitory, lying on his own bed. Richard closed his eyes and desperately tried to fall asleep, but he was still a little excited. Richard, who had an all-night experience in his previous life, knows that now it is like returning to the light. Although he really wants to open the system to have a look, it is absolutely impossible. As long as he keeps his eyes closed, his body will soon fall into. At this point, Richard had fallen asleep, and Ms. Grey kept going back and forth between Richard's words and the memory of her mother tonight. It seems that what the little wizard said is more correct. Could it be that my mother really loved me back then? Should I ask Barrow? While thinking about these things, if Richard is still here, he will find that the light surrounding Ms. Grey's soul seems to be a little weaker. If it was dark blue before, it will change to dark blue now, but this change is not constant. From time to time, it will return to dark blue. Chapter 53. In the morning, Richard struggled to get up on the bed, dragged his exhausted body to the auditorium, and prepared to have breakfast. Hey Richard, what's the matter with you? You've been lethargic so early in the morning. Hermione and Harry came to Ravenclaw suddenly to find Richard. Isn't this nonsense? It must be early in the morning to lose energy. If it is later, I will be energetic. Do you have anything to do? Richard asked directly without wasting energy with them. It's like this. Harry, who was about to say something, was interrupted by Hermione, and only then did Harry notice that they were at Ravenclaw's dining table, so people would definitely see him saying that. After the first class in the afternoon, you don't have class. Let's go to the Quidditch pitch. Then Hermione dragged Harry back to Gryffindor regardless of whether Richard agreed or not. Richard is feeling uncomfortable. Why don't people have a chance to talk? I don't want to go. I slept so little last night. I have to go back to catch up after class in the afternoon. And how do you know that I only have one class in the afternoon? It wasn't until after breakfast that Richard's spirit became better, and then he went to class with the little wizards from the same academy. Fortunately, the class in the morning is History of Magic, not Transfiguration class, so you can sleep for a while during class. This class went very quickly, at least Richard thought so. He felt that he was just squatting on the table when he was called up by his classmates. He wanted to ask why, but when he saw the little wizards unexpectedly, they are all packing up and getting ready for get out of class. Richard, didn't you sleep last night? You slept through a whole class, and the next class is Charms. You're fine, right? It's okay. It's just that I didn't sleep well last night, and now it's almost time to sleep for a class. Let's go. The adjustment of a class made Richard's spirit finally recovered. At least he didn't feel very sleepy now. When they came to the Charms class, Professor Flitwick was already standing on the podium. As the class bell rang, the class also started. In this lesson, we will learn about the Restoration Charm. The Restoration Charm was invented by Olabella Nutley, a former clerk in the Office for the Prohibition of Misuse of Magic at the British Ministry of Magic. In 1754, she used this spell to restore the Colosseum, which was accidentally destroyed. Then the spell became popular. Advertisement: the Restoration Charm is effective for most materials, but damage caused by some rare and powerful curses cannot be repaired by this spell, such as Fiend Fire. Although the Restoration Charm can perfectly repair the container itself, the liquid spilled from the container, but it cannot be collected back into the container through this spell. Finally, I want to tell you that the Restoring Charm can only be used on inanimate objects, and its use on living objects is completely forbidden. The Restoring Charm heals wounds in humans or animals, and can cause severe scarring if you don't want to be imprisoned in Azkaban. Don't do this kind of thing. Then Professor Flitwick produced a teapot. Richard sliced the teapot open with a slicing charm. Good, Professor. It's falling apart. Richard drew out his wand and cast a cutting spell on the teapot, only to see that the teapot burst apart the moment it was hit. Very well. Now use the Restoring Charm. Recovery. Richard demonstrated how to use the Restoration Charm. The teapot has also been restored to its full state. After thinking about it for a while, Professor Flitwick said to Richard again, "You can also use the spell that Professor Snape used. Now use that spell." Professor Snape's spell? It's that. Is it okay to cast it here? But since the professor requested it, it shouldn't be a problem. Shun Feng Wu Ing, Richard used it on the teapot. In an instant, the teapot seemed to be cut by a sharp knife, but it seemed that it was not damaged as badly as the cutting curse. Professor Flitwick was very satisfied seeing this situation, which proved that Richard's ability to control this spell was already very good. Try it with the restoration charm. Advertisement, restored as before. Richard used the repair spell on the teapot, but it had no effect at all, and the teapot was still in a split state. At the same time, Professor Flitwick also used the restoration charm on the teapot. The situation was the same, but it still had no effect. Seeing this situation, the other young wizards all started talking. Okay, be quiet. You see, if it is broken by a powerful spell, the repair spell will not work. Because of Richard's excellent spell, Ravenclaw adds 2 points. Okay, now 2 students are in a group. Come to me to get a hemp rope. One student uses the cutting spell, and the other tries the repairing spell. Professor Flitwick didn't let Richard continue to practice. After all, according to Richard's current proficiency level, there was no need to practice at all. So Professor Flitwick asked Richard to watch Ravenclaw's little wizard practice, while he watched Hufflepuff students. A class passed quickly, and finally Professor Flitwick assigned the homework for this class, which was about the restoration charm, and Richard still exempted the homework as usual. After lunch, I went back to the dormitory to change my books, and I was about to prepare for the first class in the afternoon. Richard wanted to complain about this point. Unless there was no class in the afternoon, wouldn't there be no lunch break at noon? This is a complete cruelty, teenagers. Toot Sao is Toot Sao. You can't be late for the afternoon class. After all, it is still a critical time for Ravenclaw to compete for the Academy Cup. The class in the afternoon is herb class. Basically, there is no pressure on all the little wizards. After all, Professor Sprout is the most kind professor in the entire Hogwarts. In her class, even if you are asked questions that you can't answer, there will be no points deducted, and there will be no punishment, but correspondingly, there will be no special rewards for excellent little wizards. Like all the other courses, except for Ghost Professor Cuthbert Bin's History of Magic, Richard will be exempted from homework. Even potions homework is exempted, but herbology homework is still required. In this lesson, you will learn the relevant knowledge of herbal medicine by Cien, followed by planting precautions and practical operations. How should I put it? It was a very fulfilling class. After all, many things are not in the book. They are all from Professor Sprout's experience in taking care of herbs for a long time. Except that he still has to complete the homework at the end. Richard feels great. After class, Richard first went back to the dormitory to put everything down. Although it could be put directly into the storage, on the one hand, Richard did not want to expose the existence of the storage, and on the other hand, it was because Richard did not want to be so unsocial. Chapter 54. After putting down his things, Richard closed his clothes and went to bed. It was so comfortable to lie on the bed after a hard day. Hard work? Sure enough, I still don't want to go. What should I do? After getting tired of lying on the bed for a while, Richard finally got up, not because of his conscience. He couldn't bear to let Hermione and the others wait on the playground, but because he was worried that if they didn't go, they would probably come to the dormitory directly. He couldn't rest anymore, and he wouldn't admit that he was afraid of what Hermione might think of him. When Richard arrived at the Quidditch field, Hermione and Ronald were already waiting there, while Harry was training on the playground. The captain of Gryffindor saw wizards from other colleges coming to the field, and originally wanted to stop them. After all, they were practicing secret tactics now, but when they saw the Ravenclaw clothes Richard was wearing, they gave up trying to stop them. What a disdain for the Ravenclaw Quidditch team. Why did you come? We have been waiting for a while. Seeing that Richard came so late, Hermione complained directly. I was going to come right after class, but Terry was late because he had something to do with me. Richard lied, completely blushing and heart-beating. Originally, we were waiting for you here, but because you haven't arrived, now Harry was called by Wood to go to training. Let's wait here now. Just now it said that it will be soon. Seeing the players of the Gryffindor Quidditch team flying wantonly on the playground, swaying their youth, Ronald showed envious eyes, and Hermione did the same. But what Hermione envied was not playing on the court, but what everyone envied was because of she has always been confused about the goal and the harmonious relationship between her classmates. Did she choose the wrong college at that time? The relationship between the students and the college is so good. But Hermione is Hermione, who will not complain too much about her choice. Only the weak will complain blindly and keep sinking. The strong will keep silent and go upstream. The wise will change their thinking and find another way. Sure enough, It didn't take long for Wood to let Harry go first. After all, the Seekers' training didn't have much content, as long as they were the first to catch the snitch in the game, while the others were still practicing tactical coordination. Seeing Harry, who was sweating profusely, ran to them with great interest, Richard was puzzled. Why not use a spell to tidy up? Isn't it very comfortable? But after all, this is his hobby, and Richard is not good at interfering. So he pretended not to see it, and wished him a cold tomorrow, who made him force himself to come here. What do you want me to do? Advertisement. Well, Richard. Harry saw Snape threatening Professor Quirrell. Hermione said, "That's right. I saw Snape say something to Quirrell to make him obey, and poor Professor Quirrell was too scared to resist Snape. The matter is serious now. We have to do something. Otherwise, Snape will threaten more and more people, and their strength will become even greater. By then, they will definitely snatch the Philosopher's Stone." Seeing Harry's eloquence, Richard was also speechless. To be honest, he could still understand. In fact, when he was reading the book before, Richard wondered why Harry was in such a hurry to deliver it. After all, there was Dumbledore in the school, so he could live under Dumbledore's protection. But when he came to this world, after going through so many things, Richard also understood Harry. An enemy was always staring at him and wanted to kill him, anxious to kill their enemies. Since you think you have evidence, why don't you go to Professor Dumbledore? After all, Voldemort is most afraid of Dumbledore. As long as he can make a move, no amount of people will help. We looked for it, but he didn't believe us and said Snape was a nice guy. Yes, he must be getting old and confused, Ronald answered, and the others all looked at him in an instant. Damn, is Ronald so brave, calling Dumbledore an old fool at Hogwarts? I mean he must have been fooled by Snape, that's right. Seeing everyone looking at him, Ronald managed to be witty. Is this a fool who thinks a lot and must be wise? Richard complained secretly. So, we want you to talk to Professor Dumbledore again, and he will definitely believe you. I refuse. I don't believe that Professor Snape is a bad person. How can I convince others? Richard didn't want to change the direction of the plot, so he refused directly. Advertisement. Seeing Richard's refusal without hesitation, all three of them were somewhat disappointed. In order to prevent them from making trouble for himself, Richard decided to act first. Hermione, the final exam is coming soon. How is your review? How are the two of them? This is the first year of school. You can't fail the exam. Look at the current college scores. The College Cup. You are basically not possibly. It would be too bad if he failed the exam, especially Ronald. When his parents saw that he failed the grades, TSK. Harry and Ronald turned green when they heard Richard's inappropriate words. What's wrong with the Academy Cup? We still have Quidditch. As long as we win Quidditch, we can directly add 150 points. I will definitely catch the Golden Snitch, and we will definitely win Slytherin in Quidditch. Now there is only one round left in the Quidditch game, and as long as Gryffindor can defeat Slytherin, he will be crowned champion for the whole season. Not far away, Wood happened to hear Harry's last speech and immediately became excited. He had planned to end the training and start it again. The other Gryffindor team members stared at Harry silently. Then, Wood came over and called Harry away, saying that he thought of a flying method with better vision for Harry to practice. Looking at the rest of Ronald and Hermione, Richard was about to say something when Hermione interrupted him. Stop talking. I'll take Ronald to the library to study now. And Ronald saying that he was about to eat was directly ignored by Hermione. Richard looked at the three of them comfortably, and sure enough, if he wanted to relax himself, he had to ask others to get busy first. Chapter 55. I can finally organize the harvest. Richard hummed happily and returned to Hogwarts Castle. What should he do? Go back to the dormitory? Look at the time and dinner will start soon. Don't go back. Go to the auditorium and wait. It's such a happy decision. Until Richard had finished his dinner and was about to go back to the dormitory, Hermione and Ronald had just returned, while Harry and the others hadn't seen anyone. In a happy mood, Richard returned to the dormitory, and lying on the bed, he could finally watch yesterday's harvest. Turn on the system. After making the selection, the picture book in my mind changed. The first page was still the image of the Norwegian Ridgeback, but there was an option for the next page below. Richard clicked on the next page, and the image of the unicorn was displayed on the new page, and the ability acquisition and level were on the right. Now it is. Purification Lightning 0/5 can be upgraded. Black Magic Resistance 0/5 can be upgraded. Single Horn Attack, not drawn. Toxin Resistance, not extracted. The existing experience value 312 is displayed at the top. Well, now comes the tangled issue. Which one should be upgraded? At the beginning, Richard planned to upgrade Dragon's Breath first, but Dragon Breath 1/5 cannot be upgraded. The experience value is not enough. This cheating system, how much experience is needed to upgrade? What we know now is that 1 requires 100 experience points. Now I have 312 experience points, but I can't upgrade to level 2 yet, so I need 1000 experience points. This unlucky thing, if it doesn't work, let's upgrade and purify the lightning first. Advertisement. Richard suddenly thought that both Voldemort's body and his Horcruxes are now in the state of the soul, and the purification of lightning seems to have a miraculous effect on the soul. It's okay, let's upgrade and purify the lightning first. As for saving the first experience value, you can upgrade after you have enough Dragon's Breath. Richard said that there is no time to wait. After all, we are about to break through the level and fight the boss. Isn't it a tragedy if the experience points are not used up? It's better to strengthen it now. Don't want to upgrade. 312212. 1/5 of purification lightning cannot be upgraded. 212112. Black magic resistance 1/5 cannot be upgraded. By the way, Richard also raised his black magic resistance by 1 level. I don't know if it was a psychological effect or if it really had an effect. Richard felt that after raising his black magic resistance, he seemed to be in better spirits. Is sleep the black magic of the will of the world on mankind? After upgrading, I always want to find something to experiment with. Do I want to try Ms. Gray? After thinking about it, Richard still decided to let her go one size for the time being. After all, she wanted to get it right in one step, and she definitely didn't want to suffer repeated torture. Then what to experiment with? By the way, Ravenclaw's crown, if you don't try this thing. The crown of Ravenclaw, there is a remnant soul of Voldemort inside. The specific ability is unknown. It should be good at black magic soul, but it is very weak. Richard is protected by nano-memory storage. Judging from the situation in the Forbidden Forest, contemplation has no effect on Richard. Currently, the defense skill has a level 1 resistance to black magic, and the attack skill has a level 1 purification lightning. I rub it. I take the initiative, and the advantages are unlimited. When Richard calculated, his chances of winning were basically 100%. Now he felt sad for Voldemort. He could be said to be the natural nemesis of Voldemort's Horcrux. Fortunately, Voldemort didn't know. If he knew, his priority would probably be higher than Harry Potter's. Then sleep. I didn't sleep for a few hours yesterday. Why do I still have to travel at night now? Richard will definitely not do it. He still cherishes his body very much. He is not a cow or a horse after time travel. Besides, even the donkey of the production team can't be so tired. So Richard went to bed with peace of mind and slept comfortably this time. Early the next morning, Richard revived on the spot refreshed. After breakfast, Richard came to find Hermione and the others meanly. Harry, why did you train so late yesterday? You didn't come back until after I had dinner. How was your review, Hermione? Don't work too hard. Before he could finish speaking, he was thrown out by the Gryffindor crowd. Advertisement. Then there's Defense Against the Dark Arts, the Cursed class, and their Professor Quirrell. At the beginning, Richard had a whim. If he performed very well in class, would he activate the hidden level? Well, it can be called, I learned black magic with Voldemort at Hogwarts, or my professor knows is better. It's just that now Richard doesn't dare to jump too much. After all, Richard is also afraid that if Voldemort tries his best to be discovered by Dumbledore, he will kill himself and the game will be over. But when he thought of being threatened with death by Professor Quirrell in the Forbidden Forest, Richard was very upset. How can he take revenge? Richard spent the whole class researching on what is a good way, but he has not come to a particularly good conclusion. Sure enough, students are at a natural disadvantage when facing professors, and points will be deducted if they are caught. Points deducted? Maybe some people are not afraid of deducting points. Enduring bursts of stench, this class was finally finished. Richard hurried to the herbal medicine classroom. As long as he was fast enough, he would be there before they left. Finally, Richard came to the herbal medicine classroom out of breath, just as the three of Harry were leaving after class. Richard, why are you here? Hermione looked at the panting Richard curiously. I have something to do with Ronald. It was too late for him to have a bad relationship with Ronald. Looking for me? Ronald was also very strange. Why did he look for him? You must know that he and Richard are not friends. He always thought that Richard's methods were too cruel and he was not a good wizard, but after going through so many things together, he also finally understood that Richard is a good person, but the two sides have never talked about it. So there was such a stalemate, and now Richard came to him directly, which made him a little happy. Yes, I have something to ask your brother. Can you tell them? Okay, of course there is no problem. I will tell Percy right away. Where can I find you? It's George and Fred I'm looking for. Tell them I'll wait for them in that room on the 8th floor after the afternoon's lessons. No problem. The room on the 8th floor? Yes, you just tell them that. They know which room it is. As the Lord of the Night at Hogwarts, and the current holder of the Marauder's map, Richard believed that the Weasley brothers must have known about the existence of the Room of Requirement. Of course, more importantly, it happened that I could go to the Room of Requirement first to find one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, Ravenclaw's crown, and use this crown to try the power of purifying lightning. Chapter 56. After the first session in the afternoon, Richard went directly to the Room of Requirement and first opened the room where things were hidden. It was still the piles of waste that came into view, and Richard directly cast the flying curse on the pile where the crown was hidden last time. Perhaps because he knew the location, he didn't make any effort this time, and soon the crown flew over. Because of the black magic resistance, Richard started directly. Well, how to say, the weight is medium, and it doesn't matter if it has a little weight. Very heavy. Suddenly a voice sounded in Richard's mind. Do you want to obtain unparalleled wisdom? As long as you carry it, you can easily obtain it. This is the beginning. But how can there be a feeling of inferior pyramid schemes? There is no temptation at all. Poor review. Try first to see if you are wise. Hey, why is there a sound? Who is there? Richard pretended to be ignorant. I am the crown on your hand. If you want to gain unparalleled wisdom, then you should wear it. Wisdom? What's the use of that? I still want money. It should be a mudblood. It's really vulgar. The remnant of Voldemort in the crown thought silently. Forget it. Let him take it and control him first. Do you want to get countless money? Then wear the crown, and you will know where Solomon's treasure is. Ah, where the treasure is located, don't you have to dig it yourself? It's too much trouble, so let's forget it. This crown is useless, so just throw it away. Whatever you want, as long as you wear the crown, you can get it. Seeing that the little wizard was about to throw away the crown, Voldemort hurriedly increased his temptation. His stored magic power was almost exhausted, and there was no way to replenish it here. Opportunity. Now a little wizard has finally picked it up, and he must not let it go. Then is it okay if I want a nice nose? Richard continued to tease Voldemort. What kind of request is this? Is this little wizard ugly and has a strange nose? Don't know why my nose is gone since I resurrected. It's super ugly. Can you give me a nose? Resurrection? This little wizard still has such a secret. He must be crowned. Advertisement, of course. As long as you wear the crown, you can do whatever you want and get whatever you want. Although bragging doesn't cost money, but your bragging is a bit too much. Since you are so powerful, why do you have to take it with me? I am a treasure created by the founder of Hogwarts Ravenclaw. My duty is to choose a destined little wizard to help him establish his dynasty. Destiny. Isn't that Harry Potter? He defeated the Dark Lord Voldemort. Did you find the wrong person? What? Harry Potter defeated the Dark Lord Voldemort? Yeah, you are so powerful. Don't you even know this? Are you a fake? Hearing this news suddenly, Voldemort's remnant soul is a bit out of control. Who is this Harry Potter? Even if he has his soul split, he can't be defeated by just anyone. Why isn't it Dumbledore? Could it be that this Harry Potter is from that organization? Harry Potter just defeated a clone of the Dark Lord. The real Dark Lord is still alive, and that Harry Potter is too old, but you are still young. As long as you wear the crown, I can help you defeat the real Dark Lord, the Dark Lord, and become the true son of destiny, commanding the entire wizarding world. Although it is still bragging, it has said some facts. Too old? But Harry Potter is as old as me. We are both Hogwarts first-year students, and Harry defeated the Dark Lord as soon as he was born. Do you know that? Why did my main soul lose to a child, not a baby? What a joke. Stop talking nonsense. How could a baby defeat the Dark Lord? Quickly put on the crown, or I'll make you die so badly. Voldemort's remnant soul was furious at that time. Okay, I'll take it with me right away. Don't be angry. What's dead is ugly, how scary. Then Richard took the Ravenclaw crown. Finally brought it. This little b asterisk 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 d. I must let him, huh? Why can't he get in? Why does his spiritual world have a protective film that cannot be broken through at all? Voldemort was also dumbfounded at the time. What's the matter, Tom? Why didn't you make it even though I was wearing the crown? Richard said jokingly. Advertisement, it's useless even if I give you a chance. Seeing that Voldemort's remnant soul was still, Richard kindly poured a bit of magic power into the crown, which would allow him to speak, but basically no spells could be used. Speak up, Tom. Weren't you very talkative just now? Why are you so quiet now? Is it true what you said? Voldemort was beaten by a baby. It seems that he really cares about this matter. Of course it's true. It seems that Harry's mother used some ancient spell to protect Harry with the power of love, and then Voldemort was killed by his own killing curse. Now it's just a little bit better than you, but it's limited. Remnant soul. Hearing what Richard said, the crown, Voldemort's remnant soul is now replaced by a crown, finally calmed down a bit. Since when did you notice it? Don't you know everything? Why don't you know this? Okay, stop talking about those useless things. Why doesn't my temptation spell respond to you? And why can't I get into your brain after you wear the crown? Oh, how could you ask such a secret question? How could I tell you? It's fine if you don't say anything, you still put me back. I can't do anything to you, and you consume my magic power at most, and I will only go back to sleep. You can't do me any harm. Really? After speaking, Richard took out his wand and used the purification lightning directly on the crown. Ah, what is this? What kind of curse is this? Why does it make me feel pain? No, if this continues, my soul will definitely be damaged. Please stop, I beg you. Please stop, I will agree to whatever you say. Richard has cast the spell with all his strength, but at the moment it can only cause severe pain in the crown. Seeing that his physical strength has bottomed out, Richard can only stop the magic and take out the leftover food from the storage box last time and gobble it up. After finally suppressing the hunger, Richard was in a bit of trouble again. What should I do with this crown? There is no other way now. Should I continue to put it here? Chapter 57. Feeling no longer in pain, Tiara knew that Richard had stopped the spell. What kind of spell is this on you? You can still release it silently. Are you really only in the first grade? It's true that I'm only in the first grade, but it's still possible to eliminate you. Since you're useless, then I'll eliminate you, lest you hurt other people. When you don't know what the other person has, the best way is to let the other person say it themselves. No, although this spell is very powerful, but you are only in the first grade now, there must be many spells you can't understand, and I can teach you all of these. There are professors in the school, and the professors can teach me. Those professors are hypocritical. They don't know many powerful spells, and they don't know many of the spells I know. Thinking about it, Voldemort even surpassed Dumbledore in talent and accomplishments in magic spells, especially black magic. But you look so conspicuous. You can use the transfiguration spell to change the shape of the crown, such as a notebook or something. But you are in this crown, and this crown itself is a very powerful alchemy. I can't change shape now, and the notebook is definitely not good. If the notebook might forget you at any time, wouldn't it hurt others? If the ring is still negotiable, it's okay. You are injecting some magic power into me, and I will help you inside, even if it can be turned into a ring. You'd better be honest or don't blame me. Although Richard was sure that the crown had no ability to cause harm to him, he still had to tap what should be tapped. Now my life and death are completely under your control. I don't dare to have any small thoughts. Advertisement. Richard poured more than half of his magic power into the crown, and the crown was ready. Then, with internal and external collaboration, Ravenclaw's crown was finally transformed into a ring, which fit right on Richard's index finger. After the completion, both of them were shocked in their own hearts. Crown. Is this really a first-year little wizard? The magic power is too much. At first, the silent spell must have consumed a lot of magic power, and then it gave me almost the magic power of a Hogwarts graduate. Yuli, fortunately, I also intercepted some magic power, so I have to find a way to get rid of him, but unfortunately it turned into a ring, which is difficult to deal with. Richard, Voldemort really lives up to his reputation. A remnant soul can transform a powerful alchemy such as the Ravenclaw crown at will. We still have to be careful. In this way, Richard actually achieved the hidden achievement. He learned magic from Voldemort at Hogwarts, but he didn't know if he would be discovered by Dumbledore. This is a voice suddenly came from outside. Hey, is anyone using the room of requirement? Why didn't it show up? Maybe Richard is in there. Did Richard hear? It turned out that brothers George and Fred had come, and Richard opened the door of the room of requirement to let the two brothers in. Is there anything you want from us? Although these two people knew Richard, they were not very familiar with each other. Hearing Ronald said that Richard wanted to find them, he was a little curious. It's like this. I heard from them that the two of you have the highest prank talent in Hogwarts. So, I have an idea and I don't know if you are interested. Without saying a word, Richard shot out a rainbow fart. Of course, tell me what you think, young man, and let us give you some pointers. No, my ability is still lacking, and I still have to rely on you. That's it. Professor Quirrell of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Isn't he wearing a scarf all the time? I wonder if you can take his scarf off." Hearing that it was a prank on a professor, the Weasley brothers hesitated. They have always played pranks on their classmates, but they have never done it to a professor. As for hitting Quirrell on the back of the head with a snowball, it was not a prank, but a mistake. Right is a mistake. Advertisement, why don't you dare? This is so disappointing. I thought, if you do it, I can take out 10 galleons as an investment in your prank product. Hearing Richard's aggressive general, and the 10 gold galleons behind, of course, the main ones are gold galleons, the two brothers looked at each other and said in unison, "Of course we dare. But Quirrell is also a professor after all, and playing pranks on professors in school will deduct points from the college." Hearing this, Richard thought it was going to be a mess, but he didn't expect Weasley to be Weasley. "Therefore, you need to add money, at least 20 galleons, but only once. You can't blame us if you don't succeed. Make a deal." Seeing that Richard agreed without hesitation, the Weasley brothers knew that it would be less. Richard took out 20 galleons and handed them to Brother Weasley. Then the three discussed how to carry out this prank. After all, Quirrell is still holding the title of professor. They can't go too far. Of course, their strength doesn't allow it. After all, Richard can only watch and can't do it directly. It was finally determined that George waited for Quirrell to appear at the corner of the corridor first, and then made preparations for takeoff. After Quirrell appeared, he took the lead in attacking, trying to knock Quirrell down, and then Fred appeared from behind in horror, helped Quirrell, and took off the scarf. Of course, if George didn't knock him down at the beginning, then George would be responsible for attracting Quirrell's attention, and Fred would come out as a substitute. I believe that under the premise that Quirrell's attention has been attracted, then there is a high probability of success. At this time, George will face him. Frightened, Lou went to help Quirrell and took off the scarf. Why do you have to show panic? Of course, it is to avoid punishment after the incident. Damn, what is professionalism? This is professionalism. Sure enough, professional matters should be left to professional personnel. Although this plan is relatively simple, but how old are the two brothers? How old are they? They already know the backup plan, and they can also do risk avoidance. Awesome plus. Chapter 58. After the strategy was formulated, it was implemented, and the professionals did not disappoint Richard. Soon the Weasley brothers found Quirrell's course schedule after negotiating their free time. It was finally determined that tomorrow, that is, Wednesday afternoon, Quirrell's 5th grade defense against the dark arts class in the second quarter in the afternoon, and the Weasley brothers and Richard had no class in the afternoon, so they went to prepare in advance. After all actions were confirmed, Richard returned to the dormitory contentedly and waited for tomorrow's action. It finally came under Richard's expectation. On Wednesday afternoon, Richard and his twin brothers were waiting at the corner next to the defense against the dark arts class, anxiously waiting for the get-out of class to end. While waiting, Richard was also reflecting on himself. As the saying goes, those who achieve great things must be open-minded. How could he take revenge on the professor for such a trivial matter? This is not good, even though the professor is a villain, even though he almost killed himself, but that was just a near miss. How could I take revenge for something that didn't happen? It would do me no good other than make me feel good. Just like that, when the bell rang for the end of get out of class, Richard was urging the twin brothers while reflecting, "Get ready quickly, and don't let Quirrell run away." This is when a professor wearing a ridiculous scarf appeared. He has a pair of twitching eyes, a pale face, looks nervous and even nervous, and looks like he is about to faint. Poor thing. Richard felt sorry for his professor, and then winked at whether it was George or Fred who didn't know. After the twins looked at each other, George ran out, yelling to give way while running, and then ran towards Quirrell. Unexpectedly, Professor Quirrell, who looked trembling and trembling, actually quickly hid aside. Seeing that the first plan was unsuccessful, George also activated the backup plan, crossed Quirrell, stopped behind him, and said to Quirrell, "Professor, are you okay? I didn't meet you." Then he winked at Fred out of Quirrell's sight. Quirrell just turned around and was about to say something. At this time Fred also rushed out and shouted, "George, don't run away. Give me back the things." Just as Quirrell was about to turn around to look, George inadvertently stopped him. Advertisement at this time. Fred bumped into him at once, and even fell down with George and Quirrell. Seeing the time was right, George immediately put his hand on Quirrell's scarf, which he was about to take off. At this time, Quirrell seemed to be a different person. His eyes became fierce, and he immediately pressed George's hand with a murderous look. George just wanted to break free, but the strength of a child is still incomparable to that of an adult. Seeing this situation, Richard knew that he couldn't go on. If he went on, Quirrell or Voldemort might not make any moves, so he quickly shouted, "Come and see that a professor has been knocked down." At this time, the little wizards of the 5th grade who had already finished class also came out when they heard the voice. Seeing more and more people, Quirrell returned to his previous state and became submissive. "How can you bump into the professor?" "I'm sorry, Professor Quirrell. It was Fred who ran after me to hit you." "Sorry, Professor Quirrell. It was George who hit you with something from me." "It's all your fault. It's all your fault." The two began to argue. Seeing that there were too many young wizards watching, Quirrell could only say, "Be careful next time," and left in a hurry. Seeing this, the little wizards also dispersed, and the Weasley brothers looked at each other, and George actually showed a look of survivors. Fred was about to say something when he saw Richard walking towards them. "You see, we did everything we could, but we didn't expect that Professor Quirrell, who has always looked useless, is so scary." "What horror, don't worry, I won't ask you for money." It was agreed at the beginning, no matter whether it succeeds or not, the money given to you will definitely not be returned. So stop talking about Professor Quirrell's horrible weird words. Richard deliberately put on a look of disbelief. "Really, the moment I was about to take off his scarf, I felt like he was going to kill me." George still had lingering fears thinking about this. Advertisement. In order to avoid leaving any psychological trauma for George, Richard could only continue to talk nonsense. "What kills you? How is it possible? He is a professor. It must be because you have never played a prank on the professor before. So you are afraid, and Quirrell was just a little angry just now. I just saw clearly from behind." "Yeah, George, I didn't feel anything about killing people behind. So stop talking." Seeing that even Fred didn't feel it, George also thought that he might be too nervous. Seeing that George's expression returned to normal, Richard quickly changed the subject. "George, Fred, have you made some prank props so that more little wizards can make pranks?" Hearing Richard's idea, the Weasley brothers' eyes lit up, and they said in unison, "Of course there is, but we don't have money. Many props require a lot of experiments, and even if the experiments are successful, we need money to buy raw materials. I can sponsor you, so that I can give you 100 galleons, let you do experiments, and when there is a finished product, I can just ask you for 40% of the profits, and we can continue to cooperate." They were even more excited when they heard Richard's words. It has always been their dream to make prank props, but because of family factors, they have no money, so they can only do some trivial things. Now if there is Richard's investment, so many of their ideas can be realized. And Richard has long been very optimistic about these two professionals. Their talents in alchemy can be said to be superior to others. When they saw their props in the previous life, they had to admire them. In this way, the two parties reached a friendly cooperation intention. In the early stage, Richard contributed 100 galleons, and the Weasley brothers were responsible for the creation, production, and sales, and the final profit was 55%. That's when Richard finally became the person he hated the most in Otherworld, the capitalist. Putting aside these chores for the time being, Hogwarts final exams are coming soon, and Richard knows that the final breakthrough is coming soon, when Voldemort will reveal his true colors. I really look forward to Harry and the others' expressions when they know the truth. Chapter 59. Soon, Richard's first exam at Hogwarts came as scheduled. The subjects of these exams are not a problem for Richard at all. They are too simple. The subject of the spell test was to cast a levitating spell, and the requirement was to levitate a teapot. Richard directly came and cast a spell silently with one hand, directly levitating the teapot and the table on which it was placed, and got the first 0 on the spot. In the Transfiguration class, Richard also completed the exam perfectly. Originally, he turned a cup into a watch, but Richard directly turned the cup into an exquisite pocket watch with the Hogwarts school badge on it. Professor McGonagall was also satisfied. O is given. As for potions, Richard had just put the ingredients in the cauldron when Professor Snape gave him an O, and then, Richard started proctoring the little wizards of Hufflepuff. The rest of the herbal medicine and the history of magic, which need to be memorized, are completely crushed by Richard. Although the results have not come out, they must have failed. In this way, Richard's first-year courses have ended with zeros. After the exam, Richard first cast a disillusionment spell on himself, and then waited for Hermione and the others at the gate of Hogwarts Castle. Originally, Richard was not used here, but after all, the main drama is about to begin, and he wants to eliminate all influencing factors so that the script can proceed normally. In order to avoid twists and turns in the plot, he followed Harry and the others invisibly. After a while, the three of Hermione were seen running out of the castle, heading towards Hagrid's. "Hagrid, who gave you your dragon eggs last time?" Harry asked hastily. "I didn't know. The man was wearing a hood." Hagrid was still playing his flute. So did you say anything? Harry asked next. 800, we chatted a lot, and he was very interested in my magical animals, especially the three-headed dog. You must know that even wizards rarely see such magical animals. Then what did you tell him? Well, let me think about it. Oh yes, I told him that no matter what kind of magical animal, the trick to deal with it is to make it quiet. For example, a three-headed dog. It only needs a little music to make it fall asleep. Hearing this, the three of Harry showed panicked expressions. I know how someone would wander around with a dragon egg for no reason. You must know that this is a contraband prohibited by the order of the Ministry of Magic. He must know that Hagrid wants to raise a dragon and deliberately use it to trick Hagrid. Wait, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? My mouth is very tight. At this time, even Richard, who was hiding in the dark, couldn't help but want to complain. I know so many. Which one didn't know from you? The three ignored Hagrid, turned around and ran towards the castle, and came directly to Professor McGonagall's office. Richard did not follow up here. After all, it is still a bit difficult for his spell to fool Hogwarts, or even the best female wizard in the wizarding world. Advertisement, what are you doing? The voice of Crown, Voldemort's remnant soul, who had been silent for a while, suddenly appeared in Richard's mind. It's nothing. Don't make any noise. I'm going to take you to meet an old friend without a nose. Even if Nima has no nose, why would there be a freak without a nose? He is still an old friend of mine. If it wasn't for Richard Gwonsai, he would have thought of giving him a Dalian fight. Soon, 3 people came out from inside. That stranger must be Snape. He knew from Hagrid how to get past Fluffy, but Dumbledore has been at school all along and he dared not act. Now that Dumbledore has left school, he will definitely steal the Philosopher's Stone tonight. Hearing this, Richard wanted to applaud Harry. You see, except the protagonist is wrong, everything else is right. But Harry, do you know that Snape is walking here with a sullen face? Richard saw Snape walking towards this side. So he hurriedly left quietly. The time had already been set. It must be tonight. There was no need to follow them anymore. Sure enough, after dealing with Snape, Harry and the others decided to go to the trapdoor tonight. Let's go and tell Richard first. After all, he is stronger than us. This point is recognized by the whole school. Richard is the strongest first-year wizard. Well, maybe you can add 2, 3, and 4. Yes, let's go find him and let him see that Snape, whom he has always trusted, is the bad guy. Thinking of seeing Richard deflated, the 3 of them were quite excited, and then ran towards Ravenclaw's lounge. Richard had just returned to the dormitory when he heard noises outside, and soon someone knocked on his door. As soon as Richard opened the door, the 3 of Harry rushed in. How did you get in here? Everyone knows that Ravenclaw's lounge is not a secret. Just answer the question. It's very simple, as if it just asked us. As expected of Hermione, but this is not the topic of today. Before Hermione finished speaking, Harry just interrupted her directly. Richard, tonight Snape is going to steal the Philosopher's Stone. You join us to stop him? Wait, what are you talking about? What about Snape, about stealing the Philosopher's Stone? How do you know it's tonight? Richard asked deliberately. Hearing Richard's question, the 3 of Harry showed satisfied expressions. Just now we wondered why someone would wander around with a dragon egg casually, so we asked Hagrid, and sure enough, Hagrid told the man how to make Lu Wei sleep peacefully. Then we went to Professor McGonagall, and Professor McGonagall told us that Headmaster Dumbledore will pick him up today. An urgent letter from the Ministry of Magic has now left the school, so it must be tonight. Richard pretended to understand, and agreed to come down with them tonight, and at the same time agreed to his, CAD, request to stay here for now. The main reason is that there will be the last Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw tomorrow, and would ask Harry to go to the stadium for training after the exam, and Harry, who has an important action tonight, does not plan to go to training, so he hides here to avoid being caught by would turn up. Only then did the 3 calm down. Seeing Richard's dormitory alone, they were all full of envy. It's great that you have a dormitory all by yourself. It's nothing, and sometimes it's quite boring to be alone. The old Versailles speech made the 3 of them hate it. Advertisement actually, you can come too, but Hermione is fine. There are more girls in Ravenclaw, so there are still a few girls in a dormitory. Harry, Ronald, why don't you try? Richard provocatively said. Forget it, if I come to Ravenclaw, I probably won't be able to get into the dormitory. I have never heard of those topics. Harry was quite self-aware. Then, Hermione kept discussing the answers with Richard, which made the remaining 2 elementary school scumbags a headache. Richard saw that the 2 were bored, so he borrowed wizard chess from Terry in the dormitory next door to entertain them. Soon it was time for dinner. Richard and the 3 young wizards came to the auditorium together, and then walked towards their colleges respectively. But when Harry returned to Gryffindor's dining table, he happened to be caught by Wood. After making up a random reason, Wood let Harry go. After all, he was fighting Ravenclaw. Even if he didn't practice, it would be fine. It was just the last match. The game is over, and Wood wants to be more perfect. After all, this is the closest they are to winning the Quidditch game. After several people finished their meal, they agreed to meet in the corridor on the right side of the 3rd floor at 10 p.m. After parting, Richard went directly to the Hogwarts kitchen and asked the house elves for some meat to prepare in advance. Then Richard went back to the dormitory, lying on the bed and waiting for the time to come. Before he knew it, the time was almost up. Richard got up and rushed to the corridor on the 3rd floor. Richard had just come down from the 4th floor when he heard Filch's voice. "You little wizards, you don't go to bed so late. It seems that you can visit my workshop this time? What the hell? How could it be caught by Filch? What about the invisibility cloak? The original plot doesn't have this, so don't make trouble. I don't know if I have enough face, but I can't be held back. Do I want to take action against poor Filch? Good evening, Mr. Filch. I sent them here. We'll talk about something. I'll be right back. Do you think that's all right?" Hearing the voice of the little wizard at first, Filch wondered if there would be any extra gains. But when he saw that it was Richard, Filch was also taken aback. After hearing what Richard said, Filch took a serious look at Richard, and then said to himself, "Strange, what happened just now? Why did you have hallucinations? Why did the little wizard appear at such a late hour? Is it because you were too tired? Forget it, I will go back to rest and come out first." After speaking, he greeted Luo. Mrs. Leasy walked downstairs. This is Mrs. Lualisai, so she was confused. Is there a little wizard here who won't catch her? Several people hurried towards the secret room. How did you get caught by Filch, the invisibility cloak? We were seen by Neville when we came out, and I had to put him to sleep, but it was too loud and Filch caught him. And Richard, how did you do it? It's nothing. I did a little favor for Filch and he's nice, so he let us go. Richard, you are very bad. In fact, there are still bad people in our world. You can't see everyone as a good person, so you will suffer in the future. Seeing that Richard didn't take it seriously, Hermione stopped trying to persuade her, and she was caught later. Snape Richard would know. Ignoring Hermione's thoughts, soon Richard led everyone to the door of the room where the 3-headed dog was kept. Then, as soon as Alahu opened the hole, he opened the door first and entered. Chapter 60. Lu Wei in the room just wanted to sleep at this time, and the 3 huge dog heads were already lying on the ground and drooling. At this moment, he was awakened suddenly by the sound of the door being pushed. What is this for? 1 or 2, who are you looking down on? This little wizard looks familiar. Suddenly Lu Wei remembered. Last time this little wizard brought a very fierce old wizard. Could he be there too? The cry was swallowed back immediately after careful inspection. There is no old wizard, only a few young wizards. So these few young wizards are not allowed to be trampled by themselves. Then I started to prepare to continue to pounce on and bite. Who's going to sing a song or something? Hermione reminded Dash. Just as Richard was about to take out the bone flute he had prepared to show off, Harry and Ronald whistled next to it. I don't know what the song is. Anyway, Richard didn't feel anything except wanting to go to the toilet. But I didn't expect it to be useful. Lu Wei's cry gradually weakened, and slowly the 3 heads lay down again, and even started to snort. Richard was stunned. What kind of broken dog? He has no musical ability at all, and such an unreasonable whistle can be successful. So wouldn't it mean that any noise can make him sleep? Seeing the success, the 2 of Harry brazenly brag about each other's business. Why are you bragging better? You bragging is even better. Making Richard want to take out his wand and kill these 2 evildoers, okay? Stop talking. Let's go down quickly. Hermione, who really listened to it, hurriedly made up the 2 of them. Come to the trapdoor. Open the trapdoor. There is a dark space below. Richard was just about to take out his wand and use the illuminating charm to see the situation below, but he didn't expect it. Really didn't expect it. Harry jumped straight down. Ronald followed suit, and Richard was completely speechless. How brave are you? Are you not afraid of falling to your death? I know what is below and I dare not jump directly. Seeing that Hermione next to her is ready to move, Richard quickly stopped her and gave himself and herself respectively. Hermione cast a levitation spell, only then pulled Hermione and floated down through the hole in the trapdoor. But Richard touched Fluffy before he floated down. A magical animal has been detected. The magical animal has been hypnotized and has no hands-on ability. It is in a restricted state by default. Do you want to enable the extraction mode now? Cancel save. At this moment, shouts from Harry and Ronald came from below. Come down. Richard, Hermione. There are some plants down there that catch us. Yes, it's soft and it's fun. What is this? Why is it haunting me? I can't move. Me too. Something is pulling me down. Richard, Hermione, come and save us. Hearing the shouts of the two, Hermione was a little anxious, just about to go down and pull the two of them, but Richard hurriedly stopped her. Don't worry, what kind of plants are these? Hermione looked carefully at the vine below. Devilting. This is devilting. The more you struggle, the tighter you get. Advertisement, Harry. Ronald, relax, or you will be entangled until you suffocate. Hearing Hermione's words, Harry quickly calmed down, and sure enough, the cane slowly let go of Harry, and without the entanglement of the cane, Harry slowly slid down from the middle. But Ronald couldn't do it at all. He was struggling all the time, and he couldn't even speak. Hermione, think again. What is the devil afraid of? Hermione thought for a while and continued, Deviltongue, Deviltongue. How interesting. They shrink back when they see the sun. They are afraid of the sun. Hearing this, Richard also pulled out his wand, Dragon's Breath. A lot of flames came out of Richard's wand, but he knew that these were Professor Sprout's treasures, so Richard just controlled the flames and approached the devil, but did not ignite them. At this time, the devilting scattered away like a frightened bird. They are not simply afraid of sunlight, they are afraid of any light, and the flame is also a good way for them. Mother Lee's small class started. The branches that had been entwining Ronald also retracted, and seeing Ronald fall to the ground with a snap, Richard felt great pain. Richard and Hermione floated down from the air in a leisurely manner. When the two of Richard landed smoothly, Harry and Ronald, two hardy kids who didn't remember to eat and beat, had already started wandering around. Touch here, look there, so happy. The only improvement was that Harry actually knew to cast a luminosity first. Come here, there is a door here. Harry was the first to find the entrance to the next level. Richard, Hermione, and Ronald all rushed towards Harry when they heard the voice. A wooden door came into everyone's eyes. Listen, there seems to be something coming from the door. Harry put his ear on the door and listened carefully. Allahu open. Hermione cast an unlocking charm directly at the door, but she ignored that Harry's ear was still pressed against the door. With a bang, Harry felt that he was already deaf, so he squatted down and covered his ears. Seeing Harry's miserable state, Hermione felt a little ashamed and hurriedly opened the door and went in. Richard and Ronald quickly supported Harry and walked in together. There are so many birds, but why have I never seen these birds? These are not birds. They seem to be keys. Yes, they are a bunch of keys with wings. Several people walked forward while looking at these keys, and soon came to the opposite side. There was still a door there, and there was a broom next to the door. Seeing this, Richard can't help but want to complain again. What kind of protection mechanism is this? And it will be returned to the solution. When Ronald saw the door, he immediately took out his wand and cast an unlocking spell at the door, but there was no response. I'm just trying to see. Advertisement, I think we should find a special one among these keys, and then use this key to open the door. Richard also reminded at the right time. Hearing Richard's reminder, the other three looked up at the keys flying in the air. No, I want to throw up. These keys make me dizzy. Soon, Hermione and Ronald fainted. I seem to have found it. As expected of a seeker, Harry found it all. One key is much older and rusty than the others, and one of the wings is broken. There's a broom right here. Harry, go grab it. But there's so much key interference here that I'm afraid I won't catch it. Ask for flowers. How come? You are the youngest seeker in the history of Hogwarts. You can definitely do it. Seeing that Hermione and Ronald were encouraging Harry, Richard didn't have the nerve to say that everyone is a wizard. So why can't they use the wizard's method? What kind of flying curse? Although I don't know if it will work, but at least you can give it a try. You guys, the idea of wanting to fly when you see a broom is too absolute. Encouraged by everyone, Harry chose to step on the broom due to his duty. With a kick of his legs on the ground, he flew into the air. At this moment, the keys that were flying slowly in the air seemed to be boiling like water poured into a frying pan, and they flew towards Harry desperately. At this time, a key flying by at high speed scratched Harry's face, leaving a blood stain, which forced Harry to help his immature face with one hand and beat the key desperately. Fly up first, get rid of them, and grab the key. The witty Hermione thought of Harry's all-time Quidditch performance, and after Harry heard it, he flew straight up regardless of the 3 or 7 or 20, and raised the altitude. After reaching the highest point, he turned around, and with his sharp eyes, he found the old key in an instant, and swooped down to grab it. He picked it up, threw the key to Richard, and then started flying at high speed again, slipping away the rest of the keys. Richard quickly came to the door and quickly opened the door. The other two also rushed in, and then beckoned Harry to fly this way. Seeing that Harry had already flown in, the remaining three hurriedly closed the door. After the door was closed, they heard the sound of brushing and brushing on the other side of the door. Could it be that the keys were inserted into the door? Richard suddenly wanted to introduce this method to Roger Davies, the captain of the Ravenclaw Quidditch team, and believed that it would definitely improve the level of the Ravenclaw Quidditch team rapidly. After entering the gate, there is a small room, and there is another door at the other end of the small room. There are so many doors for Russian Matryoshka dolls. Richard led the three and pushed open the door on the other side. Speaking of this is the level that Richard is most looking forward to. The large chessboard should be the work of Professor McGonagall. It is a perfect combination of transfiguration and alchemy. Although the way to clear the level is very simple, that is, playing chess, it is not easy to make it. At least the currently Jian can do it completely. After several people came to the next room, they walked slowly towards the center of the room, instead of passing stone statues one by one. Why is this gloomy place a cemetery? Taihan and Harry made another speech. How could it be a cemetery? The professors would not use the cemetery to protect the philosopher's stone. Hermione gave a pertinent answer. Ronald, who hadn't spoken all this time, seemed to have discovered something at this moment and walked straight ahead in a daze. It's a chessboard, an oversized chessboard that takes up this room. Ronald's words were like a trap. As soon as he finished speaking, the braziers around the room were lit, and the room was illuminated with bright lights in an instant. Being in the dark all the time, everyone's eyes hadn't had time to adapt, so they quickly covered their eyes. After they got used to it, they saw that it was indeed a huge chessboard, with chess pieces on both sides filled with ready to go. Where is the door? Hermione pointed in the opposite direction to the back of the pawn representing the king. Chapter 61. Everyone followed the direction of Hermione's finger and finally saw the door representing the next level. Just about to walk over, but the white chess piece in the opposite direction suddenly pulled out a pair of knives from under him as if alive and stood up. Seeing this scene, everyone quickly retreated. It seems that you must choose to play chess to pass. Yes, no one can go to the chessboard if they don't win the game. Seeing this, everyone had no choice but to come to the black side. Harry, you stand in the position of the bishop. Hermione, you stand in the position of the chariot. Richard, you stand in the position of the king. And I am the knight on horseback. Speaking of playing chess, Ronald suddenly became excited. Richard didn't know. Hermione didn't know. Harry wasn't good at it, and Ronald was the one who was the best at playing wizard chess, so he just started directing. Seeing that there was actually a stone seat representing the throne in the back position, Richard climbed up and down with satisfaction. And Hermione, Harry, and Ronald also took their seats. After everyone stood up, according to the rules of chess, the white side went first, and a small white soldier slowly slid from his own to the center of the chessboard. And Ronald commanded a black piece to the attacking position of the white piece, and the white piece immediately drew out a pair of 983 knives, smashing the black piece to pieces. Seeing this, Harry and Hermione were taken aback. And Richard is sitting there watching excitedly. It's too awesome. I really don't know how Professor McGonagall did it. Richard, who was originally interested in transfiguration, is full of interest at this time in this way. Under Ronald's command, the two sides fought fiercely, and chess pieces were constantly beaten to pieces, and Richard and the others were well protected by Ronald. Even if some chess pieces attacked, there would be other chess pieces come over to replace the injury. Soon came the climax of this level. Harry, who had been watching all the time, finally saw Ronald's plan, which was to use the knight he represented to attract the attention of the queen in front of the White King, and sacrifice himself to make way, then let Harry directly general, thus winning the game. Wait, you shouldn't. It seems that you understand, Harry. As long as I take one step, White's queen will definitely come and eat me, and then you can checkmate him directly. Hearing that Ronald wanted to sacrifice himself, both Harry and Hermione directly refused. But at this time Ronald actually said something that moved even Richard. Don't persuade me anymore. This is the only way to win. Don't you want to stop Snape? This time it's me. If there is a next time, I hope Richard and Hermione can stand up. Harry, you have to go on. Before, this is not something we can replace. This is your fate. Let me be good, Ronald. Are you eating too much Snickers? Seeing this scene, Richard finally understands why Ronald, who can't do anything, eats and has nothing left, can always hang out with the protagonist, and finally can marry a goddess. Of course, don't think about it in this world. It can be described as a real winner in life. Richard, who couldn't stand it anymore, couldn't help interrupting their sensationalism. Cough, cough, cough. Can you stop for a moment? Suddenly Richard's voice sounded, and the three looked at him. Advertisement. At this time Richard was sitting on the throne, looking at them lazily, with a kingly, forced king, breath coming over his face. How did Richard become good-looking? This was what Hermione was thinking at this moment. Richard seemed very imposing. This was what Harry was thinking at this time. Brother, help, this is Ronald's. Ronald, do what you have to do, Harry. You can rest assured that nothing will happen with me here. After speaking, Richard took out his wand and directly cast an iron armor charm on Ronald. Although Ronald had the courage to sacrifice himself just now, no one wanted to be hurt after all, and Richard's iron spell seemed to give Ronald great courage. He sent himself to the bait cleanly and neatly. At this time, the queen with her hands on the long sword slowly turned around and slid towards Ronald. The rumbling sound made the three of Harry raise their hearts to their throats. After the queen arrived at the position, she held the giant sword in both hands and stabbed the knight's horse with a thrust. At this critical moment, Richard also cast the levitation charm instantly, making Ronald float up, and the small fragments when the stone horse shattered were perfectly resisted by the iron armor curse, and then Richard used it on Ronald's clothes. Flying curse. Flying curse cannot be used on creatures. Ronald quickly flew to Richard's throne in the air. Both Harry and Hermione were relieved to see Ronald rescued. Quick! Harry can be a general, Ronald shouted from behind. Harry took a deep breath, walked towards the White King resolutely, and shouted loudly, "You are checkmate." This is the giant sword in the hand of the statue, symbolizing the king crashing down. At this time, Richard suddenly suffered from a second-grade illness. He really wanted to say something. It looked like the country I had laid down for you. But when he thought that the person next to him was Ronald, he lost the interest to speak in an instant. After this incident, the three of Harry were not as relaxed as they were at first. After all, they were still young and did not expect to be so dangerous. The three thought that if it wasn't for Richard being with Ronald this time, it might have been heroic. So when facing the door of the next room, instead of being in a hurry as before, I became more careful. First, Ronald leaned on the door and listened for a while, but there was no sound. Hermione turned the doorknob so it could turn. Then it was Harry who raised his ambition and tremblingly opened the door slowly, but it didn't open completely. There was only one gap, and then the three little wizards slowly stretched their heads over, intending to observe and observe before deciding what to do. Richard stretched behind him. Hey, he was a little sleepy, so he shouldn't be too tired. Then he pushed the door open, because the three little wizards were lying on the door. Richard pushed the door faster, without telling them. Harry and Ronald jumped to the ground. As for Hermione, Hermione was hugged by the quick-sighted Richard, so she didn't fall down. Advertisement. The two of Harry lying on the ground cast contemptuous looks at Richard. Richard responded with a smile, and spread his hands, saying that I only have two hands, one hand to push the door, and the other hand to hold Hermione. There are no extra hands to help you. When everyone came to this room, they found that compared to the previous room, this room was much more spacious. There was only a crucible in the center of the table, and beside the crucible were some ingredients for making potions. Zero, is this for us to make a potion? It should be. Let's check the door of the next room first, just in case they forget to lock it. Richard said, this is what you guys are thinking about. Came to the opposite side of the room. This time there is no door, but there is a door-shaped aperture. Richard was a little surprised when he saw this appearance. Is this something that was not included in the original book? Was it added first? The prudent Richard slowed down slowly, while the three little ones went on an indomitable journey. All three of them stopped in their tracks, sobbing slowly and softly at first, and then immediately began to lie on the ground and cry loudly. Seeing this strange phenomenon, Richard became more cautious and walked forward step by step carefully. On the way forward, Richard felt as if his body was very tired at first, and then gradually became sad, and the more sad he went. When Richard came to Harry, he felt as if the whole world had abandoned him. Richard found that he was in tears. Seeing that the situation was not good, he hurriedly dragged Hermione back. After moving away from the aperture, the sad mood just now gradually calmed down. At this time, Hermione's mood seemed to have calmed down a lot, but she was still sobbing softly. Interesting, what kind of magic spell is this? I haven't seen it in the original book. It can actually affect people's emotions. It's so interesting. Soon Hermione finally returned to normal. Thinking that she was crying there just now, she blushed instantly. But this was not the time for embarrassment and anger. Get them back quickly. Isn't it bad for your health to cry like this? Suddenly thinking about it, it seems that this is really not good. I was too busy admiring the look of the two rolling on the ground, but I forgot. Why there is no camera or something to take pictures? It must be very interesting to show Harry when I come back. Yes, yes, I'll pull them back right away. Of course it can't be in the past. Richard took out his wand and used the flying charm on the two of them to bring them out. After being dragged out of the range of influence by 2.9, the two people who were still on the ground, regardless of howling and rolling, slowly stopped their movements, as if they had realized something, and they lay down on the ground and pretended to be dead. Richard suppressed his smile, walked to the two people, and kicked the two people, sorry that they were too dirty to touch with his hands. Only then did Harry and Ronald get up from the ground. What happened just now? Why am I so sad all of a sudden? Yeah, me too. It's just that suddenly a piece of parchment slowly floated over from above the light gate, with only one line of writing on it. Only happy people are qualified to get the ultimate thing through this door, okay? Let me do it this time. Richard, who had been fishing all the time, knew that he couldn't escape at this time. Even if there is no reminder from her in the first level, Hermione will still remember it. The test is Hermione's knowledge and memorization. The second level is a test of Harry's flying. Although the third level is a test of Ronald's chess-playing ability, but the most important thing is to test Ronald's spirit of self-sacrifice. This fourth level is the time to test Richard. He has been learning potion making from Snape, so Richard's level of potion making is going to be tested. Chapter 62. Then Richard led everyone back to the table and glanced at the potion ingredients on the table. The closed door just now should be able to affect our emotions. As long as you get close to it, you will make people sad. This parchment explains very clearly that only happy people can pass through. I read the material, and it can be used to refine the euphoria. So this level is for us to refine the euphoria potion, and then drink it to pass. It should be, but the euphoria is a potion. Why haven't I seen it before? Hermione asked curiously. This is a potion that is only learned in the 5th grade, but I have refined it a few times with Professor Snape, so I am quite proficient. Let me make it. Speaking of which, Richard started to process the raw materials. First, mash the root of Albizia gillibrissum and mix it with unicorn hair and soak it in hot water. Then stir clockwise all the time until a sunny golden liquid appears. Immediately after that, pour the Albizia gillibrissum powder into the pot and continue to stir counterclockwise with the stirring rod. Slowly, the liquid in the crucible turns into a clear golden color. Okay, it's done. Hearing Richard's voice, the others hurried over to see it. It's so beautiful. Yes, and it makes me so happy when I smell it. But now there is a problem. That is, the dose of the medicine is only enough for 2. Hearing what Richard said, all 3 were silent. At this point, Richard broke the silence. Let me go in with Harry, Hermione. Go find an owl and write a letter to Dumbledore. Ronald, go to Professor McGonagall and tell her that we are in danger in the Chamber of Secrets. Just let her come here quickly. Needless to say anything else, yes. They will neither believe nor waste their time. Richard knew that this must be by design. Harry is the prophesied savior and must go in, and the extra person is for Richard so that he can escort Harry to avoid accidents. Seeing that Richard had already made a decision, Hermione also knew that this was the best choice. Richard had the highest strength, so he and Harry would go in together to ensure safety. After the two quickly ran back, Richard also started discussing with Harry. No matter who is opposite Harry, it must be the professor. If we don't use tactics, our chances of winning are basically 0. You go in first to attract his attention, and then I will use the disillusionment spell to hide. In order to avoid being discovered by him, I will leave you a little farther away. Don't give away any clues. Just pretend that I don't exist, and then I will sneak attack him when the right time is right. But first let me say that my magic spell may not be able to hide the professor. What do you think? As soon as Harry heard such a high-end vocabulary of tactics, of course he agreed. Originally, he thought whether he would enter alone, but now there are 2 people who have a great chance of winning. After finishing speaking, both of them drank the euphoria potion, and then Harry rushed into the light door without looking back. Advertisement. Richard counted silently outside the door, and when he counted to 100, he put a disillusionment spell on himself, and then walked into the aperture. When Richard walked into the aperture and came to the next room, the first thing he saw was a long staircase, and he walked down the stairs carefully to avoid making a sound. This is where Harry is seen talking to Quirrell in front of the mirror of Eriste. But Snape tried to kill me that day at the Quidditch match. That was the main reason why Harry had always thought it was Snape. No, child. I was indeed the one who cast the spell on you that day. If Snape's robes hadn't caught fire and blocked my view, I would have killed you that day. Even if Snape kept chanting the counterspell, it wouldn't help. Although I don't know why, but the master's order must be obeyed. Killing you is his order to me. Of course, if it wasn't for Snape's constant obstruction, I would have killed you long ago. I asked him for a euphoric potion, but he didn't believe me and even threatened me. Is that why Snape threatened? And did you attack Filch too? Of course, I know that the content of the last level must use the euphoria, but Snape didn't give it to me. So I can only control Filch and let him go to the infirmary to ask for some. I wanted to kill him directly but didn't thinking that there is still a little wizard looking for him, so I can only erase his memory. It's all because of you, Harry, and it's all because I haven't killed you, which disappoints my master, but he knows that I'm his most loyal servant, and I'm willing to die for him. Then Quirrell seemed to lose interest in communicating with Harry and turned to face the mirror of Eriste. Seeing Quirrell with his back turned to him, the scar on Harry's forehead began to tingle again. What is this mirror for? Why did I see my desire in the mirror? I saw that I was holding the Philosopher's Stone, but how did I do it? At this time, a vicissitudes of life sounded in the room. That child, he is the key. Use him to take out the Philosopher's Stone. Hearing this voice, Harry panicked and looked around for the source of the voice. But Quirrell was very calm and composed, and said to Harry quickly, "Come here, Potter. Don't make me do it now." Seeing this situation, Harry knew that resistance was meaningless, so he walked over obediently and came to the front of the Reese's magic mirror. "Look in this mirror and tell me what you see." Harry looked at the mirror obediently and saw himself in the mirror smiling at himself, and took a red gemstone from nowhere and put it in his left trouser pocket. Harry outside the mirror only felt his right trouser's pocket suddenly sink. He touched it quietly with his hand, and sure enough, something appeared in his pocket. Harry knew it must be the Sorcerer's Stone, and didn't know that Richard had come in. No, when to make a move, the Philosopher's Stone cannot be snatched by Quirrell. "Tell me quickly, what did you see?" Seeing Harry's expression change, Quirrell hurriedly asked. "I saw it. I saw Dumbledore shaking my hand again, and we won Quidditch and won the House Cup." Advertisement, he was lying. That vicissitudes of voice came again. Hearing that Harry was lying, Quirrell was furious for a moment and shouted loudly, "Tell me the truth. What did you see? Let me come." That vicissitudes of voice seemed to be about to show up, and he probably didn't intend to continue entanglement like this. Although this is Hogwarts, but now it has reached a critical juncture, and he has no choice but to show up. "But Master, your physical strength is not enough. Believe me, I will definitely be able to do it." Quirrell showed a frightened expression when he heard this voice. Although he considered himself Voldemort's servant and had always worked for him, and even Voldemort had always been attached to him, but showing it in front of others, Quirrell subconsciously refused. "Shut up, you damn trash. You can't do anything well. You still can't do it if I don't come out, and I still have the physical strength to deal with it." Seeing Voldemort's firmness, Quirrell didn't dare to continue persuading, and directly took off the turban that had been worn on his head for the whole semester. Under the hood was a bald head. Suddenly, there was a squirm at the back of the head, as if something was about to come out, and then a face clearly appeared, looking at Harry through the mirror of Eriste. "Harry Potter. Voldemort?" Harry yelled in horror. This pair of entangled fate finally officially met at this moment. "Do you know what I have suffered in order to survive? I can only parasitize others like a parasite, and in order to continue my life, I can only suck the blood of unicorns and become a half-lived and half-dead monsters, never have their own body. Now there is something that can help me solve this 020 problem, and the answer is in your pocket. Give it to me quickly." Hearing that Voldemort knew that the Philosopher's Stone was in his pocket, Harry ran back in a hurry, and at this moment Quirrell, who was controlled by Voldemort, snapped his fingers, and suddenly raging flames appeared around him, and at this moment Richard had already sneaked up to Harry's side. Seeing Harry being held in flames, Voldemort continued, "Why do you choose to die? Isn't it good to live well? Come on, Harry. Come to me and you can live on. You've lost your heart. It's absolutely impossible." Hearing Harry's refusal, Voldemort was not angry. He still had a way. He knew that parents must be this child's weakness. "It's really courageous. Just like your parents back then, Harry. Don't you want to see your parents again? Come and cooperate with me. I will resurrect your parents and reunite your family." Seeing Harry couldn't help taking out the Philosopher's Stone, Voldemort knew that the child's heart was moved. Looking at the gem that seemed to be solidified by flames, Voldemort had never felt that resurrection was so close, but he was not in a hurry, or rather he was sure of his ability to seduce with words, and then went on. "There is no absolute good or evil in this world. Only power is eternal. You have the right to do whatever you want, including compiling history at will. At that time, who is good and who is evil is what we say. And I only need a little thing, that is the Philosopher's Stone. As long as you give me the Philosopher's Stone, these are difficult to achieve. Hearing what happened next, Richard was almost amused by Voldemort's stupidity. He used his parents as bait, and Harry was moved. You suddenly gain power, and he is only in the 1st grade. Can he understand what you said? Sure enough, Harry was already on the verge of moving, and Harry, who was immersed in the family portrait woven by Voldemort, woke up instantly. You are dreaming. I will never give you the Philosopher's Stone. Chapter 63. Seeing that he didn't talk to Harry, Voldemort became furious. Kill him. You can torture him a little bit. Let him know the consequences of rejecting the Dark Lord. In order to save energy, Voldemort handed over control of his body to Quirrell again. Hearing Voldemort's order, Quirrell immediately took out his wand and shouted at Harry. With the casting of the Cruciatus spell, Harry immediately felt piercing pain all over his body, and the piercing pain made him feel so much pain that he couldn't live without it. At this point, Richard resisted the urge to do it. He knew it was not a good time. Not long after, Harry passed out from the pain, and Quirrell didn't continue to cast spells, and went directly to get the Philosopher's Stone that had fallen on the ground. Just when Quirrell lowered his head to pick it up, the back of his head slipped out unconsciously. Right now, Richard cast Purifying Lightning directly at Voldemort's face on the back of Quirrell's head. The upgraded Purification Lightning is indeed a bit thicker than it was at the beginning. If it was only the thickness of a pencil at the beginning, it can now be said to have the width of a water glass, and its power is much greater. Lightning instantly focused on Voldemort's face, and 2 stern voices sounded. Now Voldemort and Quirrell are 1 body and 2 souls. Although Quirrell is the main one, when Voldemort is hurt, Quirrell will also be hurt. However, the main reason why Richard shot at Voldemort was not to kill him. Richard knew that his magic spell had not yet reached a certain stage. The main reason was to consume Voldemort's physical strength so that he could not take over Quirrell's body. Against Quirrell controlled by Voldemort, Richard is not sure. After all, he is the 2nd-generation Dark Lord, not to mention his magical attainments, but his combat experience is not comparable to his own. Now if Quirrell acts on his own, Richard still has some chances of winning. Seeing that more than half of his physical strength was about to be consumed, Richard also stopped casting the Purifying Lightning. He knew that even if he continued, he would not be able to kill Voldemort, and his physical strength would also be exhausted. When Quirrell came out, it would be a man-made knife and a fish for me. Without Richard's spell, Quirrell hastily retreated to the mirror and asked about Voldemort's condition in a low voice. And Richard also came to Harry's side to check on Harry's condition. Fortunately, he just passed out, but he would have to stay in the hospital for at least a few days after being hit by the Cruciatus curse. Originally, Richard's plan was that Quirrell should pounce on him and be caught and burned to death by Harry, and then deal with Voldemort's escaping remnant soul himself, but he didn't expect that Voldemort didn't follow the script and asked Quirrell to torture Harry, which was beyond Richard's. That's why Harry fell into a coma. Are you that little wizard in the Forbidden Forest? My master asked me to tell you that we can cooperate, and after the master is resurrected, we will do our best to train you to become the 3rd generation of the Dark Lord. Seeing that it can only be relayed by Quirrell now, Richard knew that his plan had succeeded, but he still spoke tentatively. This is too insincere. What if your master regrets it afterwards? Let your master come and tell me. The master said that the meeting with the 2 future generations of Devil Kings needs to be more formal. His current state is not suitable for communicating with you directly. As a sincerity, you can keep the Philosopher's Stone on your behalf. When the holidays come, I will pay you a home visit as a professor, and you can also give me a home visit. However, if you strongly request, the master can also regain control of my body. From the words just now, Richard heard 2 layers of meaning. The first layer is that Voldemort is indeed unable to come out now. It is nonsense to regain control of his body. If it was possible, Voldemort would have come out long ago, and he would not approve of it. 2 generations of Dark Lords. The second meaning is threat. You are a student now, and we know your home address. Even if we can't do anything about you now, don't blame us for looking for your family later. As for threatening his family, Richard is not very worried at this stage, but the latter is indeed a problem. At this time, Richard also understood why Hermione cast the forgetting curse on her family and sent her abroad. It was just something that interfered with the normal life of her parents. Go out for a walk, solve all the problems by yourself, and let your parents come back. These are things for the future, and now the main thing is to kill Quirrell. Since Lord Voldemort is so sincere, I would be disrespectful if I was refusing. So please Professor Quirrell go first. I will erase Harry's memory. Advertisement. The master said that Harry Potter must be killed, and I hope you don't stop him. That's not okay. If Harry Potter dies here, there's nothing I can do to Dumbledore. Seeing that Richard firmly disagreed, Quirrell didn't say anything, but after hearing something, he looked at Richard in surprise and was about to leave. When the two passed by each other, Richard suddenly turned around and said, Shenfeng Wuing. But Quirrell reacted immediately and dodged directly, and even counterattacked, reciprocating with Avada Kedavra. Seeing the green light, Richard quickly called the brazier next to him to block Quirrell's killing curse. Strange how Quirrell became so smart that he knew he would make a shot? Sure enough, the master said that you are cunning and let me pay attention that you will definitely sneak attack. As expected of Voldemort, he guessed that he would make a move. Then Richard put a layer of iron armor on himself first, and then poured the magic power into the brazier just now. In an instant, the brazier turned into a flaming sword. Just like this, Richard held the wand in one hand and the sword in the other. Quirrell rushed over. A sword slashed at Quirrell, but Quirrell didn't resist. Richard knew it must be the iron armor curse, and just wanted to change direction, but Quirrell took a sudden step forward. In this way, Richard's sword directly hit the iron armor curse, and a force was transmitted from the sword. Richard couldn't hold the hilt immediately, and the fiery sword fell from Richard's hand, and fell to the ground and turned back into an extinguished brazier. This is when Quirrell didn't stay idle. Seeing that Richard was blocked by the fire sword, he paused for a moment, and directly cast the shattering spell on Richard. Bones and pieces, however, because Richard also put the iron armor curse on himself, the crushing curse and the iron armor curse collided. With the disappearance of the crushing curse, the light film on Richard's body also shattered. Seeing that the iron armor curse on Richard disappeared, Quirrell cast a stunning curse directly. The B**************** D fell to the ground. At this time, Richard had recovered from the rigidity just now. Seeing the spell flying towards him, a petrification spell was issued immediately, and the two spells collided in the air again. Without Voldemort's blessing, the two spells at that time, the level was about the same, and he disappeared in the air. Seeing that his magic spell was hit by Richard and disappeared, Quirrell couldn't help showing a surprised expression. After all, the front was resisting each other, but he didn't expect Richard's magic power and magic spell. His level is actually comparable to his own, but Richard is only in the first grade. Seeing Quirrell pause in surprise, Richard didn't give in, and directly cast the disarming curse. Disarm you, but it didn't hit Quirrell, but was blocked by Quirrell's obstacles. Then Richard cast the spell continuously. Total petrochemical, bones in pieces, advertisement, torn apart, flaming drowsy. Because of the surprise just now, Quirrell lost the opportunity. Facing Richard's magic 5-strike combo, Quirrell could only block it with difficulty, but he didn't notice that Richard was slowly shifting towards Harry. When Quirrell finally dealt with the 5 spells, Richard had come to Harry's side and picked up the Philosopher's Stone. Seeing Richard touch the Philosopher's Stone in his hand, Quirrell asked out of breath, "How on earth can you give me the Philosopher's Stone?" "I want it, I want it," Richard said to Quirrell in a beating tone. Seeing this, Quirrell held his wand tightly and was about to continue attacking Richard, but Richard suddenly released a spell. Smoky at this time. A large amount of smoke suddenly appeared from Richard's wand, and gradually the whole room was filled with thick smoke, and the visibility plummeted. Zhao zhao hao. Under Voldemort's constant urging, Quirrell carefully flew towards the figure in the smoke, aiming at the target and attacking directly. That's great. It should have been strangled. Before Quirrell could cheer up, a pair of small hands rested on his, and suddenly a tingling pain came from his hands. With a loud cry, Quirrell fell to the ground. At this moment, Quirrell's 2 hands seemed to be scorched. After a while, the hands turned into powder, and at this moment, a voice rang out from beside his ears. All petrified. Without his wand, Quirrell was instantly cursed and froze in place. At this time, the smoke cleared, and I saw that Richard actually used the levitating spell to control the unconscious Harry to stand up. It turned out that the figure Quirrell had just strangled was Harry. Wait, we are discussing. Richard ignored Quirrell completely. He knew, villain or not, talking too much would kill him. Then Richard controlled Harry to fly to Quirrell's body, and then took Harry's little hand and put it directly on Quirrell's face. And Quirrell seemed to be touched by a red-hot iron. A lot of thick smoke came out from his face, and he screamed incessantly. Soon Quirrell turned into flying ashes and disappeared, leaving only the robes he was wearing to prove his existence. Chapter 64. Richard knew it wasn't over yet. Voldemort was supposed to be coming out soon, and stared cautiously at Quirrell's robes with his wand in hand. Soon a human face made of smoke flew out of Quirrell's robes. This face was full of anger, roaring and rushing towards Richard. Richard quickly used the purification lightning. The face of the person struck by lightning showed a painful expression. You are all of the same origin. So can you devour this Voldemort? Seeing that Voldemort's remnant soul was restrained, Richard hurriedly asked the crown, the remnant soul in Voldemort's Horcrux? No, he is the main soul. Those of us who are separated are remnant souls. If I go to devour him, I will be swallowed back instantly. Only the main soul can swallow the remnant souls. Even if it is the remnant souls and other Horcruxes, there is no way to swallow it. Seeing Richard's ferocity, Guan dared not slack in the slightest, and said quickly it turned out that the friend without a nose turned out to be his main soul. In fact, Voldemort in soul form has a nose, but the crown can only be in the container and cannot see the surrounding environment. There was nothing he could do about seeing the crown, so Richard had no choice but to give up his strategy of using Voldemort to control Voldemort, and could only follow the plot step by step. But this is really a good opportunity, and it would be a pity to give up directly. Why don't you give it a try? Anyway, there is no danger. With the protection of the storage device, the crown is completely harmless to Richard. At this point, Richard took out some food directly from the storage, and continued to use the purification lightning with all his strength while eating. Voldemort, who was bathed in lightning, kept screaming in pain, but there was no sign of it dissipating. Sure enough, it still didn't work. This was Richard's last thought, and then he couldn't bear it anymore and fell into a coma. In the coma, Richard didn't notice that his magic still had some effect on Voldemort. The face made of smoke shrunk a little, but it may not be visible to the naked eye. When Richard woke up again, he was already lying on the bed in the infirmary, opened his eyes and looked around for a while. Harry was still unconscious on the bed next to him. Looking at the sky outside, Richard found that the sun had crossed the center line and was heading towards the west. It should be afternoon now. As for whether it was the afternoon of the second day or the third day, Richard was not sure. After all, he was inexperienced for the first time in a coma. But seeing that Harry was still comatose on the side, it should not be the third day, and Harry woke up on the third day. There was actually a greeting card on the bedside, which said "Get well soon," and the font should be written by Hermione. And Richard's ring is also on the side. Richard was relieved to see that the ring was still there, and quickly took it and put it on. At the same time, he reflected on his own behavior in breaking through the level. Fortunately, everything went according to plan, but he was impulsive when facing Voldemort's soul at the end, which should not have been done. Now that I know that I still have nothing to do with him, I shouldn't continue to use magic. This will have no effect other than deepening Voldemort's hatred for him, and it will also put him in a coma. If Dumbledore finds out about the crown ring existence is really hard to explain. While Richard was still thinking about himself, Voldemort in spirit state had already flown back to his lair, the Albonian forest, but at this time Voldemort's spirit was already so weak that he could only possess a boa constrictor. Voldemort didn't remember what happened in the end. He only remembered Harry Potter standing on the steps holding the Philosopher's Stone. After that his memory completely disappeared. He couldn't remember anything. Damn it. Why is this happening? You're already so close to the Sorcerer's Stone. You'll be resurrected soon. What happened? Where did the damned Quirrell go, Cabba? Why did I come back here again? Still so weak. And what's wrong with my soul? Damn Harry Potter. Is it him again? After a while, Voldemort finally calmed down and carefully calculated the next thing. First of all, he had to be resurrected, but while arranging the resurrection plan, he also had to find a way to find the prophecy ball at that time to see what the prophecy was and why Harry could stop him all the time. Back at Hogwarts, Harry, who was still lying on the bed, suddenly sneezed a few times. Richard also finished reflecting on this incident. Anyway, the past has passed, so let's not think about it. Advertisement, by the way. Didn't you touch Lu Wei before going down? Come and see what you can get. Thinking of this, Qian turned on the system in his mind. Storage extraction selection. Found the only storage extraction. Mature three-headed dog, 6 times. Whether to open. Confirm to open. Whether to use autonomous extraction. If not in use, turn on random collection. 1/6. Randomly selected. Experience value plus 30. 2/6. Random selection. Experience value plus 30. 3/6. Random selection. Experience value plus 30. 4/6. Random selection. Experience value plus 30. 5/6. Random selection. Experience value plus 30. 6/6. Random selection. Experience value plus 30. The remaining experience points are 292. Very good. Seeing this result, Richard is no longer angry at all. Maybe this is what should be done. It's not normal to have a skill. The expressionless Richard lay peacefully on the bed, staring at the ceiling with blank eyes. And at this time, someone pushed the door and came in. It was Hermione and Ronald. Ronald walked to Harry's bed, and Hermione came to Richard's bed. Originally seeing Richard lying there, Hermione thought that Richard hadn't woken up, but when she got closer, she saw that Richard's eyes were open, and she was frightened. He jumped and immediately showed a look of surprise. "Richard, you woke up. How do you feel now? Are you still uncomfortable?" "Yeah, I'm awake. I don't feel good about anything right now." Richard's pun meant that he was awake, and that he had woken up from his African nightmare. Advertisement at the same time. Richard was also a little surprised by his state. It shouldn't be. He should have completely exhausted his physical strength, and then fell into a coma. Why didn't he react at all after waking up? "Richard, don't be discouraged. Although we failed to catch Snape this time, as long as he is still at Hogwarts and continues to do bad things, as long as we can keep an eye on him, we will definitely be able to catch him." At that time, Hermione said to Richard that although Ronald was separated from Harry's hospital bed, he also cheered for Richard. I can't understand what you were talking about." Richard was a little dazed. "What discouraged? What Snape? What must have caught him? What are you talking about?" Richard couldn't understand at the time. "Just now you lay motionless on the hospital bed. Your eyes were still open, and you kept looking up. Wasn't it because you saw that Snape, whom you had always trusted, was really a bad guy, and you didn't catch Snape? Discouraged? That's what I've seen on TV." Hermione said to Richard with a reassuring look. "That's right. Although we were angry when we saw Snape at the school hall today, we couldn't escape him. Don't worry. We'll all keep an eye on him." Ronald also agreed beside him. By the way, they probably didn't know the truth yet, so they thought Snape was that person, but they didn't catch him. "That person is not Snape, but the messenger." Richard told the truth flatly. "How is it possible? Are you lying to me?" Hermione and Ronald shouted in unison. "The fact is like this. After Harry and I went in, Quirrell was inside. By the way, how did Harry and I get out, do you know? At first we wanted to go to the professor, as you said, Ronald, and I went right to Professor Dumbledore, but Professor McGonagall told us that Professor Dumbledore had returned. So he took us directly to the principal's office, found Professor Dumbledore, and the professor told us let's go back to sleep and he will take care of the rest, and then let Professor McGonagall take us back to the dormitory. In the morning, Professor McGonagall said that you were already in the infirmary. What happened there? Actually, I don't know what happened in the end. Can you call Professor Dumbledore over here? This is true, and Richard didn't know what happened to Voldemort's soul in the end. Don't shout. I'm already here. Dumbledore and Mrs. Favory suddenly appeared at the door. I think you can go back first. After all, he just woke up now. It's not suitable for too many people here. Madame Pomfrey said to Ronald and Hermione. Mr. Principal, you'd better not take too long. The patient still needs to rest. After Madame Pomfrey finished speaking, she dragged the two little wizards out of the ward. Although they didn't want to leave, they had to say goodbye to Richard. At this moment, there are only 2.5 people left in the room. Harry is unconscious now. Count as half. Good afternoon, Lou. Good afternoon, Professor. How is Voldemort? Have you caught him yet? Don't worry, Richard. We still have an afternoon. Just as Dumbledore said this, Madame Pomfrey coughed dryly in the distance. But we still have to make a long story short. Dumbledore quickly changed his words. After all, he had worked so hard to poach Madame Pomfrey from St. Mungo's hospital for magical injuries and wounds, so he couldn't get angry. Don't you want to know the whereabouts of the Philosopher's Stone? Dumbledore asked curiously. When I was in a coma, Voldemort was already in the state of a soul. He couldn't hold the Sorcerer's Stone, and just now Hermione also said that you should be there soon. So the Sorcerer's Stone must be in your hands. There is nothing to say of. Aren't you interested in the Philosopher's Stone? Seeing Richard's indifferent attitude, Dumbledore became even more curious. What are you interested in? Immortality? Or making gold? I'm only 12 years old. I'm not interested in immortality at my age. As for gold, although my family's money is not much, it's enough for me to squander it. Richard really wasn't interested in the Philosopher's Stone at all. Chapter 65. Seeing that Richard was genuinely indifferent to the Philosopher's Stone, Dumbledore was even more satisfied with Richard. But I still want to tell you that I have discussed the Sorcerer's Stone with Nicholas, and I have already destroyed it. Now can you tell me what's going on inside first? There is nothing to say about the previous levels. After all, they were all designed by you. As for the room in the back, don't you really know? Richard is a bit strange. According to the plot in the original book, Dumbledore should know what happened in it. So this is acting with yourself here? Seeing Richard's distrustful eyes, Dumbledore knew that Richard should know something, but shouldn't. He couldn't possibly know the layout of his own room since the end. But Dumbledore still decided to say it. It is true that I placed a few small spells on the mirror of Erased, so that you can see things on the other side of the mirror, but there is only a picture, no sound, and you suddenly cast a smoke spell behind it, and then Quirrell suddenly shattered. What's going on inside? Hearing this, Richard also breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, it is really hard to explain why he used Harry to attract Quirrell, and then used Harry to destroy Quirrell, and he didn't know what happened in it. So it's easy to make up, it's a fabrication. I'll tell you that you must know that as soon as I entered that room, I felt someone was watching me all the time. At that time, Quirrell and I had been competing with magic spells, but I knew that my magic power would be exhausted, showing weakness, before him. So I want to take Harry and run with the Sorcerer's Stone first. Speaking of this, Richard deliberately made an embarrassed expression. Badash, shameless. It's okay, kid. It's normal. Although you are very talented, you are still young after all. Dumbledore actually believed it and comforted Richard, cutting sentences. And then, what happened then? Then I was caught by Quirrell when I was running with Harry on my back, but because of the heavy smoke, Quirrell mistook Harry for me and strangled Harry's neck when I came up. Harry probably reacted unconsciously and put his hand on Quirrell's in my hand. Quirrell's hand was burned away. Seeing that Harry's hand was useless, I decided not to run away and directly used Harry to destroy Quirrell. But I didn't expect that Quirrell died, and Voldemort didn't follow him. Floating out, and then I suddenly felt that as long as I took the wand and shouted the spell, the cleansing lightning would kill him. But in the end I passed out and he was fine. By the way, Professor, you know what happened to Harry's hand? You should be able to think about it carefully, the relationship between Harry, Quirrell, and Voldemort, and how Voldemort died at that time. Well, I have always been a Riddler, and now there are still people putting on airs in front of me, so I can't get used to it. Pretending to think about it, Richard said directly. Is it Harry's mother? I heard that Harry's mother used an ancient spell to protect Harry from Voldemort's harm at the cost of her own life. That's why Voldemort's killing curse bounced back. Could it be that this curse has never disappeared and has always existed? Quirrell and Voldemort belong to one body with two souls. Although the body belongs to Quirrell, part of the soul belongs to Voldemort, and this ancient curse determines that Quirrell is Voldemort, so it will. After saying that, Richard looked at Dumbledore. How is it? How is your answer? Advertisement. Dumbledore was obviously stunned for a moment. He knew Richard's intelligence, but he guessed it right so quickly. It was too monstrous. I can't explain it better. That's it. I'm adding a little bit. This spell will not last forever. It will disappear when Harry Potter is 18 years old, and Harry must live with his relatives for several years every year, month, or the magic of love will dissipate. He even told himself such a secret thing. What is Dumbledore going to do? Thinking of yesterday's breakthrough and the 2 potions in the last level, Richard also understood that this is to let himself be Harry's babysitter. This is not possible. It's okay to give him some help within the scope of his ability, but it's not good to be a nanny. But Dumbledore didn't say anything about this kind of thing, and Richard couldn't refuse it. It was difficult. At this point, Dumbledore thought for a moment and then said to Richard, Richard, I have a request. Although it's not very good to make it now, I wonder if you can. Before Dumbledore could finish speaking, Richard directly interrupted Dumbledore. I refuse. I don't know how to be a nanny. You have to tell me how good it is that everyone understands it. Huh? What babysitter? What are you talking about? Dumbledore was taken aback. Isn't it a nanny thing? Sorry, I thought wrong. What are you going to say? I want to say, can you use that magic again? Just use it a little bit. Hearing this, Richard didn't refuse, and directly took out his wand from the cabinet next to him, and cast a cleansing lightning. The innate magic of unicorns? It's very similar, but there are some differences. It seems that it is more sacred and should focus more on the soul. Song Nung deservedly said that it was Dumbledore who saw the key content in an instant. Your last magic was a special flame, Dumbledore said suddenly. Richard was taken aback. Why did Dumbledore suddenly ask this? And at the same time he also thought of a question, his own magic. When he met a Norwegian ridgeback, he would get dragon flames, and when he met a unicorn, he would get lightning. Would people notice it? It's hard for others to say what came out, but it's hard to say whether Dumbledore will have any conjectures in this regard. In the future, it's better to think of a way to cover it up. Now I can only pretend to be stupid. Yes, Professor. The magic I awakened last time is indeed a kind of flame. Dumbledore glanced at Richard thoughtfully and didn't say anything else. He knew that Richard must have secrets, but as long as he wasn't an evil person, There would be secrets if there were secrets, and in this situation, the stronger Richard is the more confident he was in Voldemort. Even after Harry was still too young and immature. Professor, you haven't said what happened to store Voldemort. Advertisement. When I came to the room, Tom's soul was still there, but he was obviously traumatized. But I couldn't stop this form. I could only let him fly out. At first I wanted to follow, but Tom's speed in the soul state is too fast, and he can travel through matter. There is no way to track him. We can only watch him fly away. And I sent you to the infirmary after I came back. After inspection, Harry was indeed traumatized to a certain extent. Fortunately, we have an excellent potion professor, and his potion can heal Harry very well, but your condition is very fast. There is no injury at all, but the physical exertion is too serious. Just right, Ms. Pomfrey has a high concentration stamina recovery potion from St. Mungo's Hospital, and it will be fine after you take it. Richard, your exclusive magic seems to consume a lot of stamina. Do you know what's going on? Zero looking for flowers. I don't know that either. Richard was taken aback by Dumbledore, which was pretty close to the truth. I can't say any more, and if I say it, it will be exposed. Need to change the subject quickly, a topic that can attract Dumbledore's attention. We have to start with Voldemort. Professor, you watched the whole process. Do you know how Voldemort did it? Hearing Richard mention Voldemort, he really attracted Dumbledore. No idea. I really don't know how Tom did it, and if he didn't drink the unicorn's blood, I still have a way to affect him, but after he drank the unicorn's blood, he became in this state between life and death. I have nothing to do with him now, but if I want to get rid of him now, I can only wait for him to be resurrected. Although your magic has a certain influence on him, he is still alive. He can recover, and if his soul energy is stronger, I'm afraid your magic won't be able to do anything to him. In fact, Dumbledore didn't know that Richard's magic could be upgraded. Of course, Richard can't be exposed anymore, so Richard decided that he can only show his first-level ability in front of Dumbledore at most, and Dumbledore must not let Dumbledore see the upgraded one. And Richard, where did your ring come from? Why do I always feel that this ring seems to have the breath of black magic? I found this ring from the room of requirement, but the black magic should be gone now, and I felt something was wrong at first, so I purified it with purification lightning, and now there may be some residual breath, etc. I will purify the lightning purification again. It's true that your magic should be very effective on these things. You just know it. Well, let's stop here today. After all, Ms. Pomfrey should drive her away. Having said that, Dumbledore walked towards the door. By the way, I'll trouble you to explain to Harry when he wakes up. An old man like me doesn't have so much energy. Richard, who had been expecting this old thing to leave quickly agreed. At this time, as long as Dumbledore is willing to leave, he can agree to stay here. The color of the quarter prison underwear will be revealed. Seeing Dumbledore walk out of the infirmary, Richard's heart was relieved, and he finally managed it. Turning his head and seeing that Harry was still in a coma, Richard couldn't help feeling that he woke up early. If only he woke up later and woke up with Harry. Then, it seemed that everyone knew that Richard had woken up. Ravenclaw's classmates, Miles and Terry, came to visit him and told him that the final test results came out this time, and Richard did not expect to pass the exam. First, the second is Hermione of Gryffindor. She is only a little worse than Richard in the history of magic, and the others are basically the same as Richard. Hearing this, Richard had an ominous premonition. In fact, he didn't care about the grades, but Hermione was very strong. Knowing that he got the second place in the exam, he would definitely be unwilling. He seemed to be in trouble. Thinking of this, Richard couldn't help but knocking on the head. Everyone thought that Richard hadn't recovered yet, so they directly offered to leave. Chapter 66. Before anyone else had gone far, senior sister Penelope came. She seemed a little upset, and after saying hello to Richard, she went straight to Harry's bedside. What's the matter, senior? Do you know Harry Potter? Richard asked curiously. At this time, Penelope came to Richard's bedside after investigating Harry's situation. No, I just want to see how Harry is doing. Tomorrow they will play Quidditch with us. Then you can rest assured, senior, it will take at least 3 days for Harry to wake up, and even if he wakes up, he can't play right away. The professors will not agree. We will definitely win Quidditch this time. At this time, Richard found that Penelope's expression seemed a little embarrassed, as if he had something difficult to say. What's wrong, senior? Suddenly Richard thought of something. If Ravenclaw wins this competition, then Slytherin will win the final Quidditch competition this semester, and then they will directly add 150 points. According to the current score, they will be higher than Ravenclaw. Actually, in fact, I don't want our college to win this Quidditch. Although I really want the college cup, I don't want to use this method to get it. But I know in 203 that this time the competition for the cup, the other colleges think you initiated it, but they don't know how it will affect you. Should I talk to Roger about it? Don't worry, senior. Even if Slytherin adds 150 points this time, they won't win the Academy Cup. Our biggest opponent is still Gryffindor, so let them try their best to win the game. Hearing Richard's words, Penelo was very puzzled. With Gryffindor's score and 150 points, he would not be Ravenclaw's opponent. Why is he the biggest opponent? But Penelo knew that Richard would not be aimless, so I won't continue to ask questions. When I saw Penelope, I immediately believed it, which made Richard feel better. Penelope is really gentle and virtuous, and he is a good candidate to be a wife? Why would I think these things? Penelo stayed in the ward for a while, chatted with Richard casually, and then offered to leave. And Richard was also a little sleepy at this time, so he didn't hold him back. He was just about to take a nap, but at this moment the knock on the door rang again. It was Slytherin's Gemma Foley who pushed the door open. Have you all lined up, one after another without crashing? Sean thought helplessly. Hi Richard, I didn't disturb you. Gemma closed the door gracefully while speaking, and turned to look at Richard. Of course not. Anyway, I can only lie on the bed now and have nothing to do. Richard responded vigorously. I know I'm bothering you and still come? It's like this. My father asked me to ask, when the time comes, how many of you will come over so that we can make a good reception? Seeing that Richard's spirit was not in a good state, Gemma thought that Richard hadn't recovered yet, and he didn't have the greetings from the nobles, straight into the topic and asked, You don't need to prepare anything. At most there are 2 to 3 people. There won't be too many people. Okay, then I won't disturb your rest. I wish you a speedy recovery. Goodbye. After saying that, Gemma left directly. Gemma's question this time also reminded Richard that he hasn't made an appointment with Professor Flitwick yet, and he doesn't know if he has time. Thinking of this, Richard couldn't sleep anymore. Advertisement, forget it. Why sleep for a long time during life and sleep forever after death? Don't sleep anymore. I'll ask Flitwick to accept it. Getting off the bed, just as his feet touched the ground, Richard's legs went limp, and he slapped Harry directly. At this moment, Hermione and Ronald came in from the outside. Seeing Richard kneeling on the ground facing Harry's bed, the air froze instantly. Hermione's eyes were red, and she began to sob softly, and Ronald's tears and snot flowed down together, and the voice of crying father and mother burst out in an instant. Just as the house was full of howling wolves, Richard hurried forward, gave Ronald a big fight, and then hugged Hermione. What's the matter? Don't you know that patients need to be quiet? Madame Pomfrey also came in from outside at this time. Harry is dead, Ronald said while crying. Madame Pomfrey hurried forward to check on Harry, who was lying quietly on the bed. Very good. Walking very peacefully. Nothing wrong. Harry is fine. He should recover in a day or 2. Why do you say he's dead? But just now Richard knelt down for Harry. This is the eyes of all 3 people looking at Richard. And Hermione also reacted and quickly pushed Richard away. Why was she in Richard's arms? She was ashamed to death. I said that when I got up. My legs gave way and I fell to my knees. Do you believe me? Richard didn't know what to say, so he made a nonsense, typed correctly. After Richard's various explanations, Hermione and Ronald finally believed, and Madame Pomfrey asked them to be quiet again and left the infirmary. Richard, you are not well now. Where were you going just now? Hermione was the first to break the silence in the room. It's like this. Gemma Foley from Slytherin invited me to her house. For safety reasons, I want Professor Flitwick to accompany me. I just wanted to go to Professor Flitwick when I woke up, Richard explained. At the beginning, Hermione's face darkened instantly when she heard that Richard was going to Gemma Foley's house, and then it got better when she heard that she was going with Professor Flitwick. Then why did you go to her house? Hermione continued. There is a very special magical animal in her house. I would like to see it very much. What magical animal? Hermione asked curiously. Cheelin, how is it special? Do you want to go and see it with me? Richard said proudly to Hermione. Advertisement, wow. Is it really a unicorn? It is said that Dumbledore was surrendered by a unicorn in the past. Ronald was also surprised to hear that it was a unicorn. And Hermione also showed a heart-beating expression, but then she seemed to think of something and had to tell Richard regretfully. I really want to see it, but there is no way. I have already discussed with my parents. I will go to Paris to watch it during the summer vacation. My aunt is there. Her husband died in a car accident. They want me to spend more time with my aunt in Paris. Richard, can I go with you? Ronald looked at Richard expectantly. Of course. but I think you'd better ask your parents first to see if they agree, Richard said indifferently. Okay, I'm going to write the letter now. After finishing speaking, Ronald left Harry and ran back. Then Miss Granger, can you accompany me to Professor Flitwick's office? Richard asked Hermione gentlemanly. Of course, it's my honor, Mr. Harris. Hermione responded to Richard in a ladylike tone. Then Hermione went over to help Richard off the bed, and both of them seemed to forget that Richard had nothing to do and could walk on his own. Just holding hands, the two came to Professor Flitwick's office. Richard knocked on the door first, and after getting a response, he pushed the door open. Originally, Hermione wanted to wait outside the door, but was dragged into the professor's office by Richard. Oh, Richard, why are you here? How is your recovery? Good afternoon, Miss Granger. Hello, Professor Flitwick. There is nothing wrong with my body. It's just that I have exhausted a lot of physical strength, and I have recovered. It's good that you're fine. What's the matter with you here? Professor, Gemma Foley from Slytherin invited me to her family to visit the unicorns. You know that I have no resistance to these magical animals, but the Foley family is a pure-blood family after all. I am a little muggle-born wizard. It's really insecure to go alone, so I hope you can go with me. Do you have time? Hearing about the unicorn, Professor Flitwick was also very interested. There is no way that this magical animal is too special in the world of wizards. Unfortunately, Richard, I also really want to see the unicorn, but I'm afraid I don't have the time this summer. Professors Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Snape and I are going to the Castello Bush School of Witchcraft and Magic to exchange ideas on building a magic school. Although the Foley family is a pure-blood family of 28, this family has always been a relatively low-key existence, and they are more tolerant of half-blood and muggle-born wizards. Of course, it is also because their family has a big problem. For the reason, it should be safe for you to go. If you are worried, there is actually another person who is more suitable than me. 3.7 You can go with Hagrid. With his protection, I believe you will be safe. When he first heard that Professor Flitwick had something to do, and that it was an event with the principal and the 4 deans, Richard felt cold, but he was unwilling to let it go. He thought it would be a big deal to take some risks and go by himself, but when Professor Flitwick mentioned Hagrid, Richard froze for a moment. What's wrong with me? Has my brain been eaten by Voldemort? It's true that Hagrid is a better candidate than Flitwick, who likes it should be said to be obsessed with magical animals, and is kind, easy to deceive. And even if something goes wrong, just a wizard with Hagrid's general grid is really not an opponent. Overjoyed, Richard even forgot that he needed Hermione's help and was about to say goodbye to Professor Flitwick, but Professor Flitwick waved him to wait for him to finish speaking. Richard also has the Academy Cup. It's really good to get this trophy, but it doesn't matter if you don't have it. After all, we don't value it. Professor, no one knows the result until the end, right? Looking at Richard with a mysterious face, Professor Flitwick didn't say anything. He said everything that should be said, and with Richard's mentality, there shouldn't be any problem. Chapter 67. After Richard and Hermione said goodbye to Professor Flitwick, they headed straight to Hagrid's cabin. When he came to the hut, Hagrid was still sitting on the steps of the house, playing his flute quietly. What's the matter? Is Hagrid thinking about spring? It's no wonder that Hagrid is not young, but he has never met the right person. The main reason is that his body size is too different from normal people. It is not suitable to go to the tribe. After all, Hagrid has the thinking and IQ of normal people, and giants are low-intelligence creatures. Now Hagrid and giants should actually be counted as 2 species. Of course, the most important thing is that Hagrid's body size is comparable to that of giants. For dwarves, they will be bullied. Forget about it. Remember that in the original book, Hagrid will meet a female headmistress who is also of the blood of a giant. Hagrid has helped him a lot, and he will definitely not let him die alone. Hi Hagrid, do you have time now? I have something to ask you, Richard said to Hagrid. Richard, Hermione, why are you here? Seeing someone coming to him, Hagrid first showed a happy smile, but when he saw that it was Richard, he immediately asked, how can you run around, Richard? Has your body recovered yet? Hearing Hagrid's concern, Richard still felt warmer, which strengthened his decision to help Hagrid get out of the single. It's okay. I'm fine now. Can we talk? Of course. Come in quickly. Your body just needs to drink more hot water. In this way, the 3 walked into Hagrid 20's hut. After catching the cup that Hagrid handed over, he couldn't wait to explain to Hagrid the reason for coming this time. Kieran. Hearing the unicorn, Hagrid immediately stood up excitedly. This is a unicorn. Hagrid, who is obsessed with magical animals, has only heard of unicorns in rumors, but he has never seen one before. Chelan was immediately excited. Of course there is time. Even if you don't have time, you must squeeze it out. This is a unicorn. Most wizards will never see a unicorn in their lifetime. Professor Dumbledore should have seen a unicorn in Hogwarts. 1. Suddenly Hagrid seemed to think of something and asked Richard, "The Foley family? Is it a pure-blood family? Why haven't I heard of it? Are they welcoming me?" "Of course welcome. I just heard from Professor Flitwick that although the Foley family is a pure-blood family, they are very low-key and do not reject non-pure-blood wizards." Hearing what Richard said, Hagrid also felt relieved, but what Richard said next made him a little nervous again. "However, Hagrid, Yin Huang has a saying that I think is very good. That is, you must not have the heart to harm others, and you must have the heart to guard against others. This time they suddenly invited me to go. To be honest, it is a bit strange, but I really want to see Qilin so much. So even if it is a trap, I want to try it. This time I am looking for you mainly because I want you to protect me. Why don't you just forget about it and go later when you have a chance?" Hearing Richard's words, not only Hagrid, but Hermione became even more nervous. "Don't worry, I understand. Richard, thank you for trusting me. Hermione, you don't have to worry. I will protect Richard." Hagrid thinks he understands Richard best. After all, it is a unicorn. How can he refuse? Advertisement seeing that she couldn't stop Richard, but having Hagrid by her side reassured Hermione a lot. After all, Hagrid's general grid gives people a sense of security. Then Richard and Hagrid set a time. At 8 a.m. on the first Sunday in August, Hagrid went back to Richard's ranch to pick Richard up and go to Foley's house. Afterwards, Hagrid originally planned to stay with Richard and Hermione for dinner, but considering that it was too late and Richard had to go back to the infirmary, the three of them went directly back to Hogwarts for dinner. In fact, to Hagrid Filch, the Hogwarts staff, especially Hagrid as Dumbledore's confidant, they all have seats on the professor's chair, but Hagrid thinks he is not a professor, and Hagrid actually likes to cook by himself, especially dessert Hagrid is also good at, like the birthday cake for Harry, and rock cakes are all Hagrid's proud creations, but most people can't accept it. It can be said that Hagrid is the representative of the dark Hogwarts culinary world figure. Seeing that Richard came back to eat, the little wizards of Ravenclaw welcomed them very much. Seeing that there were girls sitting very close to him, Richard quickly said one, "He is not fully recovered now, so he can't eat too many." Hearing this, the female wizards of Ravenclaw showed disappointed expressions. They all fed this cute little boy just like last time. It's not that these female wizards have any unreasonable thoughts about Richard. It's just a beautiful everyone likes things. Richard himself looks like a jade carving, and with the foil of other crooked little wizards it looks even cuter. When Richard was about to finish his meal, he saw that there were already young ladies ready to move, so he hurriedly speeded up the progress, finished it quickly, and then returned to the infirmary after saying hello to Hermione. At this time Ronald was already there. It was really affectionate. He was carrying a lot of things and put them next to Harry's bed, and Richard's bed was even more exaggerated. The whole bed had been covered with various small gifts. Seeing Richard coming back, Ronald squeezed out an ugly smile, and then said in a disappointed tone, "You're back, Richard. I just received a reply from my mother, saying that dealing with pure-blood families is more complicated. We have to sign some kind of agreement if we want to communicate with families like ours. Although we don't care, but the Foley family must care about this, so they won't let me go." "It's okay, Ronald. I will take you there when I have a chance, and this time the timing is not very good. I don't know what they're looking for me for. Maybe there will be some danger. I am not asking Hagrid to go with you of." Hearing what Richard said, Ronald didn't worry about it. After sorting out Harry's presents, he came over to help Richard sort out the presents he had received. But there were too many, so the house elves had to come and take them all back to Richard. Dormitory. In the next 2 days, Richard's life was very leisurely. He mainly ate and slept, and then ate and slept again. Richard felt that he had gained a lot of weight. Finally, on the afternoon of the 3rd day, Harry also woke up. "You woke up, Harry." Seeing that Harry opened his eyes, Richard said proactively. At this time, Harry was still immersed in the battle that night and heard Li Xian's words, and slowly woke up from his daze. "Where is this place?" "This is the school's infirmary." "Quirrell. How's Quirrell and Voldemort? Where's the Philosopher's Stone?" "Relax, Harry. Quirrell is dead. You burned him to death, and Voldemort escaped. Dumbledore said he destroyed the Philosopher's Stone, and there will be no more Philosopher's Stone in the future." Advertisement. Hearing Richard's words, Harry also relaxed a little, but there was something in it that he couldn't understand. "Burned to death by me? What do you mean?" Harry asked, puzzled. "Yeah, you burned him." Then Richard repeated what he had said to Dumbledore, adding the reasons why Harry should live with his uncle. After listening to everything, Harry was silent for a while, probably thinking about his parents, but soon he recovered. Looking at the things at the head and end of the bed, he asked curiously, "What are these things? Why are there so many?" "These are all gifts from your admirers. You are now a big star in Gryffindor." Richard joked why. Harry was even more puzzled. He was obviously beaten in that room. How could he be a big star? Richard saw what was on Harry's mind, and then said to Harry, "Don't pay attention to those things. You have to know that a little wizard at your age dares to face Voldemort is already very remarkable, but you can still refuse Voldemort, especially after Voldemort proposed to revive your parents. You can still firmly refuse, Harry. You are really amazing, even if I put myself in your situation at that time. I am afraid it would be difficult for me to refuse him. This is the truth. An 11-year-old wizard can do it for the wizarding world this level. No matter what he thinks, is very remarkable." Hearing Richard's praise, Harry couldn't help but blush and hastily refused, especially when he saw that there was no present beside Richard's bed. He was even more ashamed. Seeing Harry's gaze, Richard guessed what Harry was thinking at once. "Don't think too much about it. My gift is not comparable to yours. I can't let it go for a long time. Let the house elf take it back to the dormitory. You should see what gifts you have received." Hearing this, Harry finally let go, happily unwrapping various presents, and continued to ask Richard while eating a snack, "Hermione and Ronald, are they all right?" "They're fine. There's nothing wrong with them. And if you see an empty box, don't be sad. It's not a prank. It's all eaten by Ronald. It's just that too many people have come to visit these days. So Madame Pomfrey forbids any little wizards coming to visit again, so they're out now. By the way, how many days have I been in a coma for the Quidditch match?" Quidditch was just a newcomer, and Richard really couldn't figure out whether it was so fun. But Richard still explained the current situation to Harry. "It's been 3 days. You've been in a coma for 3 days. The Quidditch match is over long ago. In the end, we won. Or won by a big score. It's all because I'm not here. If I played, I would definitely catch the snitch, and Gryffindor would definitely win the game." Speaking of Quidditch, Harry's fighting spirit was unexpectedly aroused. Seeing Richard's half-smiling eyes, Harry remembered that the other party was a Quidditch insulator, and talking to him about these things was all about playing the piano to the cow, and he immediately lost interest in continuing the conversation. Focus on the dessert in front of you. Chapter 68. After 4 days in the infirmary, Richard and Harry were discharged together. Richard, who returned to the dormitory, looked at the room full of gifts and directly received them into the storage. "It's just past noon now. There's still some time before the dinner before the holiday. What are you doing?" This is when Richard saw the ring on his hand and suddenly thought, "Didn't he say he would teach me spells at the time? Why didn't he mention it at all for so long? You didn't say it yourself. You can't shake me." Then Richard took off the ring on his index finger, rubbed it twice, but there was no response. Could it be that he was cursed by Dumbledore? Thinking of this, Richard quickly said to the ring, "Are you there? Are you dead? If you are not dead, let me know!" Exclamation point. "I'll go. Why don't you play with me? It's been a few days." "You can't get used to it. After all, getting used to it is like killing a child. You need to be educated." Richard immediately took out his wand and shot purification lightning directly at the ring. "Didn't you ask me to squeak? Why are you still not satisfied after I squeak?" Hearing the miserable wail from the crown in the ring, Li Wonkai stopped the spell in satisfaction. "Be obedient now. If you are gentle, you dare to ignore me. You are cheap. Well, stop screaming. Let me tell you what spells you know, and what I can learn. I'm not disobedient. I just didn't know if there was a risk of exposure. I was afraid it would affect you, so I didn't dare to respond." Guan Guan hurriedly expressed his loyalty. "I'm good at black magic, but I don't know if you dare to learn it." Guandian doesn't care about playing tricks on this. He knows that although Richard looks relatively young, he has a very high level of attainment in many spells. To be honest, and he believes that Richard's attitude towards black magic will not be as repulsive as other wizards, and he will definitely learn it. As long as he learns black magic and changes his mind, his ability to seduce will definitely work. The more he thinks about it, the more excited he is. He even started to imagine himself controlling Richard to control the entire wizarding world to make waves and domineering. Not those useless ones. I will judge whether I want to learn or not. Let me tell you first. You know all kinds of black magic. I will choose. Black magic is mainly divided into 3 types: jinxes, poisonous curses, and curses. Among them, jinxes are the simplest and have the least negative effects. It belongs to evil curse. Poisonous curse can only be said to have begun to bring some connotations of black magic, such as incisor, match, stick, and throwing curse are all poisonous curses, and their power will be strengthened according to the will of the caster, but the upper limit is relatively low. and the rest are curses. The most representative ones are the Killing Curse, Cruciatus Curse, and Imperious Curse. This level of black magic can make some weak-looking magic curse, which has an amazing effect, is like a tongue-binding spell. It seems that it can only make people's tongues stick to the roof of the mouth, but as long as your emotions are strong enough, you can make the cursed target's tongue grow into the roof of the mouth and then can't let it go either. Speaking here, the crown paused for a moment and then continued. In fact, black magic is very common in normal times. Even black magic at the curse level is known to many people. However, due to the strength of magic power and the emotional changes required when casting it, the effect will be unsatisfactory. Hogwarts, the role of emotions and spells is generally not taught to wizards, and it is even more impossible for those pure-blood families to let these things flow out. Hearing Guan Guan's words, Richard finally understood a lot of things. Just like in the previous life, he saw that among the magic spells with the up main inventory, many of the magic spells had mediocre effects but were attributed to black magic by the original book, which is very uncomfortable. It turns out that the magic spell is like a move in martial arts, and the magic power is like the internal force, and the emotion is the circuit of the exercise. If the magic power is not enough, the emotion is not enough. Just like the evil sword manual in a certain novel, the same martial arts, the power is very different, but only the crown cannot completely convince Richard. Richard plans to spend more time in the restricted area next semester. There must be relevant information there. First confirm what Guan Guan said, and then consider what to study. Okay, you go down first. Your performance today is not bad. I will think about it first. Advertisement, okay. You are looking for me for something, but can you stop using that lightning bolt? Guan Guan knew that Richard must still be moved, but because he didn't believe what he said, he would find some information to prove it. But what he said this time, everything is from the experience of the original owner, and there is no adulteration at all, so I am not afraid of Richard looking for information. After Richard has checked, he finds that what he said is correct, and Hogwarts does not have those methods of using black magic. I will still come to him to learn, and then I can bring some private goods from it, so that Richard can completely degenerate into a black wizard instead of a white wizard who can use black magic. Then I will have room to operate. Now Richard puts himself in a tight place, neither giving himself the space to contact the outside world, nor giving himself the chance to be seduced. Seeing that it was getting late, Richard left the dormitory and came to the auditorium. When he just arrived outside the auditorium, he happened to see Hermione and Ronald waiting for Harry there, so Richard also walked over. Richard, have you received Mr. Harris's letter? Hermione asked excitedly. Got it. My father asked me to go to the clinic with Mr. Granger first, have my teeth checked, and then he is picking me up. Yes, then we can go together. Looking at Hermione, who was overjoyed, Richard was also much happier. This is Harry has come over. Several people walked into the auditorium together at this time. The auditorium has been decorated, and the entire auditorium has been hung with the green snake banner belonging to Slytherin. Looks like we've all lost. Hermione was sad but also relieved. Ronald and Harry, on the other hand, were downright disappointed. I am disappointed. I don't study hard at ordinary times, so I rely on Hermione to add points, and I have nothing to do to deduct points for night trips. Isn't this predestined? That's not necessarily true. Let's see. It's not certain what will happen in the end. After finishing speaking, Richard walked towards the dining table in his college, leaving behind the trio who were still thinking about what Richard meant. After Richard sat down, he found that the little wizards of Ravenclaw didn't have any special emotions. They really didn't care, and they didn't even care what others said. The only thing they cared about was their own knowledge and wisdom. Ravenclaw is the most powerful in Voldemort. Few people joined the Death Eaters at that time, and of course few people joined the Order of the Phoenix. The real Ravenclaw will not put themselves in a dangerous position, and at the same time, they are out of place because of their extraordinary intelligence. The excellent Ravenclaw is walking out Hogwarts will become a weirdo after all. Not long after, the table was filled with all kinds of delicious food by the house elves, and at some point, the professors also sat on the professor's chair. Even Hagrid, who didn't come here very often, sat there. Ding, 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 a crisp voice came down from the professor's seat, and the noisy auditorium slowly fell silent. Be quiet. Professor Dumbledore has something to share with you. After speaking, Professor McGonagall gracefully put down the spoon in his hand. Dumbledore, who was sitting in the middle of the professor's chair, stood up slowly. At the end of the year again, there are 2 awards that need to be awarded. The first one is the Quidditch competition. Here we congratulate Slytherin Academy. They have won 3 wins and 1 loss, and won the Quidditch champion of this school year, for which they can add 150 points. Let us congratulate Slytherin. At this point, the Slytherin burst into loud cheers. Malfoy's haughty voice could be heard amidst these cheers. Advertisement: I have already told my dad, and my dad has also confirmed with Professor Snape that I will be the new Slytherin Seeker next year, and I will give some gifts to the team at that time, and we will definitely win the championship with a complete victory of. On Gryffindor's side, Ronald seemed to be talking too. If it weren't for Harry being injured and hospitalized, this year's Quidditch must be our Gryffindors, and we will definitely win next year. At this time, the toolman Professor McGonagall once rang the wine glass. The quality is really good. The cheers of the Slytherins were silenced by the clamor of the other houses. There is another award, and that is the College Cup. After the hard work of everyone throughout the school year, all colleges have improved compared to the past. Fourth place, Gryffindor, with a total of 407 points. Third people, Hufflepuff, 452 overall. Second place, Ravenclaw, with a total of 546 points. And at the top of the list is Slytherin, with a total score of 576. As soon as the words fell, the little wizards of Slytherin were already howling impatiently. Many little wizards of Slytherin were shouting for the 7th time, the magical 7th time. Even Professor Snape, who had been paralyzed all the time, was excited applause. The little wizards of Gryffindor and Hufflepuff were all depressed, but Ravenclaw didn't have much reaction of King Zhao's. Eat what you should eat, drink what you should drink, and continue to communicate in whispers, which can be said to be completely unaffected. Influence. Very well done, Slytherin. Suddenly Dumbledore changed the subject. However, there have been a few things that haven't been counted recently, which need to be taken into account, and I also have some points to award. Miss Hermione Granger, when her companion is in danger, she can think calmly and cleverly, and use the content learned in the book reasonably, and she will be rewarded with 50 points. At this time, the little wizards of Gryffindor seemed to think of something, and they cheered endlessly. And Professor Snape on the professor's chair also thought about it. His face was paralyzed, and now he was even more gloomy. The second award was awarded to Mr. Ronald Weasley. His superb chess skills and willingness to sacrifice won him 50 points. He is our younger brother. George and Fred proudly introduced to the students, as if it was the first time they called Ronald that way. And at this time, the wizards of Slytherin seemed to have reacted. They all imitated the expression of their headmaster, and some watched all this happen. The third item, I want to award Harry Potter for his courage and his extraordinary courage. 60 points. We're only 9 points behind Slytherin, said Percy, the prefect, suddenly. The young wizards of Gryffindor looked expectantly at Headmaster Dumbledore. Chapter 69. Sure enough, Professor Dumbledore didn't stop talking. Courage is divided into two directions. Facing the enemy bravely and fighting bravely is courage. Adhering to principles with friends and companions requires even more courage. For this reason, I reward Neville with 10 points. Gryffindor broke out completely, shouting that we have won. We have won the Academy Cup, and even Professor McGonagall, who has always been unsmiling, applauded excitedly at this time. And all the little wizards and their professors in Slytherin were out of anger by now. But Dumbledore didn't stop talking, and the little wizards of Gryffindor watched excitedly, thinking that they would continue to give them extra points. After a moment of silence, Dumbledore continued. Finally, there is Richard Harris. Since he came to Hogwarts, he has shown intelligence far beyond his peers. At the last and most dangerous moment, he bravely faced everything. Using his intelligence and wonderful, the magic spell wiped out the enemy and protected Hogwarts, for which I will reward him with 100 points, and at the same time award him the Hogwarts Special Contribution Award. At this moment, the entire academy was silent, and suddenly, starting from Ravenclaw, then to Hufflepuff, then to Slytherin, and finally Gryffindor, all applauded and cheered, but Gryffindor didn't seem very willing. As for Slytherin, it was because their Academy Cup was taken away by Gryffindor, whom they had always looked down upon, which made them extremely sad. They were still not happy that their 7 consecutive championships were interrupted, but seeing that Gryffindor was also cut off, they felt that it was not unacceptable. So in the end, it was Gryffindor who was the most uncomfortable, and the whole night was like a roller coaster. From the bottom one at the beginning, to being forced to be the first place suddenly, I thought I had already won the Academy Cup, but in the end, I was overtaken by 073 One Claw, and the duck in my hand just flew away. On the other hand, Hufflepuff eats melons all the time. No matter which house wins the House Cup, they don't have their share. It's just that they would be happier if it weren't for Slytherin. On Ravenclaw's side, apart from the junior wizards and prefects, the other junior wizards have the same mentality as Hufflepuff. Although their own college won the college cup in the end, they were not too excited. Even Professor Flitwick was stunned. After a while, they applauded. Okay, if my calculations are correct, then the decoration here needs to be changed. After speaking, Dumbledore clapped his hands, and all the green snake flags hanging turned into blue eagle flags. The last house to win the House Cup is Ravenclaw House. Now you can cheer. By the way, everyone can take the Hogwarts Express home tomorrow, and the things that need to be prepared for the next semester will be sent to you during the holidays. Well, that's all I have to say, and the dinner begins. At this point, the whole academy began to cheer, but most of it was for the upcoming holidays. For Richard, apart from eating too much, the whole dinner was still very good, and many young ladies came to his side to feed him. After making an appointment with Hermione at the station tomorrow with a big belly, Richard went back to the dormitory. Laying on the bed, I was lazy and didn't want to do anything. I put all the things I was going to take back into the storage, and I put a few things in the box to cover up people's eyes and ears. Richard, who couldn't sleep at night, was late the next day as expected, and there was almost no one on the terrace by the time he felt the station. But this time Hermione was there waiting for him. Why is it so late? The train is about to leave. Hurry up. Hermione ran over and took Richard on the Hogwarts Express. At this time, the train was full of little wizards, and they were wanton on the train. Running and making loud noises, Richard had a headache and barely heard Hermione's work. I don't know, I just got up late. Speaking of this, Richard couldn't help thinking that he was almost late when he arrived, and why he was still in such a mess when he left. Could it be that I was cursed? Yes, it must be a curse. Advertisement. Fortunately, Harry and Ronald got into the car first and found an empty compartment, and Hermione and Richard hurried into it. You're finally here. We've all been waiting for a long time, and finally we can't wait to go up and find a box. Harry complained. I can't help it. I ate too much last night and couldn't fall asleep. I just fell asleep when it was almost dawn, so I didn't get up. Knowing that he was wrong, Richard explained embarrassedly. By the way, Harry, Ronald, do you have any plans for the summer vacation? Hermione asked. My words must be in the storage room of the Dursleys. They don't allow me to go out. They think I'm a freak, and they're afraid that I'll embarrass them if I go out. My God, how come you live in a place like that? You should have told Professor Dumbledore. Ronald was taken aback by what happened to Harry at the Dursleys. Harry, do you want the Dursleys to treat you better, right? Richard reorganized his words and continued, It's not about being better, but because I don't dare to bully you casually. Of course, is there anything you can do? Harry asked quickly. This was very important to him. Otherwise, he would have suffered a holiday, especially living so comfortably in Hogwarts for such a long time. Suddenly returning to that environment, Harry didn't know if he could hold on. Actually, you could scare your uncle's family with a wand. How is this possible? Little wizards are not allowed to use spells outside of school. Hermione retorted immediately. Yeah, what if I get fired? Harry was still quite rational now, so he followed suit. Did I let you actually use magic? Just scare them with a wand, and they don't know you can't use charms. Richard continued. CABG. Listening to Richard's words, Harry's eyes became brighter and brighter. That's right. Why didn't he think of it? The Dursleys are all muggles. They don't know the rules of Hogwarts, and they will use their wands to scare them when the time comes. They dare not bully me anymore. Thinking of this, Harry suddenly felt that going back to the Dursleys' house wasn't such a scary thing, and maybe he could ask them to change his place to live at that time. And you, Ronald, you wizarding children, what are you doing on holiday? Hermione asked. Usually there is nothing to do, just play wizard chess, sweep the garden, and play a game of Quidditch with George and others. It's very boring. When Harry heard Ronald's words, he envied himself when he could live such a life. And Hermione interrupted suddenly, instantly making the three of them unable to continue. Then when do you usually read and study? Morning or afternoon? To be honest, even if Harry and Ronald don't do anything, they will never read a book while counting ants in a daze. Isn't learning this kind of thing just a matter of chance? Advertisement. Seeing that Hermione was going to continue talking, Richard quickly interrupted the topic. Hermione, when are you going to Paris? Hermione, are you going to Paris? That's great, Harry said enviously. I should go in mid-July and come back in late August. I will write to you at that time. Don't reply. Of course. Then let's wait until we meet in Diagon Alley before school starts. Okay, let's make an appointment when we communicate. This is Ronald's pet mouse, Ban-Ban, which suddenly crawled out of Ronald's pocket. It seemed that he was hungry and wanted to find something to eat. Richard's eyes lit up instantly after seeing Ban-Ban. How could he forget about this thing? This is a famous person. Seeing Richard looking at his pet, Ronald said shyly. You haven't seen my pet yet, right? It's called Scabbers. It's just an ordinary old and useless mouse. Maybe it has a little bit of magical animal blood. It doesn't have any abilities, but it's more alive. As he said that, Ronald took Banban into his hand, and with the other hand, he kept stroking Banban's hair. Having said that, Ronald still loves his pet mouse very much. Although this mouse was given to him by Percy, it was one of the few things that belonged entirely to him after all. Thinking of Ronald sleeping with an old man in his arms every day, and even heard that he secretly kissed this mouse from time to time, Richard had a chill, and decided at the time to leave it to Ronald to cherish it. No, I just heard about this mouse from George and Fred. I heard that he lived for a long time, so I was a little curious. But since it's just an ordinary mouse, you should take good care of it. You may not know when it's no good. Don't let it eat so many things. It's definitely not easy to digest when you're old, and it's easy to have indigestion. Hearing what Richard said, Ronald hugged Banban lovingly, and then grabbed the food that Banban was eating. Peter, Banban, was instantly dumbfounded. Who are they? They even snatch things from mice, so why don't they eat too much? Although he is an animagus, his body is still a human being. I haven't eaten enough, and even have to sleep every day to eat less. He was still preparing to eat less. In an instant, Peter began to consider whether to change the owner. Hermione, do you remember Crookshanks? Are you going to buy it this year? Richard asked. Forget it. Wait until next year. I have no plans to raise a pet this year. Hermione directly refused. It's a pity that we can't see the cat and mouse battle in advance. Forget it. Wait another year, and then you can still eat cat and dog CP. It's exciting to think about it. Then the rest of the time was spent chatting among several people. The time passed quickly, and it was almost time to arrive at London Station. Everyone got up and took their luggage, walked to the door, and waited to get off. Chapter 70. Soon the train arrived at the station, and several people got off the train together. After passing through platform 9 3/4, we arrived at the real London Station. And after coming out of the platform, Richard immediately smelled the breath of modernization. Sure enough, there is a big enchantment in the wizarding world, which can purify the air, which is awesome. Although there is only one wall separating them, London Station here is obviously a modern society. Richard, who has been staying at Hogwarts, sometimes even feels that he has returned to ancient times. Taking a deep breath of air, car exhaust, Richard couldn't help but exclaimed, "It's better to be a modern society." What did you say? Hermione asked, watching Richard's strange behavior. Oh, nothing. Is Mr. Granger here? It should be here. I haven't left the station yet. You should be able to see it when you go out. A group of young wizards walked towards the exit in such a mighty way, but compared to the passenger flow of London Station, they were only a handful. At first, Richard thought it would be too eye-catching. After all, there are many young wizards they didn't even change into Muggle clothes. But they didn't expect there to be so many people in the station, and many Muggle costumes were completely unmatched by wizard robes. Walking out of the train station, a large number of parents who picked up their children were already waiting outside. From the fact that they were roughly divided into 3 piles, and from the reception to the little wizards, it could be seen that one pile was pure blood wizards from Slytherin. It is not an exaggeration to say that the nostrils are higher than the eyes. It can be said that the nasal vision has been interpreted to the extreme. The pride of the blood, but most of them have more or less contempt for Muggles, and the remaining small group of people are pure Muggles, and they seem to be unwilling to deal with those weird guys next to them. However, a bunch of red hair made Muggle parents extremely jealous. This person jumped up and down there very actively. Many parents refused to pay attention to him, but it didn't affect his enthusiasm at all. In the end, he even caught Mr. Granger, kept asking questions beside him. Mr. Granger also answered impatiently in a very gentlemanly manner, but Mrs. Granger next to him seemed a little impatient and kept ignoring this weird wizard, yes, so-called. Hermione also saw the Grangers and was so excited that she ran towards them quickly. Because Richard wanted to walk with the Grangers, he also walked over, but he didn't expect Ronald to follow him. Seeing Ronald coming, Harry walked over without thinking. "Dad, Mom, you're here. I miss you so much." The delicate Hermione flung herself into Mrs. Granger's arms coquettishly. "Richard, you are here. Wilson told you. You come to my house first. They will arrive in London at night, and they will pick you up then." "All right, Hermione. Won't you introduce us to your classmates?" Dr. Granger said. "Dad already told me. Please, Mr. Granger." Richard didn't understand whether his father and Mr. Granger had such a good relationship, calling Mr. So-and-so hypocritically. At this time, Hermione also came out of her mother's arms, and began to introduce her classmates to her parents. "This is Harry. This is Ronald. They are all good friends of mine at Gryffindor." Advertisement. After saying hello to each other, Ronald took the initiative to walk to the red-haired middle-aged man. "Dad, isn't Mom over here?" This one turned out to be Mr. Weasley. "I was so sad that I was just like a husky among wolves. As a pureblood wizard, I ran to the muggles." Seeing that the red-haired weirdo just now turned out to be the father of their daughter's best friend, the Grangers were a little embarrassed and at the same time worried that their good daughter wouldn't be spoiled by that red-haired little wizard. "Would you like to tell Hermione? Let her stay away from that little wizard." Sure enough, Richard is better. He is so good-looking, his parents are good people, and he has more common topics with their family. If he gets married in the future, it is better to be Richard. The Grangers are already married. If it weren't for Mr. Weasley's greetings, maybe they would start thinking about their child's name. While a few people were chatting, suddenly Richard noticed someone coming towards them from Slytherin. Turning his head, he saw that it was the Malfoy family. Mr. Weasley also saw Malfoy. He knew the attitude of that family of purebloods towards muggles. Fu said something bad, so he went directly to the Grangers. Just when Richard was pulling out his wand, Draco's father, Mr. Lucius Malfoy, was suddenly bumped from behind and nearly fell down. This was a fat figure walking behind Malfoy. He came over and grabbed Hachi. "What are you talking about here? I have delayed my work time to pick you up, so I have to leave quickly," Vernon said rudely. But when he scanned the crowd, he found Mr. Granger. You must know that dentists have a relatively high status abroad, not to mention that Mr. Granger is a very famous dentist. At that time, Vernon Dursley wanted Dudley Mr. Granger's clinic saw dentists, but he gave up because he was not in the queue at all. "Mr. Granger, I didn't expect you to be here. I'm Vernon Dursley, Harry's uncle." Pushing Weasley away, Vernon said to Mr. Granger. Seeing that Vernon pushed Mr. Weasley away, Mr. Granger quickly helped Weasley, and then glanced at Vernon, ignoring his extended hand. Seeing that Mr. Granger didn't respond to him, Xinong had no choice but to grab Harry by the collar and pick him up. "Harry, remember to write the letter," Ronald shouted when he saw Harry being taken away. Just as Harry was about to say something, Vernon threw him into the car before he could say it. At this time, there was a fat child and a thin woman who looked mean and mean. These two people should be Harry's Aunt Petunia and Cousin Dudley are gone. That little fat man stuck out his tongue, even making faces at Richard and the others. Richard took his wand and pointed it at Dudley. At this time, Lucius tightly grasped the wand, but he had no choice but to let go. Seeing the Malfoy family, Richard touched the ring and suddenly seemed to think of something and walked up to Lucius. "Zero looking for flowers. Lucius Malfoy, a gentleman asked me to give you a message. Can you lower your voice?" Looking at this little muggle-born wizard, Lucius knew Richard, but as a pureblood wizard, pride made him not want to talk to Richard. But considering Richard's rumors, he could only lower his body and put his ear close to him, and then said a little impatiently, "Advertisement, I know you, Richard Harris. Tell me what you have." Looking at Lucius, who came closer, Richard signaled the crowd to release some breath. Feeling the breath, Lucius' expression changed instantly, and he backed away in horror. But seeing Richard's gesture, Lucius returned to the original position with difficulty, bending his waist even more than before, and it was almost 90 degrees. Seeing that everyone else was looking over, Richard hurriedly told Lucius to be normal, and then said, "Your master asked me to tell you that he is watching you. It's impossible. He's dead. Who are you?" "I am Richard Harris, don't you know? As for whether he is dead or not, I don't know. Don't you know too?" After finishing speaking, Richard gave Lucius a half-smile and returned to Hermione, leaving Get Off Lucius, who stays where he is. At this moment, Lucius didn't think about Harry anymore, and hurried away with Draco and Narcissima in a panic. "What did you tell him? Why is he so scared?" Hermione and Ronald looked at Richard curiously, and Mr. Weasley and Mr. Granger looked at Richard curiously. "Nothing, just tell him. Don't be arrogant, it's useless. Dumbledore doesn't allow anyone who is more arrogant than him." Richard suppressed a smile and said nonsense. Hearing this, the Weasley family, Molly led Ginny and brought all the other Weasleys here. All laughed. In fact, what Richard said to Lucius just now cannot be regarded as a lie. After all, the crown is now equal to Voldemort and Lucius's master, and Richard is the master of the crown. After all, what Richard said is nothing. The Weasley family laughed. They knew that Dumbledore was not such a person. Richard must be lying to Lucius Malfoy. As for the Granger couple looking at the red hair of this family, they were very shocked. They were surprised that their family's genes were really strong, and they all had red hair. Just now, Arthur's behavior of standing up to Mr. Granger made the Granger couple feel good about the red-haired weirdo. After Granger and Arthur had an awkward chat for a while, the two families separated. Richard followed Hermione into Mr. Granger's car, and the two little wizards sat in the back seat. Richard has been looking at the scenery of London in the 90s outside the car since he got in the car, and Hermione's mind is a bit complicated. She didn't know why she felt that Richard seemed to have a lot of secrets. She didn't know Richard at all. The distance between them was always fluctuating, which made Hermione a little bit melancholy. At some point, Hermione fell asleep, and Richard unconsciously fell asleep, and the heads of the two unconsciously leaned together in the shaking of the vehicle. Mrs. Granger inadvertently saw the two cubs in the back seat sleeping together in the rearview mirror. She smiled unconsciously, and then quietly motioned for Mr. Granger to look over. It feels like the cabbage is about to be arched by a pig. Chapter 71. As the cars shuttled through the congested London city, Richard and the others finally returned to Hermione's house. This is a small two-story building located in the suburbs of London. Although it is much smaller than Richard's home on the farm, it looks more cozy. This is not the first time Richard has come here. After receiving the admission letter, Richard also often came to Hermione's house to read books together. After arriving home, Hermione's mother went directly to the kitchen to prepare dinner, but because Richard's parents would also come to eat, the amount needed to be prepared was relatively large, so Mr. Granger also went to help, while Richard and Hermione sat in the living room and watched TV. It turned out to be Mr. Bean on TV, a comedy that Richard also liked very much in his previous life. After a while, the two of them became fascinated by watching it, bursting into laughter from time to time, and Richard even felt that he had returned to his previous life. While the two were happily watching TV, the doorbell rang suddenly. Hermione, go and open the door. It should be Richard's parents. The Grangers, who were busy in the kitchen, could only instruct Hermione to open the door. Hermione, who was enjoying watching at first, felt flustered suddenly when she heard that Richard's parents had come. Seeing that Hermione didn't move, Richard thought that she was reluctant to part with the TV, so he planned to open the door by himself, but just as he stood up, he was pulled down by Hermione, 880. After tidying up his hair, he walked to the door, put his trembling hand on the doorknob, took a deep breath, turned the doorknob, pulled the door violently, and shouted with his eyes closed. "Hello, Uncle and Aunt Harris." Richard, who was sitting on the sofa behind drinking water, spit it out. A postman standing outside the door was also confused. "When did I change my name to Uncle and Aunt Harris? And I'm just delivering letters, so you don't have to be so polite. If you do this, I have to give you a knock." The real Harris couple standing behind the postman couldn't help laughing. Hermione, who heard the laughter, opened her eyes, saw the postman in front of her, and the Harris couple behind the postman. Her refined little faces were burning hot. Hermione screamed and covered her face. He quickly ran upstairs to his room. The postman who saw this scene was even more confused. "You guys came to receive the mail personally." Richard knew that ordinary letters were put in the mailbox directly, and the letters delivered to the door were all important mails, and he could only sign for them himself, so he hurried to the kitchen to smoke Mr. Granger and called out the gangster. After Mr. Granger came out, he first signed for the mail, then warmly hugged the Harris couple, and then Olivia went directly into the kitchen to help. Mr. Granger entertained Harris outside. When it was completely dark and dinner was ready, Hermione was called down by Mrs. Granger long ago. In this way, in a harmonious environment, they finished their meal. During this period, Richard and Hermione were naturally their main topics of conversation. This is not in China, otherwise I believe that even the baby parents have been booked at this time. Before leaving, Olivia didn't know what to say to Hermione, and Hermione's little face flushed again. Because Wilson drank a lot, it was Olivia who drove the father and son to the farm. On the way back, Wilson was sleeping soundly in the back seat, and Richard was chatting with Olivia about what happened at school in the co-pilot. Of course, he didn't say anything about the dangers. He only talked about how popular he was at school. How much the professor likes himself. Richard is still a Yin Huang person in his bones, and it is the fine tradition of Yin Huang to report good news but not bad news. Advertisement. It was already late at night when we got home. Richard helped Olivia lift Wilson out of the car, and then went back to his room. The whole room was still very tidy and clean. It should be that his parents would often come to clean it after he left. In an instant, Richard felt the whole room was full of family affection. After taking out his own things from the storage and arranging them in the room, Richard took out a change of clothes and prepared to take a good bath. After all, you can only use the shower to take a bath in Hogwarts. Only the little wizards at the prefect level have their own toilets. After taking a comfortable bath, Richard changed into comfortable clothes and lay on the bed. A long-lost feeling came to him. This feeling had never been experienced in Hogwarts. It was his home, the place where he was born and raised, and thinking of Voldemort's final threat made Richard feel distraught. Originally, he thought it would be fine to let his parents go out to play for a while, but now it seems that even if the parents go out, he can't accept if the farm is attacked, and he doesn't want Hermione's parents to leave their hometown and change their memories to leave London. This is when Richard suddenly thought of a magic spell, the Charm of Fidelity. It seems that this spell will be included in the scope of learning in the next school year. Thinking of the solution, Richard also felt relieved. He was not reading or anything. A wave of sleepiness surged up, and Richard just fell into a deep sleep. The next day, when the sun was almost in the middle of the sky, Richard woke up from his sleep, which was so comfortable. After getting tired of lying on the bed for a while, Richard put on his clothes and came to the living room on the first floor. At this time, Olivia was preparing lunch at noon. Wilson was going to wake Richard up for dinner in the morning, but Olivia, who loves his Sonia, immediately suppressed Wilson and told Wilson that if he woke up his precious son, he would not have to eat anymore today. In this way, Wilson hurried to the farm after breakfast. It just so happened that Harris and his wife were abroad for the past few days, and they had to check the situation of the farm just after they came back, and they could avoid Olivia, who was eager to protect her son. Hearing the sound of going downstairs, Olivia knew that her son had come down, washed her hands, then turned around and hugged Richard and kissed him on the forehead. "Baby, did you sleep well? Did your mother wake you up?" "Without a mother, I sleep a lot, and I have grown up. Can you stop calling me baby?" Knowing that his mother was faking it, Richard also had to give in. It has been nearly a year since he went to Hogwarts, and his parents must miss him very much. "Okay, Mom, why don't I love you? You can call me whatever you want." Seeing that her trump card was successful, Olivia smiled complacently. It was Wilson's voice coming from the living room. "Richard, you bad boy. Why did you mess with your mother as soon as you came back, and see how I deal with you? Who to clean up? Who do you want to clean up? Isn't it itchy?" Before Richard could speak, Olivia was the first to get mad. Seeing his wife go crazy, Wilson immediately showed weakness. "Zero advertisement, how could it be? You must have heard it wrong. I listen to you the most." Seeing his parents' unconventional show of affection made Richard's hairs stand on end, and he interrupted quickly. "Mom, I'm hungry. What shall we have for lunch?" Hearing that Richard was hungry, Olivia immediately ignored Wilson and said while walking towards the kitchen, "Baby, drink some milk first. Lunch will be ready soon." Richard picked up the glass and poured a glass of milk and said to Wilson, "Dad, I remember that our house has a relatively large basement, doesn't it?" Wilson was taken aback when he heard it, then thought for a while and said, "Yes, it was my father, that is, your grandfather. After World War II, he specially found someone to build a very large underground fortress on the farm. It used almost 1/3 of the family's assets. It is said that it can even defend against nuclear weapons. Attack. Everyone opposed it at the time, but your grandfather insisted on building it, saying that 2 superpowers might break out into a nuclear war, but until now, your grandfather has passed away, and the war has not yet broken out." Richard's grandfather was a British veteran of World War II. He won many honors during World War II. After the war, he was even received by the Queen of England, awarded a medal, and even restored the Viscount title that the Harris family had interrupted for hundreds of years. After Richard's grandfather passed away, Richard's father Wilson inherited the title. Richard can now be said to be the first-in-line heir to the Viscount. He is of standard noble origin, but in the hundreds of years of interruption, the Harris family has long lost all the customs of nobility. Empty. After hearing his father's words, Richard was overjoyed. At first, Richard thought that there was a basement at home, and he had to repair and strengthen it before he could use it, but he didn't expect it to be a nuclear-proof underground fortress. No, this kind of fortress is at least a few hundred years old. The inside will not be damaged, and the defensive ability is extremely abnormal, let alone a Voldemort. Even if Batian comes, don't even think about breaking through this kind of underground fortress. "Come on, Dad, let's take a look." Wilson didn't expect his son to go now, but his son's request must be met. Just about to go out with Richard 4.1, I suddenly thought of what Olivia said about lunch and said to Richard with a smirk, "Richard, go talk to your mother." Hearing Wilson's words, Richard was stunned for a moment and instantly fell into shock. Through Wilson's body, Richard saw Olivia coming out with a whole plate of roast chicken and immediately said righteously, "Let's go after dinner. Mom has worked so hard to prepare lunch. How can we miss it? Dad, wait until you take me out. or Mom will be angry. Wilson was a little puzzled when he heard this. Didn't you want to go out to see it yourself? Why are you saying that I took you out now? When the voice behind him made him tremble with fear. Hey baby, eat these grilled chickens first, don't starve yourself. Olivia smiled and said to Richard, then changed her face and gave Wilson a look, and put a pair of slender hands on Wilson's ears, talking while talking. Come with me to the kitchen. Seeing this, he said, Mom, you have something to settle slowly. I'm not in a hurry. As long as I have this plate of roast chicken, it's really a good baby for Mom. Don't worry, Mom will take care of it. In this way, the Harris family settled their lunch in a warm and harmonious situation. Chapter 72. After lunch, Wilson was supposed to take a lunch break but was dragged away by Richard. There were originally 2 entrances to the underground fortress, one in Wilson's workshop on the farm and the other in Richard's home, but this underground fortress has never been used, so if the home is sealed off, only the workshop is left. When they came to the studio, Wilson took Richard and pushed away the bookcase in the studio. There is a movable door at the back of the bookcase. After opening the door, there is a relatively narrow room with only one elevator in the room. Wilson checked the elevator and found that it was intact. It's really amazing. It hasn't been maintained for a long time and it's still intact, no rust. When I plug in the power, we can go down. After speaking, Mr. Wilson turned off the power in the room, took Richard up the elevator, and soon came to the real entrance of the underground fortress through the elevator. The entrance is a huge iron gate. Wilson said that this iron gate was specially imported from Switzerland. It was originally used as the gate of the bank vault and was bought directly by Richard's grandfather. Because it has not been used for a long time, Wilson also forgot the password to open the door and went up to check a lot of Grandpa Richard's notes at that time to find the password. After opening the door with 2 keys and a code, there is a narrow and slender corridor. Richard knows that this should be a disinfection corridor, and all contaminated clothes and other things must be destroyed here. After that, it was still the same door as before, but it was obviously more closed, and only 1 key was needed to enter. Entering through this door is considered to have truly entered the underground fortress. Next to the gate is the main lighting switch of the entire underground fortress. After the switch is turned on, 6 high-powered dust-proof lights illuminate the entire underground fortress as bright as day. There was even a booklet next to the switch. After Richard took it down, he opened it and looked. There was a maintenance log, but the maintenance time was only 12 years ago, when Richard's grandfather passed away. It seems that no one has been here to maintain it since his grandfather passed away. Seeing the maintenance log, the entire underground fortress is divided into 4 areas, with a total of 6 rooms. The first area is the warehouse. One of the 2 rooms contains a lot of dehydrated food, as well as water purifiers, generators, diesel, satellite phones, and other survival supplies. Rich variety, the quantity is complete. The other room is full of medicines, medical equipment, and the like. The medical equipment is okay, but all the medicines should have expired. The second area is the weapon area, because firearms are prohibited nationwide. So all the cold weapons are stored. These can be ignored. After all, Richard's enemy is still a wizard, and cold weapons are not very good for wizards except for sneak attacks. Roll. The third area is the lounge area. There are 2 rooms here, which are pretty boring. The fourth area is the food processing area, which is mainly to process food into edible things. Most people call it the kitchen. The overall construction standard is quite high. The underground fortress is about 20 meters above the ground, and because the farm's terrain is relatively high and the drainage system is good, basically there will be no rainwater irrigation. The entire underground fortress is poured with reinforced concrete. The wall should be reinforced concrete with a thickness of at least 50 centimeters, and steel plates with a thickness of 1 centimeter should be added inside. The ground should be reinforced concrete with a thickness of at least 20 centimeters and steel plates with a thickness of 1 centimeter thick soil, and moisture-proof treatment has been done outside the reinforced concrete. Seeing this, Richard and his son were stunned. What is professionalism? This TM is professionalism. Advertisement. Does your father have persecution delusions? Richard couldn't help asking. Looks like it is, huh? No. How can you say that about your grandpa? He must have suffered a head injury on the battlefield. What is it called, PD? Yes, it is PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. It must be like this of. Seeing that the facilities of this underground fortress are so complete, Richard is very satisfied, and there is no problem with the air. It seems that the ventilation system is also very good, but there is some dust, but this is not. Richard took out his wand and pointed at the underground fortress. A cleansing spell came directly. Sure enough, it looked even better, and Wilson's eyes lit up when he saw Richard's spell. Is this magic? It's so convenient. It seems that after the holiday, the hygiene at home can be entrusted to you. Hearing about the holiday, Richard was a little dumbfounded, and it wasn't because of cleaning. It's a holiday. It's a holiday now. This is not Hogwarts. Underage wizards are not allowed to use magic. What a pity. What should I do? Seeing that Richard's face became a little ugly, Wilson asked in puzzlement. What's the matter? Is this magic difficult? If it is difficult, then I will clean it. You don't have to worry. No, Dad. I just forgot that wizards who are sleepy adults can't use magic outside of school. Just use it. Anyway, just once it's fine. It is said that using magic outside of school will result in expulsion. Although Richard is not worried about this, there will always be trouble. Should he talk to Dumbledore first? What? Expulsion? What kind of broken rule is this? It's okay. Don't worry about my son. If someone makes trouble, just say that I have to ask you to cast it. Let them find me. What is fatherly love? Fatherly love is heavy and silent. It is often not expressed directly. It is a high mountain that always gives us shelter at critical times. This is fatherly love. At this moment, Richard also felt the strong fatherly love. Let's go back first. There should be an owl delivering the letter soon. After finishing speaking, the father and son walked out of the underground fortress and returned home. What's the matter with you guys? Could it be a conflict? Wilson, if you dare to bully your son, I will definitely make you look good. Olivia saw the two people who were so happy when they went out, and they were silent when they came back. He thought that the two fathers and sons had a conflict, and immediately began to accuse Wilson. Mom, not Dad, it's my problem. I just forgot that I can't use magic outside of school. If I accidentally use a magic, someone will be held accountable. Richard quickly explained. What? You just used magic? Why didn't you use it in front of your mother? Mom has been looking forward to it for a long time. Hearing that Richard had just used magic, Olivia's eyes were filled with gold. Seeing her son who was still absent-minded, Olivia stepped forward, hugged Richard, and comforted Richard gently. Advertisement, it's okay, son. So what if you use a magic? Don't worry, there are Mom and Dad. Feel the warm maternal love coming. Mom, don't you want to see magic? Come and let me show you one. Richard took out his wand after thinking for a while and cast a Patronus charm directly. Originally, casting one spell is punishable and putting two spells is the same. Since my parents are so interested in magic, I should give them a show. This is a flame-yellow dragon made of light flying out of Richard's wand, and the gorgeous light instantly filled the whole room. But the light was not dazzling, and Olivia also felt a special feeling from the light. Feel safe. Wilson just wanted to stop Richard, but he didn't expect that Richard's casting speed was so fast, and he cast a spell in an instant, so he swallowed what he wanted to say. That's right, my wife wants to see what's wrong with my son. If you have any questions, please contact me. Thinking of this, Wilson and Olivia happily watched the light show together. Richard saw his parents so happy, so he let go, and directly used all the magic spells he knew, thinking about dragon flames, lightning, etc., and even cleaned the room with a cleansing spell. After the light show, the three of them were all 723 unfinished, but because something happened on the farm, Wilson needed to go over, so the show came to an end. Son, when did the test you mentioned come? It's been so long. Why hasn't it arrived yet? Olivia asked curiously. In fact, Richard is also very strange. It is said that he should be there soon, but why has no one come over for such a long time? What's going on? After expressing to Olivia that he didn't know, and could only wait, Richard went back to the room by himself. He didn't know, but Crown should know. Until the next day, no officials from the Ministry of Magic came to investigate the matter, and Richard knew there must be something wrong. Then, Richard took the ring off his finger, just about to wake it up with the purification lightning. Squeaky, I'm Squeaky. Don't use that magic anymore. Just say it if you have anything to say. The Crown's voice suddenly came from beside his ears, startling Richard, and purifying the purchase greeted directly. Amid the dire wail of the Crown, Richard stopped casting the spell. Didn't I promise you just now? Why did you call me back? Guan said aggrievedly. Well, your voice is too loud. I suspect you were trying to scare me on purpose. Richard, who was completely unreasonable, turned on the inappropriate mode. Guan knew that this little wizard was completely unreasonable. No matter how much he said, he would only be a victim. So he decided to send this plague god away as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will suffer. Is there anything? As long as I know, I will tell you. Guan tried his best to calm down his mood, and asked in the calmest tone. Hearing the sound of the Crown, Richard knew that today's training was still very effective. He nodded in satisfaction and then asked, "Yesterday, I cast a lot of magic at home. Why hasn't the Ministry of Magic sent people over after such a long time? Is it because it's too far away from the Ministry of Magic?" Chapter 73. Hearing Richard's naive words, Guan Guan just wanted to be mean, but thinking of the pain just now, he shut up quickly, and then said to Richard, "The Ministry of Magic mainly relies on Zongxi to track whether the little wizard has used magic. Zongxi can detect the magic fluctuations near the little wizard, and then transmit this information to the department in the Ministry of Magic that is responsible for the little wizard's spellcasting. Then an action team will be dispatched to investigate immediately. And as long as it is within the British mainland, no matter where it is, there will be apparition, and there is no relationship between distance and distance. However, according to my research, Zongxi can only detect magic fluctuations, but cannot detect who uses what magic. There is no way to detect it, just like the little wizards of the wizard family. They can't detect when they use magic spells. Even if it is detected, no one should take care of it, because they have no way to distinguish whether it is a spell cast by a young wizard or an adult. So don't worry. The Ministry of Magic should think that the magic fluctuation this time is a spell cast by your adults, and they won't care about it." After finishing speaking, Guandian was very satisfied. He was indeed the seed of a good teacher, and he blamed Dumbledore. He just refused to let him be the teacher of the defense against the dark arts class. The Horcrux that was separated during this time period should be the one that Voldemort most wanted to be a professor. So be a good teacher. That's it. What if I tell you that my parents are ordinary people and they don't have any magical powers? Richard has always felt that muggle is an insulting word, and he would not use this word to refer to his parents. What? It's impossible. Although the current Ministry of Magic is rubbish, Zongxi is definitely a great invention. If your parents are really ordinary people, then Zongxi will definitely detect the magic wave and pass it on to the Ministry of Magic. Is the current Ministry of Magic corrupted to such an extent? Probably not. Dumbledore is still here. He won't allow this kind of thing to happen. Richard didn't think it was a problem with the Ministry of Magic. Didn't he see how sensitive Harry was in the original book? Now the two people, right? It should be that one person and one soul have fallen into thinking. What is it? You know. The two made their voices at the same time. Richard paused and said, "You can talk about it later. You listen to me first. Do you know how Zongxi followed the underage wizard?" That's what I wanted to say just now. In fact, I have some guesses about Zongxi, but as I grow older, Zongxi disappears automatically after becoming an adult. I didn't continue to study the lower layers. The most important thing is how Zongxi appeared. At first I thought it appeared with the wand. So I studied a lot of wands, different wand bodies, and different hearts, but found nothing. So I just gave up this idea, and many little muggle wizards have successfully cast spells before entering school, but there is no response from the Ministry of Magic at all. If it is because of their young age, this is impossible. First-year little wizards there is, who was caught and punished for casting spells during the holidays. Then I began to wonder if it was because I was placed by the professors when I was studying at Hogwarts. But because of my background, my senses have always been sharp, and I don't believe it. Advertisement, haven't you thought about the Sorting Hat? This is what Richard saw in a certain fan work in his previous life, and he thinks it is the most likely. The Sorting Hat? Isn't that the alchemy that sorts you according to your personality? No. The Sorting Hat is indeed the most likely. From the very beginning when you first entered Hogwarts, little wizards don't understand anything. Even if the Sorting Hat is given to every little wizard at this time, Zongxi will definitely not be able to find it. Although I have a keen sense, the Sorting Hat was indeed reading memories at that time. So I also not aware of their own changes. That's it. It must be so. Richard also thought it was most likely at that time. But because he had the protection of the memory, the Sorting Hat couldn't implant himself with trace threads, which could explain why no one cared about him after he used the spell. However, even if trace threads were implanted in the Sorting Hat, how could you be? Why wasn't your magic spell detected? Guan Guan asked, puzzled. Then why can't you seduce me? Richard said casually. How is it possible? If you are from a pure-blood family, you can still make sense, but you are a young muggle wizard, and you have been in contact with the wizarding world for less than a year. You have secrets, and you have big secrets. I still have great power. I still have secrets. Thinking of this, Richard's hanging heart slowly eased. Hearing Guan Guan's thoughts, Richard wondered if he should give him another shot. But another problem from his previous life slowly came to his mind. Go study and study, lest he always study himself in a wild way. Voldemort's scientific research ability is still worth admiring. Now there is another question that I'm not sure about. Tell me, does Zongxi really disappear after she becomes an adult? Is Zongxi really a simple test to see if a little wizard has used a spell? The Ministry of Magic is it really necessary to arrange a special department to be responsible for such a small matter? Hearing Richard's 3 consecutive questions, Guan Guan was stunned. He or the main soul had never thought about this question before, but why did he feel that there seemed to be something that he didn't know after Richard asked it? After the question was raised, Richard could no longer hear the diadem of the crown. He knew that he must have been brought in by his own conspiracy theory. Voldemort himself was a person with a dark mind. His remnant soul had the same temperament as him. His own the problem will definitely be magnified infinitely by him. So let's think about it slowly. Richard, who let go of his worries, came downstairs happily, explained casually, and told his parents that the problem of using the magic spell yesterday has been solved by the school, so there is no need to worry about it anymore. After eating, Richard came back to the underground fortress again. This time, he planned to clean up the expired or unused things, and then make sure what was missing, so that he could go out and buy some, and arrange the underground fortress well. First of all, the dry food. It must be bad after such a long time, and those medicines have already expired, and it is useless to keep them, so they should be disposed of. Trying those machines again, Richard found that although such a long time had passed, there were no problems in the mechanical aspects, and they could be used normally with some lubricating oil, which reduced a lot of expenses. There is no need to prepare water. I didn't notice it when I was in a hurry last time. It turns out that there is a well in the kitchen that directly leads to groundwater. Now there is a water source. What are the shortcomings? Richard wandered around in the underground fortress, checking each room. Why does he feel that there is no need for anything? Now it is very complete. It should be advertisement, by the way. Do you want to change the entrance and exit? It seems that it is not very convenient here. It is better to directly connect to the entrance and exit of the basement at home, and it will be faster to enter if there is danger. Although it is said so, but it is too much trouble for Richard to do it himself, although he can use magic. But the workload of closing an entrance and exit is really too much. But how can he convince his father? It needs a lot of money, although Harris the couple loves Richard very much, but it's a little hard to do these things for no reason. After thinking for a long time, Richard still has no idea. In fact, the best way is to directly fill the entire elevator shaft with concrete. But Richard roughly calculated that it would cost about £100,000, which is not a small sum. When I was in school, my father already had a lot of gold reserves there, so I can't spend money indiscriminately. It's really difficult to think that I have traveled through time and still worry about money. Forget it. Let's lock the 2 doors first and wait for the money to do the rest. Richard came to another entrance and exit. This side is relatively simple. There are also 2 doors, and there is no problem inside. The main reason is that the basement of the family does not know how to seal it. Let's go up and ask Dad first. After Richard came up from the underground fortress, he saw that his father was sitting in the workroom concentrating on watching something on the computer. At first, Richard thought it was an action romance movie, so he tiptoed over and planned to get the evidence and threaten Dad. But when Richard came behind Wilson, he saw some red and green lines on the computer and immediately lost interest. Nollies and Wilson also noticed his son's arrival, noticed that his son was still looking at the computer screen, and asked with a smile, "Little wizard, can you understand this? Isn't it just the stock market? I don't know about this. It's really not easy to know the stock market, but this is not the stock market. This is speculation in foreign exchange, which is more high-end than the stock market. Then how did you fry it? Does Mom know?" "Well, your mother doesn't know. I just want to earn some pocket money." Now is 1992. Foreign exchange? Richard seems to have thought of something, but it is not very clear. But it seems that something big happened. Then, Dad, are you good at foreign exchange? Compared to those professional institutions in the beautiful country, such as hedge funds, I am definitely inferior, but I am still better than ordinary people. Wilson, who is honey and confident, will never tell Richard that he is now still a loss. Hedge funds. In the era of information explosion in the previous life, even if you don't play these things, you still know about hedge funds. This behemoth, in the 1990s, in addition to encountering Waterloo and Shangjiang, it can be said that it has swept the world and plundered wealth. Its number. Are you talking about Soros hedge fund? Richard asked cautiously. Chapter 74. You know Soros? Wilson looked at Richard unexpectedly. You know, this name is not something a child should know. There really was Soros, so the incident of Soros attacking the British pound in 1992 must have existed, but even if he knew that, so what? I don't have the capital to invest in it, but someone can try it. Thinking of this, Richard looked at Wilson, and Wilson, who was stared at by Richard, suddenly became excited. Dad, will you short the British pound? Yes, yes, but although the economy is not doing well right now, as long as interest rates can be cut, there will be no problem, and the pound is still relatively stable. Richard didn't know how to convince his father. After all, he couldn't say that Soros would attack the British pound and cause a sharp depreciation of the British pound. Moreover, this thing is too high-end. Richard doesn't understand it at all, and it's too late to learn it now. It should happen in September. Dad, I can't tell you how I know, but I can tell you very clearly that Soros will attack the pound in mid-September, and I can guarantee that. Seeing Richard's serious expression, Wilson thought that some wizards were involved, so he didn't ask further, but said that he would try to find a way to see if he could get a share after confirming the time again. When Richard walked out of the studio, he realized that he seemed to have forgotten something like Wilson asking about another exit of the underground fortress. In desperation, Richard returned to the studio and asked Wilson, Dad, how did the exit at home be sealed? Can it still be open now? Huh, why did you open that exit? If you want to play, can't you play here? Wilson asked, puzzled. Don't ask me, just tell me if you can open it. There must be no problem opening it. At that time, the entrance and exit were only welded to death with steel plates in the basement of the house. Just remove it. Hearing this, Richard was relieved. It was so simple. Then Richard ignored Wilson's questioning and went home directly. When he came to the basement of his home, Richard checked the entrance and exit. From the outside, it was indeed a steel plate blocking the passage. Richard directly used a cutting spell torn apart at that time. A deep mark was left on the steel plate, but after cutting the steel plate, Richard was not very satisfied with the effect of the spell, so he wanted to change it. Shinfeng Wuiying, I wiped it, but it was not as good as the cutting curse. How could it be like this? Richard thought for a long time before he figured out that black magic is mainly aimed at life forms, and it is much more effective against life forms than ordinary spells, but cutting spells should be better for inorganic objects like steel plates. Thinking of this, Richard kept using the cutting spell on the steel plate, and there were violent B*********** G sounds in the room from time to time. For this reason, Olivia came over to watch it, but she thought that Richard was just practicing magic, and she didn't want to say anything. But the voice was too loud, making it impossible for her to watch the drama safely, so Olivia asked Richard to be mellow out. Seeing the irritable mother, Richard couldn't help feeling sad. So will love disappear? When I first came back, I called him Xiaobao, but after only a few days, I asked him to run out. Advertisement seeing the cut marks on the steel plate. Richard still has a lot of magic power, but he is mentally exhausted. Forget it. Let Wilson find a worker to do it. Sure enough, he is more suitable to be a waste who eats and waits to die. Before coming out of the basement, Richard made a special effort to clean himself up, lest he go up and be scolded by his grumpy mother. Seeing that Richard came up from the basement cleanly, Olivia nodded in satisfaction, pulled her son over, hugged Richard like a pillow, cacked, and then began to fall into the soap opera again. When Richard was bored with Olivia watching dramas, the phone rang suddenly. Seeing Olivia's impatient expression, Richard hurriedly took on the task of answering the phone. Hello, this is Harris's house. Where is it? Richard? I'm Hermione. What are you doing? Hermione, I'm fine, but my mother pulls me to watch those unhealthy soap operas. What's the matter? Hermione suppressed the dissatisfaction in her heart. What do you mean if you have something to do? You can't call if you have nothing to do. It's like this. We're going to Paris the day after tomorrow. I'm going to do some shopping tomorrow. Would you like to come together? Richard thought that he really needed to see what was suitable for putting in the underground fortress, so he readily agreed. And make an appointment to let Wilson drive to Hermione's house tomorrow to take her. After putting down the phone, Richard saw that Wilson and Olivia were both sitting on the sofa, but they all stretched out their ears to Richard's side. Hearing Richard put down the phone, he quickly got up and came to Richard's side. Son, are you going on a date with Hermione? Olivia looked at Richard excitedly and said, A date? Of course not. Hermione is going to Paris soon. She's going to do some shopping, and I'm going to see what's suitable for the bunker too. Richard was still explaining in a serious manner, but the Harris couple completely ignored them, and they were all excitedly discussing that their pigs had grown up and learned how to bow cabbage. Hearing this, Richard's face was blackened. What are these things? Don't care. Dad, do you have time tomorrow? Of course. Nothing will definitely send you there tomorrow. Before Wilson could speak, Olivia set the tone first, but Wilson nodded very cooperatively beside him. Seeing these two boring people still frantically making up their minds, Richard had a headache. Are they too idle? Yes, they are too busy. How can they not be so busy? At this moment, a good idea appeared in Richard's mind. Second child. It is necessary for them to have another child. I will definitely focus on the wizarding class in the future. I can't stay with them for a long time. Fortunately, they are still in their prime, but they will grow old in the future. I need someone to take care of me. Although you can spend money to find someone to take care of you, there is no way to replace the company of your loved ones. The more he thought about it, the more sure he was right. Richard said directly to the Harris couple. Dad, Mom, do you want to have another child? The two people who were discussing excitedly fell silent for a moment. Richard, what did you just say? Wilson asked as if he didn't hear clearly. Advertisement, I said. I think you are relatively free now. I will go to school for almost a year. You can consider having another child. Seeing Richard with a serious face, the two knew that this must be considered by Richard. In fact, the two had plans to have another child very early. After all, Richard must be alone, and he must have another child. You can also keep Richard company. But when the plan was implemented, something went wrong, and Richard jumped off the stairs. I was trying to test my superpower. The Harris couple thought it was their plan to have another child that made Richard want to commit suicide, so they shelved the plan. Since then, the two have not mentioned this matter, and they are slowly discussing the matter of having a child. Forget it. Hearing Richard's words suddenly, the two of them thought that they didn't know how to stimulate Richard again. So now they are a little panicked. Olivia hurried forward and hugged Richard, comforting Richard. What's the matter, son? Don't worry. Mom and Dad love you the most and won't have children anymore. Seeing the reactions of these two, Richard was also a little surprised. What is this? Isn't it just giving birth to a child? And it was brought up by himself. Why are the reactions of these two people so strange? When Richard repeatedly stated that he was normal, Mr. Wilson slowly revealed their plan before and after Richard jumped off the building. Richard was a little dumbfounded when he heard this, but also touched by his parents' love for him. Actually, I didn't jump off the building at that time. Richard tried to explain to his parents, but seeing his parents nodding and catering, their eyes were full of distrust. Really, the real situation is like this. In fact, before I jumped off the building, before I tested my abilities, there was an accident. When I was picking up something in the attic, I accidentally fell from the window. Go down. Hearing that her son had an accident, Olivia tightened her grip. At that time, I clearly saw that when I was supposed to fall onto a sharp stone, the stone suddenly turned into a sponge, and then I wondered if I had any superpowers, so I tried to fall from the stairs. Jumping up and down, I broke my leg. I really didn't jump off a building. And you can see that I do have superpowers, but the experimental method at that time was wrong. Hearing Richard's words, the Harris couple also looked at each other in dismay. Richard did say that at the time, but they all thought it was an excuse made by the children, just an excuse for not wanting them to have another child. Now it seems that it should be true. Wilson confirmed again. Is that true? You have no objection to us giving you another brother or sister? Of course I don't object. I am very much in favor of having another one, but the younger brother is fine. I don't want a younger brother. I just want a younger sister. When I heard my younger brother Richard, I thought of the brat in the relative's house in the previous life. He broke his game console, and no one could control it. Just because you are the elder brother, you have to give in to the younger brother. At that time, Richard beat him to death. I have a heart to return to my brother and brother, but later on Richard added fuel and jealousy to expose his brother's failure in class, and then it was the mixed doubles that I like to hear. Thinking of this, Richard said firmly to the Harris couple again. Just want a younger sister and not a younger brother. At this time, Wilson was so excited that he couldn't find the north, so he didn't care about his younger siblings. As long as they could have another one, it would be fine if they were born, even if it was a younger brother. Could they be stuffed back? Olivia also blushed slightly. After all, she was somewhat embarrassed to say this in front of her son. Looking at Wilson, who was grinning there, Olivia finally found a punching bag. The slender hand was placed on Wilson's waist again, and a 180-degree rotation made Wilson, who was still laughing at this time, almost lose his temper. I haven't agreed yet. If you want to give birth to yourself, go ahead. Seeing Olivia's reddish face, Wilson knew that she must be a little shy. When it comes to giving birth to a baby, she must agree. But now it's time to coax her. After Wilson's shameless sweet talk, Olivia let him go. In this way, the plan to have another baby was once again on the agenda of the Harris family. Chapter 75. Early the next morning, Richard was woken up by Olivia, urging him to wash and dress up, and then tried on him one by one until he was satisfied. Before they finished their meal, Richard and his son were urged to leave by Olivia over and over again. It was less than 7 o'clock when the two father and son went out, and the two father and son looked at each other and didn't know what to say. Can't you take care of your wife? Can't you persuade your mother? I dare not, then let's go. If not, go to Uncle Granger and wait in. I think so, let's go. In this way, the two drove to Hermione's house before 8 o'clock, which was a bit too early, and they were too embarrassed to knock on the door, so they waited at the door for a while, and it was around 8:30 that Hermione knocked home the door. Good morning, Wilson. Richard. I didn't expect you to come so early. Have you eaten yet? Would you like to come in and have a bite? The father and son wanted to cry but had no tears. We had already waited. Uncle Granger, we're done. Is Hermione ready? Hermione is already ready. I will trouble you today, Wilson. Hermione, come quickly. Uncle Wilson and Richard are here. You're welcome. When will you come back? Harris, Hermione's father. Me and Jennifer, Hermione's mother, will be earlier, about a week, and Hermione will be later, around late August. Then we'll have a good drink when you come back. Haha, of course. Mr. Granger was a little moved when he heard that he had a drink. Uncle Granger, how about you come to our farm for dinner tonight? In return for our dinner at your place a few days ago, Richard suddenly suggested at this moment. The eyes of the two old men lit up. Yes, they can have a drink then, quantifier. You believe me or not? Seeing Wilson's gesture to himself, Harris was also moved. Jennifer, Wilson, they invited us to go to the farm at night. What do you say? At this moment, Hermione's mother walked over with Hermione and said after kissing Wilson and Richard respectively, of course, we haven't been there for a long time, so I can get together with Olivia before I leave. Then it's settled. I'll take Hermione back this afternoon, and I won't send her back, Wilson said to the Grangers. After such an agreement, Wilson took Richard and Hermione away together. Okay, little guys, where are you going? I'll send you there, and then I'll go back and talk to Olivia. I need to buy some things in advance. How about Harrod's advertisement? The stuff there is relatively complete, and the quality is good. 11 Wilson spoke to Richard and Hermione as he started the car. Dad, let's send us to number 4 Privet Drive. One of our classmates is there. We happen to ask him to go with us, and then just take the subway there. What do you think, Hermione? Hearing that Richard wanted to call out another classmate, Wilson was speechless for a moment. What is he doing calling someone else at this time? It seems that when he has time, he will teach him how to date a lady. As soon as Hermione heard it, she knew that Richard wanted to call Harry to go with her. Thinking of Harry's talk about his miserable life at his uncle's house, and calling Harry just to make him happier, Hermione agreed. Seeing that Hermione also agreed, Wilson didn't say much, and he will feel it in the education season if he has the opportunity in the future. Because the time was relatively early, and it was the weekend, there was no traffic jam on the road. So we arrived at Privet Drive very quickly. Richard didn't know where number 4 was, but the house numbers on this street were relatively close together, so Richard got out of the car and asked Wilson to go back first. If he and Hermione looked for it, they should be able to find it soon. Then at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, I will pick you up directly at the gate of Harrod's, and Richard will take care of Hermione. After speaking, Wilson drove away. Sure enough, Richard quickly found number 4 Privet Drive among the houses with basically similar styles beside this tidy street. Came to the door, rang the doorbell, and a grumpy voice came out from inside. Damn guy, who is it so early in the morning? It's really not polite at all. That scarred head. Don't eat it. Go and see who it is. Soon the door was opened, and after opening the door, Harry saw Richard and Hermione standing outside the door, and immediately hugged them excitedly. Who is it? What have you been doing at the door? Harry winked at Richard and Hermione, and was about to say that the postman delivered the wrong letter, but Richard stopped him. Richard pushed open the half-covered door and walked in directly. At this time, the Dursleys were having breakfast, and when they heard someone coming in, they cast their gazes over. Sure enough, he's that freak's classmate. He has no manners at all. Seeing Richard, Vernon recognized him. He was with Harry at the station. Let me introduce myself. My name is Richard Harris. My father is Wilson Harris, Viscount Harris. If I remember correctly, he and Mr. Grunning are good friends. I heard from Harry that you are Greg. Are you an employee of the Ronning Company? Hearing this, Vernon was in cold sweat. The strange young man in front of him was actually the child of Viscount Harris. Vernon knew about Viscount Harris. Although he is mainly engaged in farming and animal husbandry now, it's just their fiefdom. Although the Harris family is not a top rich man, they are indeed a real noble. It is a class that the Dursleys have never touched in their lifetime, and they are actually friends with Mr. Grunning. That's right. The pressure on Vernon was greater. Dear sir, You are welcome to our house. May I ask you what I can do for you? Vernon hurriedly stood up from the dining table at this moment and directly pulled him up vigorously, but Dudley refused. Richard ignored them and pulled Harry down beside him. Harry is my classmate and good friend, but I heard he still lives in your storage room? No, not at that time. We are not child abusers. Harry lives in the attic now, with a wide view and more space. Richard glanced at Harry, and Harry nodded. It seemed that Harry had won some rights by bluffing. It's fine if you don't have one. I'm going to take Harry out today. I don't know if it's okay? Seeing that Petunia was about to say something, Vernon quickly stopped her. Advertisement 0 looking for flowers. Of course it's fine. Don't look at him as thin, but it's still okay to carry bags for you. Richard didn't say anything, and it's not good to say more. After all, Harry still needs this family to recharge his energy. Seeing Richard walking out with Harry, Hermione stepped forward and asked, "Well, did they agree?" "Of course I agree. They are a group of bullying people," Richard said casually. It was only then that Harry regained his composure. "That's amazing, Richard. You're really amazing. You're still a Viscount? You can actually make Vernon so afraid of you." "I'm not. My father is the Viscount. And do you think Vernon is afraid of the title of Viscount? Now it's not like before. Even the Viscount is useless. The main thing is that my father knows his boss, and the title is useful of." "That's amazing. Malfoy talks about the nobles they are every day, but that's the nobles of a few people. Your family, Richard, is a British noble." "No, please don't compare me with Malfoy." Then Richard imitated Malfoy's tone. 0, you're going to say that, and I'm going to tell my dad." After talking, the three of them all laughed, and when they came to the street talking and laughing, not far away was a white old lady with gray hair, wearing a hairnet and slippers in a house not far away walking out, followed by a few cats. She said softly to Harry, "Good morning, Harry. Are you going to hang out? Are they your classmates?" "Good morning, Mrs. Fig. Yes, they are my classmates. This is Richard. This is Hermione. They came to see me today." Harry suddenly remembered. Why did they come to see him? Seeing Harry's eyes looking over, Richard continued, "Mrs. Fig, right? Hello, we are Harry's classmates. Today we are going to do some shopping, so we came to ask Harry to go with us. Are you going for a walk?" "Hello, you are really good and polite boys. My little babies can't do without going out for a day, so I went out with them for a walk." "Okay, you go. Don't worry about me," the old woman. After speaking, Mrs. Fig took her cats and walked towards the community park. Mrs. Fig is a good person. Whenever the Dursleys go on vacation, Mrs. Fig takes care of me. She is the only one on this street who is willing to take care of me. By the way, where are we going? "Let's go to Harrods. There are quite a lot of things there, and I need to buy some gifts for my aunt," Hermione said. To be honest, Richard doesn't really want to go there, mainly because Harrods probably can't buy what he wants, so it's better to go to a place that can sell wholesale. But seeing that Hermione's interest is relatively large, he can also accompany her. She turns around. As for Harry, he has no opinion at all. He thinks it's fine as long as he's not at the Dursleys, and he's still with his good friends. It would be even better if Ronald was here. The subway station is not far from here, and Harrods is not close to here. It's not far away, it's not far ahead, and it will be there soon. Then, under Harry's leadership, the three of them quickly got on the subway, and after several changes, they came to the Harrods store in London's Knightsbridge. Chapter 76. Founded by Charles Henry Harold in 1834, Harrods has a history of nearly 160 years and is now a shopping paradise for the whole of Britain. It covers an area of 4.5 acres, with 330 departments providing diversified products and services, and contains the most complete British local brands, Harrods' own brands, and all international first-line luxury brands. Facing this magnificent shopping mall, Harry was shocked. What Hermione said had been here before, so it wasn't that shocking. Needless to say, Richard had been there before, and it wouldn't be that great in his previous life. "Ox, Hermione, what are you going to buy?" Richard was a little curious. "You must know that the things here are not cheap." Although Mr. Granger's income is no problem at all, Hermione is not the kind of child who just takes parents' money and squanders it. "I don't know. I just saw that my parents often bought gifts here, so I bought them here. Besides, there are so many things here. Let's take a stroll." Hearing this, Richard felt that his eyes were a little dark, and it was terrible to wander around casually. Seeing Harry, he actually nodded in agreement. Alas, the young man is young. "I believe you will know the seriousness of the matter after today." In this way, Richard and Harry followed Hermione nonstop in the 743 Harrods shopping mall, shuttling through various stores. Harry was full of interest at the beginning, then became exhausted, and finally became insensitive. He followed Hermione and Richard with blank eyes, and because Richard had previous life experience, he would sit down and rest whenever he had the chance, while Harry stood the whole time, so Richard can still persist now. Hermione, didn't you like the necklace just now? Why did you buy it? Lee couldn't help asking. That necklace is pretty good, but I don't think it's suitable for my aunt. Then why did you look at it for so long? Because that necklace is beautiful. This is why Harry is confused. It is so good to see why it is not suitable. If it is not suitable, why does it take so long to watch? Seeing Harry's stunned look, Richard knew that he still couldn't understand the magical logic of women or girls at this age. In fact, Richard didn't understand either, but Richard would keep silent. Don't ask anything. Just rest when you have the chance up. Seeing that it was already noon, the three of them were hungry, especially Harry, who was brought out without much breakfast. So the three found an Italian restaurant and went in for lunch. After lunch, Harry was too tired all morning and he ate a lot just now, so he couldn't walk anymore. Hermione also mercifully let him go and let him move around freely, but Richard still has to follow. Richard didn't panic at all. He asked Hermione, who was still about to rush into the shop. I've been looking at it all morning. Have you decided what to buy? If you just look at it like this, you won't be able to buy it tomorrow. Hermione frowned upon hearing this. But I really can't think of what to buy. Advertisement. First of all, there is no need for these accessories, and the high price has no representative meaning. Secondly, there is no need to look at the clothing that needs a size. You probably don't know your aunt's size, and lastly, I won't tell you about those dolls. You should know who wants to see that. Hermione became furious when she heard Richard expose her thoughts. This doesn't work, that doesn't work either. What do you say to buy? I think the scarves in the store I saw before dinner in the morning are good, so I'll just buy a scarf. Although it's not as meaningful as knitting it myself, but time is running out, so let's go now, and you can just pick a color. After finishing speaking, Richard went directly to that store regardless of whether Hermione agreed or not. In fact, girls don't need to discuss it in many cases. You just need to tell her your choice firmly, and she will most likely agree. Of course, there are prerequisites. I understand. I understand. When he came to the store door, Richard asked Hermione to pick it out first. He wanted to go to the bathroom. When he saw Hermione walk into the shop, Richard immediately went back to the shop where Hermione went. There was a cartoon otter doll in it. Richard could see that Hermione liked it very much, but because it was something from a luxury store, the price was high, it was a bit outrageous, and Hermione didn't buy it after thinking about it, but she still couldn't forget to look at it for a while when she left. Although Richard didn't say anything at the time, but now he's back, he just pays without saying a word. After buying it, Richard put it directly in the storage while no one saw it. Then I went back to Hermione. Hermione had already chosen the scarf. It was a gray wool scarf. It felt very nice to the touch, but there were still some blue wool balls in the handbag. Let's go. Since we've bought it, let's go find Harry, Richard suggested. Don't you have anything to buy? Hermione asked. I originally wanted to buy some medicine, but the quantity is relatively large, and I don't know how to buy it. But I suddenly thought that Uncle Granger is a dentist. It would be better to ask him to recommend some merchants for me than to search here. Harry is definitely still not feeling well. Let's take a stroll, Hermione said. Hearing Hermione's words, Richard thought of Harry, with a full stomach, struggling to walk to the lounge, and nodded in agreement. Just like that, the two of them wandered aimlessly in the shopping mall, but they didn't know why the distance between them was getting closer and closer. In the end, they didn't know who took the initiative, so the two little hands pulled together. While walking, Richard saw a coffee shop and suggested to go for a drink. Mainly, Richard felt that he couldn't walk anymore, but how can a man say he can't? He's not Harry. So the two of them came to the coffee shop, ordered 2 cups of coffee casually, and chatted casually. They talked about everything from childhood to elementary school and how to receive the notice. Just like this, the chat could not stop. It wasn't until the two thought at the same time that someone had come with them. They hurried back to the lounge, but before leaving, Hermione packed a cup of coffee. When they came to the lounge, the two saw that Harry had already fallen asleep on the sofa, and seeing that it was getting late, Wilson said that he would come to pick them up at 4 p.m. Richard went to rudely shake Harry awake. Seeing that it was Richard, Harry said in a daze. Richard, why are you in the Gryffindor's lounge? Advertisement. Seeing that Harry hadn't woken up yet, Richard was going to give him a big fight, but fortunately Harry woke up at the last moment, and then spoke in a crying voice. Where have you been? I've been waiting here for a long time, but you didn't come back. I was afraid that you wouldn't find me when you came back, and I didn't dare to go out to find you. I fell asleep while waiting. Hearing this, both Richard and Hermione couldn't help laughing. but seeing the wronged Harry, Richard decided to make up for him. So he said, "Harry, my dad is coming to pick me up and Hermione later. Why don't you come with us to my house and ask my dad to take you back tomorrow?" Is it okay? I mean, can your father agree? And I'm afraid Vernon may not agree. 0-inch, it's definitely possible. As for your uncle, ask my father to call him. If it doesn't work, let his boss tell him. In fact, Richard didn't say a word. As for Harry's uncle, he hoped that Harry would not go back when he was outside. But Richard knew that Harry actually yearned for family and hoped to have family. Harry could say some things himself, but others should not. Hearing Richard's words, Harry was very happy. A child of his age would like to play with others, but no one in the Dursleys' house would take care of him and would just keep bullying him. Seeing that the time was almost up, the three of them quickly felt that they were waiting at the entrance of the mall. After a while, Wilson came. This is because the traffic flow is relatively heavy, and the three of Richard just got into the car. After getting in the car, Hermione handed Wilson the packaged coffee. Holding the coffee that Hermione handed over, Wilson was very happy, looked at Hermione with the eyes of his daughter-in-law, and kept nodding to express his satisfaction. "Dad, this is Harry, my classmate with Hermione. Can he stay with us tonight?" "Hello, Mr. Harris." Harry greeted stiffly. "Hello, Harry. You are welcome to visit our house. Have you told your parents? As long as they agree, there must be no problem with Richard's mother." Seeing that Harry was squeaking and unable to speak, Richard winked at Wilson, and Wilson didn't continue to ask. He knew that Richard would definitely give him an answer, and it wasn't too late. At worst, after dinner it's okay to send it back. Richard has never had any friends of the same age. Even when he was in elementary school, Richard always stood alone. Now that he has friends, Wilson is still very happy. Of course, the happiest thing is that Jitcha also has a little girlfriend. At this time, the traffic jam in London has already begun, and the car finally returned to Harris Farm after the stop and go. After arriving at the farm, Richard asked Hermione to take Harry first and go to his home at 4.6. He had something to say to Wilson, and then he gave Harry a reassuring look. After both of them left, Richard explained Harry's situation to Wilson in detail. After learning of the tragic life experience of the boy with the scar on his head, Wilson sighed endlessly and immediately expressed that he wanted to talk to Groening and give that Vernon some color, but was stopped by Richard. "Dad, Harry has to live in his uncle's house for a while for some reason, so we don't need to intervene too much, or his life may be worse, and he is also a little wizard now, and I believe he can handle it well. We have to respect everyone's fate." Hearing Richard's words, Wilson didn't say anything. Since his son said so, of course he has no problem. After all, he was just a plain child. What he said just now was not just because he thought this child was pitiful, but more importantly, he's Richard's friend, so he's so outraged. After the father and son walked into the room, Wilson called Groening and told him that one of his subordinates was called Vernon, and that his nephew was staying at his house for a day, and he did not have his phone number, so please inform him one sound, and asked Vernon to call himself back. Groening readily agreed. Chapter 77. Not long after, Richard's phone rang. Vernon's humble voice came out of the phone, introducing himself to Wilson and saying hello to him. Wilson dealt with it impatiently and then handed the phone to Harry. At this time, Vernon's voice became arrogant again. "Listen, kid, you'd better be obedient at Harris's house. If you make Mr. Harris unhappy because of you, I promise to let you go back to the original room." At this time, Harry was already filled with something called joy and obediently agreed. After putting down the phone, Harry Lima came to Richard's side, excitedly reporting the news to Richard and Hermione. Both were happy for him. At this time, Olivia and Jennifer were preparing dinner for tonight in the kitchen, and it seemed that it would take a while, and the two fathers didn't know what they were talking about at this time. The three of them were a bit bored. Richard suggested how about taking them for a horse ride. Harry and Hermione both agreed and told Mr. Wilson. The three of them arrived at the race course at the behest of their two fathers. At this time, the horse trainer of the Harris family was already waiting at the race course, and they selected a more docile horse for Harry and Hermione respectively. But Richard didn't choose to ride a horse. He came to the stable to see his little pony, Polly. The excellent bloodline, Bowley's figure is very outstanding. Richard still likes Bowley very much at first, but because he went to the wizarding world and met all kinds of magical animals, Richard unconsciously threw 20 Bowley into his head after, the true color of a scumbag. Seeing Bowley again, Richard was still a little excited. The current Bowley is much larger than the last time Richard saw it. At this time, it is only a little smaller than an adult horse, and has reached the body size standard for racing horses. The bones are thin, the attachment points of the tendons are prominent, The muscles are long and protruding. The levers of the limbs are long and powerful, and the outline of the joints and tendons is obvious. The head is of medium length, slightly elongated and dry. The neck is long and straight, oblique to the front. Richard just wanted to go up to touch Bowley, but now Bowley obviously doesn't know Richard, and before Richard got close, he began to neigh continuously. Seeing this situation, Bob quickly pulled Richard to prevent him from approaching any further. Richard, Polly may not remember you now. Please slow down and give it some fodder to appease its emotions. Richard is not an iron-headed kid either, knowing that forcing his approach now will only hurt him, so he obediently took some fodder and slowly stretched towards Bowley. When Bowley saw the forage coming, her mood calmed down a bit, but a trained racehorse would never eat the food handed over by outsiders. Seeing that although Bowley has calmed down a lot, but has not eaten the forage in his hands, Richard continued to approach a little bit unwillingly. At this time, Bowley's mood changed a little, and he suddenly stretched out his head and pointed it at it with its big nostrils. Richard sniffed. Slow down. Slow down. It may have remembered you, and it is confirming now. Bob said quickly. He is more nervous than Richard now. After all, this is a small boss. If he gets injured here, his job may be destroyed. It's not safe anymore. The work on Harris Farm is not busy, and it can even be said to be a little leisurely, but the wages are very high. Not only Bob, but almost all the workers cherish the work here. Advertisement. After sniffing for a long time, Bowley also recognized Richard. Her excited ears were pricked up, and she gently leaned her big head against Richard's body, kept rubbing against Richard, and nuzzled at Richard from time to time. A slight gasp on his face, the ultimate sign of affection from a horse, and a sign that Polly considers Richard like family. Seeing this situation, Bob finally breathed a sigh of relief, which means that Polly will not hurt Richard anymore. Then Bob said in a relaxed tone, "This is the first time that Bowley gasped in someone else's face. I didn't expect to do this to you. How about it? Do you want me to take out the riding gear, and you can ride Bowley for a few laps?" This is for sure. Since Bowley has already thought of herself, she must run a few laps. Seeing Richard nodding his head, Bob hurriedly went to the storage room and took out the custom-made saddle for Polly, armed her with full armor, and then Richard also put on his own riding outfit. After a while, Richard rode Polly and was led by Bob to the racetrack. At the beginning, Richard was careful to suppress Bowley's speed. After all, he hadn't ridden a horse for a long time, and he was still a little rusty, and he didn't know how Bowley's speed was. Slowly waited until Richard was all proficient, and started gradually let go of Polly's speed. At this time, Richard was wearing a rider uniform, an equestrian cap, and boots. He had a tall and straight figure, a high chest, tight arm muscles, and strong leg muscles. The whole person exuded a powerful aura, and his eyes were firm and powerful, with eyes like torches, with the momentum to break through all obstacles. He rode his horse and whipped his whip on the racetrack, swaying his youth wantonly. Seeing that Richard seemed to have merged with the horse, and his body rose and fell with the rhythm of the horse, Hermione also felt a different Richard from before. How chic and noble Richard is now. He couldn't help being stunned, just staring at Richard in a daze. "Hermione, what's the matter with you?" Harry was carefully sitting on the horse's back at this moment, his limbs tensed. Seeing Hermione standing there motionless, he thought something was wrong, and asked quickly. Seeing Hermione at this moment as if he didn't hear any sound, Harry stayed there. Harry followed Hermione's eyes and saw Richard galloping. Said a word. "Hermione, do you want to wear clothes like Richard's? I know it's called riding clothes." It was Hermione who noticed that Harry had come to her. Hearing Harry's words, Hermione didn't bother to talk to him. How could it be said that she was not greedy for clothes, but Richard himself? "Hermione, why is your face so red? Is it hot?" Looking at the innocent Harry, Hermione felt for the first time why this person was so annoying. After running around for a few laps, Richard saw that Hermione and Harry could only control the horse to walk slowly, so he also controlled Bowley to slow down, and slowly enjoyed the drifting from time to time under the afterglow of the setting sun. Cool breeze. Slowly as time passed, the sun also slowly set. As the sun set, the sight became worse and worse. Richard was worried that it would be dangerous to continue riding. Just as he was about to say something, Bob ran over. "Advertisement, Richard. Just now your father said it was too late and it would not be safe to continue riding. Tell you to go back?" "Okay, Bob, we'll be back right away." With that, Richard greeted Hermione and Harry and rode the horse back to the stable, then bid farewell to Bowley, who was still reluctant to part, and returned home with the two of them. At this time, the two mothers had already prepared the dinner, and because it was relatively hot inside the house, they put all of them in the back garden, which was like a semi-buffet. Thus began a warm and joyful dinner. Wilson and Harris sat at the table with beers and talked loudly while drinking, while Olivia and Jennifer got together, pointing at Richard and Hermione and laughing. The rest of the three ran around in the garden, taking some of this and that from time to time, because Hermione came here often, so they were not restrained, and Harry was a little nervous at first, but slowly followed Richard and Hermione. Let go. The dinner lasted very late, and Olivia reheated the dishes 2 or 3 times in the middle of the night. It was not until late at night that a hazy light rain suddenly fell in the sky, and the dinner was not over. For 70, just after packing up their things, the Grangers were going to take Hermione back, but when they opened the door, they found that the hazy drizzle just now had turned into a downpour. The Harris couple quickly persuaded. Don't leave, stay here now, I don't know when the rain will stop. This area is the Harris family's farm, so there are not many modern roads, and it is easy to slip when it rains, which is indeed dangerous. After much consideration, the Grangers also agreed to stay at Harris's house now and wait until tomorrow to leave. In this way, Hermione's family and Harry lived in Richard's house. The Grangers shared a room, and Hermione had a room by herself. Since the rest of the rooms were not cleaned, Harry and Richard shared a room. After washing up, Richard and Harry lay down on the bed, and Harry felt happy when he thought about today's schedule. I didn't expect that my vacation would be so long. It's really too much. That's great. If only I could live here forever, Harry said unconsciously. Hearing Harry's words, Richard was silent. You are here. What about me? Shall I go? Richard, you know, this is the life I've always dreamed of, with mom and dad and good friends, playing and eating together, just like in that mirror. To be honest, Richard didn't know how to comfort Harry. No matter in his previous life or now, he lived in a happy family, his parents were still alive, and his family was harmonious. It's just that he had no money in his previous life. Now his family is richer and has more status. There is only this difference. No matter the past life or the current parents love him very much, so it is difficult for him to empathize with him, and the so-called empathy is just to magnify his sympathy infinitely. It is just sympathy. If you have not experienced it, you have not experienced it, and it will never be possible really understand the other person's feelings. All Richard doesn't know what to say right now. Chapter 78. Hearing that there was no sound from Richard, Harry also knew that what he said was inappropriate. After all, it was really disappointing to say these things when everyone was happy, and Harry hurriedly apologized to Richard. I'm sorry, Richard. To make you unhappy, I didn't mean to. Hearing Harry's apology, Richard quickly said that there was nothing wrong and he didn't care. At the same time, Richard also discovered a problem with Harry, that is, Harry in Hogwarts and Harry in the Muggle world are completely two people. Harry at Hogwarts was impulsive and reckless, but he was confident and brave. After returning to the Muggle world, the confident Harry disappeared, leaving only a cowardly Harry. Do not have confidence in anything, for fear of being blamed by others. But Richard knew that it was all because of being at the Dursleys. But the problem now was that he had to live at the Dursleys, and he couldn't interfere with that. While Richard was still thinking, Harry suddenly covered his scar and let out a cry of surprise. Harry, what's the matter with you? Richard asked hastily. I'm sorry to scare you. I don't know why my scar suddenly hurt, but it's healed now. Does your scar hurt often? Richard knew that Harry's scar hurt. It must be that Lao Fu had something new to do, but I haven't heard of it. In the original book, Voldemort should not start to move again until the Goblet of Fire. Why is Harry in Voldemort's detector moving now? Time went back to a forest in Albania 2 hours ago. At this time, Voldemort was possessed by another snake again. The previous snake died early. This is the side effect of possession. The lifespan of living things will be greatly reduced, so they age very quickly, and every time they become possessed, Voldemort is dealt a very serious injury, an injury to his soul. So Voldemort is very worried about his current state. If he continues to possess ordinary animals, he believes that he will continue to switch possession objects soon. If this continues, his soul will collapse sooner or later, but with the current strength of the soul, it is impossible to possess a wizard, even magical animals. It is time to use that thing. Thinking of this, Voldemort controlled the snake body and slid to the side of a towering tree, leveled a dirt bag with his snake tail, and then continued to dig up with his tail, and soon a bag appeared in the dirt hole. Voldemort? No. It should be called Voldemort's snake to take out the package with its snake mouth. After tearing open the package, a pure gold handle with 2 finely crafted handles appeared inside, and a symbolic and exquisitely carved gold cup was carved on the cup. This is Hufflepuff's golden cup, which is one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Originally, Voldemort gave this Horcrux to his most trusted Death Eater, Bellatrix Lestrange, for safekeeping, and Bella also she thought it was her greatest honor, so she put it in the family treasury. This time, when Voldemort possessed Quirrell and attacked Gringotts, he took the gold cup out, originally because there was no place to store it, and he thought that here, the Albanian forest is the safest place, so put it back here. Advertisement. I didn't expect that it was this move that saved the current self. It is true that he wants to reabsorb the split soul. The reabsorption of the split soul will not strengthen him in any way, but it can stabilize the current soul. State has one and only one use. If there is any other way, he doesn't want to absorb his Horcrux back. After all, a Horcrux represents his life, and absorption means that he killed himself once. This is unacceptable to anyone, let alone not to mention Voldemort, who has always yearned for immortality. But my soul is not stable. I'm afraid it's really going to die. Damn it. What happened in that room at the end? Voldemort thought bitterly, then gritted his teeth and rushed out of the snake's body, sending his soul flying. He went to Jean Bay, but he didn't expect Jean Bay to resist his approach. Damn it. I am the main soul. Only I live. Can I live forever? Voldemort with a strong soul roared and hit the golden cup, and the golden cup's resistance became weaker and weaker, until finally Voldemort finally rushed to the golden cup, and at this time a blue shadow also emerged from the golden cup, and Voldemort's soul slowly merged into one. This is the color of Voldemort's soul also changed from light blue to dark blue, and back to the appearance of flying out of the wreckage of Quirrell, just before being attacked by Richard. And at this time Voldemort finally remembered what happened in the last room. His face became more and more ferocious, and then he burst into a roar. Harry Potter. Richard Harris. Damn it. It turned out they were the ones who hurt me so badly. I will definitely kill you. I will. Just wait. Wait for the great Dark Lord to come again. After roaring, Voldemort flew towards the depths of the forest. Although the current Voldemort's soul state is stable, there is still nothing he can do. He still cannot take the initiative to possess wizards. In order to reduce the consumption of souls, he can only possess ordinary animals, and then wait for wizards to appear. Come here and tempt them to make bodies for themselves. After regaining possession of a wolf, Voldemort carefully recalled all the things that happened in that room. One thing after another passed through Voldemort's mind, and finally Voldemort was sure. Although the little wizard named Richard would have a very strange, the magic can do great damage to the soul, but as long as he has a body, no matter whether it is possessed or his own body, it will not cause much harm. If he knows that Richard's magic will be upgraded, he will not think so. More importantly, Harry Potter, Voldemort is worthy of being the second generation of the Dark Lord. He quickly figured it out. It must be the ancient curse cast by Harry's mother when he died. It was the curse that protected Harry so that he could not hurt him. Even a touch with murderous intent is not enough. At that time, when I possessed Quirrell, the curse regarded Quirrell as myself, so it burned Quirrell to ashes. In fact, it is not difficult to solve it, as long as others killing him is enough. But Voldemort is not reconciled. When he was at his strongest, as long as he solved Dumbledore, he would be able to unify the entire British wizarding world. But this little wizard made him fall short. He had to kill him himself. There is Harry, and that Richard. But Richard will not let him die easily. He must torture him severely. Let him feel the pain of soul collapse, and then kill him. Voldemort, who had everything the same, could only silently lurk in the Albanian forest, waiting for a suitable time, or a suitable person. Back to Richard. When Richard was still consoling Harry, he suddenly felt the ring on his hand get hot, and then return to normal. Richard knew that the crown had something to tell him, and according to Richard's intuition, it should have something to do with Harry's scar pain. After telling Harry that he had to go to the bathroom, Richard got up and walked out of the room. After turning on the bathroom light and locking the door, Richard took off the ring. There is no one now, so you can tell me something? Just now I don't know why I suddenly felt as if one of the Horcruxes was missing. Advertisement, what? Can you perceive the location of the Horcruxes? Richard didn't care why there are so few Horcruxes, but he heard that the crown can perceive other Horcruxes. This is not a good thing. Where are the other Horcruxes? Everyone knows, but he doesn't want others to know that he has a Horcrux here. I can't perceive the position of other Horcruxes, and I have never felt other Horcruxes, but I don't know why I suddenly had a thought just now. That is, there is one less Horcrux, and I don't know how not to destroy it. Yes, I only know that one Horcrux is missing. Richard was relieved when he heard Guan say this, as long as he couldn't perceive the position. Then Richard began to think about why there was one less Horcrux. Now no one knows that Voldemort was resurrected by Horcruxes, and even if he knew, the location of the Horcruxes is very special, and it is difficult to get a group pair. The diary? Impossible. I was the one who frightened Lucius. He would never dare to damage the diary. Ring? No, this ring should have the strongest self-protection ability. Even Dumbledore suffered a loss. Locket? Impossible. This locket can be said to be the most hidden. The crown is here, Nagini. Even Richard doesn't know where he is now, but it's hard to say. Harry was on his own bed. What could go wrong? The rest is Hufflepuff's golden cup. In the original book, the golden cup was destroyed by Hermione with the basilisk's fangs. The Linua's golden cup seems to be in Gringotts, and Voldemort attacked Gringotts last year. Could it be that when Voldemort took the gold cup away by himself, this should be the most likely one? But even if Voldemort took the cup, why did he destroy the cup himself? At this moment, Richard suddenly thought of something, and then asked the crown, can Voldemort absorb the souls and Horcruxes to become stronger? The main soul can absorb the remnant soul in the Horcrux, but it does not become stronger. Making a Horcrux does not mean that the soul is separated. After the soul is combined, the soul becomes stronger. The split soul does not matter whether it is the main soul or the remnant soul. In fact, it will become a whole, which is equivalent to a jigsaw puzzle. If you take out a piece from a complete jigsaw puzzle, the original jigsaw puzzle will be automatically repaired and complete. Although it is not the same as before, it is also complete, and the split piece will also form it as a complete piece of the puzzle, so there is no such thing as absorbing it back and becoming stronger. But the remnant soul has another function, which is to repair the damage of the main soul, but it can only be repaired. If the main soul absorbs the remnant soul, it must be that the main soul has suffered a major trauma, and then it can be repaired by absorbing the remnant soul. Hearing this, Richard also understood that he should have given him a huge trauma when he was in school, and Voldemort had no choice but to absorb the remnant soul. After thinking it over, Richard didn't care anymore. Chapter 79. After coming out of the bathroom, Richard walked in the corridor and suddenly remembered that the doll he bought was still in the storage. Thinking of this, Richard took out the doll from the storage and then came to the guest room where Hermione was and knocked on the door. Hermione had just washed up and was still awake. When she heard someone knocking on the door, she thought it was her mother, so she opened the door directly. The first thing that came into view was a doll, which turned out to be the one I liked very much in the mall and hadn't bought until then, and then Richard's face was revealed. Seeing that Richard was about to speak, Hermione quickly pulled him out of the room. For you, I saw that you kept looking at this doll when you were in the mall, and you were still reluctant to let it go when you left, so I bought it and gave it to you. Seeing this doll, Hermione actually knew what was going on, but she didn't expect Richard to buy it for her, and where it was placed, why didn't she see it? Of course, these are not a problem. The most important thing is that Richard bought it for himself. Take this as your birthday present, and I won't give it to you when the time comes. Hearing Richard's steely words, Hermione didn't bother to talk to him, so she decided not to give it to him when the time came, and now she was in her own mood. When you are good, you can't be spoiled by these inconspicuous words. But at this time, there was a sound of B******************* G on the door. Richard told Hermione to be silent, then quietly walked to the door and opened it abruptly. At this time, the four adults fell to the door with a murmur. At this moment, an awkward atmosphere filled the air recklessly. With a creak, a door opened. Harry came out rubbing his eyes, saw Richard's parents and Hermione's parents. 043 fell to the ground, and Richard was standing beside him with his hands in his pockets, showing an expression of not knowing what arrival was attitude. Everyone who was startled by the sound of Harry opening the door all looked over together. After being seen by so many people, Harry backed away in full view, and then closed the door again. After closing the door, Harry patted his chest, took a deep breath, then put his ear on the door and began to eavesdrop. Harris, I suddenly remembered that I still have a bottle of good wine, which is quite good in quality. Would you like to see it? Wilson suddenly said to Hermione's father. Then hurry up, I want to see what kind of wine can be praised by you, Viscount Harris. Harris quickly picked up the conversation and left with Wilson shoulder to shoulder. Jennifer, do you want makeup remover? Let me show you mine. What brand do you want? Hermione's mother was also dragged away by Olivia. After seeing that these four unreliable adults had left, Richard closed the door again, but it didn't shut tightly, leaving a crack. Seeing this scene, the Grangers were really relieved. Although they were very satisfied with Richard in all aspects, from the person to the family, after all, they are still young, and many things are not too early. And this slit proved Richard's magnanimity, But on the other hand, it showed that Richard knew too many things, and Hermione was no match. Unlike the Granger couple, the Harris couple were proud of their education when they saw the crack in the door. As expected, the child they handed over was different from his father, mother. Advertisement at this moment. Hermione was about to react. Her face turned red in an instant. She glanced fiercely at Richard and was about to push him out, but before she could push him out, she suddenly kissed Richard's face and then quickly pushed it out. At this time, Richard seemed to be under some spell, and he smirked at the door for a while before returning to his room. Seeing this scene, Mr. Granger was instantly heartbroken. My little cabbage, no. I must clean up this fellow Wilson and drink up all his good wine. Thinking of this, Mr. Granger's mood immediately improved a lot, and then pulling Wilson is like walking to the wine cellar, but Wilson is in a red face today and needs to drink more because he is in a good mood today. At this time, Hermione buried her face in the otter doll and took it out until she couldn't breathe, and then patted the otter gently while whispering about the bad guy. Richard felt dizzy as if he was walking on the clouds and came to the door of his bedroom. When he opened the door, Harry fell backwards in the direction of the door opening. What's going on? Again? But this time it was better. Harry was younger and more flexible, so he just staggered and didn't fall. I thought something was wrong, so I just listened. Yes, that's it. Harry smiled awkwardly. Richard didn't poke him and went back to bed and lay down, thinking about something. Richard, are you telling Hermione about my scar hurting, and you don't want your parents to know? Harry asked suddenly. Damn, you can figure this out. You really are AF ******* G little genius. Richard was dumbfounded. Is this Harry stupid or naive? That's right. Hermione also read a lot at school. So I want to ask if I know anything about post-traumatic trauma from magic, but she hasn't seen it either. Richard looked at Harry seriously and said, seeing his friend thinking of him so much, Harry was very touched, and Richard looked at this little fool who was about to be limped by himself and couldn't help feeling a little bit ashamed, so he decided to remind him. Harry, I suggest you record the time of each scar pain. Seeing Harry's disapproving expression, he continued, there is no precedent in the wizarding world who survived the death curse, and there is no precedent for your mother's curse. These two magical things happen, together, and it is very likely that there will be some uncertain factors. Don't think that your scar hurts is a very simple thing. You forgot that last semester you saw Quirrell's scar on the back of his head. This may be a prophecy for you, do you understand? This is very important. Hearing a lot of chatter from Richard, Harry only understood one thing. That is, the pain of his scar is not a simple pain, but an important thing. Seeing Harry's bewildered expression, Richard didn't intend to say anything more. Go to sleep. I'll take you to see something good tomorrow. Hearing about looking at good things, Harry barely suppressed his curiosity and closed his eyes, but he couldn't sleep, so he couldn't help asking Richard. What a good thing. Richard didn't answer. He knew it would be troublesome if he answered, and Harry would definitely talk endlessly, so let's pretend to be asleep. Seeing that Richard didn't answer, Harry thought that Richard was asleep, so he quickly closed his mouth, not daring to continue speaking until he saw him. Advertisement, but it was difficult to spend such a happy day in the summer vacation, so Harry was very nostalgic. He was afraid that this was a dream. After waking up from the dream, he would still lie in the small attic of the Dursleys' house, enduring the difficulties of the Dursleys' family. Just like that, Harry slowly fell asleep in reluctance. He didn't know how long he slept, but he felt someone shaking him. It's time for Harry to wake up and eat breakfast. Does anyone call himself to eat again? When Harry opened his eyes, he realized that the sunlight outside was already very dazzling. What time is it? I'm so sorry. It was very rude to sleep so late at someone else's house, and Harry still had common sense about this. Don't be shy. Get up quickly. After breakfast, Hermione and the others will go back, and then I'll show you that wonderful place. Hearing what Richard said, Harry quickly turned over and got up, washed up in a hurry, and went downstairs with Richard. By this time, the Hermiones and the Harises were sitting at the table and having breakfast. Harry was very embarrassed to greet everyone and came to the table to start eating breakfast. Breakfast was soon to be eaten, and the Granger family was also preparing to leave. Knowing that they were going to Paris tomorrow, the Harris couple did not continue to persuade them to stay. Wilson, when we come back from Paris, you and Olivia will bring Richard to my house. I have good wine to save. Of course you are welcome to come to Harry. Okay, that's it. We'll go when you come back. Wilson readily agreed. After saying their goodbyes, the Grangers left with Hermione. Before leaving, Hermione said to Richard, remember to write to me, and of course I will write to you too. After seeing off the Granger family, Wilson said to Harry, "How about you, young man? Do you want to stay another night?" "No, Uncle Harris, I won't bother you. Please take me back." If it weren't for the fact that there is no public transportation here, Harry would have planned to go by himself. "Don't worry, Harry. You forgot that I'm going to take you to see my secret base. Dad is taking Harry back this afternoon," Richard said directly. "You can discuss it yourself. Anyway, there is nothing to do on the farm. Tell me when it's time to leave, and I'll send Harry back." After speaking, Wilson and Olivia returned home. "Come on, Harry. Let's go now. That's a really cool place." Saying that, Richard dragged Harry to the underground fortress. Along the way, Harry was shocked beyond words by the fort. Just like that, I followed Richard stupidly and came directly to the underground fortress. "How about it? My secret base." Richard showed off to Harry, and Richard at this moment looked like a kid who just got a new toy to show off to his friends. Maybe Richard himself didn't realize that it's not just Harry. Even Richard himself is different at Hogwarts and at home. Richard at home is more like a child of this age group, while at Hogwarts Richard would think like an adult. Chapter 80. When Harry saw the underground fortress in front of him, he couldn't connect everything in front of him with the so-called secret base. The best secret base in his memory was when he was in elementary school, where he met a bullied man who also suffered bullying. Together with his classmates, he found the treehouse, which was the most beautiful place before he went to Hogwarts. Originally, Harry thought that the place Richard would take him to should be the same, but it turns out that people are different. Looking at the stunned Harry, Richard unconsciously showed a proud smile. Although he didn't build it himself, this place already belongs to him. You must know that it is very difficult to hide the loyalty curse of the entire farm. After all, the farm has too much space and there are many people who know it. However, it is much easier to hide Richard's house and this underground fortress, and it is also convenient for operation. Richard took Harry to the various rooms, constantly introducing to Harry the functions of each room and what he was about to prepare. "Richard, what are you going to do with this secret base?" Harry was very puzzled by this, when his secret base was for him to escape from those who bullied him. But Richard, no one should bully him. "I got this for my parents and Hermione's parents." From Harry, Richard had nothing to hide. "Why? Aren't they all fine?" "Harry, I have a feeling that Voldemort will come back, and the damage I did to his soul at the end of last term, he will definitely not let me go. I am not afraid of him, but I am worried that he will do something to me the parents of the family started. That's why I got this secret base. Will Voldemort really come back?" Harry was a little confused about this. Although Voldemort killed his parents, if the devil really returns, many people will die. Yes, he will definitely come back to life again. Although I don't know why, but since Richard said it with such certainty, it's okay to take it as true. We still have Dumbledore. Voldemort is most afraid of Dumbledore. Last time it was Dumbledore who defeated him. This time it will definitely work, Harry said without thinking. Dumbledore was not the one who defeated Voldemort last time. It was you and your mother who defeated Voldemort. It is true that Voldemort is afraid of Dumbledore, and we will only have Dumbledore, but Dumbledore is old, and he also destroyed the Philosopher's Stone that could live forever. Who knows how long Dumbledore can last? Besides, Dumbledore is only one person. How many people can he protect? And he still has to rely on himself. Harry couldn't help but fell into deep thought when he heard Richard's words, but he just didn't think of what to think about. Forget it. Anyway, Dumbledore is still there now. Let's continue to look at Richard's secret base. Richard didn't know what Harry was thinking, and if he had, he would have told Harry that all Dumbledore was thinking about was us and Harry Potter. The two of them spent the morning in the underground bunker planning how to arrange it, during which Richard asked Harry what to do if Voldemort came back and hurt the Dursleys. Unexpectedly, Harry didn't even think about it and directly said, "No, the Dursleys are so bad. They will definitely help Voldemort directly." Well, this answer, very Harry. Advertisement, then it was Richard's painful moment. Harry was like 100,000 wise. He kept asking this and that, but they were all relatively routine and acceptable. The latter questions made Richard wear a pain mask. Not for 20 years cerebral thrombosis can never raise these questions, like why so much luncheon meat is prepared. Isn't luncheon meat only eaten at noon? Can it still be called luncheon meat if it is eaten at other times? Until the end, Richard had no thoughts of sorting out, just wanted to find something to gag Harry's mouth. No. Considering that Harry could only interrupt his own progress here, Richard chased Harry to ride the horse. After Harry left, Richard finally rushed to the world to be quiet. To be honest, there is actually nothing to tidy up here, just some things are missing, such as food and medicine. But Richard just feels that there are still many things that have not been cleaned up. Soon Richard also felt bored down here, so he returned to the top again, watching Harry ride slowly there. What should I do? Although I can learn the spells from the crown, Richard still doesn't trust him very much. It's better to go back to Hogwarts and find some magic books to supplement the basics of black magic. It is easy to be deceived. As for going out to play, it's still in the 90s. It's too inconvenient not to have a lot of things. Why don't you go to Diagon Alley? But you can't take Harry with you. It's just a holiday. It's Harry's magic spell supplement when he was full of energy. Taking him away from the Dursleys' house for a day was enough, and this should be the limit Dumbledore could accept. If he continued to take Harry to Diagon Alley recklessly, that old bee would definitely find him. Seeing that Harry was having fun there, Richard didn't urge him to wait a little longer. It was almost 10 o'clock in the morning, and Harry was also tired from riding the horse, so he found Richard after getting off the horse. Richard, please ask Uncle Wilson to take me back. Harry saw that it was almost noon, and he was really embarrassed to have lunch here again. So I want Wilson to send him back. What's the matter? Are you not having fun here? Why don't you go after lunch? Richard asked to stay. Forget it, I have to go back sooner or later, so I won't bother you anymore. I am very happy these 2 days. I am really the happiest except Hogwarts, Harry said seriously, seeing that Harry was determined to go back. Richard didn't continue to persuade him to stay and took Harry to find Olivia first. Mom, where's the magic wallet? Do you still want to use it? I want to use it for Harry. No, it's not as easy to use as I imagined, and it can't be seen by others. It's too troublesome. Anyway, when you buy things, you let your father hold them. Putting them in the car is the same as putting them in there. Let me think about yesterday. We took it to buy some food and, by the way, put it in the locker by the door. You go and see. Richard came to the locker and found the magic wallet. Then he took the magic wallet to the place where the snacks were kept, put a lot of snacks in the magic wallet, and handed it to Hatuan. You take this, and if you're not full at the Dursleys, you can have some snacks. Harry didn't refuse. He knew it was a friend's kindness to him, and he couldn't refuse. Seeing the touched Harry, Richard teased. Advertisement, I can't give you this wallet. You will return it to me when I go to school. When my father and mother go out to inspect other farms, it will be much more convenient to have this wallet. Hearing this, Harry immediately said to go back and put away the snacks and return them to Richard. Let's put it there first. Your room must be small, and snacks should not be easy to hide. Besides, your cousin, you can tell from his appearance that he must be very good at finding something to eat. Besides, I'm on vacation now. At home, Mom and Dad will definitely not go out, and we don't need it either. Hearing what Richard said, Harry accepted it with confidence. Then the two found Wilson, who was working, and told him that Harry was going back. Wilson politely persuaded him to stay for a while, but he didn't continue to stay. After putting aside the work in hand, he asked the two to wait at the door of the house, and he would drive there. When Richard and Harry walked from the workshop to the door of the house, Wilson happened to drive over. After the two got into the car, they were still talking and laughing at first, but as Privet Drive approached, Harry's expression became more and more serious, and finally he even became dazed, not even hearing Richard's words. Seeing Harry like this, Richard has nothing to do with it. After all, no one can replace this kind of thing. Maybe this is the price of becoming the savior. The more prosperous Harry is in the wizarding world, the more miserable he is at the Dursleys. Although there is no necessary connection, but you can't have all the good things taken by one person, except for Richard. After all, cheating doesn't count. Soon the car drove to Privet Drive. Richard told his father to go back first, and he was going back in the afternoon, and at the same time asked Wilson to tell his mother that he would not go back for lunch. Wilson asked if he wanted to pick him up in the afternoon, but Richard also refused. Wilson didn't continue to ask. After all, Richard is not young now, and he is still a wizard. There is no problem with safety. It is time to need some space for yourself. After watching Wilson leave, Richard asked Harry, Harry, where's the small park in your neighborhood? It is the park where the lady said last time that she was going to walk the cat. You're talking about Mrs. Fig. She goes to the park to walk cats every day, but others say cats don't need to walk. Why do you want to go? I'll take you there. After speaking, without waiting for Richard to respond, he dragged Richard to the park. It seemed that Harry really didn't want to go back. After a while, the two came to the community park, which is a small park with a modern and simple design style. The center of the green space in the park is a fan-shaped pool. Along the shore of the lake there are playing areas for chess and pétanque. A lot of rough stones are placed on the edge of the linear revetment, encouraging people to walk and rest along the waterfront while also engaging in water-friendly activities. In terms of plants, there are many native plants that exist in the local wild animals that Richard does not know. and aquatic plants are also carefully arranged on the edge of the pool. A lot of materials with industrial characteristics such as clay bricks and rusted steel plates are used as artistic sketches. Mrs. Fig was sitting on a bench by the lake, where she could see the people coming and going in the community. It really is a professional caregiver. Richard is very emotional. Seeing that Richard and Harry came back, Mrs. Fig didn't say anything. She had told Dumbledore yesterday that Richard had taken Harry away. Dumbledore told her to wait. If Harry didn't go back to tell him the next day, now Harry didn't have to tell Dumbledore when he came back. Chapter 81. After wandering around the park for a while, Richard bid farewell to Harry. In fact, Richard came here just to show Mrs. Fig he took Harry away, and now he will be sent back in front of Mrs. Fig, so that Mrs. Fig can see that the mission has been accomplished, and there is no need to stay any longer caught. And Harry, who knew his situation, didn't invite Richard to the Dursleys' house, but just expressed his gratitude to Richard for the 2-day invitation. After leaving Privet Drive, Richard found a deserted place, took out his wand, and waved it casually. Richard felt like a fool. Fortunately, no one saw it now. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing, just when Richard thought he wouldn't come. Suddenly, with a deafening bang, a 3-story bus with a bright purple color drove over from nowhere and stopped in front of Richard with a sudden brake. Welcome to the night bus, an emergency passenger transport for witches or wizards in distress. Just stick out your wand and step on board, and we'll take you wherever you want. My name is Stan Sampak, your conductor. As he spoke, he pulled Richard to the car. Then he pointed to the wizard sitting in the driver's seat and said, 210, that's Ern, our driver. Okay, tell me, little wizard, where are you going? It's really early enough. How come you were kicked out by your parents because you were too naughty? But you were lucky enough. Today is the last time we will drive during the day. It runs at night. You know there are more and more muggles now. It's hard to avoid them during the day, by the way. The fare is 11 silver sickles. Plus 3 silver sickles you can get a cup of hot chocolate. Now, I probably don't need sleeping bags and toothbrushes. From getting in the car to now, Richard's head is like being drilled with an electric drill, and the buzzing sound is endless. Quickly took out a galleon from his pocket and handed it to Stan, and told him that he was going to the leaky cauldron to avoid chocolate, and then walked back. There are some differences between the current night bus and the one in the original book. There are no chairs on the bus in the original book, but only copper frame beds. There are almost a dozen chairs on the first floor of the current bus, and the second and third floors are beds. Richard casually found a chair by the window and sat down. Stan quickly walked over, handed Richard a change, and said, the leaky cauldron, right? It'll be here soon. You really don't need hot chocolate. It's delicious. Sitting on the chair shaking from side to side, Richard clearly told Star that he needed it. How can he drink in such a driving environment? I'm afraid he'll let it go before he put it on his lips. I have to admit that the night bus is really fast, and it arrived at the destination in less than 10 minutes. At this time, the bus stopped in a narrow alley, and Star greeted Richard, drive over and get off the car. Although those muggles can't see the car, they can see the wizard. There is no one here. You just need to go out of the alley and turn left. Hurry up, someone is coming soon. By the way, when you leave you can take out your wand here, too. Hearing this, Richard quickly ran out of the car. The moment he got out of the car, Richard stopped in a hurry. The door was almost stuck to the wall, and if he was faster, he would have hit it. When Richard turned around, the car was gone. Richard fixed his eyes on the alley. Good guy. Really good guy. This alley is at most the width of 3 adults side by side. It is really amazing that the night bus can stop. After walking out of the alley, he saw the leaky cauldron on the left, and Richard hurried over. Advertisement. After opening the door, the leaky cauldron bar, which was so bustling in the past, was surprisingly deserted with few people. Hi, little wizard. Are you going to Diagon Alley? An old wizard in normal clothes was sitting at the bar and greeted Richard. Yes, Mr. Tom, but I'd like to have something to eat before I go. Is there any food? There is no menu here. What do you want to eat here? Tom pointed to the small blackboard behind him and said to Richard. The lighting in the room was too dim, and it was impossible to see what was written on it. Richard then stepped forward and looked carefully. Food. Grilled pork chops, grilled pancakes, raw liver, drinks, sherry, tea, brandy, butterbeer, mead. Have a grilled pork chop, a baked pancake, and if you want a drink, a glass of butterbeer, no alcohol, and little wizards can drink it too. Okay, you can find a place to sit down first, and I will serve you right away. Richard came to a place near the patio and sat down. Looking around, the whole bar was dark and shabby, with 2 or 3 customers sitting at their tables without talking or speaking. Soon what Richard ordered was ready. when a voice suddenly sounded from behind Richard. "Are you Richard? Why are you here by yourself? Hannah Abbott?" Richard looked back, and it turned out to be Hannah, who was tough. "I don't have anything to do during the holidays. I want to go to Diagon Alley. What about you? Why are you here?" "The leaky cauldron is ours. I'm normal here." Hannah said it was only when Richard remembered that the Abbott family was also one of the 28 pureblood families. The full name of the current owner was Tom Abbott, who was also Hannah Abbott's grandfather. The leaky cauldron was their family's business. While talking, Hannah brought up all the things Richard ordered, but Hannah did not leave after serving the dishes, but pulled out a chair and sat down opposite, whispering to Richard, "Is Professor Quirrell really a bad guy?" "Huh. Oh, Professor Quirrell. He is not a bad guy in the traditional sense. He just went to the wrong place at the wrong time, made a wrong choice, and then he couldn't help himself." Richard didn't think of Hannah. "I will ask this question. According to common sense, what everyone should pay attention to is not that the savior Harry Potter saved everyone once. Yes, I always thought that Professor Quirrell was a better person before, but he was relatively silent. He used to give me handicrafts brought back from Africa, and he wore that funny headscarf from last summer vacation. Then it became weird. But I never thought that he would turn bad, and even attack you and Harry for stealing the Philosopher's Stone. By the way, Hannah, isn't the leaky cauldron always crowded? Why is it so deserted today?" "It's okay. In fact, there are not many people in the bar at this time, and there will be more people in the afternoon. After all, there are not many choices at noon in the bar." That's right. Richard just realized that this is a bar and not a restaurant. It's a restaurant at noon now. Why are there so many people in the bar? He thought something happened to the wizarding community, almost decided to go home. 001-300-8120 Felu 204333501. Advertisement in this way. While Richard was eating, Hannah chatted with Richard casually, and after Richard finished eating, he was going to Diagon Alley. "Just about to say goodbye to Hannah," Hannah said to Richard. "I'll be with you, and I can introduce you." Richard agreed as soon as he heard it. "Anyway, it's not interesting to be alone. And you won't be cheated if you have this local snake buying things." Seeing that Richard agreed, Hannah asked Richard to go to Diagon Alley to wait for her first, and she went to talk to Tom. Let me explain here first. It's not that Hannah has any unreasonable thoughts about Richard. It's just that there are no people in it right now. Tom alone is enough. Hannah is too boring there. A classmate happened to come. She just go to Diagon Alley, by the way. Don't think too much. Without making Richard wait too long in Diagon Alley, Hannah soon entered Diagon Alley too. "Where do you want to go shopping?" "I want to go to Lehan Bookstore to see if there are any new books, and then go to the Fantastic Beasts store." "Okay, let's go then." Saying that, Hannah led Richard forward, and soon came to Lehan Bookstore along the winding road. Lehan Bookstore is located in the 5th store not far from the entrance. After entering, there are several large bookshelves inside the bookstore. The bookshelves are full of books, even reaching the ceiling. Among them are huge stones like paving stones. Leather-bound books. There are small silver shell books that are as small as postage stamps, books with countless strange symbols printed on them, and wordless books with nothing written inside. "Isn't this little Hannah? Why have you come to buy textbooks?" "But Hogwarts hasn't given me the textbook list for this semester. You still have to wait for a few days." The bookstore owner took the initiative to type when Hannah came over. "Call. It's not that I want to buy books. I'm here with my classmate. He wants to buy some books." Hannah quickly explained. "Hello, little wizard. What do you want?" At this moment, the bookstore owner looked at Richard and recalled it, and immediately remembered it. "It's you. I remember you. Didn't you buy a lot of books last year?" It is true that no wizard who is still an underage wizard would buy most of the 5.0 in Lehan Bookstore, but this also made the boss a lot of money, so the boss immediately greeted Richard warmly. "I've basically read all the books I bought last year. I'm going to see if there are any new books." "Then you are really in the right place. Lehan Bookstore has new books every year, and now I have the most popular series of books here. Let's take a look. This is the Gilderoy Lockhart series. I have the most complete one here. There is also this one. This is Lockhart's new book. He will hold a new book conference here next month." "Really? Gilderoy Lockhart will hold a new book conference next month?" Hannah's eyes widened upon hearing the news. You must know that in this wizarding world where entertainment is scarce, Lockhart is the king of traffic and is sought after by most of the old, middle, and junior female wizards. Give me a set of all Gilderoy's books. Even if Richard didn't know the truth about Gilderoy, he wouldn't follow the stars, not to mention what kind of person Gilderoy is. Richard knew very well, but he knew that next semester, Gilderoy would be Hog Professor Watt's new defense against the dark arts class. These books will be bought sooner or later, so I bought them. Then Richard glanced at Hannah and found that she was staring at Gilderoy's new book intently and pulled the boss aside and asked quietly. Chapter 82. Do you have the kind that is not allowed to be sold here? Fantastically waiting for the boss. After a while, the boss took out a book from an unknown corner, came to Richard's side mysteriously, and gave him a look. Several large characters suddenly appeared on it. One Night with Gilderoy Lockhart. There is even a moving picture. Richard suddenly came up with the idea that it would be good to buy a copy. He quickly suppressed it and said to the boss, I'm not talking about this kind of thing. Is there anything about black magic? Hearing what Richard said, the boss quickly stopped Richard, looked outside carefully, and said cautiously to Richard, this can't be sold. Orers come to my store from time to check. If they find that kind of book, then I will definitely be arrested and sent to Azkaban. Forget it. I thought that Lehan bookstore would have everything. Hearing Richard say this, and knowing that Richard is not the one who is short of money. I do have a book about spells, but you need to know the price of such a book. There is no problem with the price, Richard said quickly. Hearing what Richard said, the boss didn't continue to talk nonsense, and took out a dilapidated book from a corner and put it directly in Gilderoy's book. Sincerely 40 gold galleons. Gilderoy's set of books costs 10 galleons, and that book costs 30 galleons. Is it so expensive? 20 After handing over the money to the boss, Richard just took out the book and turned 2 pages. There are some profound things on it. The symbols, and some incomprehensible words, but it doesn't matter. The crown should understand. Richard wanted to continue reading, but the boss put his hand on the book and whispered in Lee's ear. You only bought Gilderoy's book from me. I won't admit the rest. Seeing Richard nodding, the boss took his hand away from the book. Considering that it is best to read the book of black magic in a safe place, Richard did not continue to read it. Considering that this is the wizarding world, there are many alchemy products that can store things, so Richard did not hide it and received the book directly. In memory, he thought his behavior was normal and nothing out of the ordinary. But I didn't expect the boss to show a surprised expression. This is not something that ordinary alchemists can do. Seeing the boss's expression, Richard knew that his behavior was mingling. Advertisement, but fortunately, the boss soon figured it out. Richard was obviously not short of money for such a big deal, and some strange alchemy products were normal, so he was relieved. Seeing that the boss returned to his normal expression, Richard also breathed a sigh of relief, and he should be more cautious in doing things in the future. Now that I have bought the book I want, there is no need to stay here any longer. After greeting Hannah, the two walked out of the bookstore. After seeing Richard leaving, the boss excitedly took out the gold galleons he had just received, counted them carefully twice, then took one randomly and put it on the bent index finger of his right hand. Flicking his thumb under the gold coins in an instant, the gold coins spun rapidly into the air, and then landed steadily in the hands of the boss. In fact, that book is not a black magic book. It was just bought as a waste book from a declining family. At that time, there were a bunch of different old books, and the others had already been disposed of by the boss. Only this one was left. I wrote some strange words, all of which are blank at the end. The boss originally planned to use it as a notepad, but he didn't expect that there would be such a fat sheep. As for the little wizard at the back, he is not afraid. He has already said that he will not recognize books other than the Gilderoy series, and to be honest, the boss never said that this book is a black magic book. He just said that this is a book about spells, and those strange words, the boss thinks they are spells, but he doesn't care if he can't understand them. What's more, an underage little wizard watched black magic. It must be for fun. He still protected the little wizard. The more excited the owner wanted to close the shop and go to the leaky cauldron for a drink. At this moment, Richard, who was excited, didn't realize that he had been cheated. He was chatting excitedly with Hannah and walking towards the Fantastic Beasts store. The Fantastic Beasts store is a store located on the south side of Diagon Alley. The small space in the store is very crowded. Here Richard has to complain about the Ministry of Magic. Diagon Alley is full of wizards, so why should we abide by the International Wizarding Secrecy Act? A problem that can be solved with a traceless expansion spell. The walls of the store are covered with dense cages, selling all kinds of exotic animals, such as poisonous orange snails, giant turtles with jeweled shells, black mice with shiny fur, owls, ravens, cats of various colors, and velvet, plush and transforming rabbits, and more. And in addition to magical animals, there are also pet supplies such as mouse strength potions. When Richard came to the store, the boss was taking care of the magical animals in the store. When he saw Hannah coming, he also greeted Hannah manually. Hi Hannah, do you want to buy a magical animal as a pet? No, Adams, I'm here with my classmate this time. You can greet him, I'll just take a look. Hearing Hannah's words, Adams turned his gaze to Richard. You little wizard, what do you need? I don't only have owls here. Mr. Adams, you were busy first. Let me take a look first. Hearing that neither of them came to by magical animals, Adams also lost interest in saying hello. After all, he still has a lot of things to do now, and the only clerk has asked for leave because of the death of his relative, which made him very busy. There will be a batch of new pets coming soon, and it will be more busy later. Maybe it's time to hire a temporary worker or something. It's really not enough for one person. Hearing Adams muttering softly, Richard's eyes lit up. Anyway, I'm bored at home, so I might as well be a temporary worker here. Even if I don't have special magical animals, it's fine to increase my experience points. Now my 2 each active skill has only 1 level, and the gap in experience value is still relatively large. The more he thought about it, the more Li Cha felt that he should be this temporary worker. So he came to Adams and asked him actively, Advertisement, Mr. Adams. Are you looking for a part-time job? I think I might give it a try. Hearing Richard's words, Adams knew that his own words should have been heard by this little wizard just now, but he was not going to recruit a little wizard who didn't know anything. Know that many magical animals need to use a lot of stun spells to tame them at the beginning. Although he knew that Adams definitely didn't want to recruit little wizards, Richard still had confidence in himself. Looking at the magical animals that Adams was taking care of, Richard said directly, Bowtruckle, an animal that guards trees, is mainly produced in the forests of Western England, Southern Germany, and Scandinavia. It usually feeds on insects, and the favorite is the woodcutter. As long as you give it a wood, turtles can destroy even the trees it guards. The bowtruckle is a very common magical animal, and most young wizards know it. Adams is right. The bowtruckle is indeed a relatively common magical animal, but it knows Scandinavia and turtles are rare. Bandamonia, there is no special origin. It can be seen all over the world, feeding on dust, and the diluted biteman secretion can be used in magic cleaners. The heartworm, native to Northern Europe, which feeds on the castor plant and secretes a sentimental molasses which acts as an antidote for hysteria caused by eating the leaves of the plant of Ariat. Seeing that Richard is very familiar with the magical animals in his store, Adams also knows that this little wizard is indeed good at magical animals, but his magic level is unknown. At this time, Hannah seemed to have discovered where Adams was hesitating and immediately sent a divine assist. Richard is an excellent wizard at Hogwarts. He defeated Quirrell before 927 on holiday and won the Hogwarts Special Contribution Award. Hearing that Adams also recognized this little wizard, it seems that he had read related reports in the Daily Prophet a few days ago. He is indeed an excellent little wizard. No, if he can defeat or even kill Quirrell, he can no longer be called the little wizard is gone. He should be an excellent wizard. Okay, but I want to explain in advance that I have an employee who didn't come because of something recently, but he will come back in a week. So you only have a week, but I can give you a higher salary, 5 days a week. Jean Gallon. Arrive at the store before 9 o'clock in the morning and 7 o'clock in the evening. Adams looked at Richard's immature face, hesitated, and changed his way. You can leave after 5 p.m. There is a working meal at the Leaky Cauldron at noon. You can't drink, and old Tom won't sell you a drink. How about it? If you agree, then start tomorrow morning. No problem, Mr. Adams. I have nothing to do today. I will help you take care of these magical animals now. Richard said happily. That's the best, but I won't give you extra rewards. At most, I'll buy you a glass of butterbeer. Thank you very much, Mr. Adams, but give it to Hannah, who has been with me for so long. I'll give it to you, little Hannah. I'll buy her a drink too. You guys wait here. Anyway, there's no one around at this time, so I'll go to the Leaky Cauldron. After finishing speaking, Adams opened the door and went out. Thank you, Hannah. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't have gotten this job so easily. In fact, Richard is very clear that he is a strange little wizard. How could Adams agree with him so easily? His own excellence is only one aspect. The more important thing is Hannah. After all, Hannah grew up in Diagon Alley the Wizard, and her grandfather is the owner of the Leaky Cauldron Bar. Everyone here knows her, and they trust Hannah because they trust her. Chapter 83. After a while, Adams came back with 2 glasses of butterbeer using the levitation charm, and saw Richard feeding rats to the mink. After nodding in satisfaction, he used his magic wand to control the 2 glasses of butterbeer to float towards the 2 people respectively. Come on, drink some first. These disobedient things will become more obedient when they are hungry. Richard didn't shirk, and put down the work in hand, and caught the wine glass floating in the air. To be honest, Richard didn't like this drink very much. It was very sweet. He said it was a drink, but in Richard's opinion, it was more like a dessert. Fortunately, Richard is not thirsty now. If he is thirsty, this thing can be said to be of no use at all. Adams is not like a capitalist who squeezes workers. Although he hired Richard, he still does the work that should be done as usual. He didn't push all the work to Richard. Moreover, there are not many magical animals in the store now, and all that should be sold have already been sold. It's almost the same. Only some magical animals with emotional defects are still in the store. So Adams has also purchased a large number of magical animals, which will arrive about the day after tomorrow. After drinking the butterbeer, Richard and Adams quickly finished the little work left in the store. Caught. Richard chatted with Adams about fantastic beasts in the store while sucking cats. After he masturbated Crookshanks for a while, Richard said goodbye to Adams and promised to arrive on time tomorrow. As soon as he walked out of the Fantastic Beasts store, Richard met Ollivander, who had returned from going out. Originally, Richard wanted to avoid this old man. After all, his mysterious demeanor made him not seem like a good person, but Ollivander recognized him immediately. Richard Harris, Thunderbolt Mahogany, Heartstrings of an Unknown Chinese Fantastic Beast, 13 inches, my grandfather's work? Mr. Ollivander, good afternoon. The helpless G only said hello. Well, how is that wand? Very well. We cooperate very well. That's right. After all, it is the wand that chooses wizards. Since it has chosen you, you must have a good understanding. Can you let me have a look again? Of course there is no problem. Richard was about to draw out his wand, but was stopped by Ollivander. It's not good to take it out directly. Let's go to the store. As he spoke, he walked directly towards his shop regardless of whether Richard agreed or not, and Richard had no choice but to follow. After walking 2 steps, he came to Ollivander's wand shop. Ollivander took off the sign saying he was out on business, opened the door, and made a standard gentleman's invitation. Richard, who walked into the shop, handed the wand to Ollivander. This wretched old man rubbed Richard's wand lightly. For some reason, Richard suddenly felt that his wand was not clean. After stroking Ollivander for a while, he waved his wand lightly. Richard looked over, but after waiting for a while, nothing happened. Ollivander wiped the sweat from his forehead in embarrassment, and then waved it again. I tapped my wand, but still nothing. It shouldn't be. Even muggles will react when they wave their wands. Ollivander muttered softly. Mr. Harris, please try it. Saying that, Ollivander returned the wand to Richard. Advertisement. Richard took his wand and cast a lighting spell directly. Luminescence in an instant. A dazzling light burst out from the top of the wand. Now Ollivander was dumbfounded. What's going on? In the end, I could only hold back one sentence. It seems that this wand is no longer allowed to be used by others after choosing you. Oh, Merlin, this is really amazing. Richard almost lived in Bungbu. Is this how Merlin uses it? Does Merlin know this? Seeing that Richard's wand is so humane, Ollivander wanted to continue researching it, so he spoke directly. Mr. Harris, anyway, you little wizards can't use magic outside of school. I wonder if you can send your wand to me first. I'll help you maintain it for a few days. How is this possible? Richard directly refused. Ollivander also knew that his request was too much, so he didn't care and continued. Then, can you come to the store a few more times when you have time? Your wand is in a very strange state, and it is necessary to study it. How about studying 20 gold galleons once? Damn, it turns out that a monopoly industry is to make money. This old guy must be very rich, but Richard still refused the request. Mr. Ollivander, I'm really sorry. I have to work at Adams these days, and I really don't have time. I'll go talk to Adams and he'll agree. I'm sorry, Mr. Ollivander. Mr. Adams is a good man, and I don't want to delay my work with him because of this incident. Seeing that Richard was already a little unhappy, Ollivander added hastily. In this way, on the premise of not affecting your work, I can give you 50 galleons at a time. How about not more than an hour each time? And you can also learn some knowledge about magic wands from me. Seeing Ollivander swearing not to give up until he reaches his goal, Jiang said directly. I can come up to 3 times, and I'm not sure when I can come. Even if you have something to do, you have to count it once, 100 galleons each time. Richard thought that such a demanding request should be rejected, but unexpectedly, Ollivander immediately agreed. No problem, it's settled. Seeing that Richard agreed, Ollivander was very happy. In fact, Richard didn't know that the current wands can be used even by muggles, but muggles can't cast spells, but they can trigger the magical energy stored in the wand, which means that there are often times when muggles take the wand by mistake, inadvertently triggered the magic energy and caused serious consequences. If Ollivander can use Richard's wand to create a new wand that muggles can't use, or that can't be used by anyone except the owner, then he can definitely break through the title of one of the 3 major wand makers in Europe, becoming the veritable #1 wand maker in the world. The temptation for Ollivander is indescribable. The family has been engaged in wand manufacturing for many years. How much money does Ollivander have? They can't count, so let alone 100 gold galleons. Even if it's 1,000 gold galleons, Ollivander doesn't care. After coming out of the wand shop, Richard first came to Mrs. Malkin's robe store and asked Mrs. Malkin to buy 2 protective coats. After hearing this, Mrs. Malkin's expression turned pale. Yes, tell Richard that she doesn't sell these messy clothes here. Hearing this, Richard didn't say much. Mrs. Majin meant that there were such clothes in the Tuafan clothing store, so he rushed to the Tuafan clothing store immediately. As soon as he opened the door, Richard saw a familiar figure. It was a pale young wizard with a thin chin, light blonde hair, and gray eyes. Advertisement, Draco Malfoy? Richard blurted out. That's right, the little wizard of Slytherin, Draco Malfoy. At this time, Draco heard someone calling him, and immediately looked back, seeing that it was Richard, and blurted out, "Why are you here?" Narcissa was a little displeased when she heard that someone came in, but when she heard that her son still knew her, she thought that she must be from a pureblood family, so she looked back. She originally planned to be a wizard from a pureblood family. But looking back, the person standing at the door turned out to be Richard. Thinking of her husband's performance after picking up her son from the station that day, and the evening conversation between the husband and wife, Narcissa's face was also a bit ugly, but she was obviously better than Richard. Draco has many cities. Hashtag Mr. Harris, here you come. Then forced a smile on his face. Mrs. Malfoy, you're here too. I didn't bother you. Richard kept a straight face without any expression. Seeing Richard's face and thinking of what Lucius said to her, Narcissa couldn't help wondering if this Li Cha was following her and Draco, but she didn't dare to ask. Song wants to hurry up? Stay a little farther away. Margaret, I'm leaving first, so I don't want that dress for now. Mr. Harris is a respected guest. You should treat him well. Mr. Harris's consumption today can be charged to the account of the Malfoy family. After speaking, he nodded to Richard. Oh, then thank you, Mrs. Malfoy. Richard still looked at Narcissa blankly. Narcissa, who was looked at very awkward by Richard, hurriedly took Malfoy out of the clothing store. Seeing Richard's demeanor, even the Malfoy family, who always had their eyes high above their heads, respected him so much, Margaret quickly put on a flattering smile. Mr. Harris, is there anything I can help you with? Margaret, right? I want 2 coats with self-defense functions, which can be worn by ordinary people. I don't know if you live here. Of course there is, but the price may be a bit high. But since Mrs. Malfoy said that it should be recorded in the account of the Malfoy family, there should be no problem. The price is not a problem, but it's just some gold galleons. I still have some, but it must have an effect. If there is no effect, it will not be so easy for me to deal with. As for the kindness of the Malfoy family, Richard didn't, Wang Zhao, directly accept it. The Malfoy family is always the master of success. This time they accepted it. I don't know what troubles will happen later. Besides, Wilson changed so much last year. Too many galleons are wasted if not used. Hearing what Richard said, Margaret was even more sure that this man must be a man of great background. She smiled even more and didn't care about Richard's threat. After all, although her store's price is a bit higher, the quality is also well known. Of course there is no problem, Mr. Harris. Our store has always been known for its quality in this way. Richard chose 2 men's and women's coats at the Tuafan clothing store, and actually spent 3,000 galleons. When paying the money, Richard didn't seem to care, but his heart was bleeding silently. It was so dark. Before leaving, McGonagall told Richard that the protective ability of this kind of clothes can only last for 1 year, and after 1 year, he needs to go to the store to recharge. Deep Pit. Margaret, who sent Richard out, was too happy to manage his facial expressions. After all, they are professionals and usually don't laugh. However, Margaret did not cheat Richard. The cost of these 2 clothes was about 2,800. Margaret was happy to finally sell them. This kind of clothes is very tasteless in the wizarding world, and ordinary wizards don't have so many. Gold gallon, and even if you have it, you won't buy it. After all, the effect of tin iron electric lights is much better than the protection of this kind of clothes. Chapter 84. Richard paid more attention this time, and put the 2 clothes into the storage when no one was there. Then I walked through the leaky cauldron, said hello to Hannah, thanked him again, and left Diagon Alley. When he came to the alley where he got off the car, he took out his magic wand and waved it around. Still the same formula, still the same movement, Accompanied by a deafening bang, the night bus came to Richard. Right in front of his eyes, Richard felt that his nose had touched the front cover of the car, and the hot air from the engine was blowing over his face. "It's you, that little wizard? Sure enough, you still want to sit again. I said that the night bus is the best means of transportation. Hurry up, little guy. Hurry up, there will be trouble soon. Coming?" Richard tremblingly supported his limp legs and boarded the night bus. This time there was still no one on the first floor of the car, but there were still a few wizards lying on the beds on the second floor that Richard saw. "Hey, where are you going this time? Is it where you got on the bus last time?" "No, I'm going to Harris Farm in Surrey. That's a big farm. Where exactly are you going?" Hearing this, Richard was a little confused. How could he be more specific? He also knew about the farm, and asked tentatively, "Do you know the Harris family at Harris Farm?" "I don't know, but the night bus will take us there. Magic is what it is." That's right, magic is so magical. Richard has no doubt that if he mentions the bed in his bedroom, then the bus will be delivered to the door of his bedroom. After handing over 11 silver sickles to Stan, Richard began to count out of boredom. 1 gold galleon is about 5 pounds, and 1 gold galleon is equal to 17 silver 570 sickles, so 11 silver sickles is about the same 3.2 pounds. You know, my home is still a little far from the leaky cauldron. It's surprisingly cheap. Unfortunately, this is the last day it will only be possible to ride at night. Li Cha ran to the front and asked Stan. The night bus would start after 8 p.m. and end at 6 o'clock the next morning. Hearing this news, Richard was still a little disappointed. His parents probably wouldn't say anything about his part-time job, but he would go home after 8 o'clock. At his current age, his parents would never agree, so he had to let Wilson pick him up. Soon the night bus arrived at the door of Richard's house. After saying goodbye to Stan, Richard got off the bus and returned to his home. At this time, Olivia had already started preparing dinner, and she was very curious to see Richard's sudden return. "Son, how did you come back? Why didn't I see any soldiers coming over?" "Advertisement, it's the wizard's bus, and people without magical powers will ignore it even if they see it," Richard explained. "By the way, Mom, I think it's okay to work part-time for a week in the Wizarding Commercial Street we went to before school started last time." Richard knew that his father would definitely have no problem, and it was mainly because of his mother. She should be reluctant to let herself work part-time. Hearing what Richard said, Olivia quickly turned off the fire, turned around and looked at Richard seriously. "What's the matter, son? Did you change the money last time?" "It's okay, let your father change some. Recently, the income of the family has increased a lot, and the money is enough." Seeing his mother's rich and powerful appearance, Richard almost laughed, but he still hurried explained. "Without my mother, I still have a lot of galleons, and I can't spend them all, Kachi." Indeed, before going to school, Wilson exchanged 1.6 W of galleons for Richard, which is almost the income of Ronald's family for 10 years. That store is a magical animal shop. There are not many jobs every day, from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., only 1 week, and you only need to feed the magical animals. If your son is not too good, it would be very difficult to apply for the job. "Mom, please, just let me go," Richard said, coquettishly shaking Olivia's arm. Okay, but if you want your dad to pick you up, you can't take that wizard bus anymore." "Okay, Mom, hurry up and cook. I'll go up to take a shower and change clothes. I'm hungry." Hearing that her precious son was hungry, Olivia hurried back to the kitchen to continue cooking. Richard also went back upstairs. Although using a cleansing spell can solve the problem, the cleaning spell is different from a real bath. As long as conditions permit, Richard prefers to take a real bath, but dirty clothes can be cleaned with cleansing. Curse. After washing, Richard changed into clean clothes, cleaned the clothes he took off today with a cleaning spell, and went downstairs. At this time Wilson also came back. Seeing that Richard was already at home, Wilson asked Richard how he was doing today. Richard explained today's itinerary to Wilson, and when he heard that Richard was going to work part-time, Wilson was very supportive, and did not let Richard and Olivia say that they took the initiative to take over the pickup task. As time slowly passed, the sky became dark, but the occasional sweltering heat was still unbearable, because Olivia turned on the air conditioner at home when cooking, and the house was cooler, so they didn't plan to go out tonight have eaten. After seeing Olivia put tonight's dishes on the table, Richard hurriedly took out the clothes he bought at the outer clothes store today. "Dad and Mom are just gifts I bought for you in Diagon Alley." Seeing that her son knew how to buy a gift for herself, Olivia almost burst into tears. Seeing the change of mother's mood, Richard hurriedly continued to introduce. "Wearing 2 coats, both have added protection and cleaning capabilities. You can wear them when you go out in the future, but you need to empower them once a year." Before Richard finished speaking, Olivia came over and hugged Richard into her arms. It wasn't until Olivia's mood eased a little that she let go of Richard, who was almost out of breath. At this time, Wilson was watching carefully with his coat. "Richard, what kind of attack can this guard against? Let's try it first." After speaking, Wilson put on his coat, went to the kitchen, took a fruit knife, handed it to Olivia, and signaled to Olivia to stab it to try. Olivia gave him a blank stare and put it on the table. Advertisement, however, despite Olivia's obstruction, Wilson still picked up the fruit knife and first stabbed at his arm tentatively. As Olivia exclaimed, a green hood appeared around Wilson. With a sound, the fruit knife was bounced off. Seeing this situation, Wilson became more and more excited. Holding the fruit knife, he raised it high and stabbed at his arm vigorously. The same green cover appeared again. This time the sound of the impact was louder, and the rebound was even stronger. Chong. The fruit knife was thrown out immediately. Seeing that Wilson planned to do a more powerful test, Richard also stopped his father. "Father, buying this kind of protective clothing for you is just to make you safer when you encounter sudden danger, not to let you actively seek excitement, death." Hearing Richard's words, Wilson finally stopped his crazy behavior, hugged his son, and let go. Seeing that both of them had returned to normal, Richard quickly expressed that he was very hungry and wanted to eat. Olivia stepped forward to put away the two coats under Wilson's reluctant eyes, and then gave the family dinner. The dinner ended in a warm environment for the three of them. After watching TV with his parents for a while, Richard said that he was sleepy and then went upstairs, leaving the downstairs space to his parents. Of course, it does not rule out that Richard should read the book he bought in the bookstore. After returning to his bedroom, Richard closed the door and then put a locking spell on the door, mainly to prevent his parents from accidentally breaking in and accidentally hurting him when he was studying the spell. After doing everything, Richard took the book out of the storage, put it on the desk, adjusted his sitting posture, and began to study it seriously. Not long after, Richard stood up angrily and threw the book on the ground vigorously. A profiteer is TM's profiteer. Only a quarter of the whole book has content, and more than half of this quarter is the recorded book batch number. At first, Richard thought it was a reference book for learning the previous spells, and searched according to the batch number in his mind. For a moment, it's good even if you didn't find it, but you did find it. What are magic your cheese? Gilderoy Lockhart teaches you to remove household pests, the magic of baking bread, and even a copy of The Life and Social Habits of a British Muggle Family. This is the book entry list of Leehan Bookstore, which means that half of it was written by the owner of the bookstore himself. No wonder the ink and handwriting are completely different. Did you buy such a thing for almost 50 galleons? Immediately Richard felt dizzy and felt tight in his chest. No, I have to return it. Richard said that he had never suffered such a big loss. Richard carefully recalled the conversation with the bookstore owner today, and it was not leaking. I was a little excited to get carried away when I received the goods, and I didn't even check it clearly. Thinking of this, Richard started beating his chest again, regretting the past. Wrong, really wrong. I shouldn't have gone to Diagon Alley in the first place. If I didn't go to Diagon Alley, I wouldn't have been cheated. After a serious confession, Richard began to think about how to get revenge on the bookstore owner. Just like that, Richard lay on the bed, thinking about it in the middle of the night, but he couldn't think of a suitable way to take revenge on the bookstore owner. In the end, Richard had to go to bed first. After all, he had to work part-time tomorrow, so it couldn't be too late. Thinking of this, Richard planned to go to the toilet first and then go to bed. When Richard finished using the toilet and walked to the bed, he accidentally saw the book again. Unwilling to give up, Richard picked up the book, lay on the bed, and continued to read again. The official content is relatively small, so I finished it quickly, and I still can't understand it. Chapter 85. Just when Richard was about to throw the book on the table, he suddenly thought about it and put it in the storage. Lying on the bed with his eyes closed, Richard suddenly remembered why he forgot the crown. Why don't he let the crown take a look? But what should the crown look like? Forget it and ask him. Thinking about it, Richard took the ring off his hand and rubbed it twice. What's the matter? Suddenly a voice rang in Richard's ear. I have a book here, but I can't understand the words and patterns on it. Can you read it? After a moment of silence, Guanmian said, the soul in the Horcrux has no way to directly see the outside world, only by tempting wizards, invading their minds, and watching the outside world through their souls. But now I have no way to observe your soul, so I have no way to see something outside. Not to mention that Richard himself has no way to touch the protection of the storage. Even if he has him, he can't do it. Then the crown suddenly spoke again. If you can provide me with enough magic power, It would be a pity for me to realize the temporary manifestation of the soul and watch the outside world. Speaking of this, Guan Guan carefully controlled his eager tone and even added a sentence that was superfluous. Of course, this consumes soul and physical strength, so I don't really want to do it, but I can try it if you insist. Hearing that Guan Guan said that, Richard knew that there must be something tricky. Guan Guan could not be so kind. Since this is the case, let's forget it anyway. I'm not in a hurry. Hearing what Richard said, Guan Dian's mood instantly fell to the bottom, but Guan Dian did not give up and continued, "Why don't you describe a few characters to me first, and I'll see if I know it?" The crown is planned. No matter how Richard describes it, he will say that he knows it is a very ancient text, which contains huge power, so as to induce Richard to continue. I believe that soon Richard will not be able to withstand the temptation or give himself infuse magic power, or find a wizard to let yourself invade, so that you can regain your freedom. After hearing what Guan Guan said, Richard also felt that this was a better way, so he randomly picked a few and described them to Guan Guan. Guan Dian didn't take it seriously at first. He felt that if a little muggle wizard encountered any ancient characters, he must have been deceived. He just had to make up a good lie. But following Richard's description, Guan Guan felt familiar with these characters. By the way, he seemed to have come into contact with it when he was making Horcruxes. It should not be that Richard was deceived, but he really found a book that recorded ancient texts, but these characters Guan Guan not sure of the implication, but does influence the crown to weave lies. In this way, on the one hand, Richard is selecting characters, and on the other hand, the crown is carefully weaving lies. Richard was very excited at first, but gradually he realized something was wrong. Why, after he arranged the words in the book in order, it didn't make any sense. Advertisement. I don't know if the sentences in the book are meaningless, or the crown is lying to myself. So Richard decided to test Guan Mian, and deliberately asked a few characters that he had asked before. Since Guan Mian accurately said the same answer before, he also enthusiastically told Richard that these words were repeated. Is there no problem with the crown? Richard intends to try again. The following character is quite peculiar. It is like this. First it is a square, and then there is a square inside. This square is attached to the bottom of the outer square. There are two oblique lines on the top of the inner square. One to the left, one to the right. That's the whole thing. Guan Mian was taken aback after hearing this. What kind of thing is this? This is a magical character, but now its pronunciation has been lost. It is rumored that as long as you read this character correctly, you can trap people in place and cannot move. It turns out that, can explain it like this? Richard suppressed his anger and described another word, Lin, to Guan Guan again. When Richard heard that the crown explained that it has the effect of fascination, he didn't know whether to be angry or to laugh. In the middle of the night, he first knew that he was cheated, and then he believed in the crown so much in the meeting and got this result. Richard took out his wand with a blank expression and waited silently for the crown to remove the explaining layer. In the ring, Crown was overwhelmed by his own wisdom. He was so smart. He could even make it up, let alone a little addictive. When Crown was waiting for Richard to write a character, he realized that Richard had already there is no sound. At this time, Guan Mian also realized that something was wrong and said cautiously, "Is there any other words? I can only roughly remember the previous ones. I'm not sure. If there are mistakes, it is inevitable." Before the crown could finish speaking, a bolt of lightning shot from the top of Richard's wand to the ring. In an instant, Guan Guan felt extreme pain, as if his soul had been torn apart, and couldn't help but howl. But this time Richard was so angry that he didn't stop until the crown yelled that the shape of the ring could not be maintained if it continued. "You dog, you dare to lie to me. Just do it this time, and I will never let you go next time." Listening to Richard's words, Voldemort also knew that he was revealing his secrets. It should be the last two characters, so he just said, "How can there be such a strange character?" and made a mistake. Guan Dian, who knew where he was wrong, hurriedly said to Richard, "I haven't seen the last two words, but the first ones." Richard interrupted Guan Guan before he could finish speaking. "How dare you say that the previous one is correct?" No, I mean I should have seen similar characters before. Advertisement, where did I see you?" Richard, who knew that Guan Dian dared not lie to himself, asked hastily. It was when Ontology was making Horcruxes. At that time, he consulted a lot of information about Hirebo. There were several such characters in one of the documents at that time, but it had nothing to do with Horcruxes, so Ontology didn't do much. After research, it can only be determined that this kind of script and runes should have a certain inheritance relationship. It should be rune script, but this language has been extinct for a long time, and there are not many people in the world who know this name alone. At the beginning, Ontology didn't know that the document was meaningless, and asked many people to explain the meaning of those characters, but they didn't know. There was a memory later that I didn't have, but Ontology knew that the document and the Horcrux were not. I also know that those characters are runic characters. If your books are all in this language, I can only say that it is of great significance. 0 for flowers. Hearing this, Richard was both happy and disappointed, and also worried. The happy thing is that these texts seem to be ancient texts, and they are not made up. A lot of time and effort, most likely not for nothing. This is when Richard suddenly noticed something in Guan's words, and continued to ask, "Does your memory have faults? Why do you suddenly have no memory for a period of time?" After a short while, Guan answered Richard's question. "I just recalled that from the time when the main body had memory until I was born as a Horcrux, the memory has always been coherent. Only when the main body was looking for the meaning of those characters, there was a gap, but before the discovery of that document, my memory began to blur. I need some time to recall it well, and I also need evidence from the memory later." 00. Okay, then you should remember well. Think about where Voldemort went during that time, and everyone you met, and I will ask you again in a week. If you don't give me an accurate answer, I will definitely make you look good. Hearing Richard's threat, Crown immediately agreed. Seeing that the Crown is generally more obedient, Richard did not continue to make things difficult for him and let him retreat first. Lying on the bed with his eyes closed, Richard began to think about how to get revenge on the bookstore owner. That's right, he wanted to take revenge on the bookstore owner. Although he knew that the book should be very precious, but the boss definitely didn't know it, so he sold it to him with the intention of cheating Li Lao. "I found this book useful. It is my own ability. What has it to do with you? But you dare to cheat me, then I must have a good time playing with you." Yes, Richard is such a person. He was a social animal in his previous life being bullied by the boss. How can a bookstore owner be tricked by coming here now? Even Voldemort had to pay a miserable price after beating Richard. What do you want a small bookstore owner to go to heaven for? Richard tossed and turned in bed, racking his brains, but couldn't come up with a better plan, and fell asleep. The next morning, seeing that it was getting late, and Richard still didn't get up, Olivia had no choice but to go up and wake Richard up in person. Richard changed his clothes with sleepy eyes, came downstairs in a daze, finished breakfast under Olivia's constant urging, then took the lunch prepared by Olivia and got on the car. There was no traffic jam on a weekday morning, which is very rare in London in the morning, so when we approached Diagon Alley, it was just past 8 o'clock or 10 o'clock. And Richard finally woke up. There was no way it was too late last night. So he didn't get up, but Richard didn't think about it. Since the holidays, he didn't get up before noon in the 2 days he was with Harry except to pick up Hermione pass, say goodbye to Wilson, and make an appointment to wait for Richard in front of the video store at 5 p.m. Muggles can't see the leaky cauldron. Only the audio store next to the bar. Chapter 86. Richard opened the door and entered the leaky cauldron, walked through the messy tables and chairs, said hello to Hannah who was delivering food and Tom behind the bar, and came to Diagon Alley. When he walked to the Fantastic Beasts store, Adams had just opened the door of the store, and seeing Richard standing at the door, he said in surprise, "Richard, why are you so early? It's not yet 8:30. You can arrive at 9 o'clock. In fact, Richard did not expect that there was no traffic jam today, and then he shamelessly said to Adams, "I'm used to getting up early to study, but I've finished reading all the books at home, and the new book list hasn't been handed out yet, so I came early because I didn't have anything to do at home." Sure enough, excellent little wizards are hardworking, and Richard is already outstanding among the little wizards, and he wakes up so early every day during the holidays. Adams couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Then when he thought that his son was still sleeping, he was unconsciously burned with anger, and asked Richard to feed these magical animals with water, and then fed the toads, and then rushed to the fireplace, holding the flu powder. He knew what to say and left. Richard looked confused. What happened? Wasn't he very happy just now? Could it be that on the days when you are in a bad mood every month, your mood changes faster? 3, 2, 3? Richard didn't care. First controlled the bucket with his wand, filled the basins of each magical animal with clean water, and then found the insects feeding on the toads, which looked very disgusting. Richard continued to use the levitation spell to operate. While Richard was working hard, the fireplace was full of fire, and Adams walked back to the store with a fat little boy. "Pugsley, this is Richard Hogwarts, outstanding student. Your learning goal. Come over to say hello." But the little fat man was obviously not the kind of obedient child. He snorted directly at Richard, and then spit at Richard. Seeing that Adams' color had turned gloomy, the little fat man ran out. Adams looked a little embarrassed, and said to Richard quickly, I'm really sorry, Richard. Pugsley was still sleeping just now. I told him that you were so good and you get up early to study every day, so I woke him up. I didn't expect him to misunderstand you. It's okay, Mr. Adams Pugsley, right? Seeing Mr. Adams nodded, Richard continued. Pugsley is relatively young and may not have such a work and rest habit, but it will be fine in the future. Hearing this, Adams suddenly asked, "What about you, Richard? How did you consciously get up early to study?" "Me? I probably always got up early and studied when I had nothing to do," Richard said without shame. Hearing this, Adams was quite speechless. Maybe some people are born to be outstanding, while some people should be content with mediocrity. Talent has already determined everything. Advertisement, although I am a bit special, but Mr. Adams, I have a friend. She had poor grades when she was in primary school, but her parents and she herself did not give up trying to catch up. She studied hard every day, and when she graduated from primary school, she was already #1 in their school. After arriving at Hogwarts, because her parents were ordinary people and had no contact with wizards, her grades were not good at the beginning. I did it 10 times, and I got the second best grade in the school after my final exam. I once asked her how she did it, and she smiled and asked me, "Have you ever seen Hogwarts at 4 o'clock in the morning? Is it?" Her name is Hermione Granger, and she belongs to Gryffindor. If you don't believe me, you can ask Hannah. Every little wizard in the first year of Hogwarts knows that Gryffindor is the second in the school. It's just farting. Hermione didn't take the second place in the exam before going to Hogwarts, although she is not as good as Richard, a cheap player, but Hermione is a truly talented player. There should be no student in Hogwarts who is more talented than Hermione. Taller and brighter students too. In order to motivate Adams, Richard really lost his face. Hearing the life-inspiring story of this little wizard named Hermione, Adams was also very excited, especially at 4 o'clock in the morning. "Richard, because I have been busy with the things in the store, the mother of the 2 children is in charge of education. I will call the mother over. Can you chat with her again? Then I will pay you the salary double 10 galleons. Not double, 20 galleons. No need for Mr. Adams, just 5 galleons will do. Hurry up and call Pugsley's mother, and I will talk to her carefully. Although I am young, I still have a lot of experience in learning." Hearing what Richard said, Adams hurried away from the fireplace. Seeing that there was no one left, Richard suddenly smiled coldly. "The brat dared to poo me. I will let you know what is evil in society right away." Thinking of my miserable experience before college in my previous life, studying in the dark, and now looking at that Pugsley, it's almost 9 o'clock and I still don't get up because I woke up early and dared to spit at myself. If you get caught in the rain, then you must not let you in this world hold an umbrella safely. Just when Richard was still thinking about what to say, Adams came out of the fireplace with one big and one small too. "Richard, let me introduce you. This is my wife and Pugsley's mother, Morticia. This is our daughter and Pugsley's sister, Wednesday." Richard was a little dazed when he heard the name of this family. It's so familiar, Wednesday, speaking alone. I just like that drama very much here, and I won't intersperse the plot. This is the Richard the First just mentioned, the best little wizard at Hogwarts, who won the Hogwarts Special Contribution Award just last month. But no one has won it in 50 years, and now he happens to be and we work part-time in the store, so I plan to ask you to come and chat with him about the education of these 2 children. Hearing this, Morticia also paid more attention to Richard. It's great that such an excellent little wizard can set an example for her children. "Hi, Richard. Thank you so much." "It's okay, Mrs. Adams. From the moment I saw Pugsley, I knew that he would be a great talent in the future, so I have some suggestions. You can listen to them. By the way, Richard, tell Morticia the story about the 4 o'clock in the morning first." Mr. Adams interrupted suddenly. "Does it sound so good?" Richard suddenly felt a little chills down his spine. "Nothing will happen. Let's forget it." So Richard told Hermione's story once again, especially the sentence, "Have you ever seen Hogwarts at 4 o'clock in the morning?" The two imagined that if their own children are also excellent in the future, when others come to ask how they were raised, they can say, "Have you seen the diagonal circle at 4 o'clock in the morning?" It's exciting to think about it. Advertisement. Mrs. Adams quickly asked Richard if he had any good suggestions. "Is Pugsley in school now?" Richard asked. "Yes, but now he is in elementary school in a Muggle school. He has had magic riots, so it's just a transition. We will send him to Hogwarts when he is 11 years old." Adams, the husband, lowered his voice as he spoke and looked at his daughter worriedly. Then he dragged Morticia and Richard to the outside room. "I'm sorry, although Wednesday is 1 year older than Pugsley, there has been no magic riot, and it is likely to be a squib, so I was worried that she would be unhappy when she heard this, so I came outside. All little wizards will experience magic riots before the age of 11. If they are not yet 11, they are squibs at that time." Richard said that it might just be late, so don't worry. But this did not bring any comfort to the couple. The two continued to return to the topic, just now as if they were escaping. Muggle elementary school should be of no use. As long as you learn how to write, wouldn't it be enough? Of course not. Richard immediately vetoed. Let's talk about grammar first. The biggest headache for the school professors now is that the grammar of the homework of the little wizard is not good. If the grammar is not good, it is likely to cause different meanings. If the grammar is not good, you may make a mistake when you go to the library to check the information yourself, and it is very dangerous to make a mistake with a spell. Hearing Richard say that Adams and his wife were a little confused, how could I remember that I was not like this when I went to Hogwarts? Seeing that the Adams couple were a little suspicious, Richard quickly added, "Don't think that this is unimportant. It is often because of these unimportant things that we distinguish excellent wizards from ordinary wizards." The Adams couple 5.5 felt enlightened after hearing it. It turned out that this is why they are just ordinary wizards, and then stared at Richard with bright eyes. Seeing the two of them like this, Richard knew that he was on hold, and at this moment he began to let go of the horse. Let's talk about oral English again. What an excellent little wizard relies on to express himself is oral English. In this way, Richard started from speaking, reading, and writing, and expanded to foreign languages, mathematics, history, the history of the wizarding world, geography, art design, music, sports, etc. Originally, Richard wanted to talk about the role of science in wizards, being an excellent wizard, but he said so much that his throat felt like it was going to catch fire, so he stopped. Finally, it is concluded that the Muggle primary school curriculum is very important for little wizards, especially those who want to become excellent little wizards. The Adams couple were fascinated by what they heard and felt that what Richard said was too correct, and they immediately said that they must let Pugsley go to school well next semester. Richard immediately refuted them. The current thing must be done now, and there will be future things in the future. You should start tutoring from the holidays, relearn what you didn't learn last semester, and review what you learned, and then prepare for the next semester in advance, so that you can learn well. Chapter 87. Now the Adams couple can be said to be obedient to Richard in their children's education. After all, he is already so good. So his learning method must be feasible. And isn't that little wizard named Hermione also using the same method? However, Morticia said that she was not very good at Muggle subjects and didn't know what to do. Richard said that he was waiting for your words. Study the questions. As long as you do enough, you will know everything. After speaking, Richard immediately left Diagon Alley with Mrs. Adams, went to the nearby bookstore, and bought all the exercises of the Muggle elementary school subjects, and even bought all the mathematics textbooks and exercises in the elementary school. She kindly paid for Mrs. Adams, and of course Mrs. Adams gave Richard the galleon. When Mrs. Adams and Richard came back with the books, Mr. Adams was still a little hesitant. After all, there were too many of them. Would he ask too much for Pugsley? Mr. Adams, you can't delay Pugsley. He will definitely become a great talent in the future. Richard's words strengthened the hearts of the couple. They looked at each other and nodded firmly. Richard's sense of accomplishment was overwhelming at this time, and suddenly he heard Mrs. Adams say, "Actually, we can also make Wednesday do it together." As soon as these words were finished, the three of them felt a sudden burst of magic power from inside, and this magic power instantly loosened the things inside. Wednesday, magic riot. The Adams couple shouted in surprise. Then he rushed into the room immediately. At this time Wednesday floated in the air 20 passed out unconscious. Morticia hurried forward and hugged her daughter in her arms, calling her in a gentle tone. Responding quickly, Wednesday's eyelashes trembled slowly, and then opened his eyes. "Mom, can I not do those questions?" I didn't expect Richard's words to be so powerful. Richard really wanted to say a word. "You haven't started to do it yet. Just look at it, and it's so effective." But in order to continue to be an individual, Richard chose to remain silent. "Daughter, take a good rest first, and start doing the questions next week." Morticia's tone was gentle but firm. Wednesday closed his eyes in despair after hearing this, and took a hard look at Richard before closing his eyes. "Don't look at me. Your mother asked you to do it, not me. I just want to mess with Pugsley." Richard said he was innocent. Seeing that her daughter was fine, Morticia first put all the books she bought into a suitcase, thanked Richard repeatedly, and then asked Mr. Adams to bring Pugsley back as soon as possible. These topics are really great. She originally wanted Pugsley to start tomorrow, but her daughter's magic riot seemed to give her a lot of inspiration. She must hurry up and start now. Advertisement. While expressing her gratitude to Richard, Morticia led Wednesday, who had already given up, to go home first. After a while, Mr. Adams came back with Pugsley in his hands. The brat even gave Richard a look. Mr. Adams saw it and apologized to Richard immediately. Richard, on the other hand, expressed that it was okay. Seeing Adams leading Pugsley towards the fireplace, Richard sincerely hoped that he would still be so energetic when he saw this brat in the future. A pleasant morning passed by like this. Although Richard's voice was hoarse now, he was very happy, and he didn't even heal his throat with a healing spell. He thought it would be more fulfilling. Seeing that it was time for lunch, Richard was about to tell Adams that he was going to the Leaky Cauldron for dinner. Adams went straight to it. The store closed its doors and put up a closed sign. "Come on, Richard. Morticia should have lunch ready. Let's go to my house for dinner." "No need, Mr. Adams. I have brought lunch." Richard quickly refused. But Adams' enthusiasm was hard to refuse, and eventually Richard followed Adams to his home. Adams' home Richard didn't know where it was, but when he came out of the fireplace, Richard glanced out the window. There are no other houses outside, only a meadow, which should also be a wizard's territory. Wait a minute, there is only one last dish left, and it will be ready soon. This was Morticia's voice coming from the kitchen. "Come on, Richard. Let me show you around," Adams said to Richard. Then I took Richard to look at it from room to room. This is a relatively old house. According to Adams, it was his grandfather who moved here to avoid war disasters. It has a history of nearly 200 years. It was rebuilt because of Bandaman when his father was there. Once, there is a village around. In the beginning, children often came to explore. It was too troublesome, so his father specially arranged a Muggle expulsion spell around it, and it got better. But because Morticia's parents are Muggles, the letters they send are delivered by the postman, but the postman can't find it here and often misses it. While the two were chatting and visiting, they came to Pugsley's room. At this time, Pugsley was lying on the table and didn't know what to do. Adams and Richard came forward to see that Pugsley was doing math problems. But when Richard saw his red eyes, he knew that things must not be so simple, and there must be some interesting things in the middle. Seeing Richard entering his room, Pugsley first glanced cautiously outside the door, only to find that his mother was not there. Only his father and Richard were together, and made a bold decision in an instant. "Brother Richard, these are the candies I bought in Hogsmeade, and I'm giving them to you." As he spoke, Pugsley took out a chocolate ball with wrapping paper from the desk. Seeing Pugsley in front of him holding a chocolate ball with a malicious expression on his face, Richard knew there must be something wrong, but it was probably just a prank, so he hung up on it. Richard tore open the outer package. There was indeed a chocolate ball inside, and it was lying quietly on Richard's hand at this time. It was tricky. You know how can regular wizard candies be so quiet? Looking at Pug, Sly was looking at him expectantly, as if he really wanted to eat it. "Are you doing something wrong?" Richard said suddenly. Pugsley responded unconsciously. At this moment, Richard had already stuffed the chocolate ball into Pugsley's mouth with lightning speed and said, "Advertisement, it's not because I read it wrong. If you do it right, this chocolate ball will be rewarded to you." Pugsley, who was shouting chocolate balls, was instantly dumbfounded. He didn't know what was in it, but at this moment, the chocolate balls had melted at an abnormal speed and flowed into his stomach. Pugsley quickly clasped it with his hands, hoping to pick out the swallowed thing. Adams also saw that Pugsley should be trying to play a prank, but was tricked by Richard, so he was going to teach Pugsley a lesson. At this time, Pugsley was laying on the ground, clasping his throat, and Adams slapped him on the buttocks. Unexpectedly, this slap had a miraculous effect, and Pugsley immediately vomited a puddle of black liquid. At this moment, a disgusting smell of rotten eggs emanated from the puddle of black liquid, and the smell became stronger and stronger. Richard really couldn't stand the smell, and walked out of the room without a sound. After a while, Mr. Adams couldn't stand it anymore, and escaped from the room holding his nose, looking at Richard and saying embarrassingly, "I'm so sorry, Richard. Pugsley is so naughty. He must have coated the outside of the dung ball with chocolate." Hearing this, Richard was enraged for a while, and both of them lost interest in continuing to visit and returned to the first floor. At this time, Morticia's lunch was also prepared, with various styles, rich types, and very rich. It seemed that a lot of thought had been spent on it. "Why does it have a strange smell?" Morticia, who had put the dishes on the table and was about to come down to eat with the two children, suddenly sniffed the air and said to Adams. Adams, who was just about to explain, saw that Pugsley had come down and said angrily, "You should ask Pugsley first." At this time, Pugsley walked to the table with 880 in a stinky wind. Richard and Adams both took a few steps back. Just as Pugsley was about to speak, Morticia stopped her and asked Pugsley while pressing her nose, "What did you eat?" Why is it so smelly? Pugsley didn't speak yet, just cried there, and Adams explained the ins and outs to Morticia. Richard saw Morticia's face contorted, pinched his nose and shouted loudly, "Pugsley, get out. You're coming back when it doesn't stink. Get out quickly." Seeing Pugsley walking outside the door while crying, Richard felt inexplicably sad. How could this be? He was just a child. At this moment, Wednesday also pinched his nose and came down. "Mom, what did you do? Why is it so smelly? Are you cooking manure? I don't want to eat it." Hearing this, Morticia's expression became even uglier. Richard believed that if Pugsley wasn't so smelly now, there would be a risk of suffocation if he got close. Morticia would definitely beat him to death. Adams quickly pulled his daughter over, stopped her from saying something to irritate Morticia, and then explained to her the source of the smell in a low voice. Wednesday's eyes widened when he heard the whole thing. How did this stupid brother do such a disgusting thing? This shamed the entire Adams family. I really wanted to kill him. In this way, several people started lunch in an awkward and smelly environment. Although Morticia opened all the windows and used a magic spell to disperse some of the smell, the source of the smell was still outside the house, and Pugsley was still young. I couldn't drive him far away alone, so I used a magic spell to disperse it. The air was slightly better, and then the smell became stronger again, and I dispersed it again. In the end, the few people didn't eat much. Richard hurriedly needed someone in the store, and he returned to the store under the pretext of not being able to close the door all the time. And the Adams couple didn't have the face to keep them, so they asked Richard to take Wednesday to help take care of them. They had some things to deal with. Seeing the irritability of the husband and wife that could hardly be restrained, Richard hurried away with Wednesday, not to delay his mixed education. Chapter 88. After Richard brought Wednesday to the store through the fireplace, he stared at each other for a while. Richard is because the same little girl in front of him recalls the maverick Wednesday with gothic makeup in his previous life. And Wednesday stared at Richard because he wanted to know why the good-looking little brother in front of him would be so perverted. Thinking about those exercises, it was uncomfortable. Are all good-looking little brothers like this? Richard, who was uncomfortable being watched by Wednesday, finally couldn't hold it anymore and didn't care about the little girl. Richard first came to the store entrance and took off the rest sign, and then began to feed the magical animals one by one in turn. But the magical animals here are basically ordinary and nothing special that Jisoo coveted. But based on the principle that mosquito legs are also meat, Richard began to use the stun spell on the magical animals one by one, and then used the system to extract them. After the extraction, he used the spell to stop the spell. However, because there are too few magical animals in the store at present, Richard went through all the magical animals before Mr. Adams came back. The receipt of the goods can only be said to be satisfactory. Although I got a skill from a golden-backed toad, what the hell is breaststroke proficiency? Leaving aside the difference between toads and frogs, just talking about this skill, what is the use of being proficient in breaststroke? But Richard, who had no expectations, accepted it. In addition to skills, it is experience points. The total experience points have increased by almost 300 points. Richard opened the system panel and clicked on the skills interface to check it out. Dragon Breath 1/5 cannot be upgraded. Purification Lightning 1/5 cannot be upgraded. Black Magic Resistance 1/5 cannot be upgraded. Breaststroke Mastery 0 of 5 can be upgraded. Remaining experience value 598. Sure enough, it still can't be upgraded. It seems that it should be 1,000 experience points to upgrade to level 2. Hope to have a good harvest tomorrow. At this moment, Richard heard a conversation coming from inside. It turned out that Mr. Adams had come, and he was talking to Mr. Adams on Wednesday. In order to consolidate his personality, Richard took an intermediate book of standard spells from the storage. Started to look up. At this time in the room, Wednesday told Adams about the weirdness of the little brother outside. Really, Dad, that Richard is so weird. When he first came here, he stared at me first, then ran out to feed the little animals, and then stunned them with his wand. After the little animals fainted, he touched them with your hands, and finally wake them up. Everyone did the same. When he touched the golden-backed toad, he first smiled, and then frowned and got angry, laughing because Richard got the skill. He frowns and gets angry because it's useless, and in the end he still mutters that it's not enough. Does he have some serious illness? Wednesday's face was pale, and his eyes were wide open. If Mr. Adams hadn't come over, Wednesday might have been terrified. Why, Wednesday? You have learned from Pugsley badly? How can you lie? Mr. Adams certainly didn't believe it. Advertisement, however, with Wednesday's constant assurances, Adams also became a little suspicious, saying that geniuses are weird. Could it be that Richard also has weird habits? Then the father and daughter quietly looked out through the crack of the door. At this time, Richard was sitting gracefully on a chair, reading carefully with a book and waving his wand from time to time. Adams knew that this was learning the gesture of waving a wand. Seeing that everything about Richard was so gentle, Adams couldn't help but blame himself. That's right. Richard is so perfect. He helped make Pugsley's study plan in the morning. Even the magic riot on Wednesday was because of him. How could I suspect that he has eccentricities? Thinking of this, Adams dragged Wednesday to the outside room. When Richard saw Adams coming, he quickly put down the book and said in a tone that made him feel disgusted, "Mr. Adams, you are back. I have fed all the animals, and there is no one now. Can I read a book?" "Of course, Richard. You can read it with confidence. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me. Although I am not as good as you, I know a little more when I am older." After finishing speaking, Adams said Wednesday pulled down in front of himself. "Come over on Wednesday and apologize to Brother Richard." Richard didn't understand this, so he asked himself why for no reason, and hurriedly stopped him to ask what happened. Adams is also a real person, and he repeated to Richard what he said to himself on Wednesday. "It turned out that my actions were seen by this little girl, and she was quite frightened. As for apologizing, I don't need to apologize. Richard claims to be a kind wizard. How can he make a frightened little girl apologize to him? You see, everyone was so wrong that they were about to cry. No need for Mr. Adams. It must be a misunderstanding on Wednesday. I did cast a stun spell on the golden-backed toad just now, mainly to try the effect of the spell stop. Although it has some effect, I don't think the effect is very good. So I was happy at first and then a little angry, which may have misunderstood Wednesday. It's okay. After all, Wednesday is still young and doesn't know magic spells, so it's good for her to start learning magic spells in the future. Please don't blame her." Adams was deeply impressed by Richard's magnanimity. See what is a mind? This is what people call a mind. His two children have a long way to go. Suddenly Ollivander pushed the door open and entered. "Mr. Ollivander, good afternoon," Adams greeted hurriedly. After all, Ollivander's qualifications and strength in Diagon Alley are obvious to all. "Adams, good afternoon. How are you busy now?" Ollivander asked meaningfully. "Not busy, after all. There is still some time before school starts, and everyone knows that there are fewer animals in the store at this time. So we don't see many animals. Then can Mr. Harris come over and do me a favor? It won't take too long. You see if it works?" "I have no problem, but it still depends on whether Richard agrees or not." Adams still respected Richard, so he left the choice to Richard himself. "I have no problem." Richard thought for a while and agreed. "Then let's go there now." Ollivander couldn't suppress the expectation in his heart and said hastily. Advertisement. Ollivander brought Richard to his shop, asked for Richard's wand, and let Richard play by himself first. At the beginning, Richard watched Ollivander's research, but it was too boring. Ollivander first made a detailed registration for Richard's wand, what kind of wood, length, heart, and so on. Later, on the premise of not affecting the use, I used something like sandpaper to grind some powder from the wand, and then started to inject magic power with these powders and different materials, just like doing chemical experiments. Richard couldn't understand more and more, but fortunately he didn't care about it, and wandered casually in Ollivander's wand shop. But it's just a random turn, but all the shops in Diagon Alley are very narrow, and there's nothing better. Richard mainly looks at other wands, and Ollivander has been completely attracted by Richard's wand no matter what Richard does. Anyway, even if it messes up, it can be solved with a spell. At this time, Richard suddenly remembered that when he came to choose last time, many wands seemed to tremble. Could it be that he can use other wands? "Mr. Ollivander, which mushroom village is the most loyal?" asked Richard to Ollivander. "The shelf on the far left, the sixth wand from left to right in the third row. That one has an ashwood body with unicorn tail hair, and that one is the one most loyal to wizards." Ollivander's head is also don't raise it, just speak directly. Richard went to the shelf and found the wand according to Ollivander's words. Just a whitish wand of about 11 inches. Richard took it out of the box. As soon as he held the wand in his hand, Richard knew that he could use the wand, and he could use the wand to its full potential, but the wand can still bear all his magic power now, but after a few years, his magic power will grow after some time. This magic wand should not be able to bear all of its own magic power, but it will restrict its own performance. This is a very magical feeling, and Richard doesn't know why he can perceive it, but this feeling just appeared out of nowhere. With a wave of Richard's hand, an orchid bloomed on the top of the wand, the king's, and then tried the fluorescent spell, and there was no blockage. After putting the wand back to its original place, Richard randomly took a few wands from the shelf, all of which were the same, and Richard was able to master them perfectly. but they were all deficient, which would limit Richard's performance in the end. Is it because these wands are not the best for you? Mr. Ollivander, what if you use a wand that is not your own? Guilty, Richard came to Ollivander and asked, the wand chooses a wizard. If you use a wand that you don't choose yourself, you can use it, but there is no way to exert the best effect of the spell. But those wands, Richard felt that the spells worked best when he used them. Is it possible for the wand to be reselected? And is it possible that it fits at the beginning and doesn't fit later? Richard continued to ask. It's also possible. There are also some wizards who have undergone relatively major changes, and their whole person has changed in terms of thinking and personality. Then his original wand may not be suitable for him. Then what if the wizard himself hasn't changed? It's just that the magic power has changed when the wizard grew up from a young age? That will certainly not change. The original wand is still the most suitable. This is a bit different from my own situation. Why? Chapter 89. The answers he got from Ollivander. Richard felt as if they didn't fit his situation. But Richard didn't have the habit of getting to the bottom of it. Anyway, his original wand was very suitable for him. Then why is my wand Ollivander useless? What makes me different from others? Suddenly Richard remembered that if he wanted to say that he was different from others, apart from his own talent, the only thing he could do was the system. Is it because of those system skills? Thinking of this, Richard really wanted to give it a try, but there is no chance now. By the way, my spellbook is still in Adam's shop, or use this as an excuse, try it. Mr. Ollivander, I have nothing to do here, and you probably don't need my cooperation now. Can I go back to the Fantastic Beasts store and continue practicing the spell? Ollivander always thought that Richard went to a part-time job to practice magic spells. After all little wizards are not allowed to use magic spells outside of school. Little muggle-born wizards had no chance. Richard just wanted to practice magic spells in Diagon Alley, and there were so many wizards that he couldn't be sure. So Ollivander really thought that Richard was in a hurry to practice magic spells. But I also need Richard's wand research. Why don't you just leave my magic wand here and find someone else's own magic wand for me to use? Li Jian suggested for Oliphant as if. No wonder Richard asked those questions just now. It turned out that he just wanted to find a wand to practice spells, Ollivander thought. I just heard Richard's words and knew that I could get along with Richard's wand alone. 063. Ollivander did not refute Richard's words. After all, he always believed that the wand should be chosen by wizards. What is a wand that everyone can use? Then use this first. This wand is made of chestnut wood, and the heart is made of unicorn hair. Chestnut wood is the most inclusive and has no tendency. Try it, Ollivander said from the shelf behind him. He fetched a wand and handed it to Richard. Holding the wand, Richard cast an orchid bloom, and a blooming orchid grew from the top of the wand immediately. Not bad spell. Just this one. Ollivander nodded. Sure enough. Richard walked out of Ollivander's wand shop with his wand. Now that he has the props, where should he go to try them out? Do you want to go to Nocturne Alley? Or forget it, there are no disguise props, and the strange little wizard who has been appearing in Diagon Alley recently is Richard alone, and anyone who is thinking can deduce it. Or try it out at the Fantastic Beasts store. Richard went straight to the Fantastic Beasts store. At this time, Adams was the only one in the store, and it seemed that Wednesday had gone home. Richard, why are you back? Didn't Mr. Griffin ask you to help? It's so fast. Adams was a little surprised to see Richard come back. It's not finished yet, but I don't have anything to do right now, so I'll go there later, so I still want to read the standard spells and practice magic. By the way, there's nothing I need to do right now. No, you can practice. There is nothing to do today, but there will be more things tomorrow. There will be many magical animals sent over, and your help will be needed then. No problem. After speaking, Richard picked up the standard spells and saw Adams looking at him, so Richard pretended to cast a few spells in the book. Advertisement. When Adams' attention was no longer on him, Richard quickly cast a dragon's breath. In such a split second, the magical animals in the store seemed to have encountered something very dangerous, especially those weaker magical animals lying there trembling. Even some dark toads were scared to pee. What's going on? Adams exclaimed, noticing something was wrong with Fantastic Beasts. Richard, who was still maintaining the dragon flame, heard Adams' exclamation and looked over, only to realize this unusual scene. Could it be his own magic? Richard quickly stopped casting spells, and only then did the magical animals gradually return to normal. It's so strange. I also cast it when I confronted Voldemort's Quirrell in the Forbidden Forest. Why didn't this happen? Oh, by the way, all the animals that could run at the beginning of the battle seem to have run away. Could it be that there is still Longwei and Lungyan? What happened just now, Mr. Adams? Richard asked. I don't know. These little guys seem to have encountered a terrible thing just now, but now they are fine again. It's so strange. Adams was also very puzzled. As Richard deliberately changed the topic, Adams himself didn't pay much attention, and the matter passed. Richard took out his wand again and tried to cast a spell. There was no problem at all. So find someone to try? Richard set his sights on Adams. Mr. Adams, there is a magic that I am not very proficient in. Can I trouble you to cast it for me to see? Hearing that the excellent Richard asked him for advice, Adams was very pleasantly surprised, and immediately came over, saying excitedly, Which? Let me see. Richard pointed to the disarming charm, one of the standard charms. It's this spell. Although I learned this spell very early, it is a very important spell in the wizard's battle. Every wizard should master it, but some master it better, and it's a little bit worse. I am very good at this spell. Its spell is to disarm you. Come, I will show you the day under the sun. As he spoke, Adams took out his wand and used a disarming spell. A red light flew out of Adams' wand. It may feel that it has not been enough. Adams is going to do it again, and said to Richard, You may not be able to experience it like this. Why don't we all use the disarming charm? After speaking, regardless of whether Richard agreed or not, he directly, took the wand from Richard's hand. I know this is not your wand. Maybe you are not proficient, so it makes more sense that you use mine and I use yours. We are both strangers. Then he gave Richard his wand. Just now Richard was still thinking about how to make Adams use the wand in his hand, but he didn't expect Adams to take it by himself. In this way, the two came to the inner room, stood facing each other with a distance of 5 meters, and then they cast the disarming curse at the same time. Advertisement, disarm you, I saw a red light flashing across the air. That's right. There was only one red light, which flew out from the magic wand in Richard's hand, and the light hit Adams instantly, but the magic wand in Adams' hand didn't respond at all, just it flew directly into Richard's hands. How is it possible? Adams was stunned, and he agreed that it was his own teaching. He had already thought about it, and after disarming Richard, he told him not to be discouraged. After all, he was still young. But how could the result be like this? Seeing the awkward Adams, Richard quickly comforted him. Maybe it's because your tacit understanding with magic is too low, so you failed to cast the spell successfully, or forget it. That's right, that's it. Didn't Ollivander keep saying that the wand chooses the wizard? So it seems that the wand didn't choose me. Why, as they talked, the two exchanged their wands. At first Richard thought it would be over, but Adams quit and got to try again. There was no way. Richard had no choice but to agree, and Richard also wanted to see the gap between him and an adult wizard. The two stood up again. Adams obviously took a lot of seriousness, even took out a gold galleon, and said to Richard, For the sake of fairness, I will throw this galleon into the air, and we will start casting spells when the galleon lands on the ground. Okay. Seeing that Adams was so serious, Richard quickly adjusted his posture and stared at the gold coin intently. The moment galleon landed on the ground, Richard immediately cast the disarming curse, and Adams' speed was not too slow. The two disarming curses met together in the air, but without too much entanglement, Richard's disarming curse instantly disappeared. After dispelling Adams' disarming spell, it flew directly to Adams, and the wand in Adams' hand flew into Richard's hand again. Now both of them were embarrassed. Richard didn't expect that Adams' magic power was a bit weak. How could he be defeated so easily? Then why did he and Quirrell stand in a stalemate for so long? In fact, Richard did not consider that. First of all, Quirrell is a graduate of Ravenclaw, and looking at Hagrid's evaluation of him, he is very smart, and he read very well when he was in school, so Quirrell should also be an excellent Hogwarts student. Graduates, coupled with years of experience in the field and Voldemort's teachings, must have improved a lot in actual combat ability, and Adams seemed to be just a little transparent Hufflepuff when he was in Hogwarts, plus such after many years of being a boss. If it wasn't for the need to cast spells on magical animals, then Adams' strength would have dropped even more. Let's look at Richard again. The decisive battle with Quirrell at the end of the semester is of great benefit to Richard. It can be said that if the current Richard goes to fight Quirrell again, the stalemate will definitely not be so long. And although Richard is using an unfamiliar wand, Richard has absolute control over all wands. The Elder Wand is unknown for now. Not counting system skills, this is already the best disarming spell that Richard can use. Maybe my state is not very good. Yes, it must be. I slept very late last night, so I am not in state. Under normal circumstances, my level is not like this, Adams explained strongly. Richard also nodded quickly, expressing his understanding, and then said that Ollivander might be looking for me, so I will go there first. Adams also said hastily. Then you go there quickly, by the way, let's stop here today. I also have some things to go back to deal with. Just wait until you go home directly from Ollivander. After speaking, Richard was sent out, and the sign of suspension of business was hung up. It seems that this incident hit Adams very hard. It is also an adult wizard who lost to a young wizard who was in the 1st grade and immediately in the 2nd grade in a fair duel. No matter how good the little wizard is, it is unacceptable. Adams, I should go home and adjust my mentality. Chapter 90. Mr. Ollivander, there seems to be something wrong with this wand. After Richard returned to the wand shop, he handed the wand directly to Ollivander. What's the matter? Ollivander heard that there was something wrong with his wand, and immediately stopped his research and looked at Richard. It seems that I can't cast the magic wand anymore. Don't believe me, try it. Ollivander quickly finished his wand and tried to cast a spell, but nothing happened. After thinking for a while, Ollivander suddenly handed this to Lilu. Try it. Richard accepted it strangely, and then pretended to cast a spell, but did not pour magic into the wand at all. Of course nothing happened, and said to Ollivander, Me too. Really, there might be something wrong in the process of making it. Let's forget about it. Are you here to get your wand back? Richard quickly said no. Let Ollivander continue to study. He will leave in a while. Although it is more than an hour, he just returned to his own problem. And although it is not good to use his own stick, how bad is it? Do you know? Rewards. Seeing that it was still some time before 5 o'clock, and his father was also going to be 5:30, so Richard decided to go to the Leaky Cauldron for a drink and chat with Hannah. Ollivander was also very happy to hear that he could continue to study, and quickly said that the consumption at the Leaky Cauldron would not be charged. At 5 o'clock, he would go to the Leaky Cauldron to return the wand to Richard and pay the bill. He also directly took 100 galleons and put them in a small box that cast the untraceable expansion curse and handed them to Richard, saying that these are the rewards for this time. Richard was not polite either. After all, he had paid for it himself, so he took it directly and went out. After arriving at the Leaky Cauldron, Richard ordered a cup of tea. Although it was not very good, at least the butterbeer and honeybeer were much better. Seeing Richard sitting there alone, Hannah also took the initiative to entertain her classmates. In this way, the time came to 5 o'clock in the chat between the two. Ollivander also came to the bar on time and returned Richard's wand to him. He wanted to help Richard pay the bill, but he didn't expect that Richard had already paid for it himself. Richard stayed in the bar for a while and bid farewell to Hannah when he saw that it was almost time. When Richard came to the video store, Wilson was already waiting there. After Richard was connected, the father and son got close by talking and laughing. After returning home, Richard brought back the lunch he didn't eat at noon, and of course told Olivia the reason. After all, it was made by his mother himself. If he didn't eat it and didn't say anything, Olivia would definitely be sad. I heard that my son was entertained by the boss at noon because he helped the boss make a study plan for his son. Filled with pride, Olivia directly rewarded Richard with a sweet kiss. After dinner, Richard watched TV with his parents for a while as usual, and then went upstairs to sleep. This time he really fell asleep. After all, there will be new magical animals arriving from tomorrow. He was working from dawn to dusk, in his opinion, just to see if his strength can undergo a qualitative change. So Richard went to bed early, just to recharge his energy and prepare for the next day's battle. Advertisement. Richard was up early the next morning, before Olivia and Wilson got up. In this way, the couple are very curious. What's the matter? Is there blood? In this way, Richard has been urging his parents to cook and eat. After dinner, Wilson sent Richard to the Leaky Cauldron. Richard walked quickly through the Leaky Cauldron and into Diagon Alley. Richard was dumbfounded as he stood in the Fantastic Beasts store. The door didn't even open. Richard realized that he came too early. It was only 8 o'clock now. In desperation, Richard had to go back to the Leaky Cauldron and wait helplessly. Still too young and frizzy. Just as Richard waited for seconds like years, the time finally came to 9 o'clock. Seeing that the time was up, Richard hurried to the door of the Fantastic Beasts store. But the eye-catching sign is still hanging there. What's going on? Adams still wants to do it, and the door is still not open until 9 o'clock. It was almost 9:30 when Mr. Adams finally walked out of the store. Richard? You're still so early. It was already 9:30. It was getting late. Richard glanced at Adams. Didn't it say that there will be new magical animals delivered today? So I want to come over early to help. Oh yes, but it doesn't need to be so early. They will start delivering it here in the afternoon. Didn't I tell you? It seems to be. I forgot. Adams seemed to have said it yesterday, but because Richard was in a more excited mood, he didn't listen carefully. By the way, you come so early every day. Take a spare key when you leave in the afternoon. if I don't open the door, you can come in directly. When Richard heard this was the reason, he readily agreed. Richard was absent-minded all morning, and Mr. Adams didn't know if it was because of yesterday's incident, but because the traffic itself is very small now, everything is harmless. At noon, Adams asked Richard to go home for dinner, but this time Richard firmly refused, and he couldn't waste Olivia's thoughts all the time. Seeing Richard's firm expression, Adams also knew that he would definitely not go today, so he didn't force it and went back alone. But it didn't take long for Adams to return to the store with some food. It turned out that Morticia saw that Richard hadn't gone and asked Adams to bring him some food. Looking at the lunch on the table, Richard knew that there was too much to eat today. How would he explain it to his mother when he got home? After lunch, without keeping Richard waiting, a wizard came from the fireplace to the store soon. But there were not many surprises. The strange wizard took out all the magical animals from the bag he carried with him. Advertisement: these magical animals are relatively common species. There is nothing special. It seems that they can only add experience. In this way, several groups of people came back and forth with magical animals, but not all the magical animals were accepted by Adams. Some magical animals knew at a glance that their vital signs were about to disappear due to the long journey, and they should be taken immediately. Otherwise, Adams definitely doesn't want this kind of magical animal. There is another one that is obviously wrong: overly active. Although this kind of magical animal may occasionally be emotionally high, it is more likely that it was fed a potion. Adams did not dare to take risks, and there was no need to take risks, so it is also unnecessary. Watching these ordinary magical animals, Richard was still getting more and more disappointed. Mr. Adams, are these the only ones? They are all ordinary, Richard said to Adams. 0*7, that's about it. The magical animals that are collected now are basically sold to Hogwarts students. Of course, they will be more common, otherwise Hogwarts will not allow them to be carried. Then Adams thought for a while and whispered to Richard, of course, sometimes there are some customers who want special magical animals. They usually offer very high prices, and the profits are quite considerable. However, these are prohibited by the Ministry of Magic, so it is only acquisitions or sales that will be carried out at night. Someone will send some special magical animals over tonight. Through these 2 days of getting along, Adams still trusted Richard, and even told Richard such a confidential matter. Richard was overjoyed when he heard it, and what he wanted was these magical animals. Then can I watch it tonight? I'm sorry, Richard, this is not acceptable. We have agreed that only one person will deliver the goods, and only one person will be there when receiving the goods. But when you come over tomorrow, I can show you. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Adams. As long as you can see it, it's fine. Besides this kind of underground transaction, in order to ensure safety, I really don't fit in. Okay, Richard, let's start tidying up the animals in the shop now. It's too messy now. The next step is to classify these new magical animals according to different species. Of course, even these ordinary magical animals will not be too honest at the beginning, and they need to use magic spells to teach them. After all, they are to be handed over to the little wizard, and we must try our best to tame them, so as to ensure the safety of the little wizard. Come on, Richard. This little guy is being naughty. Come here. Casting spells at a high intensity all the time, Adam's magic power has long been stretched, so he can only rely on G to cast spells later. Richard is happy to hear and see this. Not only can he exercise his spells, but also give himself a reasonable excuse to get in touch with more magical animals. Until the end, Richard's magic power was not much, but he still persisted in pain and happiness. Let's do this first. You really worked hard today. We used to need at least 3 or 4 days to complete it. Now it seems that we only need to strengthen it a little tomorrow morning. Adams also saw Richard's fatigue, and directly stopped Richard, who was still working hard. He really didn't expect Richard's magic power to be so abundant. Not worse than an adult wizard at all, and even far superior to ordinary wizards. Richard also obediently stopped working. Although he was still very excited, he was really tired after casting so many spells. Seeing that the time was almost up, Richard sat down and rested. After sitting down, Richard, who was still able to persist, felt even more tired. He didn't even want to read today's harvest, so he emptied his head and didn't think about anything. This can effectively restore your mental consumption. Seeing Richard's exhausted appearance, Adams stopped talking to him and asked Richard to be quiet. After a while, although he still hadn't fully recovered, Richard knew that the time was up, and he couldn't keep Wilson waiting for too long, or he would be worried. So Richard didn't plan to sit here any longer, took the spare key, and said goodbye to Mr. Adams, left Diagon Alley for a long time. Chapter 91. Seeing Richard dragging his tired body and climbing into the car, Wilson hurriedly asked, "What's wrong with you, Richard? Why are you so tired?" "It's okay, Dad. It's just that there are a lot of things to do today. I'll just take a rest." Saying so, Richard closed his eyes. Seeing Richard like this, Wilson also hurriedly turned off the car stereo and then drove the car as smoothly as possible towards home. I don't know how long it has been. When Richard opened his eyes again, he found that the car had parked at the door of his house, and Wilson and Olivia were talking at the door without knowing what to say. Seeing Richard, who opened the door and got out of the car, Olivia hurried over. "Son, are you okay? How are you doing now?" "It's okay. I feel fine now, just a little hungry." "Then come in. Dinner is ready." Saying that, Olivia took Richard's hand and led him back to the house. "Why is your boss doing this, making you so tired as a child? Why don't you go tomorrow?" Looking at Richard, who was wolfing down, Olivia said distressedly. "It's okay, Mom. It's just that there are a lot of magical animals that need to be sorted out today. So there are many things that have been sorted out at 570 today, and there will be no such things tomorrow. Just feed them water and eat the stuff just works, and these fantastic beasts are so much fun, I tell you." When Richard heard that his mother didn't want him to go, he said quickly, and even smoked a few more interesting magical animals to greet his mother. This finally dispelled Olivia's idea of not letting Richard go to work part-time. After dinner, Richard didn't continue to watch TV with his parents, but went upstairs directly. "Tell me, why don't you let Richard go to work part-time?" Seeing her son's tired body, Olivia thought about not letting Richard go to work part-time. "Let's forget it. Richard has grown up now. He has his own ideas, and didn't he say it? The main thing is not to be busy today. Tomorrow will be fine." Seeing that Olivia still had a non-committal expression, Wilson continued. "Leave him alone. Let him exercise for a while. Shall we implement the next plan?" "What's the next plan?" Olivia asked strangely. "Of course there is another baby." Olivia turned reddish and gave Wilson a white look, then stretched and walked towards the bedroom. Excited like a sneaky cat, Wilson followed Olivia closely to the bedroom. The next morning, without anyone calling, Chun woke up by himself. After waking up, Richard felt refreshed all over his body, and his magic power seemed to increase a little more than before. After washing up, I walked downstairs, and Olivia was already making breakfast. "Why did you wake up so early and want you to sleep a little longer?" Wilson, who was sitting on the sofa, saw Richard come down and asked. "Come down when you wake up, after all. I went to bed earlier yesterday." Advertisement, "Are you tired today?" "I'm not tired anymore. I feel very comfortable now." "Yes, it's a very comfortable thing to rest after a day's work." Hearing Wilson's CPU, Li Cha quickly retorted, "Then I would rather not work." After breakfast, Wilson didn't send Li to the video store next to the leaky cauldron as usual and left. And Richard came to the Fantastic Beasts store full of expectations. At this time, Mr. Adams still did not open the door. Richard took out the key and opened the door. "First, I checked the magical animals in the store. Why are they still the ones from yesterday? Didn't it mean that there would be some special magical animals last night? Why not?" Regardless of disappointment, Richard first found out the magical animals that Adams had not been able to extract at the beginning of yesterday, and then started one by one, the steps of stunning, extracting, and awakening. Fortunately, there were not many remaining, and it did not take long. The time is all taken out, and Richard found that it was not an illusion in the morning, and the spell he cast today was smoother and more powerful than yesterday. Just when the last magical animal was dealt with, Adams also came into the shop through the fireplace. Seeing that Richard was indeed already in the store, Adams showed an expression that he really did. "Good morning, Mr. Adams." Hearing a voice coming from the room, Richard hurried over to check, and when he saw Adams, he hurriedly said hello. "Good morning, Luo." Seeing Richard's hesitant expression, Adams first went out and rehanged the temporarily closed sign on the gate. "Do you want to ask why there are no special magical animals that were mentioned yesterday?" he whispered to Richard. "Yes, Mr. Adams. Was it confiscated yesterday?" Richard said hastily. "Of course I took it. It's just that I'm not here. Let me take you to see it." After talking, Adams took Richard to use apparition. Richard, who hadn't reacted yet, was just teleported away. At the same time, in an unknown warehouse, the figures of two people suddenly emerged from the air with the sound of crackling. Adams had apparently used it multiple times and stood there unconscious. But Richard did teleport first. He finally felt what Harry said in the original book, squeezed out of a very narrow rubber tube. I have to say that Harry summed it up very accurately. Richard felt that when the surroundings became dark, His body was forcibly pressed into a glass bead with a diameter of 1.5 centimeters by the super-high atmosphere. This feeling was too uncomfortable. Seeing that Richard managed to calm down, Adams said in shame, "I'm really sorry. I forgot that it's the first time someone used apparition to teleport you. It's okay, vomit. I'll take it easy, vomit." Richard responded to Adams while retching. After waiting for a while, Richard also calmed down, looked around, and found that this place seemed to be a large warehouse. Advertisement nothing but a couple of relatively large cages. "I'm talking about these few. Come on, come and take a look. This is not common." Hearing Adam's greeting, Richard hurried over and looked into the first cage. I saw a magical animal like an ape locked in a cage. Its whole body was covered with silk-like silvery long fine hair, and a pair of big eyes were hidden in the hair. In the eyes that appeared from time to time, Richard as if seeing a touch of sadness. When Richard was about to take another step forward, the magical animal disappeared. "Invisible beast," Richard exclaimed. "That's right, it's invisible. It's not cheap. If it wasn't for a regular customer, I wouldn't accept it." 0-inch Richard knows that the value of the invisible beast is very high. To be precise, its fur is very valuable, because its hair can weave an invisibility cloak. "I rub it. The first one is so good. The latter ones are definitely not bad, but how to extract this one?" At this time, Adams suddenly took out a mirror, and another figure appeared in the mirror. It's a two-way mirror that can deliver information calls. Adams asked Richard after finishing the call, "I have some urgent matters to deal with now. Do you want to take a look here, or do you want to go back to the store first?" "I'll be here now. These magical animals are so rare. I want to study them carefully." This is also what Adams wanted. He originally brought Richard here because he wanted Richard to help take care of these special magical animals. After all, it is hard to find a wizard who is as powerful as Richard and will not report him. "Well, you can take a good look here. Remember to take care of them for me. They will be picked up tomorrow at the latest. They need to be fed. I don't need to tell you how to take care of them." Richard nodded quickly in agreement. "By the way, there are 2 witch birds in the last cage. Remember to cast the silence curse on them again, and if you encounter magical animals you don't know, you must promise me that you will never approach them. After I come back besides, I'll be back in about an hour or so." "Actually, you can do it later," Richard thought silently. After seeing Adams using apparition to walk away, Richard cheered and ran to the front of these cages. After a short observation, Richard can confirm that he knows all these magical animals, or should be mentioned in the latest edition of Fantastic Beasts and where to find them. Starting from the first cage are the invisible beast, the bird snake, the big head hairy monster, the reembull, the rune snake, the forest monster, a type of troll, the tipo warthog, and the S***T-bird. To be honest, Richard didn't think that Adams would dare to make such a big deal. If the Ministry of Magic knew about these magical animals, Adams would have to get a kiss from a Dementor. It seems that a bumper harvest is indispensable today. Where does 0.2 start? Invisible beasts are now invisible and hard to find. The best thing left to deal with is the wicked bird. In fact, the wicked bird can be sold, but relevant documents are required, so the wicked bird has the lowest risk factor. Let's start with this. Richard took out his wand and went to the last cage. There are 2 birds with very bright feathers in the cage. They are pink all over and look very cute, but if you are lucky enough to hear their singing, you will eventually lose your mind. But this kind of bird is also very easy to deal with. You just need to cast a silence spell on them before they make a sound. These 2 should have been casted, but how long the effect will last is uncertain. For the sake of safety, still need to recast. Richard took the wand and cast 2 silent spells directly at the 2 witch birds, and then cast 2 stun spells. Silently, silently, stunningly, stunningly. These 2 S***T-birds solved it simply. Then Richard used the levitating spell to control the 2 unconscious witch birds to float to the edge of the cage. Richard stretched his hand in and stretched out the gilt to the 10th unconscious witch bird. Chapter 92. This is a light curtain that only Richard can see appeared in front of Richard's eyes. A divine animal has been detected. The magical animal has been knocked down and has no ability to resist. Do you want to start the extraction mode now? Richard began to fantasize that it would be great if he could save all of them and draw one piece. But the system setting can only be stored once, so he can only draw. This is a dialog box popped up suddenly. Detecting the host's strong will, I hope to store it multiple times. It takes 10,000 experience points to activate the new function. In order for the host to have a better user experience, the new function can be activated for free for the first time. Do you need to enable the multiple storage function? When did this broken system of his own become so humane? Richard was startled by the scene in front of him. He didn't react until the system asked whether it needs to be turned on again. The free sound must be turned on. Open enable multiple storage function. Loading. Loading is successful. The host can now store and extract multiple times. Unlimited times. Do you need to store this extraction storing? Successfully saved. It's good to continue. Time is running out and there are so many treasure chests. Richard then reached out to another wicked bird. This time, there was no ink, and it was stored directly. Just when Richard was about to take his hand back, in line with the fine tradition of leaving a name when the geese pass by, and feathers when the bird passes by, hard work and simplicity, and thrifty housekeeping, Richard plucked 2 feathers of the wicked bird. Originally, he wanted to use the magic spell to wake up the 2 witch birds, but Richard suddenly thought, will the magic spell stop 20 silent spells? So it is a prudent decision to come one by one. Sure enough, after Richard cast the spell on the first bird, the witch bird opened its mouth and was about to sing. Fortunately, Richard was prepared and directly added the silent spell. Soon the second one was also solved. So the question is, which is the next treasure chest? Richard looked over at the few remaining cages. Oh ho ho, there is an unexpected surprise. There is no need to choose but this rune snake. The line of sight came to the side of the cage where the rune snake was placed, and it turned out that the infighting among the runes had begun again. As we all know, the rune snake has 3 heads. The head on the left is a planner. It is where the real brain of the rune snake decides what to do next and how to do it. The head in the middle is a sleepwalker, daydreaming all day long. The head on the right is a critic, relying on the fangs in his mouth. He often criticizes the heads on the left and the middle. They have always been at odds with each other. They will attack each other. The common rune snake, many of them have 2 heads, because the left and middle heads combine to bite off the right head. The runes in the cage are now attacking each other, so now is the right time. Richard saw that the right head was not right, it was injured, and it was about to be bitten off. So he hurried up and cast a stun spell on the left head. But I didn't expect to be dodged by it dexterously, but the one in the middle was not so lucky. The curse that was dodged by the left head just hit the middle head, and the middle head itself became lethargic. After a long time of fighting afterwards, he became even more sleepy, and now he suffered another stun spell and passed out directly. Another stun spell was shot at stunning ground. The head on the left is worthy of being the mastermind, but it still dexterously dodged it. Now I don't know if I'm dead or not. Richard was furious. Advertisement: there are many obstacles. There are many obstacles. First, 2 hindrance spells restricted the left head to the dead corner of the cage, making it impossible to dodge, and then another stun spell. At this moment, the left head of the rune snake finally concentrated, and the hit head was still swaying tenaciously. Richard hastened to make 2 more shots, and now the 3 heads of the entire rune snake fell silent. Richard first went over to check the life and death of the head on the right. After all, the rune snake with 3 heads is more valuable. When Adams was here, he still had 3 heads. After leaving himself, there are only 2 left. Although it is understandable, but Richard didn't want to either. Seeing that the right head was still alive, but its breathing was relatively weak, Richard quickly cast a healing spell on it, and its breathing stabilized. Then came the extraction link. Richard stretched out his hand, rubbed the right head of the rune snake, and then continued to select storage extraction in the system. After finishing these, Richard started to look for the 3rd cutie again, but just passed by the cage of the rune snake. Richard suddenly thought, since the 3 heads of the rune snake have different thoughts, can each head be extracted once? Thinking of this, Richard came to the side of the middle head and touched it with his hand. Well, there is no response, and the one on the left still has no response. Alas, rubbish system, Richard sighed in disappointment. In fact, Richard didn't have much hope at all. After all, he had drawn Lu Wei's 3-headed dog, and he could only draw it once. After all, they are all 3-headed magical animals, and no one is more noble than the other. How to choose the rest? Looking at the invisible beasts, birds and snakes, big-headed monsters, ream cows, forest monsters, and Tebow warthogs in front of them. It's up to you, because of the hairy head. Richard came to the side of the cage where the big-headed hairy monster was held. Looking at the one inside, the whole body is covered with hair, but the big gray head is bald, and it is almost a foot tall. As the sun shines from behind Richard, Richard's shadow is reflected in the cage, and the big-headed monster is lying on top of Richard's shadow, looking like a big bright and round rock. Richard knows that if it takes a long time, I will definitely have a strong sense of futility and will eventually enter a drowsy and desperate state. At this time, the big-headed monster just jumps over and devours people. However, The big-headed monster is relatively easy to deal with low magic resistance and low physical resistance. Looking at the big-headed monster lying motionless on the ground in front of him, Richard used the stunning curse to subdue it very easily, basically without any difficulty. After touching the storage drawer, Richard looked at the remaining ones again. Let's take the bird and snake first. Other magic resistances are relatively high, and the invisible beast has low magic resistance, but it is invisible and can't find a place. The bird snake is a winged, two-legged animal with a snake body and feathers. The greatest value of this magical animal is its eggs. To be precise, it should be its eggshells. It is the purest and softest silver in the world, and its value is very high. Originally, birds and snakes are very flexible in the wild, and it is difficult for ordinary wizards to hit them with their spells. But now the bird snake is inside the cage. The originally relatively large cage is more crowded when the bird snake is more than 10 feet away. This also gave Richard the opportunity to subdue him very easily, continuing the previous process, stroking, storing, and extracting, and breaking the spell. Next, Richard is no longer choosing. After all, the rest are more troublesome, and the magic resistance will be higher. Come to the cage next to the bird snake, which contains the ream cattle. Advertisement: this ream cow looks more expensive. Yes, it is more expensive. It is like a big golden buffalo. If you stay still, you will think it is a pure gold sculpture. As long as anyone drinks the blood of Ruam cows, their strength will be greatly increased. However, because the output is very small, there is always a price but no market. So the 10 Song Ruam cows and 10 walking gold mines are nothing. The difference. To be honest, the appearance of this Ruam cow here is very abrupt. Is Adam's family background so rich that he can even get this? Forget about it. Let's move on. This kind of large magical animal is a living target for Richard in the cage. Although it has high magic resistance, it cannot hold up to a large number. After being bombarded by Richard for almost 3 minutes, the ream cow also crashed to the ground. Richard calmed down for a while, then went to draw. Seeing that the coat color of the ream cow in front of him was no longer bright, Richard also thoughtfully cast cleaning spells and healing spells on it, so that Adams would not think that he had abused it. Should I draw some blood? Richard thought about it, but finally gave up. What he hopes to obtain is the improvement of the overall physical fitness. Simply increasing strength will only consume physical strength faster, and it will not be of any special benefit to him. The next Tebow Warthog and Forest Monster were both top players in magic resistance, but they finally fell down after Richard spent a lot of magic power and continued to cast spells. Tebow Warthog after normal extraction. Richard touched the Forest Monster with anxiety for about a minute. Richard left cursing. Sure enough, I don't know why the giant monsters can't be extracted, and the Forest Monster, one of the 3 types of giant monsters, can't be extracted either. In fact, the giant monster Richard tried it last semester, but he couldn't extract it. At first, Richard wondered if it was because the giant monster was killed by himself first, so he couldn't draw it. But now it seems that the eye monster is not recognized as a magical animal by the system. This is discrimination, blatant racism. Seeing that time is running out, Adams will come back anytime. Richard hurried to the original position. Looking at the empty number 1 cage, Richard didn't have any ink marks and started the spell bombing directly. Although you can't see it, it's fine as long as you accidentally drop it. After bombing for a while, the cage was still empty. Richard suddenly thought of a very serious problem. The invisible beast relies on its long silver hair to become invisible. That is to say, even if you hit it just now, it would pass out, but you still can't see it. Do you want to stick your hand in and try it? After thinking for a while, forget it. What if it attacks you if you miss it? Richard also encountered difficulties for a while. What should he do? After all, he can't just watch it slip away in front of him. Chapter 93. Richard knew that continuing to use the stun spell would not have a particularly good effect, and he had to first determine the location of the invisible beast. Clear water into the spring. At this moment, a jet of water erupted from the tip of Richard's wand. Richard tried to increase the infusion of magic power, and the water flow became more rapid. Then Richard tried to control the outlet of the water flow, and the water flow seemed to be shot from a squeeze tube. Became a fan-shaped spray. Richard nodded in satisfaction and sprayed the cage. As Richard moved his wand, the figure of an ape emerged from the cage, but disappeared immediately. Sure enough, the invisible beast was not hit by those stun spells just now. Fortunately, I was cautious, counseling. The body of the invisible beast should be wet when it was hit by the water flow just now, but just to be on the safe side, Richard continued to control the water flow to look for the invisible beast. Immediately, The water caught the figure of the invisible beast again, and Richard quickly changed the spell. B************* D fell to the ground. At this moment, Richard heard the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. Hastily continued to use clear water like a spring, controlled the flow of water, and rushed to that position. Sure enough, it hit, and at this moment, the figure of the invisible beast slowly emerged. Richard hurried over to touch the invisible beast and stored the extraction. Then he used it to heal the damage just received by the invisible beast, and then used the mantra to relieve the invisible beast's coma. At this moment, there was a sudden loud cracking sound. Then Mr. Adams showed up here. The timing is just right. Richard is quite proud. Advertisement, huh? Why are you still here? Why is the cage wet? Are you looking for an invisible beast? Adams thought he was lucky when he saw a lot of watermarks in the cage that hadn't had time to clean up. It must be that you can't see the invisible increase and then use water to find the invisible increase. I'm looking for the invisible beast, but I've finished watching the other magical animals, and the wicked bird has cast the silencing curse again. Do you know each other? Yes, it is recorded in Mr. Newt Scamander's Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, but it is indeed the first time I have seen it. By the way, Mr. Adams, is that ream cow also one of the deals? Richard asked curiously. You saw the Aram cow. That is not a trade item. I can't afford to buy that, which is more expensive than all the magical animals in my entire store combined. Adamston continued after sunset. That one was deposited with me, and I will pick it up tonight. You have to know that their smugglers are often wanted, and such a big magical animal is not convenient to carry around. So put it here with me first. Is that troll a forest monster? Richard continued to ask. That's right, that's the forest monster, which is also called a giant monster together with land monsters and water monsters. I didn't expect you to recognize it. Adams seemed a little surprised. After all, compared to land monsters, forest monsters are quite rare, but they are better than water monsters, which are even rarer. Here, I want to explain that the Loch Ness monster is a horse-shaped monster, not a giant monster. Water monster, those people are really strange. I don't know what they want the forest monster for. Adams was also very curious. The forest monster is useless and has no commercial value. What? By the way, Mr. Adams, that ruined snake started fighting again, so I stunned it first with the stunning charm. Hearing what Richard said, Adams hurried over to check it out. You must know that a ruined snake with 3 heads is more valuable. If one head is missing, he will lose the order. Seeing the intact ruined snake, Adams also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, you are here, Richard. I thought I forgot to tell you to pay attention to this, but I didn't expect you to know. Thank you so much. It's okay. It's my duty here. However, Mr. Adams, generally those who want this kind of rune snake are black wizards. You should pay attention when you trade, Richard reminded. After all, Mr. Adams gave him a lot of help these days indeed. Be a good one. Thank you for reminding Richard. Don't worry, I will pay attention. Adams continued after thinking for a while. Actually, not all black wizards are bad guys. There is no way to do it. You know that although the current wizard class does not value blood as much as when the mysterious man was around a few years ago, the pureblood wizards still control the wizard class. They still discriminating against half-bloods and muggle wizards. Many wizards who are not talented or talented, but have no way out have to choose the path of dark wizards. I know these, Mr. Adams, too, but for the sake of Pugsley and Wednesday, you should also be careful. Advertisement. Feeling Richard's concern for him, Adams didn't continue talking after thinking about it. Those pureblood wizards are far more hateful than dark wizards. But considering that Richard is still young, there is no need to go that deep. In fact, these words should not have been said. But through these days of contact, Adams deeply understood the horror of Richard's talent. Although he didn't know how Dumbledore and Voldemort were when they were young, Adams knew that Richard should be regarded as a young wizard. The ceiling is high, and the current exchange of words is to better Richard. When Richard rises in the future, there will be a relationship. This is good for the development of Pugsley and Wednesday. Richard can also feel that Adams' trust in him is a bit too high. Many of these special magical animals, especially the ream cow and invisible beasts, are hidden from even his family. He generously let himself see it. This should be intentional. Any inconvenient care is a lie. The departure just now was also deliberately leaving room for Richard. Of course, Adams must not know his own system. Moreover, Adams' various behaviors are not offensive, which is also an important reason why Richard can accept Adams' kindness. After all, Richard did not accept the offer of favor to the Malfoy family. Although he knew that Adams would use him to a certain extent in the future, Richard didn't care. They have already invested, So why don't you allow them to make profits? The adult society itself is a society of interests. Whether it is ordinary people, it's the same whether it's a wizard or a wizard. After all, human relationships are like paper, and world affairs are like a chess game. After the two checked all the magical animals repeatedly, they returned to the magical animal store. After returning to the store, Richard suddenly asked Adams, "Mr. Adams, can you tell me about apparition?" Apparition? This is not something you can learn in your grade. And I remember that Hogwarts cannot use apparition. I'm just curious about the spell. After thinking about it, Adams said to Richard seriously, "Richard, although this magic is difficult, I know that with your talent and the magic power you have now, there should be no problem in learning this magic. But you must have an experienced teacher to assist you in learning this magic. Accidents are quite dangerous. Although I know this spell, if something happens, I have no way to solve it. I can tell you about this spell, but I hope you don't practice it privately. You must do it at school. Practice under the guidance of the professor. You have a broad future. There is no need to expose yourself to unknown dangers for a spell." Hearing Adam's sincere concern, Richard was still very moved, and he quickly promised that he was just learning in advance, and if he wanted to practice, he would go to the dean of his college, Professor Flitwick, as a mentor. Hearing Richard's assurance, Adams told Richard directly without reservation. The apparition spell is a way of magical travel. It allows users to get where they want to go. After the user focuses on the destination, they disappear from their current location and appear at the place in their mind. In short, the apparatus spell is a form of teleportation. It is currently the fastest way to reach the destination, but it is difficult to master. If it is not done properly, it may lead to disastrous consequences. In fact, what we often call apparition is just the first step of the apparition spell. At this time, you need to first focus all your attention on your goal, which is to think about where you are going. Second, determine to occupy the space you want. Let the desire to reach flood every smallest part of the body. Rotate in place. Thirdly, let yourself enter the void state and move calmly. This is the 3D principle we often say. Target, Zhao Zhao, determination, and calmness. The initials of the three words are all D. The next step is the second step, apparition, and then you can appear at the destination. Beginners will feel hypoxia when using it, but they will get used to it after using it too much. And if the determination to move is not firm, split body will appear. That is, one part of the body stays in place while the other part moves past. Finally, the apparition that transmits multiple people at the same time is called entourage apparition. This method allows adult wizards to take underage wizards, or wizards who cannot apparate in person, to go to the destination with them. When performing entourage apparition, followers the attacker simply grabs the arm of the person performing the apparition. By the way, only after the age of 17 has passed the apparition examination of the Department of Magical Transport and obtained a license can one legally apparate in the UK. After listening to Adam's detailed explanation of the entire spell, Richard suddenly had an urge to try it out, but for his own safety, he reluctantly suppressed it. As for why Mr. Adams told Richard, the reason is very simple. The apparition curse is not a secret spell. Anyone who is willing can find relevant explanations. It is better for Richard to search blindly than Adams himself. It was safer for Richard that way. Chapter 94. Adams told Licha all the problems he encountered while practicing apparition, hoping that this would save Richard from taking some detours. After hearing all of Adam's experiences, although Richard didn't practice it, he knew that there was nothing wrong with the spell. But to be on the safe side, it's better to ask Professor Flitwick after school starts. After Adams finished speaking, he took Richard to apparate again, so that he could experience it. After that, the two returned to the store and continued to organize the placement of magical animals in the store. At noon, Adams invited Richard to eat at home as usual, but this time Richard did not refuse. After all, he had helped him so much, and wanted to bring himself and his children closer. Richard could understand. The way to Adams' house was through the fireplace. At first Richard thought the fireplace was not very comfortable, but it was infinitely stronger than apparition. When he came to Adams' house, Richard first greeted Morticia, and then he was dragged by Adams to check Pugsley's homework. When he came to Pugsley's room, the little brat seemed to have forgotten what he suffered last time, and was still stubbornly waiting for Richard. This made Richard very helpless. How could he hold grudges like this? Besides, he didn't do anything, just enriched his boring holiday life. Isn't that good? Since you were so ignorant, don't blame me. Richard knew that Adams should have no deterrent effect in front of the two children, and they must be more afraid of Morticia, so Richard didn't say anything at the time. After all, now is the time to grow up, so the children can't eat. So when the lunch was over, and everyone was drinking tea in the living room, Richard started to get angry. Ms. Adams, just now I read Pugsley's homework, and he did a good job, basically all 360 correct, which shows that Pugsley is still very smart. Hearing what Richard said, the Adamses and his wife showed satisfied smiles, and the little idiot Pugsley was quite satisfied, sitting there shaking his head. Only Wednesday noticed something was wrong. How could this beautiful black-bellied man praise that idiot Pugsley? Just watch it. There must be a follow-up. However, under Wednesday's satisfied expression, Chun continued. I looked at the amount of exercises he has done in the past few days, and they are really too few. When I was my age, I could finish these exercises in half a day at most. You nonsense. Do you know how I live these days? Pugsley was angry when he heard Richard say that. After I was called up early every day, I would eat and do problems, and I would do problems after eating. There was no time to stop at all, so there was too little time. No, Pugsley, when Mr. Adams and I went to your room just now, you were obviously sitting there in a daze, didn't you? Advertisement, that's because I just finished a question, and it's time to eat, and I don't have time to do the next question before I relax. Mr. Adams, ma'am, actually, you should try to increase the intensity on Pugsley. Richard ignored Pugsley's glare and said directly to the Adams couple. We all know that human is a kind of elastic creature. Only the lower you are pressed, the higher you can rebound. If you want to stand out, if you want to be better than other little wizards, you need a certain amount of pressure. Only with pressure can you be motivated and able to urge you to act quickly. The so-called time waits for no one. Only under the urging of pressure and with this sense of urgency can Pugsley, always strive for the top and run ahead of more people. Pugsley's only then will the academics continue to improve, gradually set foot on the glorious peak of success, and finally stand out. On the contrary, the kind of people who live without pressure often have no motivation, do not know the value of time, do not have a sense of competition, and only you will gradually lose your way and become a lamb lost in the way. It is undoubtedly even more difficult to get ahead. You can see that Hermione is not much older than Pugsley. Why is she able? Richard poured a large section of poisonous chicken soup directly on the Adams couple, and even took out the legendary Hermione at 4 o'clock in the morning as an example. The Adamses seem to be drinking nectar. See what is excellent and what is perfect. This is it. Why Richard is so excellent and perfect. He must have done what he said, and that Hermione, she must not be as good as Pugsley is smart, but can get the second place in Hogwarts, which shows how hard he worked. The two nodded to each other. It seemed that they were going to put some pressure on Pugsley. After watching Richard's entire performance on Wednesday, I couldn't help but feel a chill in my body. This man is so scary. Then he glanced at Pugsley, who was still staring at Richard with pitiful eyes. He really didn't know whether to praise Pugsley's bravery or to cast aside his stupidity. Opponent. Richard felt that it was almost done, so he proposed to go back to the store first and leave space for the family to negotiate. But before leaving, Richard patted Pugsley on the shoulder and whispered in his ear, next time he should give a good shout to his brother, otherwise he would have to double his homework. Then they took Wednesday back to the store. Yes, the Adams couple felt that it might not be easy to negotiate with Pugsley, and they might need to implement some measures. Wednesday didn't look good, so they asked Richard to take care of it first. Originally, Wednesday strongly refused, but Richard glanced at her, and she obediently followed Richard. After returning to the store, Wednesday hurried away and Richard found a small stool and sat on it without moving. You seem to be afraid of me, don't you? Richard asked a little strangely. Wednesday didn't want to respond at first, but he nodded as if he thought of something. Why, I have always been kind to children. They all like me. You are terrible. You are obviously tormenting Pugsley, but you still have to be grateful to your parents. How could it be? I didn't torture Pugsley. Doing so would be very good for him and make him even better. Richard didn't talk nonsense about this, but not everyone wants to be excellent. Isn't it torture to force a mediocre person to be excellent? Why can't everyone respect everyone's fate? Those who should be excellent are excellent, and those who should be mediocre are mediocre. What about excellent people doing excellent things? Mediocre people also having mediocre things to do? This is a complete society. If all are excellent people, then who will do those mediocre things? Richard didn't expect this little girl to be so transparent. Are all little girls abroad so precocious? This is beyond my control. I just told your parents the way to become excellent, and your parents wanted Pugsley to be excellent. In fact, think about it. If you don't have Pugsley around, if you stand in the front, then you are the one who should become excellent. Advertisement. Hearing Richard's voiceover, Wednesday thought of Pugsley's miserable life these days, and immediately said, let Pugsley continue to be better. I don't know anything. As his sister, I must be proud of him. Richard nodded in satisfaction, not to let that brat suffer a bit, as he would easily suffer in society like this. Then he took out a Hogwarts history of magic and handed it to Wednesday. Wednesday took the book with a blank face. What do you mean? You'll need it soon, Richard said with a mysterious face, and then went to work. While Richard was still feeding the magical animals in the store, Mr. Adams had already returned from home. He was still asking Wednesday if he wanted to go back, but Wednesday refused. The air pressure in the house must be very low now, and it may be affected if he goes back, so he should stay in the store. Originally, Adams wanted to continue to say something, but when he saw the book that Wednesday was holding, he was surprised at first, and then told Wednesday with satisfaction that he could go to Florin Fusk's ice cream shop to pick up an ice cream later. We must know that Adams has always not allowed them to eat ice cream. Why did he suddenly say this at this time? Wednesday suddenly remembered Richard's behavior just now. Could it be because of this? It was really terrible. Just after Richard had served all the magical animals, Ollivander came again. Could it be that he installed a camera here? The timing is also very good. Every time it is when he finishes his work and has nothing to do. While thinking wildly, Richard and Ollivander came to the wand shop again. This time Ollivander did not ask Richard to give him the wand, but asked him to demonstrate the magic with his own wand first. After Richard cast all the regular spells, he took Richard's wand. Then they began to give Richard different wands to cast spells. Until Richard tried all the wands in the wand shop with the same material and different cores, the same core with different materials, and even different lengths of wands. Until the end, even if each wand only casts one spell, Richard couldn't stand it. No, or Ollivander did not know where to find a bottle of potion, and Li Ning could continue to cast the spell after drinking it. Even so, after Richard tested all the wands, although he drank another bottle of potion, he still felt his head was swollen. Ollivander directly asked Richard to go to the leaky cauldron to open a room to sleep, and he paid the bill. Richard was not pretentious either. He went back to the Fantastic Beasts store and talked to Adams, then went straight to the leaky cauldron, found Tom, and opened a room. After coming to the room, Richard lay on the bed directly. He didn't feel very good now, and Richard was not in the mood to draw a lottery, but he couldn't sleep either. He just felt his head was swollen all the time. Richard closed his eyes as usual, didn't think about anything, and emptied himself. This is a meditation method that he saw from the internet in his previous life, but his own thoughts in his previous life were too complicated to do it. After coming to this world, by chance, Richard succeeded once. The effect is very significant, and it has a miraculous effect on the recovery of the spirit. Chapter 95. While Richard was lying in the room meditating, Ollivander dismembered all of Richard's used wands. What the hell is going wrong? Ollivander found that all the wands had no problems from the body to the core, and they all flowed normally, and he tried them all before dismantling them, and he could use them now. Only Richard's own wand remained. But a wand-making family that has been passed down for more than 2,000 years, his family glory does not allow him to dismantle the wand that has been sold without permission, even if he is sure to restore it to its original appearance. As for Richard agreeing to dismantle this wand, he can't even think about it. He didn't think about it. He knew the importance of wands to wizards, and if he brought it up, it's very likely that Richard wouldn't put it on him for research. Can you discuss with Richard about making a new one for him, and then repurchase this one yourself? Ollivander was still thinking, and suddenly saw the broken wand that Richard gave him last time. Ollivander took out the wand, stroked the wand with his hand, talking to himself. Ashwood, unicorn hair. Is this magic wand really my mistake at that time? Ollivander is not a god. He knows that sometimes he may make mistakes, but his strong intuition tells him that this magic wand does not make mistakes. So Ollivander took out the magic carving knife and carefully cut down the midline of the wand and cut it open. The originally solid and complete wand was split into two. He gently pulled out the unicorn hair from the core of the stick with tweezers, then put the unicorn hair of the rod core on the workbench and carefully inspected it. No, Ollivander's hand trembled slightly. There is a mistake in the magic pattern. Now the magic pattern on the unicorn hair is not set by myself at all, and it should not even be made by human beings. Could it be that this unicorn hair is special? It mutated naturally after being infected by magic? But why has there never been such a record for more than 2,000 years? Ollivander continued to study with a questioning attitude. It wasn't until the end that the problem was discovered when checking the magic infection of the unicorn fur magic pattern. How? Why is the last spell above the one I used? You must know that the magic pattern can retain the used magic spell. The flashback spell that the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic have been using is a research spell developed by using this principle. which can make the wand flash back to the magic spell cast last time. Curse. Although this wand can no longer be used, the core of the wand still retains the spell cast last time. But why Ollivander's spell? He clearly remembered that he asked Richard to try it, and he said it didn't work after he tried it. This can only explain one problem, that is, he said it was useless without casting the spell, so the problem came. Is it because he knew that the wand would not work when he came back, so he said it directly without casting a spell? Or did he succeed in casting the spell, so he pretended to cast it? Advertisement. So the question is again, how did he do it? Or what did Richard do? It seemed that he was getting closer and closer to the answer, and Ollivander's eyes glistened through his glasses. It seems that you can give it a try. Thinking of this, Ollivander took another piece of holly wood, quickly cut it from the middle, and carefully put the unicorn hair whose magic pattern has changed, and then used the means of family inheritance. The cut holly wood was combined into one, and then the body of the staff was polished and smoothed, and the silver handle was installed. Then Ollivander tried again, and Kongrand still couldn't cast the spell. After all the work was done, Ollivander waited for the time to come. Soon it was 5 o'clock as he and Richard got better, took Richard's wand and the reassembled wand, and came to the leaky cauldron. Tom, which room is Richard in? Is he still in the room? Let me pay the bill first. Ollivander, he's in the first room around the corner on the second floor. I'll ask Hannah to call him down. No need, I happen to have something to ask him. It's inconvenient for so many people. I'll go up. Saying that, Ollivander walked to the second floor. It seems that this classmate of his granddaughter is not simple. Tom watched Ollivander go up to find Richard in person and thought silently. Boom, boom. Ollivander knocked on Richard's door. Come in. The door is unlocked. Richard's voice came from inside. Ollivander stretched out a slightly trembling hand, put it on the doorknob, took a breath, opened the door firmly, and walked in. Mr. Ollivander, why are you up here? I'm about to go down. Seeing that Ollivander opened the door and came in, Richard was a little surprised. Why was the old man so polite and came up to call me himself? It's okay, Richard. Here is your wand. Saying that, Ollivander handed the wand to Richard. How did your inspection go? Have you determined the cause? Richard asked casually. It should be almost there, but there are still some experiments to be done. After confirming your wand, you don't need to check it again. If you want to check it in depth, you have to take it apart. I don't think you will agree. That's not right. This is my partner. By the way, Richard, I have a newly made wand here, which uses some different techniques than before. Please help me try the effect of the wand. Saying that, Ollivander handed the restructured wand to Richard. Richard took the wand, glanced at it for a while, and then played a trick with the wand. At this time, Richard inadvertently saw a trace of tension hidden under Ollivander's calm expression. Why are you nervous? Are you worried that your new technology will not be successful? Can't surpass those two in Europe? This old man is so competitive at such an old age. Richard was just about to cast a fluorescent spell or something, when there was a sudden pause. No. Why did you let yourself experiment? There are no other wizards. You still have to bring it up to me. Can Hannah downstairs also experiment? There is a problem. There must be a problem. Richard is holding the wand to figure it out carefully, and at the same time thinking quickly about the recent things between himself and Ollivander. At the very beginning, he discovered that my wand can only be used by me. So he started to study my wand, and then I tested it myself and found out that it was because of the system skills. As long as the wand that has cast system skills can only be used by myself. Finally, today, he asked me to use a different wand to cast spells, and he began to doubt my spells. Yes, he must have suspected that there was a problem with my magic power. By the way, there is also the wand I experimented with. That is the wand. In the end, he asked me to cast a spell. I tricked him and flashed back to the previous spell. How could I forget this spell? Ollivander, Master Wandmaker. He may well have noticed that I didn't cast a spell. Advertisement, ask for flowers. So why is he asking me to experiment with wands now? Unless this is the same wand I experimented with. He changed the packaging. That's it. The demos are all 1,000-year-old foxes. You and I are here to play chat. Richard stopped looking at the wand, twirled the wand in a random circle, and then threw it to Ollivander and said, Mr. Ollivander, one of the 3 famous European wand makers, the wand you made must be very good. Don't try it? No, Richard, let's give it a try. After all, it's a new technology, so we need to do more experiments. Ollivander didn't expect Richard to throw the wand back without casting a spell, and said after a while, New technology? Is it really a new technology? Why do I think this wand is so familiar? I seem to have seen it somewhere. Let me think about it. That broken wand that day? No, it's white. This one is cyan. But why do I think these two are so similar? What do you think? Ollivander. Lucien finally didn't even want to be polite. Zero Ollivander was dumbfounded when he heard Richard say that. How did he know? How did he know that this wand was the ash wand? Okay, Mr. Ollivander, I won't leave this to play with you. My father should be here soon. I can't keep him waiting. He will be worried. I'll go first, Richard said, walking to the door. Just walked out of the door and turned around and said something. I shouldn't have to pay the room fee, bye-bye. Then Richard left without looking back. At this time, Ollivander just reacted and quickly wanted to call Richard, but Richard had already gone downstairs. When he came to the first floor, Ollivander quickly asked Tom if he saw Richard, and Tom told him that Richard had gone out. Only then did Ollivander sigh, not knowing what to say. Now he finally understands what it means to be so terrifying. And Richard is also a little annoyed now. What's the matter? Why did they travel over here? All kinds of IQs are slapped. Why are they all old foxes when they come to me? Needless to say, Dumbledore also has a halo. Now an old stick-making man in his 70s and 80s is about to touch my bottom. Is it really my fault? But I am also very low-key. Wilson glanced at Richard from the rearview mirror. What's going on? Why hasn't he spoken since getting in the car? And now his face has become gloomy. Hastily and cautiously asked, What's the matter, son? Is there anything unhappy today? Hearing Wilson's voice suddenly rang in the car, Richard also knew that he couldn't let his family worry about him, so he said hastily, It's okay, Dad. I just saw the animals that arrived last night today. They are not cute at all, so I am a little unhappy. Wilson was taken aback when he heard the words, just such a trivial matter? It is also true that although his son is usually very mature, he is still a 12-year-old child in the end, and it should be that his emotions change relatively quickly. It's okay. How about we go to the zoo to have fun after you finish your part-time job? Okay, Richard saw that Wilson still had a cautious attitude and was immediately moved. It had been a long time since they went out to play together, and this time he wanted to accompany them well. Chapter 96. After Richard and Wilson got home, they told Olivia about their decision to go out and play. Olivia was very excited after hearing this, and said that she must make a good plan to give Richard an unforgettable experience. After dinner, Richard didn't discuss going out with his parents, but directly went back upstairs. But before going up, Richard specifically told Olivia that he could wait until after his part-time job was over. Olivia expressed her understanding, and then pulled Wilson to start planning. Back upstairs, Richard first took a shower, put on clean new clothes, and lit 3 cigarettes that he had secretly prepared in advance. Richard said that he could only use cigarettes instead because he couldn't get any incense. The pious Richard took 3 cigarettes and bowed 3 times in each direction. Namo Amitba, blessed ones, Hallelujah, Amen, come and bless me. Let me make this lottery a big hit. After the worship, Richard put the cigarettes in the flower pot. Then he calmed down for a moment. Mind control turns on the system in the mind. Find the storage extraction interface on the system panel. Click to enter. Storage extraction selection. Found multiple storage records. Please select the magical animal to be extracted. Mature wicked bird, mature rune snake, mature hairy monster, mature bird snake, mature reem cattle, mature T-bow warthog, mature invisible beast. Let's start with a wicked bird. Richard chose the wicked bird. The extraction selection is completed, and the mature villain bird, 1/2, starts the directional extraction, 1/DT. Random selection is completed, and random selection begins. 1/3, randomly selected, experience value plus 20, 2/3, randomly selected, experience value plus 20, 3/3, randomly selected, experience value plus 20. Seeing the gorgeous 3 experience points coming in, Richard was expressionless, and there are still several more. The extraction selection is completed. The mature villain bird, 2/2, whether to enable directional extraction, 1/3. Random selection is completed, and random selection begins. 1/3, randomly selected, experience value plus 20, 2/3. In random selection, experience value plus 20 or 3/3. In random selection, experience value plus 20. In this way, 3 more gorgeous experience points were collected, and Richard already clenched his hands into fists and started the next round of drawing with his teeth gritted. The extraction selection is completed. The bird and snake in the mature stage, 1/1. Whether to enable directional extraction, 1/3. Random selection is completed, and random selection begins. The result immediately appeared in front of Richard. This time it was not 3 experience points, but TM's 4 experience points. Advertisement. Richard broke out completely, jumped off the bed, pulled out the 3 cigarettes inserted in the flower pot, and threw them on the ground. If you just eat and don't work, then no one should eat. After clamoring for a while, Richard calmed down and then continued to draw. The extraction selection is completed. The maturity period is like a snake. 1/1. Whether to enable directional extraction, 1/3. Random selection is completed and random selection begins. 1/5. Randomly selected. Experience value plus 30. 2/5. Random selection. Experience value plus 30. 3/5. Randomly selected. Skill acquisition. Proficiency in snake language. 4/5. Random selection. Experience value plus 30. 5/5. Random selection. Experience value plus 30. Proficient in snake language? Although it is a skill, it seems useless. Richard feels a bit pained. But it is finally shipped. Let's continue. The extraction selection is completed. The mature T-bow warthog. 1/1. Whether to enable targeted extraction. 1/3. Random selection is completed and random selection begins. 1/4. Randomly selected. Experience value plus 30. 2/4. Randomly selected. Experience value plus 30. 3/4. Randomly selected. Skill acquired. Stealth. T-bow warthog version. 4/4. Randomly selected. Experience value plus 30. Invisibility? Richard is feeling even more uncomfortable now. He already knows the illusion spell. The invisibility skill doesn't seem to be of much use, and it turned out to be T-bow warthog's invisibility. So how do you let the invisible beast deal with it? But there is no way. Let's go on. The extraction selection is completed. The mature big-headed monster. 1/1. Whether to enable targeted extraction. 1/3. Random selection is completed and random selection begins. 1/4. In random selection. Experience value plus 25. 2/4. Randomly selected. Experience value plus 25. 3/4. Randomly selected. Skill acquired. Stealth. Big hairy monster version. 4/4. Random selection. Experience value plus 25. There is still invisible. Or some big-headed monster version. What do you mean? Then don't say anything. This time I will take a look at the invisible beast. The extraction selection is completed. The mature invisible beast. 1/1. Whether to enable directional extraction. 1/3. Random selection is completed and random selection begins. See that there is a skill in the extraction completion interface advertisement. Acquire skill. Invisibility. Invisible beast version. Seeing another stealth skill, Richard is completely speechless now. Why is this thing still coming in batches? Suddenly, a dialog box popped up on the system panel. It is detected that the host has extracted similar skills, and the hidden board is opened. Synthesis. Seeing the synthesis button that popped up suddenly, Richard clicked on it. Please select the skills that need to be synthesized. Richard put 3 invisible skills on it and clicked to confirm the synthesis. Synthesizing. Synthesis is complete. Get a new skill. Invisibility. Isn't this Nima still invisible? What's the difference? It's even synthesized. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the blessing of mysterious power in the first synthesis. Trigger probability is 1 in 100 million. The stealth skill has been greatly improved. After the upgrade, the skill has been renamed Shiny. All subsequent stealth skills will not be able to be extracted. For specific skills, please contact us. The host experiences it by itself. Seeing this situation, Richard was a little confused. What do you mean? What kind of mysterious power blessing? Although the trigger rate is very touching, but you make it clear, the garbage system has to be experienced by itself, and how to stop drawing all invisible skills woolen cloth. Richard directly loaded the new skill, Hidden God, into the skill bar, and then activated it. Suddenly Richard felt that he was different from before, and he couldn't tell what was different. This feeling was hard to explain, but Richard looked at the table and chairs in front of him. Although they were clearly in front of him, they seemed to be very far away. This is a very unique feeling. A feeling of. At this time, Richard suddenly seemed to be ejected, and the invisibility skills stopped, and then Richard felt a pang of hunger. 0. How could he be ejected? How could his physical strength be consumed so quickly? This has not yet been upgraded to level 1. It is already consumed much faster than Long Yin and Lightning. Richard looked at the system panel again, hoping to get an answer, when a prompt suddenly appeared in the system. It is detected that the hidden power of the gods exceeds the power system of this world. After self-research, the mysterious power blessing in the subsequent skill synthesis is temporarily suspended. Now the skill synthesis triggers the mysterious power blessing. The probability is 0, and the skills that have been synthesized will not be adjusted. When Richard saw this prompt, he didn't know how to describe it. First of all, the trigger rate of the mysterious power blessing itself is already very touching. How come the hidden skill has already broken through the power system of this world? Isn't it an invisibility? At this time, Richard suddenly remembered the feeling just now, the thing in front of him, very close and far away. Could it be that Richard thought of a certain group of eye disease patients in the animation? Among them there was a pink eye disease named Abito. Is the skill called Kamui? One can tell from the name that these two skills are related. Is it because I was not in the same space with these things just now, so it feels very close and far away? The more Richard thought about it, the more excited he became. It must be like this. Only in this way can he break through the power system of Harry Potter's world. Originally, I just wanted to dig out gold, but I didn't expect to find a gold mine. Richard's mood at this time didn't know how to express it. He didn't have much sense of security in this world. Although Richard's talent and system have made Richard far surpass young wizards of the same age, and even stronger than ordinary wizards, Richard always has a feeling that danger is coming, and just today, Ollivander he even seemed to be aware of his abilities, so Richard's sense of crisis was even stronger, but with the appearance of this hidden skill, his safety will be instantly increased countless times. As long as you are learning the apparition spell, open a ghost and then apparate, I rub it. You can't say that you are invincible now, but there is nothing that can trap yourself. Richard jumped up and down the house excitedly. No way, keep a low profile, keep a low profile. If someone comes up and apparates, you will still be in danger. Richard, who barely suppressed his excitement 1.0, saw the cigarettes on the ground. Could it be that his luck exploded because of his pious prayer just now? Richard quickly put away the cigarettes on the ground, lit 3 new ones, inserted them into the flower pot, and muttered to himself, my dear gods, forgive me for being young and ignorant. I don't know that it may be because of the relatively long distance. I have also received your blessings. I am quite satisfied. I will definitely offer incense to you every day in the future. Please continue to bless me. Explosion. Namo Amitabha Buddha. Blessed beings infinite heavenly venerable. Hallelujah. Amen. Dog-faced Richard paid homage to various gods again, and felt that he was now the son of luck, the real European emperor. Turn on the system again. Just about to continue drawing. Thought about it, turned it off again, and repeated several times. Well, it has been reset now, and the one just now doesn't count. The contented Richard restarted the extraction. Extraction selection completed. Mature ream cattle, 1/1. Whether to enable targeted extraction, 1/3. Random selection is completed, and random selection begins. 200 experience points were successfully acquired. The extraction selection is completed. Whether the mature birds and snakes, 1/1. Enable directional extraction, 1/3. Random selection is completed, and random selection begins. Still nothing. 150 experience points in hand. So far all the extractions have ended perfectly. Chapter 97. Seeing nothing the last 2 times, Richard was not disappointed either. After all, that skill has already satisfied Richard. So this time Richard didn't do the thing of flipping the table after eating. Richard opened the system panel and clicked on the skills interface to check the current skills. Dragon's Breath can be upgraded by January 5th. Purification Lightning 1/5 can be upgraded. Black Magic Resistance 1/5 can be upgraded. Mimicry Deformation 0/5 can be upgraded. Breaststroke Mastery 0/5 can be upgraded. Snake Language Proficiency 0/5 can be upgraded. Shanine 0/5 can be upgraded. Remaining experience value 3186. Mimicry was drawn by Richard 2 days ago when the Fantastic Beasts store arrived. At that time, there were almost 300 magical animals. Li Cha smoked hundreds of times and only got a mimicry on a bowtruckle. Skill, Richard tried it. It was like a dead mullet. When activated, he could perform mimic transformation according to the surrounding environment. So I don't plan to upgrade it after taking it off from the load. And now it seems that I can extract some transformation skills and use it to synthesize. But one thing has to be said, that there are more than 300 magical animals, almost 1,000 draws, and only one skill is drawn. It seems that the black face can no longer describe Richard, and the reincarnation of the Broom Star is nothing more than that. But tonight, Richard firmly believed that he had bottomed out and rebounded, and that he should now be possessed by the Emperor of Europe. Looking at the remaining more than 10,000 experience points, Richard is also very excited. Don't think about it, Tianji. Upgrade. Upgrade. Say important things 3 times 31862186. 1/5 of Shanine cannot be upgraded. What's the situation? I'm the little prince of mathematics. If you subtract 100 from 3186, there should be 3086 left. Why did you deduct 900 more? The system, come out. I promise I won't kill you. How dare you swallow my experience points? The number of experience points required to upgrade special skills is 10 times that of ordinary skills. Please stop framing. This system reserves the right to prosecute. Huh. Skill upgrades like Shanine require extra experience points, and Richard can understand. But the sudden humanization of the system made Richard ignore it and increased it by 10 times. System, are you smart? Richard asked curiously. With the increase of experience points, system skills, and modules, the intelligence of the system will gradually improve. The host is also requested to continue to work hard to upgrade the artificial intelligence as soon as possible to better serve the host. Damn, I actually became smarter and can evolve artificial intelligence, but it's good that I don't need experience points to upgrade. In the novels I read in my previous life, the system needs experience points to upgrade, and my system doesn't even need it. You can upgrade by consuming experience points, which is really conscientious. Richard felt a lot of emotion. Just now it was a garbage system, but now it has become a conscience system. Advertisement, forget it. Let's continue to upgrade. This is the most important thing right now. 2186-1186, Dragon Breath 2/5 cannot be upgraded. 1186-186 Purification Lightning 2/5 cannot be upgraded. Thinking of the Basilisk next school year, Richard decided to add a level of proficiency in Parseltongue. Anyway, it's only 100 experience points, and it's useless to keep it. 18686, Snake Language Proficiency 1/5 cannot be upgraded. In this way, Richard's planning for these days has also been completed, and the final result is Dragon's Breath 2/5 cannot be upgraded. Purification Lightning 2/5 cannot be upgraded. Black Magic Resistance 1/5 cannot be upgraded. Mimicry Deformation 0/5 cannot be upgraded. Breaststroke Proficiency 0/5 cannot be upgraded. Snake Language Proficiency 1/5 cannot be upgraded. Shanine 1/5 cannot be upgraded. Remaining experience points 86. Originally, Richard wanted to upgrade the resistance to black magic by 1 level, but he didn't expect that the first level of Hidden Spirit would require 1,000 experience points. There is no way but to upgrade the proficiency in Snake Language. But to be honest, what is the use of this proficiency in Snake Language? Richard the First don't know at all. If it wasn't because of the Basilisk, I wouldn't want to go up this level. As for the black magic resistance, I can only wait until later. Suddenly someone knocked on the door. Son, are you asleep? If not, open the door. It turned out to be Olivia. Richard was about to open the door, but before his feet touched the ground, he smelled the smell of smoke in the room. The smell of smoke was blown out of the room. After smelling it carefully, there was no smell left, so I went to open the door. What's the matter, Mom? I'm already asleep, Richard said, pretending to be sleepy. Olivia squinted her eyes, stuck her head into Richard's room, took a deep breath, and there was no smell. It's okay. It's just that there's a strange smell in the corridor. Let me see if it's coming from your room. How is it possible? I love cleanliness very much, and I also took a shower. If you don't believe me, come in and smell it. Richard pretended to be wronged. No, of course Mom believes you. But where does this smell come from? It should be Dad. There are only 3 of us in the family. If it's not me or you, isn't it just Dad? Olivia thought that just now she asked Wilson to plan a travel plan, and within a few minutes Wilson said that he had something to go upstairs to the study, so it should be him. Thinking of this, Olivia walked towards the study aggressively, and Richard closed the door guiltily. Advertisement at this time. Wilson had just finished dealing with work, and then took out a cigar from the humidor, cut off the round head, and just about to light the fire, Olivia pushed the door and came in. In fact, Olivia did not allow Wilson to smoke. At that time, she thought that Richard was too young to smoke secondhand smoke, so it was agreed that Wilson could only smoke in the study room, which was specially sealed and equipped with ventilation equipment. As long as the door is closed, the outside will definitely not be able to smell it, but the smell was so strong in the corridor just now, it must be that Wilson did not close the door. At this time, Richard was lying on the bed and looking at his panel. The level 2 Dragon Flame and Purifying Lightning didn't know what the effects were, and there was no room of response here, so he had to wait until after school started to experiment. But level 1 Shanine, you can try the time. After all, this is a life-saving skill that must be mastered. Thinking of this, Richard first took out the previously prepared food from the storage box and prepared it. When Richard was in the school infirmary, relying on his good relationship with Ms. Pomfrey, he asked for some potions that can restore physical strength. The taste is hard to describe in words, so Richard tried to prepare meat as much as possible, not to mention that the food at Hogwarts is still very delicious. Then Richard took another alarm clock and put it on the table, ready to record the time of this experiment. Everything was ready. Richard activated the hidden ability, still felt the same. It must be in a different space, and then Richard walked in front of the mirror, There was nothing on the mirror. It was indeed invisible. Then Richard took out his wand and cast the levitation charm on the chair. Wingardium Leviosa. At the moment when the spell was activated, Richard felt that he was squeezed out of the hidden space. Sure enough, as long as you cast a spell, you will appear, but you can perform magic swings in the hidden space, which is acceptable. Then Richard activated Shanine again, and then kept staring at the alarm clock. Watching the second hand move around half a circle, Richard's hunger has filled his whole body at this time, but he persisted, and the second hand moved a few more steps. Richard was squeezed out of the hidden space, and hurriedly grabbed the good food, gobble it up, wait until the hunger is almost gone. Richard will stop, but he dare not eat too much. The current state is just right. Although Richard's hunger disappeared, but his physical strength has long been exhausted, Richard dragged his tired body and fell on the bed in a daze. Although his body was exhausted, he was still in good spirits, and G began to think again. There was more than 20 seconds in the front and more than 30 seconds in the back, so a complete time should be 1 minute, and then Richard looked at the skill bar of the system. I tried to start it, but there was no response at all. It seems that there is a CD, but how long is it? This garbage system does not say anything, yuck. Richard glanced at the time, intending to calculate it himself. However, it is useless to calculate the time. Richard knows that his physical strength is a problem at present. According to his recovery speed, it will take at least 6 hours to recover completely, especially at the end of the day. Probably starve to death. Therefore, the ideal time for this skill is 20 to 40 seconds, and a longer time will have no effect on the next battle. About 10 minutes passed quickly, and the hidden skill on the system interface returned to its normal color. So the CD is 10 minutes? Well, it is acceptable. Anyway, even if you don't accept it, you can't use it. Mission completed. Richard was lying on the bed at this time. His eyelids seemed to weigh 1,000 caddies, preventing him from opening them. While half asleep, Richard seemed to hear Olivia scolding Wilson and shrank his neck. Let it go. Let it go. Let's go to bed first. While Richard was gradually falling asleep, Ollivander got in touch with Dumbledore in the afternoon, but because Dumbledore is far away in South America, he could only make an appointment through the Department of International Magical Cooperation tonight through the fireplace and far away. Professor Dumbledore of the Castello Busher School of Witchcraft and Wizardry on the phone. That's how things are. Professor Dumbledore, see if you can communicate with Richard, and let him communicate with me. Mr. Ollivander, we all know that secrets make wizards stronger. Please forgive me for not forcing my student to tell you the secrets he doesn't want to say. No, Professor Dumbledore, I don't mean coercion. I just think Richard shouldn't believe me now. I just need 10 chances for in-depth communication. Well, I'll tell Richard, but I don't guarantee that he will. You know, that kid has his own ideas, and it's hard for others to convince him, even if I'm Dumbledore. It's okay, as long as there is this opportunity. After speaking, the two stopped talking. Chapter 98. The next morning, Richard woke up early from hunger, looked at the time, and it was almost 6 o'clock. Knowing that his parents hadn't woken up yet, Richard washed up gently and went downstairs. He poured himself a glass of milk, then took out a small piece of unfinished pizza from the refrigerator and put it in the microwave to heat it up. After a while, Richard didn't plan to eat too much. After all, he would have breakfast later. After relieving his hunger a little, Richard stopped eating, went out without quarreling with his parents, and started running in the morning on his ranch. That's right, now Richard has no way to directly improve his physical strength, so he can only exercise slowly first, and maybe he can increase it a little bit. After running for more than half an hour, Richard returned home sweating profusely. Sure enough, he hadn't exercised and his health was relatively poor. When Richard opened the door, Olivia was walking downstairs, seeing Richard dripping with sweat, and hurriedly asked, "Son, what's wrong with you?" "I got up early today and wanted to exercise, so I just went to the ranch for a run." "Exercise is a good thing, but you need to stick to it." "Don't worry, Mom. I'll definitely keep going." Olivia was very happy to hear her son say that, and said to Lee, "Call your dad when you run tomorrow. He feels a little poor recently and needs to exercise." At this time, Wilson happened to be walking down the stairs, and when he heard the mother and son talking about it, he asked quickly, "Richard, why did you wake up so early and sweat profusely to go to exercise? What were you talking about?" "Of course I'm talking about you. I told my son. Let him call you to go with him when he exercises tomorrow." "Me? I don't need to exercise. My body is very good." Wilson made a bodybuilding move, but his big belly was more conspicuous. Olivia glanced at Wilson with disdain, and was about to say something when Wilson hurriedly begged for mercy. "I see. I will definitely exercise with Richard tomorrow. Richard didn't care about the two of them anymore. He went directly to the bathroom and took a quick shower, feeling much refreshed after the shower. After changing into the clothes for going out, he came to the restaurant on the first floor. At this time, Olivia was still struggling in the kitchen, and Wilson was still sitting in the living room reading the newspaper. Suddenly an owl appeared out of the window and kept hitting the glass with its beak. Richard quickly opened the window and let the owl fly in. He took out a letter from its paw. Richard didn't read it in a hurry, but gave it some Barnaby's food, and this owl was very educated, and gently touched Richard with its beak head, and then began to eat. Richard saw the owl started to eat, so he took the letter to his eyes. Seeing the marking on the envelope, it turned out to be from Dumbledore. How could this old man write a letter to himself? Richard opened the envelope curiously and took out the letter paper inside, which didn't contain much. Advertisement, dear Richard. Hope this letter doesn't disturb your holiday life. I heard about your part-time job at the Fantastic Beasts store from an old friend. I have to say it's a great idea and allows you to learn a lot more. However, I think it is better to have more family reunions in holiday life. Of course, this is just an old man's suggestion, not the headmaster of Hogwarts. A friend of mine, Ollivander, I think you should know. I don't know what happened between you, but he asked me to have a good chat with you. I know this is your business, I shouldn't interference, but I can tell you about Ollivander I know. Ollivander is a good man, although sometimes you may not approve of his way of doing things, but this does not prevent him from being a good man. Well, that's all I want to say. It's up to you to decide whether to communicate with Ollivander, and don't care about my opinion. P.S. Harry's birthday is July 30th. I hope he has a happy birthday, but because of the spell, it's better to sleep at the Dursleys at night. Dumbledore. After reading the letter, Richard thought about it. The old man Ollivander is really interesting. Knowing that he would definitely be on guard against him, he actually went to Dumbledore to intercede. In fact, Richard didn't really care that Ollivander knew his magic. After all, in the school, Dumbledore and other colleges, everyone knows that Richard has some strange magic. Anyway, if you have too many debts, you don't have to worry about it. If you have too many lice, it doesn't itch. It doesn't matter if one more person knows, but if you ask me seriously, maybe I will tell you a long time ago, you have to play tricks means it will definitely kill you. But since Dumbledore has written letters to intercede, let's do Dumbledore a face. After confirming, Richard took out a pen and paper from upstairs and wrote a letter to Dumbledore. The specific content was, for your sake, I will chat with Ollivander, and on Harry's birthday I will invite him and Hagrid to my house, and let Hagrid take him back at night. Wilson in the living room watched the whole process completely and asked curiously, is it a letter from the school? No, the principal told me something. Don't you guys use the phone? Do you feel that writing letters will be very slow? At the beginning, Wilson thought it was interesting and magical to send letters with the animals inside the owl, but after more and more correspondences with Richard, Wilson felt that the disadvantages of this communication mode were getting more and more serious. The main reason was that the timeliness was too low, and it was not as convenient as the phone at all. Wizards also have similar props, but they haven't spread at all. Writing letters is still the most important means for wizards to communicate. In fact, Richard thinks that the current wizarding world is a bit deformed, and some aspects can be said to be far beyond the current world of ordinary people, such as fireplace flue powder, portals, apparition spells. These technologies have not been developed even in the world of the previous life, but the most mainstream communication method at present is still sending letters. But I didn't expect Wilson to say the key point. I think the main issue is the way of life and the population. The main reason is that the number of wizards is too small, resulting in too little competition among wizards, and wizards are used to this slow way of life. So as long as there are now, if you can use it, you won't think about changing it. I'm just talking nonsense. After all, I'm not a wizard. I just learned something from you occasionally, haha. Wilson saw Richard looking at him in shock and hurriedly laughed. Soon Olivia prepared breakfast, and after the family happily finished breakfast, Wilson took Richard to the video store next to the Leaky Cauldron. This time Richard didn't go straight to the Fantastic Beasts store, but went straight to Ollivander's wand shop. Seeing that the wand shop was already open at this time, Richard really wanted Adams to have a look. This time, it was an attitude of making money. An elderly person opened the door so early to pick up customers. Richard pushed open the door of the wand shop and walked in. Advertisement, welcome. You need? Richard? Why are you here? Ollivander was surprised to see that it was Richard who came in. Didn't he? Didn't you ask Dumbledore to tell me? Do you want to have a chat with me? Sure enough, Professor Dumbledore is reliable. He didn't expect to inform Richard so soon. Yes, indeed I contacted Professor Dumbledore. First of all, I want to apologize to you. I'm sorry I should not test you. Don't talk about the past. Richard's upbringing made him unable to accept an apology from an old man who had no ill intentions towards him. Richard also knew that Ollivander was only interested in wands, not very to explore his secrets. Hearing what Richard said, Ollivander also breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Richard would hold on to it even if he was young and vigorous. Now that Richard's attitude eased, it proved that this matter can be discussed. "Bring me the wand from yesterday," Richard said directly. Ollivander was taken aback and immediately realized which wand Richard was talking about. He hurriedly found the wand and handed it to Richard. Richard took the wand without ink stains and cast a spell directly. Orchids are blooming. A bouquet of flowers bloomed on top of the wand. "I knew it, I knew it. You must be able to use it, and my guess is not wrong." Ollivander shouted excitedly when he saw that Richard really used this wand to cast a spell. "Yes, I can indeed use it. I want to ask, this wand should not be able to use the flashback spell. How did you do it?" "It's true that you can't use flashback spells, but the principle of wizards using wands is to pour magic power into the core through the body of the wand, and then the core strengthens the spell. Yesterday I disassembled the wand and found the last one I cast the spell, but I remember letting you try it after I cast it that day." After listening to Ollivander's explanation, "Good thing," Richard immediately understood that he was still too careless, but I can't blame Richard. It can only be said that Richard didn't know enough about wands. "Now can you tell me how you did it?" Ollivander looked at Richard expectantly. "To be honest, I don't know very well. When I was at Hogwarts, I didn't know why a spell that I didn't know was suddenly triggered, and then it was like this." "Forget it. I will show you. Come on. Give me another wand, please." Upon hearing this, Ollivander quickly took a wand that had just been made and handed it to Richard. After he rubbed his wand, he used Dragon's Breath directly, and a raging fire appeared in the store instantly, but Richard suddenly found that the range of Level 2's Dragon's Breath seemed to be smaller than that of Level 1, and the color of the flame was also darker. But now is not the time for experiments. Richard stopped casting the spell and handed the wand to Ollivander. After Ollivander took the wand, he tried it, but it was no longer usable, and he just planned to continue. Richard saw that the time was almost up, but Ollivander seemed to be waiting for a while, so he said directly, "I know, I've already told you, and I don't know how to do it next. Well, I'm going to the Fantastic Beasts store." At this time, Ollivander just waved and let Richard go. "Well, just throw it away after use. Tion is beautiful." Chapter 99. After Richard walked out of the wand shop, he went straight to the Fantastic Beasts store. Sure enough, what time was it? And the door was still not opened. While complaining about Adams, Richard opened the door of the store and took off the closed sign. Then he started to feed the magical animals in the store. After everything was taken care of, Adams still didn't come over. Richard didn't want to complain anymore and directly moved the deck chairs in the store outside. Then he took Crookshanks into his arms. There aren't many wizards in Diagon Alley in the morning, and occasionally one is someone from a nearby shop. In the past few days, everyone knows that there is a part-time little wizard in the Fantastic Beasts store, so everyone passing by greets Richard kindly. Just like that, Richard lay there lazily, stroking Crookshanks in his arms from time to time, feeling very comfortable. Just when Richard was falling asleep, Adams finally came and saw that everything was ready in the store, but why didn't he see Richard? "When I walked to the door, I saw the boy lying on the recliner and hugging the cat. He was really a classmate boy in his prime. Mr. Adams, you're finally here. It's a bit late. You see, other shops open early." Richard couldn't help but complain about Adams. "No, it's just that I slept late last night, and a guest came late at night, so I woke up late," Adams quickly explained, but he couldn't help but wonder who was the boss. Hearing the guests from last night, Richard knew that they must be those special magical animals, so he hurriedly asked, "Sent them all away?" "Of course not. I just sent the cow away, and I have to wait for the rest. Is there anything else I need to do?" "No need. I'll just check it out at night." 327. Because there were no guests, Adams also moved a chair out, made it to the door, and chatted with Richard. Richard told Adams that his part-time job was almost over, and he probably wouldn't come when he finished the job the day after tomorrow. Adams didn't say anything. After all, Richard was on vacation to work part-time, and his clerk would be back soon, so there was no room for so many in the store. But Adams told Richard the address of his home, hoping that he could go and play when he was free. Seeing that Richard had been stroking the cat in his arms, Adams told Richard directly that if he liked it, he could give it to him. "Anyway, this cat has never been sold here." Richard smiled and told Adams that it was only because its owner didn't want to take it away. "So let's put it in the store first, and its owner will come to pick it up next year at the latest." Adams froze for a moment, but didn't say much, so let's leave it alone. A cat can't eat much anyway. The next 2 days are the most stable since the holidays. Every morning, I come to feed the magical animals, pet the cats, have a meal at the leaky cauldron at noon, read a book in the afternoon, and occasionally come to a guest. Richard introduces the animals in the store, very leisurely every day. Advertisement on the last day. Richard couldn't resist Adam's warm invitation, so Richard went to his house for lunch again. In the afternoon, Adams did not force Richard to stay so that he could go home early. He originally wanted to give Richard 10 galleons, but Richard only took 5 and agreed 5 would be 5, and Richard would not want one more. Seeing Richard's tough attitude, Adams also knew that Richard would not ask for more, so he wanted Richard to take a magical animal away. In fact, Richard also considered it at the beginning, and the best one must be Pawnlock, which is a magical animal that protects horses. Richard has a lot of horses in his family. When they grow up, they are only a little over half a meter long, but their appearance is a bit unique. It is covered with thick and soft hair. There are a lot of strong sideburns on the head. The nose is surprisingly big, and it walks on 2 legs. The problem is that there is none in the Fantastic Beasts store, and Adams can't buy one specially, so let's forget it. In the end, Richard just left the Fantastic Beasts store with 5 galleons. But before leaving, Richard went to the wand shop again and told Ollivander that he would not come to Diagon Alley again in a short time. Ollivander didn't have much to say about it. He knew that Richard had already told him what he knew, and the rest wasn't something a first-year or second-year wizard could get involved in. Ollivander directly took a large bag of galleons and handed them to Richard. This is yesterday's and today's remuneration. The extra is what you told me today. Richard took it without any hesitation and then left. After stepping out of the leaky cauldron, one enters the world of ordinary people. Because I told Wilson yesterday that I would leave early today, so Wilson came here early and waited. Richard got into the car directly, but he didn't expect that Olivia was also in the car. Mom, why are you here? Of course it's to celebrate you. To celebrate the perfect end of your part-time job. Let's eat outside tonight. After speaking, Wilson brought Olivia and Richard back to Harrods again. Looking at the excited Olivia, Richard couldn't help wondering if this was a celebration for himself. How could this be Olivia's own carnival? But looking at the excited Olivia, Richard dared not persuade his mother, and Wilson was even more afraid to persuade his wife. There is no way to resist, so I can only bear it silently. In this way, first go shopping, then eat, and then continue shopping. It wasn't until the shopping mall closed that Olivia drove the numb father and son home unwillingly. The next day, when Richard finished exercising, the Harris couple took Richard first to the zoo and then to the amusement park according to the plan they had made before. Originally, Richard thought that he was a human being in 2 lifetimes, and he was already immune to these naive things, kapha, but he was slapped in the face. If it wasn't for the Harris couple's excuse to eat, I don't know how long Li Ning will play. In the following days, Richard basically called Wilson to exercise together every morning, and then it was a decadent day until the day before Harry's birthday. Advertisement. Richard first asked Barnaby, Richard's raven, to send a letter to Hagrid, which meant that tomorrow was Harry's birthday, and he planned to let Harry come to his house to celebrate his birthday, hoping that Hagrid could also attend and send Harry back at night. Soon Barnaby flew back with a letter from Hagrid. Hagrid said that he was very happy to receive Richard's invitation, and he would pick up Harry on the afternoon of July 30th and bring cakes to Richard's house together. After receiving the reply, Richard told Olivia that he was going to celebrate his classmate's birthday at home and hoped that Olivia could provide some dishes. Olivia was very happy to see that her son finally stopped being decadent and started a new social life. After learning that it was that poor little boy, she readily agreed. The next morning, Richard returned to Diagon Alley to prepare a birthday present for Harry. At first, Richard planned to buy a broomstick care kit, but considered that Hermione would give it to him, so he gave up. In the end, Richard bought a set of wand care equipment, mainly because Richard thought of the scene in the original Goblet of Fire, when Harry wiped the wand with his robe in embarrassment and wiped off the sparks. After buying the birthday presents, Richard didn't stay in Diagon Alley any longer, and returned home directly, waiting for Hagrid and Harry to arrive. Didn't make Richard wait too long. Richard, who was watching TV in the living room, suddenly heard the roar of an engine. Richard knew that Hagrid was coming, so he ran outside the house and looked up to the sky. The Harris couple who saw their son's actions also came out. They were curious about how the guest would appear. This is in the sky of Harris Farm. A blue motorcycle with a bucket is whistling and flying towards the house. Boshiur's motorcycle stopped smoothly on the grass in front of the house. At this time, a huge monster with a large leather jacket, messy hair, and the moment he took off the goggles, with a dirty face got off the motorcycle, and Harry in the car was carrying a birthday gift from Hagrid cake, jumped out of the motorcycle excitedly, ran to Richard, first said hello to the Harris couple, and then hugged Richard. "This is really cool. Have you seen Richard? This motorcycle can fly?" At this time, Olivia said hello to Hagrid and then went back to prepare the food needed for the evening, and seeing Hagrid's figure, Olivia felt that the preparation might not be enough. So it's okay not to say it first eat. If you can't even make the guests full, it would be too embarrassing for Richard, who is struggling alone in the wizarding world. Don't worry, Richard doesn't think so. Wilson, on the other hand, has a great interest in flying motorcycles. After all, the sky is the dream of human beings, while motorcycles are a man's romance. These two things are mixed together, and no man can accept them. Wilson pulled Hagrid and kept asking about flying motorcycles, but how could Hagrid understand these things? This motorcycle was given to him by Sirius, and he only knows how to use it. If you ask Hagrid the principal, it's not too difficult. Fat Tiger is not Hagrid. And Wilson also saw Hagrid's unspeakable secrets, thinking that there was something about magic that he couldn't tell him, so he didn't continue to ask, but kept asking if he could let himself go up and try. Seeing that Wilson kept making sidelines, while Hagrid was so stupid that he couldn't understand anything, both Richard and Harry wanted to laugh. In the end, it was Richard who broke the awkward chat between the two. "Hagrid, can you fly around with my dad?" "Of course, if there is no problem. Come up." Hailu quickly agreed. Wilson, who had been waiting for a long time, hurriedly put on his helmet and then quickly got on the motorcycle. Hagrid didn't hesitate to ride the motorcycle directly and took Wilson to the sky. Chapter 100. Harry and Richard stood on the grass in front of the house, watching Wilson go round and round in the sky. Every time he came down, Wilson always begged to fly around. In this way, I don't know how many laps I have flown now. The two little wizards really didn't want to wait any longer, so Richard took and Harry went for a ride. Richard didn't ride a horse this time. He has been riding a lot recently, and he faintly felt a strange feeling on the inside of his two thighs. Richard didn't want to experience the horoscope again, so he sat on the railing of the racetrack and watched Harry ride by himself. It didn't take long before Wilson finally brought Hagrid over. However, after leaving Hagrid with Richard, Wilson went directly to the studio. It seemed that Wilson had not had enough fun, but that he had work to do. "Look, how happy he is here. Thank you, Richard," Hagrid said to Richard, excitedly looking at the horse. "It's okay. Harry is my friend too, and I hope he's happy on his birthday. But you know Dumbledore told me that Harry has to go back to the Dursleys' house tonight. It's about his safety, so wait a minute, I still need you to take Harry back after dinner." "I know. Professor Dumbledore told me that Harry must spend his holidays at the Dursleys' house, or I would have beaten that family up long ago, and they treated Harry that way." While talking, Richard saw Hagrid. She felt like crying, so she hurriedly changed the topic. "By the way, Hagrid, do you know where the Foley family is?" "I know. It seems to be in the Welfare Village in Hampshire. How long does it take us from here?" "It should be very fast. In fact, Hampshire is just west of Surrey, and it should take about half an hour to get there by motorcycle." It was so close. This was beyond Richard's expectations. "Then Hagrid, do you know about Kieran?" He immediately touched Hagrid's itchy spot when he said this, and stopped looking at Harry, talking obsessively. Kieran is a magical animal of the Yinhuang Kingdom in the east. It is said that it is half dragon and half horse. It is very powerful, but its personality is relatively gentle. Its body emits golden light rhythmically. It is also said that the eyes of the unicorn can see through everything. Every time a new unicorn is born, so will a leader who can bring change to the world. If you are kind and trustworthy, it will see. Meanwhile, if you are cruel and deceitful, it can also be seen. It will only bow in front of people with a truly pure heart. Of course, this is all a legend, and the specific situation should only be known to Mr. Newt Scamander, but I don't know why he didn't put the unicorn on him in the book Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. If you hadn't told me, I really didn't know there was a unicorn in Britain. It should be the unicorn that Professor Dumbledore met back then. I really want to see it sooner. This is when Richard suddenly remembered that there was a magical animal in the movie Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them in his previous life, and immediately asked Hagrid, "Hagrid, do you know Zowu?" "Zowu? I've heard that it seems to be a magical animal from the Yinhuang Kingdom, but its specific appearance and characteristics are often very clear. It seems that Mr. Scamander has seen it before. Mr. Scamander is really amazing. He has seen many very strange magical animals." Newt Scamander, a student who was expelled from Hogwarts, a world-renowned master of fantastic animals, who wrote the book Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, visited more than 100 countries on 5 continents when he was young, observed fantastic animals all over the place. He gradually learned about their habits and abilities, and worked hard to win their trust. Later, together with Dumbledore, he captured the first generation of Dark Lord Grindelwald, and he should have been studying magical animals afterwards. Newt's biography couldn't help appearing in Richard's mind, and then he couldn't help but think of his magical suitcase. There are so many magical animals in that suitcase. If you let yourself go through it, you will definitely get a lot of benefits. But this matter has to be passed through Dumbledore, and it needs to be discussed in the long run, so there is no rush. Richard, take your friends back. The birthday party is about to begin. Advertisement at this time. Wilson's voice came from afar. Richard hurriedly beckoned Harry and Hagrid to go back. The dinner this time was held in the garden behind Richard's house. The main reason is to take care of Hagrid's huge body, which makes Hagrid feel too aggrieved to eat in the house. Fortunately, he can eat directly in the garden. Before dinner, Harry opened the little cake for Hagrid, that Hagrid had sent him. Sure enough, it was exactly the same as the one Richard saw in the cinema in his previous life. I don't know if it's a psychological effect, but Richard feels that this little cake is extraordinarily delicious. The dinner ended successfully in the atmosphere of the guests. When Richard gave Harry his gift, Harry still shed tears of joy. Before Hagrid took Harry away, Richard and he agreed to come to Richard's house for breakfast at 8 o'clock on Sunday and then go to the welfare family together. Time flies, and soon it will be the first Sunday in August, which is also the day when Richard and Gemma Foley agreed to go to the Foley family. Richard woke up very early in the morning, and it was only 7 o'clock when he washed up after exercising. While Richard was sitting in the living room waiting for Hagrid, the doorbell rang. Richard hurried to open the door and said while opening the door, "Hagrid, why are you so early? Foley-senpai, why are you here?" That's right. Standing outside the door at this time was the Slytherin prefect Gemma Foley. Gemma Foley outside the door has a pair of lake blue eyes and curly fluffy long hair. Under the young facial features also has a classical beauty. Wearing a pearl headband is retro and romantic, and the velvet retro square-neck dress looks extremely elegant. The dark green satin exudes a slight luster, while the black lace flowers stitched add a touch of elegance and luxury. I rub it. What is this for? Does it need to be so formal? And it is not to attend some palace banquet. At this time, Olivia heard the doorbell and thought it was Hagrid who was just about to come out to say hello. When she saw such a person standing at the door, she was obviously stunned. Gemma, who had just been invited in by Richard, saw Richard's mother and gracefully performed a noble etiquette. This made Olivia even more confused. What was the situation? And quickly called Wilson over. Wilson couldn't figure it out when he saw this situation, but in order to show courtesy, the Harris couple still arranged Gemma to sit in the living room with Richard. This time my father was supposed to come to pick up Richard himself, but Richard, you should know about our family's situation, and now you can leave the village without being affected. Apart from me, there are only a few who are too young, so father just arranged for me to meet Richard. By the way, here are some gifts that my father asked me to bring, as an apology for not being able to pick you up in person, and as a meeting gift for Mr. and Mrs. Harris for the first visit. Please be sure to accept them. After speaking, Gemma took out some beautifully wrapped gifts from the satchel she was carrying and handed them over. Zero looking for flowers. Olivia and Wilson looked at Richard in unison. There's nothing like an apology, and I don't have any gifts for my father, so please take these gifts back, or I won't be able to hold them securely. It doesn't matter. Our family has a request from you. Please accept it. Otherwise, I have no way to explain it to my father. Advertisement in the end. Richard, who couldn't shirk it, could only accept it. Wilson called Richard to the kitchen on the grounds that he had poured tea and asked Olivia to accompany Gemma. Who is this? Could it be the princess of some country? Maybe. This is a senior at the school, and this time she invited me and Hagrid to her home. Wilson knew that Richard and Hagrid were going to a classmate's house today, but he didn't expect that he would come to pick him up in such a formal attire. What's the reason? Don't worry, I have the numbers, and it's not like Hagrid will go with me. Richard saw his father's uneasiness and quickly comforted him. Thinking of Hagrid's huge body, even Wilson felt a sense of security spreading over him. Since the son said so, let him handle it himself. Wilson, too, relaxed. Richard came to the living room with a tea tray and poured tea for everyone. Senior Foley, I will ride a motorcycle with Hagrid later. Don't you know? Hagrid? Is that the ranger from Hogwarts? Gemma suddenly thought of something and asked quickly. Yes, that's him. Then I'll wait outside the welfare village. Gemma continued to explain, as if she was afraid that Richard would misunderstand that she discriminated against his friends. I originally wanted to take you to apparate there, but he is too big, and it is said that his magic resistance is very high, so I am afraid that I can't take you. It's okay. Hagrid knows the location of Welfare Village. It's not far from here, and we'll be there soon. That's good. Then I won't bother you now. I'll go back and wait. Gemma stood up after speaking. Senior, Hagrid and I will be there around 8:30. Okay, I see. Goodbye, Richard. And goodbye, Mr. and Mrs. Harris. Speaking of which, Gemma once again made an aristocratic salute to the Harris family, and then walked out of the door before apparating away. As soon as Gemma left, the Harris couple breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Olivia's puzzled expression, Richard quickly explained. It's like this. The senior girl just now is named Gemma Foley, a pure-blooded nobleman in the wizarding world. Their family has a strange curse at some point. As long as they leave their welfare village after the age of 18, the magic power will be released. It will keep weakening, and after the magic power is gone, life will be weakened. A prophet said that I was the key to unlocking their curse. That's why they invited me so politely. Only after hearing Richard's complete explanation did Olivia understand, and then she started joking. What do you think of Gemma? She looks like a princess. Yeah, it's really exquisite, but I don't have any special feelings. Yes, after all, you already have Hermione. It's fine if you don't like her, or you'll have to be a door-to-door son-in-law. After speaking, both Olivia and Wilson laughed. Richard ignored the silly jokes of these two middle-aged people, but he had to say that Gemma welfare just now was really eye-catching. Chapter 101. It didn't take long for Hagrid to ride his cool motorcycle to Richard's house, and brought a pack of homemade rock cakes as a door-to-door gift. Then, under the warm hospitality of the Harris couple, they finished their breakfast. Seeing that Wilson picked up a piece of rock skin cake curiously, he originally planned to break it open and eat some, but Wilson spent a lot of effort, and he couldn't even break off a piece of rock skin cake, so he could only silently take the rock skin cake out again. Put it down again. This scene was seen by Richard, who forcibly endured it for a long time, but still couldn't hold back and laughed, making Wilson blush, and then glared at Richard. Richard quickly took the bag of rock cakes and walked to the kitchen. In a place where no one could see, Richard secretly used the softening spell on the rock cakes. After using it, Richard took one and took a bite. Well, the taste was amazing, surprisingly good. Then Richard took a few pieces and put them on a plate and took them out. Olivia saw the biscuit that Richard was holding and took a piece out of curiosity. She was about to bite, but was stopped by Wilson. This biscuit is a bit hard. It's okay. My teeth are pretty good. After finishing speaking, Olivia put it in her mouth regardless of her husband's obstruction. Fortunately, it is not very hard, and the taste is really good. Watching Olivia eat the biscuits in a 5 or 60 relaxed manner, and even took another one after eating, Wilson was dumbfounded. What's going on? Could it be that I'm too imaginary now? And then Wilson fell into deep self-denial. Seeing Wilson's expression, Richard instantly understood what was going on, and secretly smiled. Making you laugh at me just now. Soon after Richard and Hagrid finished their breakfast and said goodbye to their parents, they followed Hagrid out of the house. Hagrid took Richard to sit on his cool motorcycle, twisted the handlebars with both hands, and the flying motorcycle rose from the ground. After arriving in the air, the wind blowing from high altitude is very strong, and the coolness blowing on the face is very comfortable. This kind of relaxed feeling of flying against the wind and the wind blowing over the face is definitely not what riding a motorcycle on the ground or sitting in an airplane in the sky can give you. I feel that this feeling of getting rid of the land directly is really wonderful. The mains can still sit safely in the body of the car, and the comfort level is far more than that of the flying foo-foo. Richard couldn't help but yelled loudly, and Hagrid also laughed out loud when he saw this scene. Before Richard had fully enjoyed the beauty of the sky, he was almost at Welfare Village. It was Hagrid who took the initiative to lower the flying altitude. Richard looked down in the sky and found a beam of light not far away that pierced into the sky, which should be there. Richard patted Hagrid and pointed at the beam of light. Hagrid nodded and flew towards the beam of light. When he was about to arrive, Richard found a middle-aged man in a black robe standing there with Gemma Foley. At this time, Richard suddenly found that the trees in the village in front of him were very strange. No, it was not strange, but it felt a little familiar. Hagrid, leave them alone. Raise the height of the motorcycle a bit. I want to see the whole picture of this welfare village. As he said that, Richard first waved his hand at the father and daughter, and then pointed upwards with his hand. After doing this, Richard patted Hagrid. Advertisement. As soon as Hagrid raised his hand, the scooter climbed up to a higher place. Dad, what's the matter? Gemma asked curiously when she saw the scene in front of her. I don't know either. I'll know when your classmate comes down and asks. The black-robed wizard said calmly. Soon the height of the motorcycle had almost climbed. Richard quickly patted Hagrid's arm. At this height, can you hover for a while? Hagrid didn't speak, just nodded, and parked the motorcycle in caution. In this way, Richard looked down at the whole village from the air, and found that the whole welfare village was surrounded by a strange plant. Richard seems to have seen the shape of these plants somewhere, but he can't remember it. This is a very strange thing. Because of the existence of the memory, Richard's brain is like a computer. As long as it can automatically search for anything it sees, there has never been such a situation. Richard took out a camera from the storage and took a picture of the entire welfare village. Then he patted Hagrid and asked him to take the two of them down. While Foley and his daughter were still standing there waiting, they found that the motorcycle stopped in the air for a while, then turned around and flew towards them. Soon the motorcycle stopped smoothly in front of the father and daughter. Hagrid and Richard got off the motorcycle, and Foley and his daughter walked a few steps to the two. Gemma spoke first. Let me introduce you. This is my father, Rod Foley, the patriarch of the Foley family. Father, this is the Richard Harris you've been talking about. These two are the staff of Hogwarts Rubeus Hagrid. At this time, Rhodes and Richard, who were introduced, took out their wands respectively, held the wand in their left hand, and pointed the wand head at their right chest, while Hagrid pressed his left hand on his right chest, and then nodded their heads. This is the wizard's salute. After saluting, Rhodes walked towards the village with a few people. After entering the village, Richard found that quite a few wizards had already stood on both sides of the main road, saluting wizards to Richard and others. To be honest, apart from feeling the sincerity of the welfare family, Richard was more embarrassed. After all, being watched by so many people was something he had never experienced in 2 lifetimes. Finally, Rhodes took Richard and others to the center of the village. There is a house here, which is no different from a mountain hut in appearance. After walking in, everyone sat down according to priority, and then 2 middle-aged men came in, saluted everyone, and sat down. After the maid put down the tea, Gemma took the initiative to pour tea for everyone, and then at the end sit down on the seat below. Let me introduce. This is my older brother Joseph Foley, and this is my younger brother Frank Foley. This is Richard Harris, and this is Rubeus Hagrid. After the introduction, several people walked together again. He gave a wizard salute. Mr. Harris, Gemma should have told you about our family's situation. Advertisement, yes, Sister Gemma told me everything, but I don't know why you are looking for me. I am just a little wizard in Hogwarts who is not in the 2nd year. You should not look for Dumbledore or Nicholas. Master? Richard asked strangely. This is also the reason why he didn't want to come here at first. If you don't go to a big shot, come to see me as a student. There is a conspiracy. After the 3 Foley brothers looked at each other, they all showed bitter expressions. Actually, we've looked for everything we can find over the years, Joseph said. The still-living master alchemist Nicholas, the 1st-generation Dark Lord Grindelwald, the 1st White Wizard Dumbledore, the 2nd-generation Dark Lord Voldemort, and even the master of magical animals, Newt Scamander, have all found them. Even Nico, but none of them can solve our problem. 0-inch. I don't know why. Richard heard that there was a name Joseph was about to say, but he seemed to have some scruples and didn't say it. Yes, until last year. Our affiliated personnel who were still outside finally found an ancient centaur tribe, and after paying a lot of money, they invited their high priest over, but he couldn't figure out what it was why. Until August, the high priest suddenly sent me a letter, saying that our family's turning point came. His original words were that people other than fate chose the world of wizards. The meteor came to the Academy of Wisdom, and all destiny ended. Will dissipate. Hearing this, even Hagrid looked at Richard. The direction was too obvious. Although he didn't know what someone other than fate was, the Academy of Wisdom was definitely Ravenclaw, and the most dazzling new star of Ravenclaw was undoubtedly G. Only Richard himself knows that people outside of fate refer to as time travel. Now everyone, including Hagrid, looked at Richard. In the wizarding world, as long as the unbreakable oath is made, Richard's safety will be guaranteed. At least the members of the welfare family really have no intention of hurting Richard. At first we thought it was Harry Potter, but Harry Potter chose Gryffindor in the end. So we kept asking Gemma to find out about Ravenclaw, but it's not difficult. After all, Mr. Dazzling, and even broke the history of the wizarding world several times. Now Richard himself is sure that the high priest is talking about him, but he doesn't know anything. What's going on? If he doesn't say anything, people will definitely not give him a chance to get in touch with the unicorn. Only then did Richard realize that the pupils of everyone in the room were all red. Mr. Foley. Hearing Richard's voice, the 3 welfares all looked at Richard. After the three looked at each other, the patriarch Rhodes Foley spoke. After finishing speaking, several people looked at each other again, and then said to Richard, I want to ask, when did you discover the whole problem, and how did you determine the dissipation of the magic power? I can make an unbreakable oath with Richard, Rhodes said suddenly. This is not allowed. When I came here, Professor Dumbledore specifically told me that in order to ensure Richard's safety, he must not disappear from my sight. This made Richard feel strange. When did he have such a high status in Dumbledore's eyes? It was Hagrid who had been silent all this time and suddenly spoke. Actually, there is another matter, but it is the top secret of our family. Even Gemma doesn't know about it. We hope to discuss it with Mr. Harris alone. After talking about the benefits in the house, they all looked at Richard. In fact, we are not very clear about the specific time. After all, it has been a long time. We did not start to record in detail until we came to the welfare village, according to the instructions of the prophet Cassandra Trelawney. As for how to confirm that the magic power dissipated, actually, Mr. Harris, you can look into our eyes at 1.5. That's right. As long as you inherit the blood of our Foley family, you will have red pupils, and as the magic power increases, the color of the pupils will become darker. On the contrary, if the magic power dissipates, the color will become lighter until it turns into white pupils, then all the magic power dissipated. Because of this, we have determined that the person in the prophecy must refer to you, Mr. Harris. Chapter 102. In this way, under the witness of everyone, Richard and Rod Foley made an unbreakable oath, and Rod Foley would never hurt Richard Harris. Then Hagrid communicated with Richard again, and after confirming, he followed the two brothers of Foley's family and Gemma out of the house. Rhodes continued after seeing the two people in the house. Actually, about 30 years ago, I don't know why many clansmen's magic power dissipated even in Foley Village. At that time, the clan was about to collapse, and a few clansmen simply ran out. It is better to die outside. At this time, Mr. Newt Scamander happened to be near the village. He knew about our situation and came here specially to find out. At that time, my father was already in a state of desperation, so he asked me to receive Scamander. Gentlemen, because of this reception, our family has brought a turning point. At that time, Mr. Scamander happened to bring the Yenhuang magical animal unicorn to our family, and the unicorn got out of his suitcase by himself. The body exudes a kind of golden light rhythmically. The feeling of heavy all the time has disappeared miraculously. I quickly found my father. He also tried it. It really is like this. All the clansmen in the village, we all bathed in the light of the unicorn. At this time, we thought that the curse had been lifted, so we tried to walk outside the village, and you know it. It was also because of this incident that I passed about 20 SES and became anew the patriarch, and the unicorn has been living in the woods behind the village with the consent of Mr. Scamander. Every year, the family will not hold a ceremony to bathe in the golden light. Isn't that all right? Why are you still looking for me? Richard asked, puzzled. We don't want to be bound in this small place all the time, and Cheelin is always unstable. What should we do if something happens to us one day? In fact, hearing Rhodes say that they can be relieved by bathing in the golden light of the unicorn, this gave Richard some ideas. Is it possible to extract Cheelin's skill by yourself, and then add points through experience points to raise the level up? But how to extract skills? Although Richard also wants to cooperate, after all, this is a win-win thing that benefits others and himself, but getting skills is not an easy task. The Foley family must now regard the unicorn as a life-saving straw. Let alone whether I can subdue the unicorn in the wild by myself, it is impossible to attack the unicorn under the protection of others. Man, how do you convince the people of the welfare family to believe in you? It's hard to do. This is just drawing skills. Even if you draw, who can guarantee that you will be able to draw which skills? My own directional extraction has already been determined. One is for the petrification of the basilisk, and the other is for the nirvana of the phoenix. These two cannot be checked and do not want to change. Forget it. Let's go to see Cheelin first. This is the most important purpose of my trip. I know Mr. Foley, but I don't know if we can go to see Cheelin first. I want to feel the golden light of Cheelin. Hearing Richard's words, Rhodes didn't hesitate and immediately led Richard out of the room. As soon as he left the room, Richard suddenly thought of the promise he had made to Hagrid. Mr. Foley, could Hagrid come with us? He's also an expert on fantastic beasts. Hearing what Richard said, Rhodes hesitated for a while, but he agreed after seeing Richard's firm eyes. In this way, Rhodes took Richard and Hagrid to the woods behind the village. After coming to the woods, Richard found many signs of the spell, which must have been set by the Foley family to protect the Cheelin. The road ahead, follow me closely. In order to protect the safety of Qilin, we have used a protective method. If you don't pass the correct path, you will easily lose your way. In this way, under the leadership of Rhodes, the three of them shuttled back and forth in the woods, and even walked many paths twice. After walking in the woods for more than half an hour, the three finally arrived at the Qilin's habitat. There is an apparently man-made tree hole here, in which the unicorn lives. Advertisement. When the three of them came to the entrance of the cave, Richard found a lot of fruit piled up outside the cave, but there was no rubbish at all. It was obvious that the Fooley family was very concerned about Qilin's living environment. Soon there was a burst of brisk footsteps sounding from the tree hole from far to near. At this time, a strange creature with the head of a lion, the horns of a deer, the eyes of a tiger, the body of an elk, and the scales of a dragon appeared in front of everyone. Hagrid's eyes widened in an instant, and he stretched out his hands tremblingly, but then put them down again. This is the Qilin. It is so beautiful.
Yes.
At this time, seeing the auspicious beasts of Yinhuang Kingdom, Richard couldn't help but sigh. Suddenly a burst of golden light emerged from Qilin's body, and it flickered regularly. Slow down, walk to Qilin gently, Rhodes said to Richard and Hagrid. Richard and Hagrid moved towards the unicorn step by step stiffly. At this time, Qilin also found the two people approaching, but it didn't respond. After all, some people come over every year, and it is used to it. But as Richard approached, Qilin suddenly smelled a familiar smell. This smell is so familiar, but it is sure that it has never smelled it before. How could it be like this? Qilin stretched his head towards Richard curiously. Seeing that Qilin stretched his head towards him, Richard didn't dare to move and looked back at Rhodes. At this time, Rhodes was also very pleasantly surprised. Although Qilin has never hurt anyone, it has never been close to anyone. Richard has changed since he came. It seems that Richard must be the one who broke the situation. Why do you have a very familiar smell? Suddenly a soft female voice sounded from Richard's mind. Is it you? Are you talking about Qilin? With the experience of the unicorn last time, Richard didn't show any special surprise at this time. It's me. I smell a very familiar smell on you. Like, Qilin said suddenly after thinking for a while. It's like what I smelled from my mother when I was just born. It should be the smell of the soul. Soul? My soul to Qilin's mother? What the hell? Richard can't understand. At this time, Richard suddenly discovered that Qilin had just spoken to him in Yinhuang language, not the language of Britain. So he had some inspiration and asked in his mind, is it the smell of Yinhuang's soul? I don't know either. After I was born, I was robbed by a bunch of people. I came to this country directly. I have never met Yinhuang people. They are all British. But aren't you also British? Although my body is British, my soul has always been Yinhuang. Advertisement, you smell so good, said Qilin, put his head on Richard's shoulder. Hagrid and Rhodes on the side looked dumbfounded. Why did they get so close all of a sudden? You said you came here since you were born, so do you want to go back? Do you want to go back to Yinhuang? Actually, where is not particularly meaningful to me. Here, Newt and that bearded man, Dumbledore, will often visit me. These people around also need me to ease their curse. After Newt dies, maybe I will go back to Yinhuang to have a look. Hearing Qilin say curse, Chin hurriedly asked, do you know that curse? Why can your golden light relieve it? I don't know how I knew, but when Newt came, I could sense curses nearby, and my golden light just restrained these curses. Richard knew that this should be the blood of the unicorn inheritance, but this unicorn obviously hasn't finished the inheritance. Is it costing you to relieve these curses? Of course not. Even if 830 didn't have them, these golden lights would always shine out. May I ask how old you are now? Using your human calculation method, I should be almost an adult now. Then can the golden light of your adulthood lift these curses? It shouldn't be possible, or even if I lift their current curse, they will soon be cursed again. Here Richard is a bit confused. Could it be that people have been cursing the Fooley family for so many years? But because the inheritance of Qilin is not complete, it can't explain it clearly, and even if the inheritance is completed, it may not be able to know. At this moment, Qilin suddenly felt that a salty pig's hand touched him, and immediately kicked out with his front legs, and suddenly realized that this person came with this good-smelling little wizard. So he quickly withdrew some strength, but it was too late, and he still kicked that person. Richard heard that there seemed to be wind in his ears, and turned his head to take a look, only to find that Hagrid flew backwards at a lightning speed, flying about a dozen meters away. He touched me first, and I just touched him with a little strength, Qilin said hastily, Finally, there is such a good-smelling soul, and it is still a fellow of its own. It does not want to scare this person away. At this time, Hagrid spun around on the ground, then got up again, apparently uninjured. Richard just wanted to ask if he could knock it out for the sake of fellow countrymen, and it would definitely not be too hard. But seeing Hagrid's miserable situation, Richard decisively shut his mouth. Don't you want people to touch you? Of course I don't want to. Do you want someone who doesn't know you to touch you casually, and he's so ugly? Then can I touch you? Of course you can. You look good and smell good. You can touch me. Hearing what Cheelin said, Richard stretched out his hand to touch Cheelin's body. Chapter 103. Rhodes and Hagrid saw that Richard stretched out his hand towards Cheelin's body without fear of death. Just wanted to remind, but Richard's hand has already touched Cheelin. Seeing that Cheelin didn't have any special reaction, the two were relieved. But suddenly Cheelin snorted, which made their hearts rise to their throats again. Okay, it's too itchy for you to touch me, Cheelin suddenly said to Richard. Richard took his pig hand down this time. What do you do every day? I work hard every day and need to sleep all the time. Only by sleeping can I remember more things and learn more abilities. Richard was also speechless when he heard Cheelin's remarks that he was not a human being. He was not a human being in the first place. May I have your name? My name is Richard. How about you? Cheelin, you are so stupid. You keep calling my name and asking me what's my name? After speaking, a pair of tiger eyes even rolled their eyes, as if they couldn't stand the stupid Richard. Richard, can you tell them to send more? The kind with green skin on the outside and red fruit on the inside? This is more delicious, but they only give it once in a long time, so stingy. Can't you talk? Why don't you talk yourself? I said it, but they didn't know why. They didn't seem to be able to hear yes. Then I suddenly realized that I didn't match their souls, so I couldn't talk. For so many years, only you can talk to me. Then aren't you bored? Richard said sympathetically no. Newt often comes when I sleep, and he often brings some small animals to play with me. Newt came after sleeping? Richard heard something unusual. Then how long does it take you to sleep? I don't know, but it should be a long time, and I will sleep less when I accept all the memories as an adult. Then what are you eating? Of course I have to eat. How can I sleep without eating, by the way? It seems that you humans can't. I can eat while sleeping. Although Richard still can't understand, but he can feel very powerful just by feeling. While talking, Cheelin yawned. Advertisement, I'm sleepy again. Let's talk when I sleep first. You sleep too long. I'll come to see you when I have time. Or when you don't need to sleep so much as an adult. It's okay. I should be an adult soon, and when I become an adult, I will go and play with you. After finishing speaking, Cheelin turned around and walked towards the tree hole. He stopped to talk when he reached the entrance of the hole. Don't forget to tell them about the fruit with green skin and red heart. It turned out to be a foodie. Richard never expected that the auspicious unicorn of the great Yanhuang kingdom was also a foodie. Seeing that Cheelin had returned to the cave, Richard came to Rhodes. There is good news and there is bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Let's hear the bad news first. Cheelin can't cure your curse. To be exact, even if Cheelin cures your curse, you will soon be infected with the curse again. What do you mean? Our welfare family is not a curse inherited, but someone has been cursing us. Rhodes also issued the same question as Richard. I don't know, that's what Cheelin said. What did Kieran say? You were talking just now? Do you speak Cheelin language? Hagrid exclaimed first, and at this moment Rhodes also reacted and looked at Richard. It's not Cheelin language. I don't know why. It speaks directly in my mind. It says that it can only communicate because my soul can match it. Then what's the good news? Rhodes didn't ask why the generations of his family didn't match up with the Cheelin soul, and asked the next question directly. The good news is that the unicorn will soon become an adult. After it becomes an adult, your curse will be further eased, and maybe you will be able to leave the village by then. Hearing that there was a possibility of leaving the village, Rhodes' eyes turned red in an instant. He has never stepped out of the village since he was 18 years old. In fact, they can also go out now, but the three most powerful wizards in the family are their three brothers. They must maintain the highest combat power as a strategic threat. Otherwise, a wizard family that cannot leave the village would have been eaten up. By the way, Cheelin let me tell you that she likes to eat watermelon, and it's too stingy for you to take so long to give her some. It actually likes to eat watermelon. I thought it would definitely not like watermelon, so it buys very expensive fruits. Hearing this, Rhodes was dumbfounded. A large amount of money is used to purchase high-quality fruits from all over the world, but Cheelin doesn't like it, saying that he is stingy and doesn't give watermelons to eat. That can't be done. Cheelin has always been their savior, and they are still continuing the life of their family. Cheelin must be satisfied. You must not only provide watermelons in the future, other fruits and herbs must be prepared. Seeing Rhodes' eyes, Richard was afraid that he would go to another extreme and only provide watermelons, meaning that a single variety would be easy malnutrition. Of course, I will arrange it. After speaking, Richard and Rhodes walked out of the forest together with Hagrid, who was still standing there muttering. Advertisement, he's not even an adult yet. He's really powerful, but I've also interacted with Cheelin before. Looking at Hagrid, who was rubbing his chest and giggling. Richard couldn't help but wonder if the unicorn just kicked Hagrid's brain. After walking out of the forest, Richard saw that the buildings in the welfare village were in order, and a lot of trees were planted, growing well, but Richard couldn't feel the vitality in this lush scenery, and it was the midsummer season, but there was always a cold feeling. Have you specially designed this place? It feels very unique. Richard asked Rhodes. Design? Well, basically, they were built casually under the premise of ensuring traffic. There shouldn't be so many, but people in the village can't get out. As long as young people grow up, they will build them by themselves. One house, gradually many old houses are unoccupied. So as time goes by, the more you go to the center, the less people there will be. What about these trees? I think they all look the same. They should be the same species. I haven't paid attention to these trees, but they should either be planted by humans or grow naturally. After all, we are almost too old to be human. So why would we bother with trees? Hearing what Rhodes said, Richard felt that it was right, but after thinking about it, he felt that there seemed to be something wrong, but he couldn't tell what the problem was. Richard had never felt like this before. After returning to Rhodes' home in the center of the village, Rhodes arranged for Gemma to receive the two, and then went to find Joseph and Frank to communicate the results of the day. At Rhodes' house, Hagrid kept asking Richard how the unicorn could talk to him and how the voice was. Gemma was also very curious when he heard that Richard could actually talk to the unicorn. It was the first time in so many years. For the first time, someone can talk to Cheelin. While the three were discussing enthusiastically, Hagrid and Gemma talked. Richard listened. The three Fooley brothers came in together. Thank you very much, Mr. Harris. Speaking of which, the three brothers actually bowed to Richard. It's nothing, and I didn't do anything. As Cheelin enters the mature stage, your curse will naturally be weakened again. This is all thanks to Cheelin. I just told you in advance what will happen. And everyone calls me Richard, Mr. Harris. I really feel a little awkward. That's how I usually call my dad, okay? Since you don't like that title, then I'll call you Richard. In fact, you may not be very clear about your help to us. First, let us know that the unicorn is still in the growth stage. After the unicorn matures, it will grow up. The curse on us is further weakened, and it may even allow us to go out for a short time without being affected. If we explore it by ourselves, it may take a long time, or the next generation of patriarchs may not be able to find it out. Now it is different. We have more time to make some arrangements. Secondly, you told us about Cheelin's hobbies. This is very important. If one day Cheelin leaves Welfare Village because he is not used to eating, that will be our biggest loss. The last and most important point is that we may have an enemy, Qian Li Zhao, or even not an enemy, but a force who is constantly cursing us in the dark. Hearing Rhodes' analysis, he suddenly had the illusion that he saved the welfare family. In this warm atmosphere of mutual flattery, Richard ended his overall inspection of the welfare village. At noon, Richard could only have lunch at Foley's house under the constant compliments of the three brothers. The sumptuousness of the lunch cannot even be described as luxurious. It can only be said that Richard's knowledge is still too little, and the members of the Foley family are very good at being human. They never underestimated Hagrid because he is a giant half-breed wizard who can't even use a magic wand. They even specially accompanied by Joseph. There is no need to mention Richard's treatment for the welfare family. Don't drive while drinking, and don't drive while drinking. Before leaving, Rhodes came to Richard and handed him a briefcase. The little wizards we only bring with Ravenclaw are all advocating wisdom. This bag contains rubbings of the books of our welfare family. I hope you like it. There is also a gift. It is a shop in the Muggle world. I will give it to you in the afternoon. Delivered to your father, Mr. Harris. After finishing speaking, he didn't give Richard a chance to refuse, and walked back directly, asking Gemma to send Richard off. After all, they still can't leave the village or village. Chapter 104. After finishing the inspection in Welfare Village, Hagrid took Richard on the flying motorcycle and flew to Harris Farm. It didn't take long to arrive at Richard's house. As soon as he walked into the house, Richard saw a strange middle-aged man sitting in the living room, and he didn't know what he was talking to Wilson. When Richard opened the door, he was called by Wilson. Richard, this person said that it belongs to the welfare family. Their patriarch gave us a store and asked me to receive it. So fast? I just came back and arranged for someone to come over. Yes, it's just a store, Dad. Go and receive it. At this point, Richard doesn't know what a store means. All right then. Seeing that his son knew about it, Wilson agreed and went out with the middle-aged man without thinking too much. Richard originally wanted Hagrid to come in for a cup of tea before leaving, but because Hagrid was going back to take care of the magical animals at Hogwarts, he left without agreeing. At this time, Olivia didn't know what he was doing and Richard was bored by himself, so he went upstairs and started sorting out the collection of books from the Foley family. As expected, the Traceless expansion spell was cast in the file bag. Richard took the books out of the file bag for almost an hour and still hasn't finished. But the whole room was covered with books, so Richard had to put the sorted books in the storage. Just as Richard was still taking books out, he heard the downstairs door being opened. Come down, Richard. Wilson's voice came from downstairs. Okay, I'll be right down. 17 As he said that, Richard got out of a pile of books, rubbed his old waist and walked downstairs. Mom, are you back? Where did you go in the afternoon? Why didn't you see you? Let's not talk about that first. Just look at this. Wilson directly interrupted Richard. 260, took out a lot of documents from his bag and handed them to Richard. Looking at this huge pile of documents, Richard felt a little dizzy. He had just come out of such a huge pile of books. How could he show these things to himself? After taking the file, I casually saw the beginning of the file. I wiped it, and Richard quickly flipped through it, and soon after reading the top document, Richard flipped through the following documents, which were all explanatory documents and expanded protection regulations. Isn't it a store? I don't know either. What the Patriarch Welfare told me at the time was a store, but this store is a bit big. What are you talking about? What store? Olivia didn't seem to know what happened. She took a look at the document and exclaimed immediately, Harrods. Yes, I have signed this document. Now we have 61% of the shares in Harrods, and we are already the largest shareholder. However, I have told the manager of Harrods to continue their business model. After all, we are not familiar with it. Herald itself is running very well. Now we just need to arrange for someone in charge of finance to go there. Advertisement. Hearing Wilson's arrangement, Richard also expressed his understanding. After all, they are really not familiar with the operation mode of the department store. After the random management, the store lost money. Judging from the situation in the previous life, even in the 21st century, Harrods department store, it is also the most prestigious shopping mall, which shows that their operating model is definitely the best, and there is no need to change it. This is a lot of money, and it will continue to create greater value for the Harris family. Richard, what have you done? And the welfare family has never heard of it. Caft. Signed it. The contract is also not the welfare family but another company. It's all about things among wizards. As for the welfare family, that's for sure. Their pure-blood families have always believed that wizards are higher than ordinary people, so they don't use their family names to do things in the ordinary world. There are some white gloves. It's normal, but I didn't expect that this store turned out to be Harold's store. These old pure-blood nobles are really amazing. Hearing that Richard said that it was a matter of wizards, the couple did not continue to ask, but they still said to Richard worriedly, Son, we are not short of money, so I hope that no matter what you do, you will first consider your parents and ensure your own safety. Don't worry. I know, by the way, Mom. What did you do in the afternoon? Jennifer and the others are back, but Harris is going to participate in some kind of dentist forum, so I went to accompany her. What about Hermione? Is she still in Paris? Yes, she didn't come back. It should be another 2 weeks. Seeing that there was nothing else going on below, Richard continued to sort out the unfinished books. Finally, after 3 hours, Richard sorted out all the books brought back from the Foley family this time. Of course, most of them are repeated, and only some parts are not read by Richard from the bookstore or Hogwarts. These it is Richard's harvest. After tidying up, Richard felt that he was exhausted. He lay on the bed and didn't want to do anything. He casually picked up the things in the storage. Most of them were books, and some things he found from the room of response, such as what kind of disappearing cabinet, the remaining borrowed food in the Hogwarts kitchen. Fortunately, there is no concept of time in the storage, when it is put in or what it looks like. That's when Richard realized he had put a camera in there too. Took the camera out of the storage, opened the box, and a photo fell out. When did he take the photo? Richard casually picked up the photo and found that it was a bird's-eye view of Welfare Village. At this moment, Richard finally remembered that he had indeed taken a photo, but why did he take the photo, and why did he not remember it after taking the photo? No, there is a problem. According to my own memory, it is impossible to forget it so quickly and completely. If I didn't take out the camera, I would have no memory at all. Thinking of this, Richard couldn't help sitting up from the boat, took the photo, and looked at it carefully. On the whole, it is just a photo of a village taken from the air. There is no problem. The house? There is no problem. People? I can't see clearly. So what else is there? There are no strange buildings. They are all normal dwellings. What is the problem? Since I took the photo, I forgot that there must be a problem. Richard kept scratching his head. Richard has dinner. Olivia's voice sounded from downstairs. Richard took the photo and walked downstairs while looking at it. What are you looking at? So serious. Wilson, who was already sitting at the dining table, asked curiously when he saw what Richard was looking at. Nothing, is just a photo, Dad. Is there anything wrong with looking at this photo? Richard said and handed over the photo. Wilson took it over and looked at it carefully. No problem. Isn't it just a picture of a village? This is the welfare village of the welfare family. Advertisement. Oh, so it's them. No wonder, I said. How can an ordinary village find the same trees for decoration? Don't mention the shape of these trees is quite interesting. Trees? Richard took the photo back and looked at it carefully. That's right. At that time, he felt that the shape of these trees was very familiar to the characters he had seen before. Is this the problem? Richard just planned to skip dinner and go directly to study, but was strongly suppressed by Olivia. I had no choice but to gobble up a few mouthfuls and then ran upstairs. Olivia was going to give a lecture, but was stopped by Wilsu. In the room, Richard first drew the characters made up of trees in the photo with a pen and paper. After drawing, he directly used the copy spell to copy a few more points, so as not to forget. First spread a few copies on the table, and then took 2 copies and pasted them on the wall. After that, I can study it with confidence. I must have seen this symbol before, but why can't I remember it? If you don't ask Juan Mion, if you don't care about him for so many days, I'm afraid he must be bored. Richard took off the ring on his hand and directly covered it with level 2 purification lightning. The long-lost screams appeared instantly, and the ring directly changed back to the shape of Ravenclaw's crown. I forgot. The purification lightning has been upgraded. Its power has been greatly increased, and the original shape of the ring has been revealed in a single click. Richard hastily stopped casting spells. The crown is still useful. If it kills him, it will not be worth the candle. Are you okay? Say something, and I'll continue without saying anything. It's not good at all. Why is your spell so powerful? My soul and body trembled just now, and the feeling is about to dissipate. As long as you can still talk, let me ask you, do you know this character? Richard described the character in his hand. Just after describing it, Richard suddenly felt that he had done this behavior before. Did he ask this question before? Did I ask you that before? Why do I feel that this scene is a bit familiar? Crown paused for a while, as if remembering, and said quickly, I have this feeling too, but I recalled it just now, and it doesn't seem to be there. Could it be that your magic just shattered my memory a little? Impossible. If it's my magic, then why don't I remember? Richard said that I don't blame him. Okay, let's not talk about that first. Can you tell me about this character? Do you know it? At this time, Richard suddenly had an intuition that the crown would lie to himself. If you lie to me, don't blame me. Hearing Richard's words, the crown turned pale with fright. If there is a face, how did he know that I was going to lie to him? Can he read my mind now? Crown, who was intimidated by Richard, didn't dare to make any showy operations and said it directly. Until he said the names of these characters, both of them were stunned. Chapter 105. Rune Text. Hearing Guan Guan uttered the name, the events of the previous few days immediately resurfaced in Richard's mind. Buy books from the bookstore. Ask Diadem to translate. Diadem to deceive himself. Punish Diana. Ask Diadem to remember Voldemort's itinerary. Although these things have always been in Richard's brain, but I don't know why these days, these things are like being covered with a layer of tulle, so that Richard can't think of them. Your memory is also affected? Richard asked the crown. Yes, I just remembered something. These words should really have magic power. People will forget it unconsciously. Even a soul body like me can't avoid it. Then why do you still remember the past? If you want to forget, shouldn't you not remember all of them? Why do you still remember the name and the text in the document that Voldemort searched for? After thinking for a while, Guan Guan returned to Tao. Is it possible that these runes were extinct in the first place, but Voldemort discovered these words and inadvertently triggered the ability of these words, making these runes show their magical power again? It made us forget the previous things. Before Voldemort triggered these texts, They were just plain texts, so I can still remember them. Richard carefully considered the situation that Guan said, although it was only a guess, but it could only be considered so. Suddenly Richard thought about the welfare village. More than 30 years ago, the people of the welfare family had been plagued by epidemics. Are these things related? Judging from the trees in welfare village, their curse may be related to the runes, and it is even possible that they were cursed by the power of the runes, and Voldemort accidentally re-triggered the magic of the runes, making all the runes restore their magic power, and at the same time making the curse on the Foley family stronger. The more Richard thought about it, the more likely it was. But if this was the case, then things would be even more difficult. In this way, it is very likely that some people who knew the rune script before, because of the restoration of the magic power of the rune script, they all forgot this kind of script. If this is the case, it will be even more difficult to find out. Think of these things, day after day. Forget it, don't think about these things for now. Let's tell the people in the welfare family about these things. Let them investigate. They are a big family. How can it be easier than myself alone? Advertisement. Thinking of this, Richard took out a pen and paper, drew the character of the trees in Foley Village, and then told Rod Foley that this character is a lost text, the runic text. Presumably the curse they received has something to do with this text if there is a certain relationship. It is best to look up this rune text, and tell Rhodes that this type of text has the magic power that people can gradually forget. Remember to save your memory. I wrote down everything that should be written. After all, they gave me such a big shopping mall, so I have to express it anyway, but I didn't mention anything related to Voldemort. Although no one knows now, Dumbledore should be there soon. Knowing the secret of Voldemort's resurrection and the Horcrux, he didn't want others to find out that he had something to do with this terrorist. Richard called Barnaby over and asked him to deliver the letter. Then Richard, who felt that he was thinking too much today, resolutely chose to sleep. Just as Richard fell asleep, the patriarch of the Foley family also received a letter from Richard. Seeing what Richard wrote in the letter, Rhodes paid special attention to it and quickly called his brother over. Let them read Richard's letter separately. If someone else said it, I probably wouldn't believe it. After all, there is no trace of the runes in our family's records. But this person is Richard, the person who can save our family in the prophecy, which makes me I have to believe it. Joseph spoke first. I think it should be true. In fact, there are no traces in our family's records, which proves why we have no clues all the time. But I am curious, how did 10 little Muggle-born masters know these things? Frank continued. Anyway, since Richard told us about this matter, whether it's true or not, we have to seriously investigate it. Frank, first fly into the air to see if the trees in the village are really like this. Hearing what Rhodes said, Frank went out directly. After a short time, Frank pushed the door open again and walked in. Yes, it is indeed this shape, but why haven't we noticed it for so long? Frank also felt something was wrong. Even if we don't know the rune characters, but these trees grow suddenly, and we don't know what kind of tree they are. Why don't we feel a little wrong? It's like they should grow there. Maybe this is the magic power of the words that Richard said. Now I think the patriarch's decision is correct. Although Herod's is indeed priceless, Richard has the potential for our investment. You can see the return now. Isn't it coming? Okay, there's no need to talk about it. I'll make a copy of this letter first, one copy for each person, so as not to forget it. It's too late now. Let's arrange someone to start investigating this rune writing tomorrow. Speaking of which, Ronald used the copy curse to copy 2 copies of the letter and handed it to the 2 brothers, and told him that it is not possible to decide who is going to curse them. So now everything about Cheelin and Richard is classified as top secret, except none of the 3 of them could say anything. Advertisement. Just when the 3 brothers fell asleep, in the space where the 3 of them stored important items, the letter written by Richard slowly disappeared. Whether it was the original letter written by Richard or the letter copied with the spell all gone. The next day, the 3 brothers came to the meeting room after dinner to communicate about the family affairs. Don't think that they will have nothing to do if they leave the village. The welfare family has accumulated for so many years, and the outside industry is also quite huge. The wizard they have a lot of industries in the world and the Muggle world. Although there are managers in charge, some of the more important things still need to be decided by their brothers. After finishing the daily work every day, Rhodes feels as if he has forgotten something, but he couldn't remember it, and he didn't mention it in the end. But what he didn't expect was that his 2 brothers felt this way, but they didn't say it. After that, Richard's life returned to the way it was before. He woke up every morning and shouted to Wilson to exercise, and then it was a decadent day. He either ate with Olivia or rode with Wilson, and basically cut off contact with the wizarding world. Ask for flowers. However, Richard first wrote down the 4 big characters of runic characters and Yinhuang characters, and then took a picture with the camera. Richard felt that if this kind of characters really had magic power, then handwriting or magical copying would not feel very safe. Only an ordinary camera, this kind of muggle technology, can resist magic, so it was taken, and even the subsequent copies did not use the copy spell, but were copied using a copier, avoiding the participation of magic in the whole process, and printed a few more copies after all. This is the safest place not to be affected by external magic, and then I posted a few on the wall of the bedroom to prevent myself from gradually forgetting. As for the research and investigation, Richard said that it is still let the Foley family do it, he can't do it alone. But what Richard didn't expect was that, because he forgot to remind Rhodes to save it with Muggle technology, he just reminded Rhodes to pay attention to memory. Rhodes also copied Richard's letter, but the three brothers did not avoid forgetting it. Only Richard is still forced to remember every day. But sometimes things will eventually develop in the intended direction. One day, Olivia came to Richard's room to clean his room. Although Richard kept cleaning the room with magic spells, Olivia always felt that the magic spells were not in place, so she still had to do it herself, although every time she came in it was just casually. Move, it doesn't even take a minute. Olivia still enjoys it. Richard? Richard has no right to speak, or he told Olivia a few times, but it didn't work at all, and in the end it was up to him. It's Olivia found her. Some important things Richard put directly into the storage. This time when Olivia came in, she frowned and didn't look at the tidy room. Then suddenly saw Richard's photo posted on the wall, and immediately said to herself with a smile on her face, "Why are you posting all over the place? Let's put it on the table first." Saying that, Olivia took off the photo and put it on Richard's desk. At this time, Richard was riding with Wilson, and suddenly felt something was wrong, but it disappeared immediately, and Richard ignored it. Olivia was extremely satisfied with the tidy room and went out. Suddenly a gust of wind blew out of nowhere and gently opened the window of Richard's room, leaving a gap, and then the photos on the table also flew with the wind, and soon flew out along the gap of the window. The photo flew farther and farther away from the Harris farm, and came to a place where a pair of young people were camping. They flew onto the burning bonfire and burned it up in an instant. In the evening, Richard finished his dinner, came to his room, and lay on the bed after taking a shower. Seeing the empty walls, he always felt that something was missing, but today, as Wilson fed the horses and checked the growth of the crops, by the way, I also read some reports from Harrods. I was so tired that I didn't have the energy to continue thinking about it. In the end, Li Xian closed his eyes and fell asleep directly. In this way, the runes disappeared from everyone's memory, but the photos in Richard's storage still persisted without being affected by the outside world. Chapter 106. The summer vacation is slowly coming to an end in Richard's decadence. Olivia also knows that Richard will go back to that magic school soon, so she has been sticking to Richard for the past few days, letting Richard follow her in everything she does, watching TV, shopping, and sometimes even cooking. Richard watched from the side. If it wasn't for Richard's strong refusal, she even wanted to sleep with Richard in her arms at night. Richard also knows how his mother feels, so he obediently spends more time with Olivia. Finally, with the arrival of the school owl, Richard's second grade book list was also delivered. Except for one, Standard Charms 2. The book list is all a book called Gilderoy Lockhart. It seems that you are going to that Diagon Alley again? Wilson asked directly after seeing the book list. Yes, but you only need to buy this, Standard Spells Level 2, and I've already bought everything else. Okay, then I'll call Harris to see when they plan to go, and if we can, let's go together. Speaking of which, Wilson picked up the phone to call Hermione's father, and finally the two agreed to go there tomorrow morning, and now they will go together after breakfast at Hermione's house. In the early morning of the next day, Richard still insisted on getting up early and exercising. Wilson drove a 7-seater commercial vehicle and brought the mother and son to Hermione's house. After eating a little at Hermione's, he went straight to Diagon Alley. Okay, Richard, I will leave Hermione to you. You should be quite familiar with this place. Let's have a drink in a bar first. I haven't tasted the taste of this place for a long time. I still miss it. Isn't it, Harris? Let's go and exchange some wizard currency for Hermione, and then come over for a drink, Mr. Granger said. It's okay. Let Richard pay the bill first. I heard he made a lot of money working part-time here during the holidays. Olivia took the topic and said, and winked at Richard secretly after speaking. Richard came here to work part-time during the holidays? He is really capable. Jennifer was also surprised to hear the news. So let Richard pay the bill first, and you can just give him pounds when the time comes. The Grangers also agreed. After all, it was Richard's own money and they would give him pounds. If it was Wilson's money, they would not accept it. But it was obvious that Olivia knew their thoughts very well, so she deliberately said Richard made a lot of money. In fact, Olivia happened to be right. Although the part-time job at the Fantastic Beasts store didn't cost much, Richard got 600 galleons from Ollivander, which is not a small sum. After coming to Diagon Alley, Richard first gave Hermione 50 galleons. It wasn't that Richard didn't want to give more, but Hermione wouldn't take it if she gave too much. Originally, Hermione only wanted 20, but Richard said that Lockhart's book it wasn't cheap, so Hermione only charged Richard 50 galleons. "Why haven't you written to me since August?" Hermione demanded Richard as they walked. Richard was speechless for a while. There were nearly 30 correspondences between them during a holiday. Why didn't they write any more letters? But Richard is not stubborn. He hurriedly apologized first, and then told Hermione that Olivia had been let him be with me so I don't have time to write letters. But Richard has been in a very unique state since he met Hermione, as if he was playing a game of cultivation, and the protagonist is step by step towards his expectations. Hermione's holiday seems to have opened up a little bit, and she is also taking a big step towards the appearance Richard imagined, Emma. In fact, Hermione wasn't the kind of person looking for trouble. She was suddenly alone with Richard, and she didn't quite get used to it. That's all on purpose. Seeing Richard's sincere attitude, Hermione felt better. Then what should we do first? By the way, let's go to the Fantastic Beasts store first. Didn't you work part-time there for a week? Okay. Richard readily agreed. The two then walked down the road towards the Fantastic Beasts store. Soon we came to the door of the Fantastic Beasts store. At this time, it was no longer the scene when Richard came to work part-time. The store was full of little wizards. To be exact, the whole Diagon Alley was full of little wizards. Richard worked part-time for 7 days, never seen so many people. "Mr. Adams," Richard called to a familiar figure in the store. Adams turned around and saw Richard, and quickly squeezed out of the crowded shop. After coming over, he stopped Richard. "Didn't I tell you the address of my home at that time? Why don't you go and have a look?" Now Pagsley has improved a lot, and I often ask me when brother Richard will come over. And does he have a gift for you? Hearing that this little brat still wanted to make 2 moves with him, Richard certainly didn't want to disappoint him, but he doesn't have time to do these things now, so how can he think of a way to deal with Bo? "Is this little girl your classmate? Do you need any pets? Let me introduce you." Richard turned his eyes and thought of a good way. "This is my classmate, and she is Hermione." When he heard that this little girl was Hermione at 4 o'clock in the morning, Adams immediately became excited. After all, he had told his son so many times about the incident at 4 o'clock in the morning, and now that the protagonist is here, it is best for his son to meet him. "Hermione, right? Hello, I'm Adams, the owner of the Fantastic Beasts store. My son Pugsley admires you after hearing about your deeds. Can you spare a little time? The doctor can tell him." "My case? What is my case?" Hermione was a little confused when she heard this. How did she hear about my case? Of course Richard couldn't let things go wrong, he said hastily. "I'm sorry, we have a lot of things to do today, so we really don't have extra time. Let me ask Hermione to talk about her review, and you can pass it on to Pugsley." Adams also knew that it would not be good to let people go to his place from the beginning, so he had no choice but to agree. "Hermione, just tell me how many times you studied for the exam last semester." "Huh, review? I started reviewing 10 weeks in advance last semester. As for how many times I reviewed it, I'm not very clear. Did you hear that? Mr. Adams, Hermione will start reviewing 10 weeks before the exam, and the 10 weeks are usually not finished. This means that Hermione has completed all the courses in advance, and then directly reviewed. I think the method is very good. You can let Pugsley learn it." Hearing Hermione's learning method with my own ears made Adams instantly refreshed. "In this case, I have to go back and tell Morticia that Pugsley should start learning the content of the next semester ahead of time. 0. Thank you very much, Hermione. To express my gratitude, you choose a magical animal as a pet, and I will treat you." Hearing this, Hermione was a little hesitant. She wanted to raise a magical animal, but she always felt that the time hadn't come yet, and she was not ready, so she finally refused. "Let's wait until the next semester. Next semester, she must choose Tinsong. Fantastic animals as pets." Seeing Hermione refuse, Richard went on to make up for it. "Mr. Adams, look, Hermione doesn't even keep pets in order to study, because she is afraid that keeping pets will delay her studies." Hearing Richard's words, Adams did not continue to persuade him. After all, he should not delay his study, but he also had to tell Morticia about reducing Pugsley's entertainment time, so as not to affect his study. "By the way, Mr. Adams, don't you forget what you promised me?" "What I promised you? It's that one. Don't worry, I won't forget it. Don't worry, I'll keep it for you." In this way, the two bid farewell to Adams and continued walking inside. My case, Richard, tell me quickly. Did you say something to Mr. Adams? Richard knew he couldn't hide it, so he told Hermione the whole story. Hermione couldn't laugh anymore after hearing this, and said that Richard was really bad. How could he treat a child like this? At this moment, a tall figure appeared in front of him. Hagrid. Richard called out, and Hagrid also heard someone calling him and saw Richard walking over happily. When they walked in front of them, Richard and Hermione found that Harry was with Hagrid. At this moment, Harry was disheveled and one of the lenses of his glasses was broken, so Hermione took out his wand directly. Recovery. Harry's glasses were repaired in an instant. What a magical spell. I must remember it, Harry said excitedly, holding his glasses. 1.7 If I remember correctly, this should be the spell I learned last semester, and you should have memorized it earlier. Richard waved at Harry as he spoke. At this moment, Harry's whole body was completely renewed. Spellcasting without sound or wand? Hermione exclaimed. And Hagrid also looked at Richard in shock. This is not something Hogwarts students can do. Even most adult wizards can't do it in their entire lives, let alone cast spells on Richard as he likes. Okay, it's no big deal. I can only do some simple spells without sound and wand now, and I can't do anything that is a little more difficult. That's amazing too. Hermione was more excited than Richard at this time, and Harry was slightly better. After all, he didn't know what it meant. Okay, let's go together. I'm leaving too. After being shocked, Hagrid thought of what he hadn't finished and bid farewell to the three of them. Just after Hagrid left, Lishu said to Hermione and Harry, "Go to Lehan bookstore to buy books for next semester first, and I'll go to the magic wand shop first." Hearing what Richard said, Hermione and Harry walked to the Lycan bookstore, while Richard walked to Ollivander's wand shop. Chapter 107. Richard voluntarily left Harry and Hermione for the wand shop. On the one hand, he was curious about whether Ollivander had made a new wand, and on the other hand, Richard wanted Lucius' smooth diary to be handed over to Ginny. After coming to the wand shop, there happened to be a little wizard picking out a wand. Seeing Richard coming in, Ollivander immediately sped up a bit and quickly chose a wand for the little wizard. In fact, except for some special characters, Ollivander's eyes can basically hit every shot. The correct rate of the first wand should be more than 90%, which is why he can be so excited when he meets a picky little wizard. After all, anyone who has always been ordinary will definitely be excited when a strange thing happens suddenly. After seeing off the little wizard, Ollivander said to Richard, "Hi, Richard. Why are you here? I wanted to see if your new wand had any success." Hearing what Richard said, Ollivander's interest came instantly, and he dragged Richard to the workshop. Balabala said a lot of jargon and stick-making, and Richard was dizzy, so he interrupted Ollivander immediately. "Lavender, can you tell me directly whether you have succeeded or not? I don't understand what you said. It will be successful soon. The main difficulty now is how to make the wand recognize the magic power of different wizards. If you say this, I will understand. It means that the progress has not been topped." Richard also knows that this function should be the most basic foundation of the new wand. You haven't even achieved the basics, and you still tell soon? This 20-year-old man can really brag, Richard complained silently. Feeling that the time should be almost up, Richard ignored Ollivander's persuasion and walked directly to Lehan bookstore. As soon as he pushed open the door of the bookstore, Richard heard the bluffing inside. He went to the front and saw that General Lucius was talking to Mr. Weasley. "I don't know what Lucius said," and instantly enraged Mr. Weasley. Mr. Weasley rushed towards Mr. Malfoy, knocking him onto a bookshelf, and dozens of thick spell books fell on their heads. "Beat him! Beat his father like a wolf!" Fred and George shouted loudly from the side. At this time, the crowd who had gathered there to watch the fun began to back away in panic, fearing that they would hurt themselves, but this behavior bumped into more bookshelves. But who knows who actually cast the spell, and the magic books that fell from the bookshelf flew out one after another. The bookstore owner felt like dying when he saw this situation, and quickly called the clerk to go out to find books. He rushed towards the center of the fight. "Good gentlemen, don't hit me." But for some reason, Lucius and Arthur, who were still entangled, seemed to be pushed by something, and knocked the bookstore owner to the ground in a daze. When the bookstore owner arrived, a burly wizard happened to walk over there. What's more, the wizard stepped on the bookstore owner's finger, and the noisy environment prevented him from hearing the bookstore owner's finger. The boss screamed, just felt something on the sole of the foot, and even stomped his foot vigorously. Looking at the chaotic scene, Richard felt a sense of joy inexplicably. After seeing the owner of the bookstore at the bookstore, Richard felt very disgusted with the owner for some reason, so he added fuel to the flames, but he didn't expect that there would be someone behind the owner. Such an encounter made Richard very happy. This is a huge figure appearing in the bookstore. Let's spread out, let's all spread out. Hagrid's trademark loud voice is in the bookstore. Then Hagrid ignored the crowd in front of him, walked directly to the center of the battle, picked up the two people who were still fighting like catching chickens, and put them on the two sides. Seeing Hagrid's huge figure, Lucius didn't say much. He stuffed the worn-out Transfiguration textbook into Ginny's hand, with a vicious gleam in his eyes. Little girl of the Weasley family, take your book. It's the only thing your father can give you. Then Lucius broke free from Hagrid's arm, waved to Draco, and rushed out of the shop. Seeing that Ginny put the book in her satchel, Richard walked out of the bookstore in peace, but did not go away at the door of the bookstore. At this moment, Lucius pushed the door out and saw Richard standing aside, stunned. Mr. Malfoy, is this how you keep your master's things? Richard smiled and said to Lucius, guess what would happen if you found out? Lucius was about to say something, but Richard didn't listen and said it directly. You don't need to explain to me. You should think about how to tell your master. After speaking, Richard went back to the bookstore, pretending to be surprised, and came to Hermione's side. What happened? What's the mess? And what happened to Mr. Weasley? A fight. It was Malfoy's dad. He said a lot of nasty things. So Mr. Weasley got into a fight with him, and Hagrid came and separated them. Arthur, you shouldn't be like this. Malfoy is so bad. Their family is all bad. Everyone knows that Malfoy's family shouldn't listen to it. Let's go. As he said that, Hagrid pulled Weasley as if walking out the door. At this time, the owner of the bookstore was still crying, clutching his injured hand. Seeing that the Weasleys were about to leave, he quickly signaled the shop assistant to stop them. But the clerk saw that he was almost twice as tall as himself, and his arms were as thick as his waist, so he decisively chose to ignore it. He was only here to work, not to seek death. When they walked to the street, Mrs. Weasley calmed down and said angrily, how can you do this? What a bad influence it has on the kids. Fight in public. What does it make Gilderoy Lockhart think? They didn't make us lose money. Lockhart, he's very happy, interrupted George suddenly. Yeah, didn't you hear when we came out? He asked the guy at the Daily Prophet if he could put the fight in the story, and he said it'd make a splash. Fred followed suit. That's not okay, Mrs. Weasley said, still angrily. Soon the group arrived at the Leaky Cauldron. Seeing Hermione's parents, Mr. Weasley went up excitedly to say hello. Harris also had a headache when he saw this strange man coming, but seeing the curious Wilson beside him, he had no choice but to introduce it to the two of them. Wilson has been curious about the wizarding world since he last made Hagrid's flying bike, and Arthur has always been very interested in the Muggle world. After going back and forth, Wilson and Arthur felt like seeing each other later. So there was a table for Wilson, Harris, Arthur, Olivia, Jennifer, and Mrs. Weasley, Ronald's mother. The rest of the little wizards sat casually. Harry, why did you come with Ronald and the others? Hermione asked curiously. At this time, Harry also told Hermione and Richard about his summer vacation and the annoying house elf Dobby. No wonder you didn't reply when I wrote to you. Then why were you so bad just now? Your eyes are broken. Just now I accidentally passed the fireplace to Nocturne Alley. Let me tell you. Just now I saw Malfoy and his son in Nocturne Alley. They were in a shop. What did they buy? Harry asked quickly when Malfoy was heard by Arthur behind him. No, they didn't buy anything. They sold something. He's frightened, said Arthur gravely and contentedly. Oh, I'd love to get evidence of Lucius Malfoy. I heard what the boss said. If the rumors are true, then Malfoy's sales are less than half of what the family sells, Harry said hastily. Hearing this news, Arthur became even happier, and the 950 who muttered to himself seemed to be planning something. Be careful, Arthur, Mrs. Weasley warned him. That family is not easy to mess with. Don't bite the bones you can't chew. Can I ask who is that Malfoy? Wilson asked curiously, seeing that everyone was talking about this man. He is a bad guy. It should be said that their family is all bad guys. Arthur summed it up and told Wilson. Okay, don't mention him. Have you finished drinking? We should go home after drinking. Mrs. Weasley seemed to want everyone to mention this person and hurriedly urged. Okay, leave them alone. Let's continue talking, Molly. How did you say you baked bread just now? Olivia pulled Mrs. Weasley back, since she ate the rock cake brought by Hagrid last time. I am also very interested in the teacher's meals. What happened next? What happened after that? Hermione continued to ask Harry. And then I came out of that store and I met Hagrid. and he went there and said he was looking for something to get rid of meat-eating slugs, and then he took me out and met you, and that was it. It's so cool that you went and knocked her an alley. George and Fred always wanted to go, but the adults wouldn't let us go, Ronald said with emotion. At this time, Richard found that the little girl named Ginny had been looking this way from time to time. He knew that this little girl was Harry's future home, so he decided to help her, and it was not very good to keep the diary there, but he could introduce a qualified owner to the diary. Hermione, look at that little girl who has been staring at Harry. She must be his admirer. Why don't you call her over and take a good look at Harry? Hermione looked at Ginny upon hearing the words, and sure enough, she found that Ginny was secretly looking at Harry. So Hermione went over and pulled Ginny over and whispered something in Ginny's ear quietly. Ginny immediately blushed and lowered her head, not daring to look at anyone. Chapter 108. As time passed, a small gathering of 3 families soon came to an end. However, Richard has never been able to figure out how to get the diary out of Ginny's bag. At this moment, suddenly Richard heard someone calling himself. It turned out to be Hannah. Seeing Richard and a group of young wizards in her bar, she was going to say hello. And Richard suddenly had an idea. Holding the wine glass, he turned towards Hannah. At the moment of turning around, he purposely ran into Ronald next to him and poured the butterbeer from the glass into Ginny's bag with a flick of his hand, pretending not to know. Be careful, Hermione exclaimed immediately when she realized the situation, and Richard also pretended to have just noticed and quickly put the wine glass in his hand back on the table. Then he picked up Ginny's satchel, wiped it pretending to be in a panic, and emptied all of Ginny's books, and then secretly pulled out the diary at an angle that no one else could see. Originally, Richard wanted to put it directly into the storage, but he didn't put it in. Then Richard remembered that the Horcrux cannot be put into the storage, so he can only temporarily put it in the back waist. Seeing Richard's flustered behavior, Hermione couldn't help feeling a little ashamed. What's wrong with this Richard? Can't he use magic spells? He hurriedly stopped Richard's behavior and then used a cleansing spell. I'm really sorry, Ginny. I accidentally wet all your books, so let me buy you a new set. You are here now, waiting for me to come over soon. As he said that, Richard went back to Diagon Alley regardless of the Weasley family's obstruction. He bought all the new first-grade books including Gilderoy's book set, bought a bag for himself, and put the diary in it. After returning, under the persuasion of Harry, Hermione, and Ronald, Ginny accepted the newly bought books from Richard. And Mrs. Weasley is still saying that these are second-hand books, and they can be used after drying. Olivia could only tell about Richard's part-time job in Diagon Alley during the holidays and made a lot of money. My God, he is still so young. Can he work part-time? Mrs. Weasley was surprised when she heard that. In fact, Richard also doesn't understand. There are so many people in the Weasley family. Ginny doesn't say. Ronald, George, Fred, Percy are not young. Why can't they find a part-time job or something during the holidays? I can only say that Mrs. Weasley treats them so doting. It was his own strong request. The main reason is that he likes that wonderful animal too much, and he has nothing to do during the holidays. Isn't it too boring to stay at home all the time? And because we are ordinary people who don't know much about the wizarding world, part-time work can also help you understand the wizarding world better. So we all agreed to let him work part-time. Olivia still didn't understand Fantastic Beasts, but everyone sitting here was very kind, and no one had to correct them. Hearing Olivia's words, Mrs. Weasley was also a little moved. Don't tell me that Ginny and Ronald are too young. Ronald is still young? Percy? Percy can't do it. Percy has a lot of things to do even on vacation, but George okay with Fred. They've been at home annoying themselves over the holidays anyway, so just find something for them to do over the holidays. Arthur, do you want George and Fred to work part-time in Diagon Alley next vacation? Anyway, they don't have much to do at home, so they caused me trouble, said Mrs. Weasley. I think so too. Mr. Weasley also knew how the twins behaved at home and strongly agreed. We don't want to come. We still have something to do. George directly refused. Yes, we are very busy during the holidays, Fred followed suit. At this time, Richard suddenly pulled the twins to the side and said to them, Actually, I think you should come. Don't refuse. Listen to me first. Isn't there a magic joke shop in Diagon Alley? Actually, I think you can go there to work part-time. You can learn how others. Wouldn't it be better to make joke props, and then add what you think is acceptable to your prank props? As your partners, I suggest you study hard, and we can continue to cooperate after you graduate, opening 10 of our own prank shop in Diagon Alley. Originally, the twins only listened to what Richard said when Richard was his partner, but when they heard about their prank prop store, they were instantly hit. Yeah, we're also going to open a store that sells prank props that we make ourselves. Then the two brothers ran back and said to Mrs. Weasley, "Mom, we will definitely come to work part-time next year." Mrs. Weasley wasn't surprised to hear of the sudden transformation of the two. The pair were often neurotic, but as long as they could get into trouble at home. Harry and the Weasleys returned to the burrow via Floo powder, and Wilson couldn't drive because he was drinking, which allowed Olivia to return with the family in the truck. The rest of the time passed quickly, and it was time to start school soon. Richard was called up early this morning. Yes, he was called up, much earlier than usual when Richard would exercise in the morning. After getting up, Olivia kept urging Richard to get things ready so that nothing would be missed. Just as Richard finished his breakfast, took the prepared salute, and went out to the car, he suddenly remembered something and hurriedly said to Wilson, "Father, find a construction company, preferably out of town, to seal off the underground fortress passage in your studio, and then completely lock all the doors from the inside. Then close the passage in the basement of your home open." In fact, Richard has considered this matter for a long time, but he forgot to mention it all the time. Now that he is going to start school soon, he hopes that he can get this matter settled during his schooling, so that he can take a good rest when he is in next year's vacation. Although Wilson didn't know what his son was going to do, it wasn't a complicated matter, so he agreed. Soon the family arrived at King's Cross Station. This time it was earlier, and Richard was not late at last. Even Hermione and the others hadn't arrived when Richard arrived. In this way, after Richard's family waited in the parking lot of the station for a while, Hermione's family also arrived at the station. Seeing the Richard family, the Grangers also came over with Hermione. The adults exchanged greetings there, and Richard and Hermione also chatted. "Why did you arrive so early today? You were almost late the last few times." "It's because I was almost late a few times before, so I absolutely can't be late this time." At this time, Wilson and Mr. Granger came to ask the two of them, "Are you going in now? We have to wait for Harry and the others, or you should go first." Hearing what Richard said, Wilson and the others discussed it. Anyway, they had already arrived at the station, and they could not get on the platform, so they left first. After Richard and Hermione waited bored for a while, they saw that the time was almost up, but they still didn't see Harry and the Weasley family. "Why don't we wait on the train? There will be no empty boxes in a while," Richard suggested. Hermione saw that the time was almost up and agreed. So the two first passed platform 9 3/4 and came to the Hogwarts Express. After looking for a box and putting the salute on it, Richard took out a book about the miscellaneous history of the wizarding world that he got from the Foley family and began to read it. And Hermione did stick her head out of the train window, looking towards the entrance. Seeing that the departure time was approaching, the Weasley family finally appeared on the platform. "Ginny, here." Hermione greeted the Weasleys' youngest daughter. Ginny was also waving at Hermione. Didn't she just meet each other? Why are the two getting so familiar? Richard looked at Hermione strangely. "Quick, get on the train first, and then you'll sit with Hermione." Mrs. Weasley urged Ginny and sent her to the train. After Ginny came to the box, Hermione drew her head back and started whispering to Ginny. Richard held the window and greeted the Weasleys. "What about Ronald and Harry? They're right behind. They should have boarded the train." Before exchanging a few pleasantries, the train started slowly. Ginny hurriedly waved goodbye to the couple, and Hermione assured Mrs. Weasley that she would take care of Ginny at school. As the speed of the train gradually increased, the platform became smaller and smaller until it was completely invisible. Hermione noticed that Richard had been staring at the sky outside the train and asked curiously, "What are you looking at?" "It's nothing. I just seem to see a car outside. It must be a hallucination." Richard knew very well that it should be Ronald and Harry. In fact, this kind of immersive experience of the plot is a very magical feeling, like a prophet, as if he knows everything, Zhao Hao. Which is one of the reasons why Richard has been reluctant to change the plot. By the way, have you seen Harry and the others? Hermione only remembered at this moment why she hadn't seen Harry and the others all this time. "Did not see." "Then let Ginny and I go find it." Hermione pulled Ginny out of the box after saying that. After about 10 minutes, the door of the box was suddenly opened. Hermione and Ginny walked in with the twins. "Harry, they seem to have missed the train, and Percy has written to Professor McGonagall. How did this happen?" "Obviously, we all came together," Ginny said worriedly. "What color is your family's car?" Richard suddenly asked the twin brothers. "Why is it blue?" "Although I hope I'm wrong, but I just saw another blue car flying above us." "You see, it appeared again." Richard pointed outside. "That's Dad's car, isn't it?" Ginny also saw the car flying in the sky. "Ronald and Harry are up there," Hermione exclaimed along with the twins. "Surely it will be seen by many people. They will be expelled." Hermione shouted in a panic. Hearing the expulsion, Ginny burst into tears. The twin brothers waved their hands outside excitedly. This is so cool. Nope. Chapter 109. Before the time went back to the train, Ronald and Harry could only go back to Arthur's car and wait because they couldn't get into the station. At this time, Ronald suddenly suggested, "Harry, we can fly to Hogwarts. Is this okay? Little wizards can't use magic outside of school." Harry hesitated. "We're stuck, aren't we? We've got to rush back to school, don't we? In a real emergency, little wizards can use magic. Section 19 of the restriction regulations still has provisions." Hearing Ronald's words, Harry's eyes became brighter and brighter, and the adventurous element in his body was fully stimulated. The two started the car just like that and staggered into the air. But because of a problem with the invisible function of the car, in order to avoid being discovered, he had to fly into the clouds. But in order to avoid getting lost, I have to descend from time to see the direction of the Hogwarts Express train and then go back to the clouds. That's why they appear and then disappear. At the same time, Professor McGonagall also received a letter from Percy. Holding the letter, Professor McGonagall hurriedly found Dumbledore. "Albus, you should check. Harry and Ronald are gone. This is a letter from Percy just now. They should be enjoying a wonderful journey. Don't worry about Minerva." Dumbledore didn't accept the letter from Professor McGonagall, but said directly with a smile, "Do you want a cockroach pile?" "No, I have a lot of things to do, and I can't be as leisurely as you," Professor McGonagall said angrily. "Ah, it's chili-flavored. So spicy, so spicy." Seeing that Professor McGonagall didn't want it, Dumbledore directly threw a pile of cockroaches into his mouth. Ignoring Dumbledore's trickery, McGonagall left the headmaster's office directly. Knowing that Harry and Ronald have nothing to do, Professor McGonagall is relieved. She still has a lot of things to do in the future. With such a principal, everything is done by the vice principal. It is really unconscionable. I must tell my mother how dare he do this and even drag Harry. As the cars appeared regularly in the air for a long time, Ginny's worry gradually turned into anger, and she said to Hermione angrily. At this moment, cheers erupted from outside the box, and the little wizards of Gryffindor were all shouting the names of Harry and Ronald. It seems that the twins told other people about Harry and Ronald's feat, so that all the young wizards in Hogwarts knew that they drove to Hogwarts by car. Soon, as the sky gradually turned dark, the speed of the train slowly slowed down. At this time, Richard also took the initiative to come outside the box. Now it was time to change his clothes and put on the wizard robe. Soon, Hermione and Ginny changed their clothes and put Richard in. Soon the Hogwarts Express came to a complete stop, and a rough voice sounded outside. "Okay, all the wizards get out of the car. The first graders come to me. Hurry up." At this time, all the little wizards got off the train. Ginny walked towards Hagrid, while Richard and Hermione walked in the opposite direction. Soon they came to a small road, where all the little wizards other than the first grade got on the bus and went to Hogwarts Castle in order. "It's strange. Why don't these carriages have horses? Are they powered by magic?" Hermione asked curiously. "No, there is a magical animal thestrals in front of every carriage. This magical animal can only be seen by those who have seen death, understand death in a broad sense, and know the meaning of death. In fact, this is why Harry couldn't see the thestrals at first. Only when he saw Cedric's death did he really understand the meaning of death. It is also for this reason that I was able to see thestrals in 5th grade. At this time, Richard looked at the thestrals in front of the carriage and was very moved. If he could extract all these thestrals, he could almost upgrade a skill, or draw a skill. I have to say that Richard is a bit drifting. He wants to draw a character with only one skill from the hundreds of magical animals in his entire magical animal store. It can only be said that he is thinking a little too much. Seeing Richard staring at the front of the carriage, Hermione asked curiously, "Can you see it?" "Okay." After finishing speaking, Richard regretted it, and if Hermione could see why, how should he answer? Fortunately, Hermione didn't continue to ask. She thought that Richard must have seen the death of a relative, and Richard had a good relationship with this relative, so he could understand the meaning of death, so the understanding Hermione didn't continue to ask. "Okay, let's get into the carriage," Hermione said as she pulled Richard into the nearest carriage. "Can I sit here?" Neville's voice sounded from the side at this moment. "Of course, come up," Hermione readily agreed. At the same time, a little wizard named Hufflepuff, whom Richard and the others didn't know, also boarded the carriage. After the 4 people were full, the carriage was heading towards Hogwarts. "Hi, Richard. I wanted to ask Harry if they're all right." Neville asked Richard. And that's what Hermione wanted to know, so she looked at Richard. Hello, Neville. Harry and the others are sure to be fine. Ronald's brother has already sent a letter to the school. Since the school doesn't take care of it, nothing will happen. Don't worry. Hearing what Richard said, he and Neville felt relieved. Soon the carriage stopped, and after a few people got off the carriage, they found that they had arrived at the gate of Hogwarts Castle. After passing through the gate, Richard and Hermione parted, one towards the Gryffindor dining area and the other towards Ravenclaw. When they came to Ravenclaw's dining table, the wizards of the academy greeted Richard one after another. Richard came to sit next to Terry. What's up, Terry? Did you have a good vacation? That's it, except for a visit to my uncle in Germany. Just stayed at home. Nothing Kafka to do. Very boring, by the way. Do you know what happened to Harry Potter? Why did Gryffindor? Everyone's talking about Harry Potter and Ronald Weasley driving to Hogwarts. I don't know the specifics. I just heard that they didn't catch the train and came here by car. At this time, a beautiful shadow suddenly came to Richard's side and continued to do it next to Richard. Hi, Richard. How was your holiday? Hello, senior sister Penelo. It's just like that. It's normal. At this moment, Professor McGonagall rang the wine glass as usual, and the noisy hall became quiet. Why isn't Professor Snape on the professor's chair? Penelo approached Richard and whispered in Richard's ear. Suddenly a gust of fragrant wind blew by. It was a bit itchy. Richard tried not to scratch his ears and looked towards the professor's chair. Sure enough, Snape wasn't there. Who knows, there might be something going on. Then you said it might have something to do with Harry Potter and the others? At this time, Richard couldn't help but scratched his ear, feeling a little more comfortable in an instant. It seems that every woman has a gossip physique. Richard didn't hear what Professor Dumbledore said and went directly to the sorting session. It was at this moment that Richard saw Harry and Ronald limping into the Great Hall and sneaking down at the end of the Gryffindor table. Seeing Richard looking at them, Harry felt embarrassed, but also a sense of pride rose from his heart. Holding a glass of drink, Richard raised his hand to Harry and ignored them and continued to watch the sorting ceremony. At this moment, Harry also noticed that Professor Snape was not on the professor's chair and nudged Ronald with his elbow. Look, Snape's not up there. Maybe he's sick? Ronald said expectantly. It's also possible that he was transferred. Harry also began to let himself go. It's best if he gets fired. Ronald said what he had been waiting for a long time. There is also a possibility that he is right behind you, waiting for you to tell him why you came by car. It's impossible he won't know. Hearing a strange voice from behind, Ronald immediately retorted. Harry suddenly felt that the voice was so familiar. He looked back quietly. His heart rose in his throat in an instant, and he stood up immediately. Harry, what are you? Ronald saw Harry standing up and was about to turn around to ask what happened to Harry when he saw Professor Snape standing behind them. This time he realized that that was what Snape said just now. Suddenly a desire to urinate surged from the bladder, and Ronald quickly squeezed it. Just like that, Harry and Ronald fell into Snape's clutches. Still the same as the original, Gryffindor has another red-haired Weasley, Ginny Weasley. And Ravenclaw also got their crazy girl, Luna Lovegood. When Luna walked towards Ravenclaw, Richard focused on this popular supporting role in the original book. Silver eyes, dark golden brown hair, pale complexion, very light eyebrows. Wear a pair of turnip earrings and a necklace made of butterbeer corks. But I have to say that the real Luna is far more beautiful than the Luna in the movie. And looking at her, Richard's heart was calmed down just now because of Penelo's slight agitation. Just when all the little wizards had completed their branching, Snape appeared on the professor's seat, came to Professor McGonagall's side and said something to her. Professor McGonagall straightened his face instantly, got up and followed Snape out. Dumbledore didn't see much after seeing it, and he regulated the behavior of the little wizard as usual, and then directly announced the start of the dinner, and then left the seat and walked out. What happened to them? Penelo asked Richard curiously. Probably dealing with Harry Potter. Then why Professor Snape in the first place? I think it's probably love. Hearing what Richard said, Penelo froze for a moment, then said with a smile, Yes, we all love the Savior. Chapter 110. Just when all the little wizards were enjoying the well-prepared welcome dinner at Hogwarts, Harry and Ronald, as expected, were pardoned by Dumbledore, and the only punishment they received was not to attend the welcome dinner and detention for labor. This sent Snape livid and Dumbledore back into the Great Hall. After a while, Professor McGonagall also came back, but his face was much better than when he went out. Finally, with the melodious and beautiful, messy school song, the dinner party is over. The prefects of each college took them back to the lounge. Richard originally planned to go back directly, but was actually stopped by Professor Snape, who informed him that he would go to his office every Wednesday night to practice potions. Then there is Hermione. She still doesn't know about Harry and the others. She went back to the dormitory just now, but found that Harry and the others hadn't come back. She was very worried. So she wanted to pull Richard to wait for Harry and Ronald together. Come on, let's ask Professor McGonagall. She must know where Harry is and how they are. Hearing Richard's words, Hermione agreed very much. She should ask her headmaster. Then the two came to Professor McGonagall's office, and after learning about Harry's punishment from Professor McGonagall, the two left the office. On the way back, Richard saw Hermione's expression was a bit troubled. What's wrong with you, Hermione? I don't think you're very happy. I don't know how to describe my current mood. It is said that Harry and Ronald were not fired. This is a very good thing. I am also happy for them, but I don't know why I am not happy. I always feel that it's not right. They violated many school rules, but they did not receive the punishment they deserved. Am I a little bit bad, and I want my friends to be punished more severely? Of course not, Hermione. You are a very good girl, kind and innocent, full of hope for this world. You hope that everyone will do things according to the rules and regulations, and punish the good and punish the evil. There is nothing wrong with it. It is a very correct thing. But the wizarding world we are in now is a very special world. You can think of it as medieval Britain. You say Robin Hood's behavior is right or wrong. In fact, we can try to analyze it through the surface phenomenon. You see, now we all know that Voldemort is not dead, and Harry is the key to dealing with Voldemort. So as long as Harry has no principled mistakes, we can actually try to forgive him a little, and of course we cannot allow him to make mistakes. As is my friend, this requires you to remind and teach more on the sidelines. By the way, Harry and the Weasley family arrived at the same station. Why didn't Harry and Ronald get on the train? There must be something wrong with it. You can ask Harry. After listening to Richard's persuasion, Hermione also felt much better and whispered involuntarily, "Nice to have you." What? What did you say? I didn't hear clearly. Hermione's voice was so low that Richard couldn't hear clearly and hurriedly asked, "It's nothing. You go back quickly. I'll be waiting for Harry in the dormitory. You are right, as Harry's friend. I will definitely supervise him." Under the dim light, Hermione's face was a little red, and she hurriedly Richard drove away. At this time, the Hogwarts castle was silent, and two footsteps sounded from afar. It was Harry and Ronald. They walked past the talking portraits and creaking armor, climbed a narrow set of stone steps, and came to the corridor of the secret entrance to the Tower of Gryffindor, which was hidden behind a painting. There was a fat lady in a pink silk dress. "Password?" asked the fat lady as they approached. While the two were scratching their heads and talking nonsense, Hermione came out from the shadows. "You should be expelled for daring to drive to Hogwarts." Startled by Hermione's sudden voice, Harry and Ronald spoke hastily. "We have no choice. The wall of the platform suddenly refused to let us in, so we came here by car." "Then why don't you write to Professor McGonagall and ask the school to solve this matter?" Hermione, a top student, couldn't understand the fear of professors like Ronald and Harry. Teachers are the best choice. "Okay, stop talking. You see I'm injured. Let's go in first." Ronald pointed at the corner of his eye where a trace of blood was oozing. "Honey-eating bird." The fat lady's portrait unscrewed. At this moment, a thunderous applause erupted in the Gryffindor common room. It seemed that the students of Gryffindor House were still awake, all huddled in the circular common room waiting for them. A lot of hands stretched out from the hole, pulling Harry and Ronald in. "Wonderful!" exclaimed Lee Jordan. "Really amazing. What a wonderful way. Driving a flying car into the Whomping Willow. People will talk about it for years." "Good job," said a fifth grader who had never spoken to Harry before. Fred and George pressed forward and asked together, "Why didn't you call us back?" Ronald flushed and smiled sheepishly, but Harry could tell that one person was not at all happy. Percy was standing behind some excited freshmen and seemed about to squeeze in and tell them off. Harry poked Ronald in the ribs and tipped his head towards Percy, and Ronald immediately understood. "Okay, let's go. We are too tired. It's time to go to bed." After speaking, Harry and Ronald ran out of the dormitory. At the same time, after answering the question about the eagle-shaped door knocker, Richard first came to his room, put all the things in place, and then looked at the diary in the satchel. In order to avoid problems, Richard seemed to put the book in the satchel, put the satchel in the suitcase, lock the suitcase, and put a locking spell on the suitcase. Seeing his arrangement, Richard admired himself. It was perfect, so it should not be lost. After everything was done, Richard came to the common room, but there was no one in the common room at this time. Richard made it to the sofa in the lounge, took out the book on the train, and continued to read. The time was ticking, and before I knew it, it was already 12 o'clock. At this time, a ghost emitting blue light appeared in front of Richard from nowhere. Are you waiting for me? At this time, I can only wait for you, Ms. Gray. Your magic power has increased? Yes, for some reason this holiday, my magic power has increased a bit. Do you want to try it? Asking for flowers. Seeing that Ms. Gray nodded, Richard took out his wand and used purifying lightning directly on Ms. Gray. The moment lightning touched Ms. Gray, she trembled violently. Blue light instantly enveloped the entire lounge. Richard was afraid of being discovered, so he quickly stopped casting the spell. The blue light also gradually weakened as Richard stopped and gradually returned to its original appearance. Why don't we go to the response room? This movement is a bit loud. It's not good to disturb others. After waiting for a few minutes, Ms. Gray replied, forget it. Although the power is indeed much stronger, but it still doesn't work. Let's talk about it when your magic power is stronger. After a pause, Ms. Gray looked at Jisheng's ring and said, why does your ring strike me as familiar? Hearing what Ms. Gray said, Richard didn't intend to hide it and directly activated the magic to change the ring back into the Ravenclaw crown. Crown! Seeing the Ravenclaw crown in front of her eyes, Ms. Gray suddenly felt a little dazed. It turns out that this thing is here with you now. Yes, for some reason, I found it, but now it is in a special situation. So please forgive me for not being able to return it to you. A Horcrux, right? How did you know? I didn't perceive it at first, but after you changed it back to its original form, I sensed the traces of Tom's soul from inside. It should be the inferior spell created by the black wizard named Hyerbois. Forget it. Now I don't need this thing anymore. On behalf of my mother Ravenclaw, I officially present the Ravenclaw crown to you, Richard Harris. Hearing Ms. Gray's solemn declaration, Richard quickly pointed his wand at his right chest. I, Richard Harris, solemnly swear once again that I will never bury the crown of Ravenclaw, but will make it bloom again. Just after Richard took the oath, he actually felt that he had some connection with the crown in front of him, some inexplicable connection. After hearing Richard's oath, Ms. Gray suddenly felt that she had an extra memory about her mother, but this memory was very vague, and she could only vaguely hear her mother telling herself words like crown, chamber, workshop. Ms. Gray shared these memories with Richard. Do you have to wear the crown in Ravenclaw's workshop to know how to open the Chamber of Secrets? Richard asked. But where is Ravenclaw's studio? It should be the Room of Requirement. The Room of Requirement was originally created by my mother for work, Ms. Gray replied. At this time, Richard started to measure. It is definitely not possible to wear the crown directly. The Voldemort inside must be cleaned first, but the Horcrux of Voldemort is still relatively easy to use. It was a matter of time before Voldemort was wiped out, but before he was wiped out, he had to squeeze out his last value, such as the black magic he knew. At this time, Voldemort's Horcrux didn't know that he was jumping sideways on the verge of death overnight, but fortunately, he saved his mere life with Richard's thought. Chapter 111. The next morning, when Richard came to the auditorium for breakfast, he found everyone looking at the Gryffindor dining area. What happened? Richard asked Miles. Ronald of Gryffindor has a howler letter, and everyone is waiting to see it. This was followed by a loud bang from Gryffindor's table. I won't be surprised if they fire you after stealing the car. Let's see how I deal with you. You probably never thought about how your father and I felt when we found out that the car was gone. It was Mrs. Weasley's cry, 100 times longer than usual, which rattled the plates and spoons on the table and echoed deafeningly from the 4 stone walls. Received Dumbledore's letter last night. Your father was so ashamed that he almost died. We worked so hard to bring you up, but we didn't expect you to do such a thing. You and Harry almost lost their lives. Harry kept listening to when his name pops up. He tried his best to pretend not to hear the sound of hitting the eardrum. It's so annoying. Your father will be censored in the unit. It's all your fault. If you don't follow the rules, we will bring you back immediately. At this point the roar stopped, and Richard could still feel the buzzing in his ears. 580 really didn't know what Gryffindor felt like. The farce in the morning stopped with the arrival of the professors. Professor Flitwick called Penello over and asked her to send out all the little wizard schedules. Ravenclaw's first class in his second year was Defense Against the Dark Arts, and he didn't take it with Slytherin. After breakfast, Richard first went back to the dormitory with Miles to get the books from Lockhart. This time he really took them. Richard felt that it would be right to put these books in the memory of his brain. I don't respect my own brain, so I keep it outside. After taking the books, the little wizards all felt Lockhart's classroom. Entering the classroom, the little wizards recently discovered that the entire classroom has been rearranged, and Lockhart's photos have been hung everywhere they can see. At this time, Professor Lockhart also appeared in the classroom on time. "Me," he said, pointing to his own photo, also winking, "Gilderoy Lockhart, 3rd Class Order of Merlin, honorary member of the Anti-Dark Arts League, 5-time Wizards Weekly Award for Most Charming Smile, but I don't talk about that. I'm not a female ghost driven away by a smile." After finishing this paragraph, Lockhart waited for the little wizard below to give him feedback. However, the little wizards of Ravenclaw and Slytherin are in class here, and they have more brains than Gryffindor, so except for a few little witches, most of them didn't respond. "I see you all bought my complete set, which is great. I thought we'd start with a quiz today. Don't be afraid to just see how you're reading and understanding." After speaking, Lockhart handed out the test paper in his hand. 30 minutes, you can start now." When Richard got the test paper, he glanced at it, and it was indeed the same as in the original book, such as Lockhart's favorite color, revenge, and other things. After reading it, Richard threw the test paper aside and ignored it, then took out the book he hadn't finished yesterday and continued to read. Soon, after 30 minutes, Lockhart collected all the test papers and began to read them. "It seems that you still don't know enough about my book. No one even knows what color I like. I remember I mentioned it in A Year with the Tibetan Snowman, and some students even it's not okay to not know the greatest achievement." Suddenly Harold's voice paused, and his 2 eyebrows squeezed in the middle. "Why is there a blank test paper here, without even a name? Whose is this?" At this time, Richard was already immersed in the world of the book, and he didn't pay attention to Lockhart at all. Seeing that no one stood up, Lockhart thought he had posted too much, so he didn't continue to ask. "This lesson was supposed to teach you how to defend against the most terrifying and evil creatures in the wizarding world," Lockhart said, putting his hand on the cage next to it covered with a black cloth. This made the little wizards except Richard look at Lockhart nervously and excitedly. "But you know so little about me, so I decided that you should start by getting to know me in this lesson, and now I can only put away this ferocious monster at this time." The little wizards all showed disappointment. Seeing the expressions of these little wizards, Lockhart was very proud. He thought his teaching plan was very good. Even the little wizards of Ravenclaw and Slytherin were under his control, and the rest of Gryffindor and Hufflepuff were not a problem at all. Then the rest of the class ended with Lockhart constantly reading his own book. By noon, Hermione found Richard. "Well, how is Lockhart getting taught?" "Lockhart? I didn't care. I read every class in the book. Why didn't I listen to what he said?" Hermione also knew that Richard's spell level was far beyond that of the little wizard, so it was understandable for Richard not to listen to the class. "But Hermione, you have to be mentally prepared." "What mental preparation?" Hermione was puzzled. In fact, many times we still need to see the essence through the phenomenon. Richard knew now that even if he said Lockhart was a liar, Hermione would have a hard time believing it. Not to mention Hermione, Lockhart has been in the wizarding world for so many years without being discovered, and even wrote 7 books, each of which is so popular. There must be something special about him, just like his forgetting curse. Just speaking of this spell, I'm afraid even Dumbledore and Voldemort are no more than that. Looking at Richard, Hermione couldn't help clenching her little fist. This man was so annoying. He always half-spoken. "It's fine if I don't say anything. I don't want to listen anymore." Hermione left with her head held high. In the afternoon, Richard also had a class on herbal medicine, which he took with Slytherin. Ravenclaw basically took all the classes with Slytherin this semester. Before class, Richard ran back to the dormitory and took out the precious notebook. It was time to give this notebook to the owner Richard had chosen for him. Then Richard came to the greenhouse, and when he arrived, Professor Sprout was already waiting there. There was a patched hat on her fluttering hair, a lot of mud on her clothes, and a lot of bandages on her arms. It looked like she was still repairing the Whomping Willow. Richard looked into the distance, and sure enough, many branches of the Whomping Willow were hung with bandages. "Today we are going to the 3rd greenhouse. Come on, little ones." 0-inch Professor Sprout still said to the little wizards in a kind tone. Hearing that they were going to the 3rd greenhouse, the little wizards whispered with great interest. They only entered the 1st greenhouse last semester, but the plants in the 3rd greenhouse are more interesting and more dangerous. Professor Sprout took a large key from his belt and opened the door. In an instant, there was a smell of damp soil and manure, mixed with a strong fragrance of flowers. The flowers were the size of umbrellas and hung from the ceiling. Professor Sprout walked behind a bench in the middle of the greenhouse. On the stool were about 20 pairs of earmuffs of different colors. "Today we are going to repot the mandrake. Can anyone tell me about the characteristics of the mandrake? After speaking, Professor Sprout looked at Richard. In fact, Richard didn't want to compete for points this semester. After all, 1 Academy Cup is enough. But since the professor looked at him, it must be to give others face. Besides, Richard still respects the professor very much. Seeing Richard raise his hand, Sprout called his name directly. Mandrake, also known as mandrake root, is a powerful recovery agent, which can be used in the refining of many recovery potions, mainly used to treat transformed people or people who have been cursed back to its original state. Excellent. 10 points for Ravenclaw. Mandrake is an important part of most antidotes, but it's also dangerous. Can anyone tell me why? Richard didn't raise his hand this time, and Professor Sprout didn't look at Richard, and directly clicked a little Slytherin wizard to answer the question. After getting the correct answer, Professor Sprout gave extra points without prejudice. After that, Professor Sprout showed everyone how to change the basin. After the show, it's the little wizard's turn. A plate for 4, lots of pots here, compost in a bag over there. Watch out for the poisonous tentacles, it's teething. She slapped a spiky crimson plant, making it withdrew the tentacles that quietly stretched out to her shoulders. Don't look at Professor Sprout's 2.1 ease, it's not like that at all. Mandrakes don't want to be pulled out of the soil, but they don't seem to want to go back either. They twisted their bodies, kicked their feet wildly, waved their small pointed fists, and gnashed their teeth. Richard and they focused together, and it took a lot of effort to succeed. But this is already very fast, and many students didn't finish it until after class. When the get out of class was over, Richard sneaked up to Draco Malfoy. Then he deliberately pretended to accidentally hit Draco, and Draco's school bag fell to the ground. Draco wanted to start spraying, but when he saw Richard, he swallowed what he wanted to say, and just said something aggrieved. Be careful. Sorry, I didn't notice just now. Richard also apologized very kindly. While Draco was picking up the book, Richard put the diary directly into Draco's bag while no one was paying attention. This way focuses on returning things to their original owners. How could Lucius throw such an important thing away? Richard returned the diary to Draco out of kindness to help others. After all, no matter how big or small Malfoy, it's all Malfoy. Chapter 112. The new semester has no pressure on Richard in the normal course. But Snape's Wednesday night drills had Richard in a lot of trouble. It was time for Wednesday night training again, and Richard knocked on Professor Snape's door nervously. Come in. Snape's voice was still somber. Professor, what are we doing tonight? Richard asked directly after walking in. He knew that Snape was not a person who liked to chat, so it would be best to say something directly. See that pile of African tree snake skins next to it? Cut them up first. Chop them up and put them in the cabinet next to them. After a pause, he continued. Do you know what medicine can be made from the skin of the African tree snake? You can make compound potions. What other materials are needed for the compound medicine? 3 parts of sap grass picked by the full moon, 2 bundles of 2-eared grass, 4 parts of leeches, 2 spoons of lacewings boiled for 21 days in advance, 3 parts of African tree snake skin fragments, 1 part of bicorn horn, 1 spoon of grass gnats. Snape nodded with a speed beyond the reach of the naked eye. Today, you will first prepare 5 ingredients, and then boil the lacewing worms. After the lacewing worms are boiled, practice making compound potions. In fact, in addition to talent, potion production is more important than practice. A wizard with a high talent for potion refining a potion that has never been touched is definitely not as good as an ordinary wizard who has done it many times. Richard's potion level 20 had also been rapidly improved by Snape. It wasn't until close to 11 o'clock that Richard finished all the work and put it in the cabinet after Snape's inspection. Now he is waiting for the lacewings to be boiled, but it will take 3 weeks. Okay, you don't have to come over for the next 2 weeks. You can come over in the evening after 3 weeks. Richard said goodbye to Snape and left the office, yawning as he headed for Ravenclaw's lounge. On the way back, Richard also met Mrs. Norris. But Mrs. Norris seemed to recognize Richard. She didn't bark, but ran to Richard's legs and rubbed them. Richard also squatted down, touched Mrs. Norris' head, and then took out a few dried fish from the storage container and fed them to Mrs. Norris. Don't ask why there are. It was Filch who also walked over from not far away and saw that Richard was looking for Mrs. Norris, and Richard actually saw it through the eyes of the person who was the second most hated by all the little wizards in the school. The first must be Snape, a ray of tenderness. It's all right, Mr. Harris, it can't eat too much at night. You should go back to bed too, it's already late. Sleeping too late is bad for your health, Filch said to Richard gently. Okay, you can call me Richard, not Mr. Harris. Richard left after speaking. Filch stayed where he was and said nothing silently. Then he hugged Mrs. Norris and stroked her gently. Last semester, all the professors at Hogwarts discussed Richard. Even the lovable Professor Snape. Filch is also afraid of Snape. Richard can be said to be destined to be a big figure in the wizarding world in the future, comparable to Dumbledore Big Shot. Mrs. Norris is a very sensitive cat. It can feel the emotions of wizards. And Mrs. Norris being close to Richard means that Richard also likes Mrs. Norris, and Filch is deeply moved by this alone. And Filch felt a kind of equal treatment from him. There was no fear or dislike for him. Nor did he despise him. Only mutual respect. Not to mention that Richard saved Filch last semester. A week of classes is finally over. On Saturday morning, Richard still insisted on waking up early to exercise. After exercising, Richard went back to the dormitory and took a shower. After a vacation, Richard was still used to showering after exercising. Although the spell could be resolved, it still felt like something was missing. After rinsing, it's time for breakfast. After breakfast, Richard came to Gryffindor's table, intending to invite Hermione and Harry to find Hagrid together. After all, there are still a group of Thestrals and Hippogriffs in the school now, and Richard has been hungry for these for a long time. But after looking around, I didn't see the trio. Forget it. Richard plans to go by himself. After leaving the Hogwarts castle, Richard walked towards Hagrid's hut, when he suddenly found Hermione and Ronald sitting in the auditorium. Richard walked over to them. When they came to them, suddenly a sharp voice sounded. "Look over here, huh?" Richard looked towards the sound, and saw a very thin, gray-haired boy who was taking pictures of Harry with an ordinary camera like a demon. It turned out to be Harry's fanatic Colin. Richard chuckled to himself. "Hermione, good morning, Ronald. So you are here." "Richard? Why are you here? And I said you must not get up now." Hermione still knew Richard better, but that was Richard before. "How is it possible? I went to exercise early in the morning, and then I came here after breakfast." Hermione showed a look of disbelief. Is this still the same Richard who has been having trouble getting out of bed? At this time, Gryffindor's Quidditch captain would came to Harry and Fred on a broom. "Why is that freshman taking pictures? I don't like it. He might be a Slytherin spy trying to spy on our new training regimen. And the one behind him is Richard Harris of Ravenclaw. Is he going to spy on us too?" "No, that freshman is from Gryffindor. As for Richard, he should have come to see me." "You're overthinking it. He doesn't like Quidditch, so he won't come over to spy on the plan." Harry quickly explained. "That's right. Richard wouldn't do that." George flew over at some point and helped explain. "And the Slytherins don't need to spy. They're already here." After speaking, George pointed towards the edge of the playground. Wood looked in the direction of George's finger, and sure enough, several Slytherin wizards in green robes were walking towards the field with brooms. Wood rushed to the ground violently, and the nearby grass trembled when he landed. "Flint!" Wood yelled at the captain of the Slytherin team. "This is our training time, and we got up early. Please go out." Marcus Flint was bigger than Wood. "It's a big place, Wood," he replied, with troll-like cunning. Alicia, Angelina, and Katie also came over. There were no girls in the Slytherin team, and they stood side by side in a row, squinting at the Gryffindor team with identical expressions. "But I've got the cord." Wood snapped. "I've got it." "Oh," said Flint, "but I have a note signed by Professor Snape. I, Professor Severus Snape, have allowed the Slytherins to practice at the Quidditch pitch today, train their new seekers." "You added a new seeker?" Wood's attention was diverted. "Where is it?" A smaller boy flashed out from behind the 6 tall players, with a smug smile on his pale, pointed face. It was Draco Malfoy. "Malfoy!" Harry exclaimed upon seeing the man. "That's right. I'm the new seeker of Slytherin now," Malfoy said arrogantly. "By the way, Harry, your broom is out of date. Use it to sweep floors." Malfoy still didn't dare to offend everyone in Gryffindor, so he could only turn on Harry alone. All the members of the Slytherin team laughed even more proudly. Then please take a look at the gift he gave to the Slytherin team generously. At this time, everyone looked at the broomsticks of the 7,580 people in Slytherin. The 7 new, smooth and shiny broomsticks, and the 7 lines of beautiful gold letters Nimbus 2001 dazzled the eyes of the Gryffindor players in the morning sun. "That's where the halos come from," Ronald exclaimed. Ronald, who just saw the situation here, pulled Richard and Hermione who were chatting and ran over. "Of course my dad gave it to the team. As a graduate of Slytherin, he is very concerned about the situation of the academy. My dad is not like a Weasley. He doesn't even have a job now. He can get any kind of broom." Malfoy mocked Ronald directly with his father's proud face. "It turns out that you used money to join the Quidditch team. Gryffindor is not like you, who rely on real strength. I have to say that Richard taught Hermione very well, and Hermione said it straight to the point. This damage to Malfoy can be said to be a critical blow, and it just hit Malfoy's pain point. Immediately came to Hermione, said viciously, "No one talks to you, you dirty little mudblood." As soon as this sentence came out of Malfoy's mouth, he was instantly sent flying by a beam of light, lying on the ground crying in pain. Everyone else looked behind Hermione. I saw Richard standing impressively behind Hermione and pointing at Malfoy with his hand outstretched. Casting spells without a soundless wand is indeed less powerful, and he can still shout. At this time, Richard walked in front of Hermione, who was still in a sluggish state with a calm expression on his face. But this kind of calm made Harry and the others feel strange. They had never seen Richard's expression before. "Damn it! You dare to sneak attack. Teach him a lesson." Originally, Richard was the chief culprit who interrupted their 7 consecutive Slytherin championships, and now he even sneaked up on their seeker in front of them. Flint and others immediately took out his wand and cast various spells on Richard. Chapter 113. At this moment, the 6 people in Slytherin used their respective spells one after another. Flaming Fire, Incisor Game Stick, Bones and Pieces, Drowsy, Thunderbolt Explosion, Total Petrochemical. Seeing these spells flying towards Richard, Harry already closed his eyes. But Hermione resolutely ran in front of Richard, trying to block these spells for Richard with her own body. Richard hastily pulled Hermione aside, then pulled out his wand, squatted down, and thrust the wand towards the ground forcefully. All curses end. At this time, an orange light curtain rose from the ground and shot straight into the sky. At this moment, Slytherin's magic spells also flew over, but all the magic spells turned into nothingness after touching the light curtain. If it wasn't because of Hermione's presence, Richard would have used this spell at all, as long as the iron armor curse could have blocked it. But in order to prevent Hermione from being affected, Richard had to use this spell, which exposed a little. At this time, the Gryffindor Quidditch players also pulled out their wands one after another, preparing for the end of Richard's spell, and they also joined in to sanction these little snakes. Richard pulled out his wand from the ground, got the orange light curtain, and surrounded the Slytherin people. Seeing that the light curtain was about to touch the Slytherin people, they used their spells in a panic to fight back, but none of them could pass through the light curtain, until the light curtain rolled up several people and flew upwards. At this moment, a gloomy voice sounded from the side. "Who allowed you to cast spells on your classmates at Hogwarts?" It turned out that it was Snape, who saw Richard's light curtain and hurried over when he knew something was wrong. Seeing that Snape had arrived, Richard knew that he couldn't fight anymore, so he had to dissipate his spell. As soon as the spell disappeared, several people in Slytherin fell from the sky, howled. But after Richard dissipated the spell, he suddenly hit Malfoy again, hitting Malfoy's arm. Everyone present heard a bang, and then Malfoy stopped howling and passed out. Slytherin and the others saw Richard's cruelty and quickly covered their mouths, not daring to make a sound. Seeing that Richard dared to hurt someone in front of him, Snape was completely outraged. "How dare you? How dare you? If he dares to say that word to Hermione next time, I can guarantee that the broken arm this time will be the head next time." Facing Snape's anger, he still treated it calmly. What happened? At this moment, the giants of the school all came. Headmaster Dumbledore, Deputy Headmaster McGonagall, Headmaster Flitwick of Ravenclaw, Headmaster Sprout of Hufflepuff. Seeing the Slytherins and the motionless Malfoy lying on the ground, Dumbledore asked, and Harry quickly said, it was Malfoy who scolded first. He called Hermione a mudblood, and Richard cast a curse on him. And it was those people who sneaked up on Richard, and Richard retaliated. Hearing Harry say the name mudblood, Snape's eyes narrowed. His eyebrows moved towards the middle and slanted down. His hands clenched into fists and then loosened. When Snape looked at Malfoy again, what wasn't much of a relationship had turned into disgust. In any case, Richard used spells on his classmates at school and caused harm, even though the other party said the extremely insulting word, mudblood. Dumbledore said to Snape suddenly, "What do you think, Snape? It's the students of your house who are injured. Since Professor McGonagall punished Harry for his mistakes, let Professor Flitwick say that Richard belonged to Ravenclaw." Hearing Snape's words, all the little wizards present opened their mouths in surprise. Is this the speaker, Snape? At this moment, Harry wanted to go up and touch his head to see if Snape had a fever. Or did he mean this Snape? Is someone else impersonating? But apart from these little wizards, the other professors present here are all old people from Hogwarts. They knew very well what happened to Snape and Harry's mother Lily back then. So when the word mudblood came out, They knew that Snape would definitely not catch him. He couldn't let it go, and Dumbledore used the word inappropriately again. Although Richard used the spell, it did not cause serious consequences, which shows that he has restrained himself, and he is not for his own benefit, but for his classmates. Of course, punishment is still necessary. Ravenclaw deducts 50 points, and Richard is confinement 1 week. Professor Flitwick saw the ball kicked to his feet. Didn't he let himself kick it? And seeing how a second-year wizard can fight against so many senior wizards in Slytherin, isn't this a natural heir to his successor? It seems that the title of the champion of the fighting competition can be passed on in Ravenclaw. Professor Flitwick is delighted, thinking, this obviously too light punishment was passed, and the Slytherins who were still on the ground could only dare not speak out. What are you doing here? Why didn't anyone notify me? A funny voice appeared behind the crowd, and they knew which Peacock Lockhart was coming without looking. Lockhart pushed aside the onlookers and squeezed to the front. He saw several young wizards sitting on the ground, and one even fell into a coma. What happened? The fight. I'm an expert on that. Back in Ravenclaw? I don't remember what happened to you in Ravenclaw. Professor Flitwick quickly stopped Lockhart from slandering Ravenclaw. At this time, Lockhart also saw Professor Flitwick. When he was in Ravenclaw, Professor Flitwick was already the Dean of Ravenclaw. It was a bit risky to brag in front of him, so he quickly made a ha-ha. Then he rolled his eyes and continued. They need therapy, which I'm also very good at. As he spoke, he walked towards Malfoy, but was stopped by Snape on the way. Malfoy said that he was his godson. He was injured now, and if he was being healed by Lockhart, he might not be able to explain to Lucius. Hogwarts has its own infirmary, so you don't need your help. Flynn especially pretended to be dead there, and sent Malfoy to Madame Pomfrey. Hearing his headmaster's words, Flint quickly got up, called people together, and carried Malfoy to Hogwarts Castle with a limp. Not to mention these people practiced Quidditch every day, his physical fitness is still excellent. And so the farce ended in a total Slytherin rout. Before leaving, Snape glanced at Richard and left without saying anything. Professor Flitwick patted Richard on the back. He couldn't reach it if he wanted to pat his shoulder, and then walked with Dumbledore and the others. And Lockhart also knew what happened from the mouth of the little wizard next to him, and quickly took a good look at Richard, thinking silently, this is a hard stubble, and he can't provoke it in the future. But now the little wizards of Ravenclaw are like this. Well, a second-year wizard can knock down 6 or 7 senior wizards in Slytherin. It seems that the future is not going to be easy. Lockhart sighed. While catching up with Snape, who had left first, he was still babbling there. His medical level was very high, if he was allowed to treat him. Well, now they should all be healed. From the twitching of Snape's shoulders from time to time, he could tell that he was suffering very hard now. After this incident, Gryffindor did not intend to continue training, and would directly announce his disbandment. Richard and Hermione came to Hagrid's hut together. Along the way, Richard was also adjusting his emotions. Originally, Richard knew that this would happen in the 2nd grade, and he was also mentally prepared. But I didn't expect that when the thing really happened, Richard's anger was out of his control. If he hadn't restrained himself in the end, I believe Malfoy's end would be worse or even die. When it came to Hagrid's hut, Richard was almost adjusted. At this moment, Hagrid was playing with Yaya outside the house. He was very happy to see several people coming to see him, and warmly greeted them to enter the house. Then he took out the evil rock cake. At the beginning, the rock cakes could barely bite when soaked in water, but after Hagrid's improvement, the current rock cakes are hard to break even after being soaked in water. The only way is the softening spell. Hagrid asked strangely when he saw that everyone was not talking much. Qian Zhao's. What's the matter with you? You seem to be in a bad mood. Harry looked at Richard, and then told Hagrid what had happened on the Quidditch pitch. Hagrid was very disapproving, and gave Richard a thumbs up. Nice job, the bad boys of Slytherin. That's what they should be doing, especially the Malfoy one. He's the worst one. Confinement is also simple. I can apply to Professor Flitwick to let Richard patrol the Forbidden Forest with me. Do you agree, Jitcha? Of course. Richard heard that he could go to the Forbidden Forest with Hagrid. Of course he agreed. Such a good thing. If it is really possible, can he be locked up a few more times in the future? Seeing that Richard's mood has returned to normal, the others are also relieved. Hagrid's hut became lively again. Hagrid also took out his newly invented fudge. Seeing that several people were unwilling to try it, he quickly assured that this would definitely be biteable. Such a few people tried it, and when they first entered it, it felt soft and sweet, and it felt very good. But as he kept chewing, Richard gradually discovered something was wrong. I rubbed it, but it kept biting, and it became more and more sticky until the last few people found it was difficult to open their mouths. Chapter 114. Richard and the others finally finished eating Hagrid's special cheese in Hagrid's hut, and everyone covered their occlusal muscles, commonly known as cheeks. Sure enough, the food here at Hagrid is still not something you can eat casually. Seeing everyone's appearance, Hagrid smiled very happily. You still need to exercise more. You'll be exhausted even after eating a jelly bean. By the way, Harry, Lockhart said you were issuing autographed photos. Why didn't I get them? I didn't post a signed photo, he protested fiercely, but because of the overwork of the occlusal muscles, the corners of his mouth trembled uncontrollably, and at the same time, the middle water also flowed out from the corners of his mouth. If only Lockhart was still spreading such rumors, but he saw Hagrid smile. I'm kidding. He patted Harry on the back affectionately, knocking Harry's face against the table. I know you don't. I told Lockhart you don't have to. You're already more famous than him without trying. I bet he didn't like it very much, Harry said, sitting up straight, rubbing his chin. I guess not very happy, Hagrid said with a twinkle in his eye, and then I told him I'd never read his book and he decided to go. Would you like some more fudge? Ronald. This sentence made Ronald shake his head again and again, because Harry, who had only eaten some fudge since he got up, was really hungry, so the few people who wanted to continue playing for a while returned to Hogwarts Castle under Harry's constant urging. As soon as they stepped into the cool hall, Harry and Ronald were dragged away by Professor McGonagall, who had been waiting for a long time. After all, they had not yet finished confinement. Now it was just Richard and Hermione. Hermione said to Richard on the way to the auditorium, "Thank you just now." It's okay. The main reason is that Malfoy is too angry and dares to say anything. After a pause of 440, Richard continued. I was so angry just now. I didn't scare you. Hermione shook her head lightly, bit her lip, and asked curiously, That mudblood sounds rude, but what does it mean? Why are you so angry? This is an extremely insulting term, a slanderous term for people of ordinary origin, that is, people whose parents do not know magic, and has a racial discrimination meaning. Hearing this, Hermione also knew why Richard was so angry. Then Malfoy really deserved it. He should be dealt with so harshly. After thinking for a while, Hermione continued, But you can't hit too hard, especially with so many people. What if you get fired for this? Don't worry, have you forgotten what I told you that day? Dumbledore won't fire me for this matter. You know that the idea he pursued with Grindelwald when he was young was for the greater good. Grindelwald? Is that the first Dark Lord Grindelwald? Is Professor Dumbledore still related to Grindelwald? Hermione was very surprised when she heard this for the first time. Yes, their relationship is very close. Seeing that Hermione wanted to continue asking, Richard said hastily, I won't talk about their affairs anymore. You can look up the information yourself. After all, what I said contains my own subjective ideas. After you check it out, we can communicate. Hearing what Richard said, Hermione gave up her plan to continue asking and checked by herself. At the same time, Malfoy was slowly waking up in the infirmary. The first thing that caught my eye was the bandages on my arms. Then Malfoy slowly recalled things on the field. Damn Richard Harris, Mudblood Hermione, and Harry Potter and Ronald Weasley. I must tell my dad to drive them out of Hogwarts. Malfoy hammered the bedboard with his hand, but forgot his own hand was injured, which caused Malfoy to fold his arms and howl again. That's when Snape came in from outside. All right, Ms. Pomfrey has repaired your hand, so you don't need to perform here. Malfoy is already in distress at this time. He is really in pain. Godfather, that Richard is like this. Did the school punish him? Punishment? Great. This Richard must have been kicked out of Hogwarts. What about the others? No. Before Snape could finish, Malfoy started talking to himself. Is Richard the only one who got kicked out of Hogwarts? That's fine too. I'll make them look good for the rest. What I'm saying is that Richard wasn't kicked out of Hogwarts, but he got some punishment. 17. How is it possible? He attacked me. I was injured. Why didn't he get kicked out? Because of you. Because you said that word. That word that must never be said at Hogwarts. At this point, Snape's eyes also turned cold. I don't care. I must let Richard leave Hogwarts. I want to find my father. Malfoy shouted. I'll tell Lucius if that's what you want. After speaking, Snape left the infirmary like a gust of black wind. After returning to his office, Snape contemplated for a moment, then summoned an owl, wrote something casually, and let the owl take it away. After everything was done, Snape sat alone at the table and closed his eyes silently. The episode that he dared not recall all the time reappeared in Snape's mind because of the word mudblood, and it was still so clear. Lily's strange eyes after hearing this word tormented Snape for countless days and nights. When you meet someone and make a mistake, you want to make it up and pay it off, only to realize in the end that you are powerless and the sin you committed can never be made up for. We can never pay back what we have done, and that is the saddest thing. If I had been more courageous at the time, the ending would definitely have been different, but the fact is that Lily is dead and has left me forever. Just then, a tear fell from the corner of Snape's eye. Thinking of what Richard did for Hermione today, Snape silently swore that they would have a good result. Soon it was the time Snape and Lucius had agreed upon. At this time, the fireplace in Snape's office suddenly burst into flames, and in the raging flames, a face slowly emerged. Severus, what happened? Why did you want to talk to me all of a sudden? Snape knew that this matter must not be kept secret. If Draco told Lucius himself, he would definitely be in big trouble. It is too easy for a pureblood family to deal with a little muggle-born wizard. So he planned to tell Lucius himself. I hope Lucius can look at his own face and let Richard go. Lucius, Draco was attacked at school today. Of course it's not serious, and there is nothing wrong now. Lucius knew that if it was as simple as Snape said, he would not have contacted him. So there must be other things, and the thought of his son being hurt made Lucius extremely angry. Stop talking, I'll go over now. No matter who it is, I will make him pay the price. After speaking, Lucius stopped talking. Not long after, Lucius brought Narcissa to Hogwarts Castle. Snape, who had been waiting for a long time, notified Dumbledore and brought them to the infirmary. Son, how are you doing? Seeing Draco in bandages, Narcissa went straight over. Mom, why are you here? Dad, you are here too? Draco, who saw Lucius and Narcissa, was dull for a moment, and then started to cry. I was attacked, and that damned one broke my hands. Dad, you must help me avenge. Seeing her son's appearance, Narcissa was very sad. But Lucius calmed down a lot. Seeing that Draco still had the strength to howl, he knew that his son was fine. Now he is more angry than worried about his son. Yes, it is anger. Someone dared to attack his son in Hogwarts. After meeting Snape's eyes, the two left the ward and came to the corridor. Severus, tell me what happened and who attacked Draco. Today, Draco called a little Gryffindor wizard a mudblood, which d offer friends. So she attacked Draco. Lucius, calling that kind of a dress at Hogwarts, it's Dumbledore doesn't allow it. I don't suggest you continue to pursue it. After all, there is Dumbledore here. Even if Dumbledore is the headmaster of Hogwarts, then I am also a director of Hogwarts. According to the school rules of Hogwarts, if you shoot a classmate, you must be expelled. As long as that little wizard is expelled, I have plenty of ways to deal with him. Hearing Dumbledore, Lucius flinched a little, but the honor of the family and the attack on his son made it impossible for him to ignore it. The little wizard was not expelled. He is still a student at Hogwarts. Hearing this, Lucius became even more angry. Tell me the name of that net master. At this moment, Narcissa pushed the door and came out, looking at Lucius with complicated eyes. What's the matter, Narcissa? It's that guy. Narcissa didn't say Richard's name, but she believed her husband understood her. Sure enough, Lucius fell silent after hearing Narcissa's words, and then asked Snape with a glimmer of hope, is that the little wizard named Richard Harris? Chapter 115. Snape finally heard Richard's name from Lucius. At this time, an old voice came from not far away. Why are you standing here? Why don't you go to my office and have a talk? Dumbledore appeared in front of several people with the sound. The few people followed Dumbledore without any hesitation. After arriving at the headmaster's office, Dumbledore asked Lucius directly without any courtesy. Lucius doesn't know what you have to do at school. Snape was surprised to find that Lucius, who had always been aggressive, was a little at a loss for words at this moment. Could it be that Dumbledore shot at Lucius? We heard that Draco was injured, so we came to see him. I was relieved to see that he was fine, but I hope that the little wizard who attacked Draco can get a fair punishment. At this time, Narcissa suddenly spoke up. Lucius was relieved when he saw this, but he said after thinking about it, I wish I could have a chat with Richard, just the two of us. Snape tried to refuse, but was stopped by Dumbledore. Okay, Severus, go get Richard. Snape hesitated for a moment, but walked out of the headmaster's room anyway. At this time, Richard was studying in the library, I don't believe it, and suddenly felt the whispers around him getting smaller and smaller, until someone stood in front of his desk, blocking part of the light. Richard looked up and saw that Professor Snape was already standing in front of him. Dumbledore wants you to go there now. All right, Professor, I'll be there right away. With that said, Richard patted Hermione's little hand holding his clothes and followed Snape away. Hermione was still a little disturbed to see the two leave the library. At this time, a Slytherin wizard actually came in front of Hermione and said directly to Hermione, "I just saw Malfoy's parents come to Hogwarts. I think you'd better go and see Harry Potter." "Who are you? Aren't you from Slytherin? Why did you tell me this?" Hermione was very puzzled. Would a wizard from the Snake Court be so kind? "I belong to the Foley family, and Gemma Foley is my cousin. As for why I told you, because Lord Harris is very important to our family, I can't say anything else." "You can ask Lord Harris. You'd better hurry up, Point." After speaking, the Slytherin wizard who called himself the Foley family left. Although she doesn't know if it's true or not, Hermione knows that Richard went to the Welfare family during the holidays, and the Welfare family even gave Harrods to Richard. It seems that Lee Hsien-Lu and the Welfare family are really important. So Hermione hurriedly returned the book, ran to the Gryffindor's lounge quickly, and found Harry and Ronald who were playing wizard chess. "Quick!" Richard was called away by Snape. "Isn't this normal?" "Richard has been learning how to make potions with Snape," Ronald said noncommittally. "But Snape says Dumbledore sent him to call Richard, and that Malfoy's parents have been seen at Hogwarts." Hearing this, Harry immediately stood up and said to Hermione and Ronald, "Then what are you waiting for? Let's go to the principal's office as soon as possible, and we can't let them play tricks." Then, the three of them quickly came to the gate of the gargoyle on the 8th floor. "Do any of you know the password?" "Of course I don't know, and even if we knew, we can't go in." "This is the principal's office." Hermione finally calmed down and motioned for Harry and Ronald to wait here, and it was in the principal's office at this time. "Principal Dumbledore, what do you want me to do?" Richard ignored Lucius and asked Dumbledore directly. "It's not me. It's one of our school directors, Mr. Malfoy. He wants to chat with you." "Do I have to talk to him?" "Of course not. This is Hogwarts. As the headmaster of the school, I will protect every little wizard from being coerced by others." "Then I won't talk to him." "Okay, then you can go back." Unexpectedly, Lao Deng didn't think of Lucius at all, and let Richard go back directly. "Forget it, Principal. After all, I hit Draco, so let's talk about it anyway." Dumbledore glanced at Richard and smiled slightly. "Since you say so, that's fine. Let's have a good talk." Richard came directly to Lucius. "So, Mr. Malfoy, what are you going to tell me?" Lucius glanced at Dumbledore first, then said to Richard, "Let's go out and find a quieter place to talk without disturbing Headmaster Dumbledore." After speaking, he looked at Richard, who shrugged his shoulders, said goodbye to Dumbledore, and left the headmaster's office. As soon as he left the principal's office, he found that Hermione and the others were waiting outside. "Richard, are you okay? What do they want?" Hermione asked Richard urgently. "It's okay. This is Hogwarts. With Dumbledore here, they don't dare to do anything. Don't worry. You go back first. I still have something to do. I will find you when I eat." After speaking, Richard waved his hands, letting Hermione and the others go first. Seeing that Richard really has nothing to do, and just now he was concerned about it, and it is true that this is Hogwarts and Dumbledore is here. Thinking of this, Hermione and Harry left first. Immediately Lucius also came out of the principal's office and walked towards Richard, while Narcissa was waiting at the door with Snape. "What on earth are you trying to do? Why are you hurting my son?" "Why? It's because Draco swears at people. It's not good. I'm just educating him for you. If you offend someone you shouldn't do, or do something you shouldn't do, you'll die without knowing how." Lucius couldn't believe what Richard said. He didn't think that a person related to Voldemort would care about a mudblood witch, but he couldn't refute Richard. "Then I'll let Malfoy transfer to another school instead of Hogwarts." 17. Why do you want to escape? Do you think you can escape? Don't forget that your master is watching you. He is very dissatisfied with your throwing his things around. Malfoy can't go. He left. Then wouldn't the notebook be given away for free? So it's for that thing. Lucius looked like I understood. But to reassure him before he actually ran away, Richard went on. "Let's end this time." "Really?" Lucius was pleasantly surprised to hear whether it was Richard or anyone else willing to stop pursuing it. "Ask for flowers." "Yes, that's it. This time I'm just teaching you a lesson. I believe you know that you're wrong. Remember to use your brain when you do things in the future. Don't be too arrogant. It's useless." After speaking, Richard left directly, and Lucius also returned to Narcissa's side. Seeing that they finished talking, Snape seemed to be going well, so he didn't care about it. "Okay, Severus, we've already talked about it. This is the end of the matter. Thank you for this matter. Narcissa and I will go to see Draco again, and then we will go back. We will rely on you to watch Draco more in the future." Draco. At this moment Snape was a little dazed. What the situation? Lucius was willing to stop here, and he wanted to thank Richard for not pursuing it. It seems that I have underestimated this little wizard. Not only is he amazingly talented, but he must also have other things. This is not something that can be done with talent alone. Lucius and Narcissa returned to the infirmary. At this time, Draco was lying on the bed drowsy, but when he heard the sound of the door opening and saw that his parents had returned, he quickly opened his eyes and asked, "How about Dad? Did you fire that Richard?" Point 0. Okay, Draco, this matter is over. You don't want to provoke that Richard and the people around him in the future. Why? What does it mean to stop here? I'm still lying on the hospital bed, and why I don't want to provoke him? This time he was the one who attacked me first. Malfoy was very puzzled. Why? Draco Malfoy, I told you that a qualified pureblood aristocrat must learn to judge the situation. This is Dumbledore's home court. He is close to those non-pureblood wizards. How dare you speak openly about the mud here? Kind of. And have you ever heard about that Richard? Do you know his details? I won't say anything much better. Think about it carefully. If you can't even figure this out, then you shouldn't even think about inheriting the Malfoy family. After Lucius went out, Narcissa hurriedly said to Draco, "Son, think about what your father said. We are all for your own good." After finishing speaking, he also left, leaving Draco alone in the infirmary doubting his life. What's the matter? Isn't Richard just a little wizard with better talent and strength? Why can't Dad help me get revenge on him? Draco couldn't figure it out, even if it was his mistake before. Dad didn't help him settle it, but this time, someone bullied him. He just told the fact that Hermione was originally a mudblood, and he was attacked by others. Why doesn't Daddy help me avenge it? At this moment, Draco really had big question marks piled up in his little head. Forget it, even if my father doesn't help me avenge, then I can only rely on myself, but Richard's strength is a little bit higher than myself, in my opinion. How should I avenge him? Just when Draco was puzzled, he suddenly thought of the diary that suddenly appeared in his bag a few days ago. He had never paid attention to it, but he accidentally discovered the day before yesterday that the diary instinctively to answer the question, Draco, who was born in a family of pureblood wizards, especially because he has a lot of black magic props in his family, knew that there must be something wrong with this diary, so he locked that diary wisely. I plan to write a letter to ask my father if he knows, and now it seems that I can try this diary to see if there is anything I can do. Chapter 116. After Lucius and Narcissa left Hogwarts, they directly operate back to Malfoy Manor. It's finally over this time, Lucius first said with emotion and then angrily. Damn Richard. I'm sure I'll make him regret it. Okay, Lucius, let's not provoke him after all. Although Narcissa didn't finish speaking, Lucius knew what she meant. In fact, he has nothing to do with Richard. Just now he was just incompetent and furious. At this moment, a house elf came to the living room. This house elf was as tall as a baby, with bat-like ears, a slender nose, and protruding green eyes the size of tennis balls. He wore only a long pillowcase all over his body. Master, someone is visiting outside, and he said his name is Joseph Foley. Joseph Foley? Lucius was also surprised when he heard the name. Take him to the front hall. I'll be there right away. Lucius thought for a moment. Forget it. You go and prepare refreshments. I'll go there by myself. As Lucius said, he walked towards the gate. He knew about the welfare family, which had a long history and profound heritage. If it weren't for the strange curse, the layout of the wizard temple would be different now. And even so, as far as he knew about 423, there were shadows of the welfare family behind some important departments of the Ministry of Magic all the year round. Why did they come back to find him? He didn't provoke that family. Joseph Foley, isn't that the elder brother of the patriarch of this generation of the Foley family? Thinking that every time a direct line member of the Foley family leaves the village, something big will happen. Lucius' scalp felt numb for a while, and he quickly walked a few steps. When I came to the door, I found that only one person was relieved. Lucius was about to exchange some pleasantries when he was interrupted by Joseph. Are you Lucius Malfoy? I'm Joseph Foley. You should know my name. I don't have much time to talk nonsense with you. I'm here to tell you that if Mr. Harris has any unexpectedly, your whole family has to be buried with him. You may have misunderstood, Mr. Foley. I don't have any ideas about Richard Harris. You should know what happened today. I went to Hogwarts with my wife just now, and I also talked to Richard Harris. After that, we all agree to stop here, and no one will pursue it further. That's the best. Okay, Mr. Malfoy, I'm leaving. After finishing speaking, Joseph directly used apparition and left. Seeing Joseph leave, Lucius also returned to the living room, where Narcissa was already waiting. "Why are you alone?" And Joseph Foley. "By the way, what is he doing here?" "He came to warn us not to move Richard Harris." "What?" Narcissa looked in disbelief. "Take such a big risk and come out just to keep us from touching that Richard?" "Yes, it seems that there are still many secrets in this." "Did you say it was because of the mysterious man?" Narcissa suddenly thought. "Okay, don't say any more. I said don't mention that person in this family." Lucius became angry. "Who's there?" Lucius suddenly roared into the corner. "Master, I'm here to serve refreshments." A cautious voice came from the corner. Lucius walked up to the house elf expressionlessly and kicked it to the ground. "Dobby, you damned. How many times have I told you not to overhear us?" "Master, Dobby didn't eavesdrop. Dobby just came to set up refreshments." Lucius knew that he had asked Dobby to deliver the tea, but today's incident really made him too annoyed, so he continued to wait a vent. So Lucius beat Dobby with his cane involuntarily, cursing Richard in a low voice while whipping. Seeing Dobby wailing in pain on the ground, Lucius let Dobby go. "Okay, get out, forget it this time. If there is another time, I will definitely cut off your head." After Dobby heard it, he quickly limped up and then walked away with a phantom. "Okay, Lucius, I know you're not happy today, and you've vented it now. Don't be angry anymore." Lucius nodded, and then took Narcissa to the backyard. When Richard went to have breakfast the next day, he just entered the gate of the auditorium. The originally chaotic auditorium became quiet in an instant. Then the other three houses on the other side of Slytherin burst into loud applause and cheers. As for the Slytherin wizards, many glared at Richard, but some of them remained calm. Richard hurried to sit down at the dining table in his college and asked Miles on the side, "What's going on here?" "As everyone knows, you single-handedly knocked out all the Slytherins. There is also a rumor that you beat up Professor Snape," Terry added from the side. "It really is a three-person painting tiger, but now Richard doesn't know how he will compare with Snape. However, if Richard doesn't use system skills, he is definitely not Snape's opponent. As for using system skills, Richard is still a little bit sure." Richard had a very restless breakfast. From time to time, wizards from Gryffindor came to talk to Richard. Even Colin, Harry's die-hard fan, came over to take pictures of Richard, but Richard refused. He didn't want to be bored to death in the future. This Colin, he has no sense of boundaries. As long as he agrees once, he may take pictures at will for countless times afterwards. Although he is not Harry, he must not make this kind of mistake, and he must solve it from the root cause. Richard couldn't take it anymore, so he had to run away from the auditorium. At this moment, Snape asked Professor Flitwick at the professor's seat in the auditorium, "Filius, how do you plan to arrange Richard's confinement? Can you let him come to me to prepare ingredients for potions?" "Excuse me, Severus. Hagrid told me yesterday that it is troublesome for him to patrol the Forbidden Forest alone, and I hope Richard can join him," and I agreed. Hearing Professor Flitwick's answer, Snape couldn't say anything more, so he just nodded. After Richard came out of the auditorium, he originally planned to go to the library, but considering that it might not be peaceful to go to the library now, he might be kicked out by Mrs. Pants. In the end, Richard decided to go to the Room of Requirement, because there happened to be a matter that could be resolved in the Room of Requirement. Arriving on the 8th floor, Richard kept thinking about the need for a place to make things, and then walked back and forth 3 times. After the mysterious door appeared, Richard pushed the door and entered. Alchemy is a branch of magic and an ancient science that studies the composition, structure, and magical properties of the 4 basic elements, as well as the transmutation of matter. It has strong ties to potions, chemistry, and transmutation magic. Alchemy can be traced back to ancient times. Although Muggles believe that alchemy is just rough and primitive chemistry, there are still wizards who actively learn and practice it in the 20th century. Zero Alchemy is an elective course in Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Only students in grades 6 and 7 can take it as an elective. But I have to admit that alchemy has declined now, and there has been no master alchemist since Nicole May. Richard once again intends to use alchemy to make a necklace that can prevent the basilisk from attacking and will not be petrified. Of course, this did not happen overnight. Although Richard was decadent during the summer vacation, he also learned a lot of alchemy knowledge from Guan. Welfare is gifted by the family, so it has to be successful. When he came to the production stage, Richard first took out all the drawings prepared in advance and related materials. According to Richard's design, the necklace is made of mithril, and the jewelry given by the Welfare family is ready-made, and the pendant is an extremely rare amethyst, which is Richard's main work today. Amethyst has a long history of using magic. It was first used to hang over and prevent drunkenness. However, through the development of alchemy, alchemists gradually discovered that amethyst can improve the quality of the soul, inspire wisdom, and have the power of soul. Aspects of protection against dark and negative influences. Even Nicholas May has a research report on amethyst. However, it can be said that it is quite difficult to stimulate the quality of the soul of amethyst to listen to sounds and the ability to inspire wisdom. At least Richard can't do it now, and it can even be said that according to the current decline of alchemy, only Nicholas May has it. Possible. Fortunately, Richard just wanted the soul protection ability of amethyst, because the petrification of the basilisk is actually a kind of petrification of the soul. It is not difficult to activate the protective ability of amethyst. You only need to paint an alchemy circle on the surface, and then use alchemy to integrate the magic circle into the gemstone. As long as you often use the mithril necklace to wash the calendar. Although Richard has practiced many times during the holidays, after all, there is only one rare amethyst, and now Richard has no suitable way to purchase it, so it is necessary to practice a few more times for 2.7. Richard took out a man-made crystal similar in texture to amethyst, and began to carve it carefully. Soon the first man-made crystal made a mistake, and Richard's speed was a bit too fast, which caused the joint to be scratched accidentally. Richard took out the second man-made crystal. He didn't start it directly, but closed his eyes first, and slowly recalled the feeling when the carving was successful during the holiday, and then started to carve. This time the speed was obvious and dropped a lot. Richard carved more carefully. Unfortunately, it failed. This time, it was because the speed was so slow that when Richard reached the back, he could no longer complete the engraving. After all, the engraving of the magic circle must be formed once and cannot be engraved repeatedly. Richard was not discouraged, so he closed his eyes and slowly recalled the mistake just now. Then he continued to take out the third artificial crystal and carved it. This time the carving went very smoothly, and finally the carving was successful in one go. Richard continued to close his eyes and recall the technique and feeling of carving just now, took out another artificial crystal, and continued to carve, which was still a success. This time Richard didn't close his eyes to remember. He took out the amethyst directly, took a deep breath, and started the formal carving. Chapter 117. Hogwarts, inside the room of requirement. Richard looked at the carved amethyst in front of him, and he was very proud. It was a success. After practicing so many times, it finally took shape at one time. Both excited and tired, Richard picked up the amethyst tremblingly and took a good look at it for a while. Then close your eyes and rest for a while. The next step is to use alchemy to embed the magic circle, but first embed the amethyst into the base. Richard took a mithril necklace with a pendant base, carefully controlled the output of physical strength, and used the dragon flame to slowly melt the base, until the surface began to show a liquid flow. Richard quickly placed the amethyst on it, and then used the water spell to cool down. At this time, the complete necklace is completed, and only the embedded magic circle is left to activate. Holding the necklace, Richard first slowly introduced the magic power through the necklace, and it was really smooth. Richard could clearly feel that his magic power flowed to the base through the necklace, and then entered and exited the magic circle through the base. Gradually, the magic circle was completely filled with Richard's magic power, and slowly moved towards the inner core of the amethyst. In the end, the magic circle stopped at the core. Then the magic power in the magic circle spreads to the surrounding through the inner texture of the amethyst. At this time, Richard obviously felt a sense of blockage, so he increased the transmission of magic power. Soon the powerful magic power penetrated the entire amethyst, and the real amethyst burst out with dazzling light. Looking at these dazzling purple lights, Richard knew he had succeeded. Instantly, a feeling of exhaustion welled up in his heart. This time Richard felt that his mental power was obviously consumed more than his magic power. Mainly, 20 still needs to concentrate all the time, and dare not slack off in the slightest. This kind of concentration consumes too much of people. Originally, Richard wanted to experiment with the improvement effect of his dragon's breath, but now he was mentally exhausted so that he didn't want to think about it. First, he used transfiguration to turn the chair into a futon, and then sat down cross-legged, preparing to meditate for a while to refresh his spirit, but unexpectedly, within 10 minutes of meditating, Richard would slowly lie down. It's so comfortable, let's lie down for a while. Get up right away, get up right away, right away, right away, horse. That's right. Richard just lay down on the futon and fell asleep peacefully. When Richard fell asleep, the three of Hermione were looking for him all over Hogwarts. Didn't you agree to tell us who said it today? Where did he go? Hermione was very annoyed. This made both Harry and Ronald cautious and quickly echoed. Yes, yes, where did he go? We searched the library and the dormitory, but we still couldn't find him. By the way, do you remember that last semester? Richard asked Ronald's twin brother and said he was somewhere on the 8th floor, so would he be there? Hermione suddenly thought of Richard looking for George and Fry last semester. Moral thing. It's possible. So let's ask them now? Harry asked hastily. Let's go now. Speaking of which, the three returned to the Gryffindor lounge. Hermione was waiting in the common room. Harry and Ronald went to the twins' dormitory, but it happened that the twin brothers were not there, and Lee Jordan told them that the twins had just said to go to a certain place on the 8th floor. The room is gone. After the two returned to the common room, they told Hermione the news. Then the three decided, Hermione's decision, to find them on the 8th floor. When the trio reached the 8th floor, they found the twin brothers walking up and down the corridor. George, Fred, have you seen Richard? Hermione asked directly. Richard? We haven't seen him, but we suspect he should be inside, said George, pointing to the blank wall. Aren't they awake yet? Ronald asked Harry softly. I think this is their new prank. Next, they will say that this place is like platform 9 3/4, which can be passed through, and then people can bump into the wall. Harry made his own guess, but he didn't expect his guess to be heard by the twin brothers. George and Fred immediately pulled Harry over, clamping Harry from left to right. I found Harry. You are very talented. Yes, you have a talent for pranks. I have to say that your prank just now was indeed a bit of a level, but that would reveal our secret. That's right. So this prank can only run aground. George and Fred completely baffled Harry sentence after sentence. What a prank. What was my idea? Wait, what do you guys say? Hermione also fainted from the sidelines. The twins explained after looking at each other. Originally, we just wanted to tell Harry. After all, he has the potential to become the new king of mischief, has given up on Richard. After we tell Harry, he'll tell you. So just tell the three of you. There is a magical room in Hogwarts. This room is located opposite the Tapestry of Barnabas on the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle. When the user concentrates on thinking about the required venue and walks through it 3 times after a section of the wall, a very smooth door will appear in the wall to enter the room of requirement. That's right, it's here, but the room of requirement can only be used by one person at a time. Now that we can't get in, it means there must be someone inside. Yes, if you've searched everywhere and can't find Richard, then Richard's in there. The last sentence the twins said together. Hearing what the twins said, Master Hermione began to discuss in a low voice. This should be true. It feels true. After all, last semester Richard also said about the 8th floor. Then what should we do? Wait here. I don't know when Richard will come out. Seeing the three of them gathered together, they didn't know what they were talking about. We've told you. It's up to you to believe it or not. Yes, we don't plan to wait any longer. Let's go first. Remember not to tell this secret to anyone else. After speaking, the twin brothers left directly. Let's go too. We haven't finished our homework yet. Harry actually mentioned his homework for the first time. This sentence surprised Ronald very much, and just as he was about to say something, Harry nudged him with his elbow. Yeah, I haven't done my homework either. If I wait too long, I won't be able to finish my homework. Ronald immediately understood Harry's meaning and left here first. As for when to write after going down, he can decide elsewhere. For example, play a game of wizard chess first and don't play it while writing. Hearing Harry and Ronald's words, Hermione didn't force her anymore. After all, she couldn't delay her studies, so the three of them left the 8th floor right behind the twins. I don't know how long it took. Richard felt a pang of hunger in the groggy state, barely opened his eyes, took out his pocket watch from his pocket and looked at it. It was already 5 o'clock. Richard sat up quickly. Why did he sleep for so long, and even missed the most important thing? Fortunately, I am up now, otherwise I would have missed the big one at night. Richard repacked his things and put them in the storage, then took out the gift box that he had prepared earlier, packed it carefully and put it in the storage, and then walked out of the response room. After arriving at the auditorium, the dinner had already started. Richard hurried to the dining table in his academy and started eating. That's right, the most important thing is cooking. Now that he is still growing, he can't miss a meal. Otherwise, it will not grow tall. Soon Richard's dinner was almost finished, and he was going to have a piece of cheese for dessert. At this time, Richard felt that there were 2 sets of eyes staring at him. To be precise, there were several sets of eyes, but 2 sets of eyes made Richard feel more deeply. Looking at the past according to the feeling, the nearest one is Senior Penelope. At this time Penelope Clearwater is looking at him with surprised eyes. Richard knows that 383 should be surprised by the way he eats. This can be ignore. As for the gaze from behind, Richard chooses to ignore it directly. Yes, it ignores it. Gryffindor is next to Ravenclaw. Richard's seat is facing Gryffindor. So Richard knows it must be Hermione and the others looking at him. Obviously, yesterday he promised to tell them and Lucio the content of Malfoy's conversation, but today Richard disappeared for a day. Richard knew that Hermione and the twins had looked for him, but at that time Richard was lying on the futon, although he heard the sound outside but didn't want to move, so he ignored them. Richard will not admit that he is guilty and dare not look back. Looking a little further away, here is the Slytherin's dining table. This is where Richard's black fans gather, so he searched carefully. At this time, a person immediately shifted his eyes as soon as he made contact with him, and then lowered his head, but his light blonde hair was still very conspicuous. Draco Malfoy, it seems, should be. I am hating myself, but Richard is not worried. With Malfoy now, it is not Richard who is arrogant. No matter what he does, it will not affect him at all. Make good use of the diary to make his ordinary life more exciting. Work hard, boy. Richard silently cheered for Draco. Then I saw Gemma Foley. At this time, Gemma looked at Richard seriously. The Lee family knew that they should have something to look for. Richard finished the cheese in his hands first, then drank another cup of black tea, nodded to Gemma, left his seat, and walked towards the door. Richard stood outside the door for a short time, and Gemma followed. Senior Gemma, I don't know what you want from me? Well, Richard, yesterday my uncle, Joseph Foley, went to Mr. Lucius Malfoy himself, told him you were the most important friend of our family, and warned Lucius if anything went wrong with you. Our Foley family will never let them go, Malfoy. Chapter 118. Richard heard that the elder brother of the welfare home owner actually went out of the welfare village in person for his own sake, and Richard was a little moved. Although this was just an exchange of benefits, compared to the contribution of the welfare home, his little help was too embarrassing to mention. Did Mr. Joseph go there in person? How is that so embarrassing? How will it affect Mr. Joseph once you come out? The magic power has declined somewhat, but the impact is not that great. Moreover, compared to your safety, the price is insignificant. I didn't want to tell you, but I was afraid that Lucius would affect your mood, so my father still asked me to follow you. Say, please also tell Mr. Rhodes that Lucius alone can't affect me, so your father doesn't have to worry. Afterwards, Richard expressed his thanks again and again. The two parted ways after chatting for a few more words. Richard continued to wait at the door while Gemma headed towards the Slytherin lounge. After seeing Malfoy just now, Richard is also thinking about where Malfoy and the diary have gone. Seeing Malfoy just now, he should not be controlled by Tom, the diary Horcrux. But no matter where you go, as long as the basilisk is released, I am afraid that I and Hermione and the others will definitely be attacked. I am not afraid. After all, I am proficient in the language of snakes, judging from the situation in the original book. This basilisk seems to be a talker, talking nonstop wherever he goes, so Richard is not afraid of sneak attacks. Then Hermione is the most dangerous, so give her the necklace as soon as possible. Richard waited at the door for a long time, rejected Ravenclaw's invitation to go back to the dormitory together, and saw Ginny and Luna passing by the door. When passing Richard, Luna suddenly stopped and stared at Richard for a while. It's strange why you haven't been harassed. Maybe it's because I'm purer. Pure? Possibly. By the way, have you found the horned snork? No. You know the horned snork? I've heard of it. It seems that someone said that they saw it in Sweden. Then I'm going to write a letter to tell my dad. He's been looking for the horned beast. Do you believe in the existence of the horned snorkel? Why don't you believe it? Before I came to Hogwarts, I always thought wizards were fake. Now I'm even a wizard myself. So why doesn't the horned snork exist? Luna took a deep look at Richard, then pulled Ginny without saying anything, and walked away in a skip. Just when Richard was tired of waiting, finally Hermione and the others came out. Seeing Richard, Hermione ran over angrily, and both Harry and Ronald looked at him with pity. Richard, where did you go this day? Do you know that we are looking for you? Harry and Ronald continued chatting quickly as if they were joking. That's where you went. I was in the room of requirement and I heard your voices at that time, but because my spiritual power and magic power were almost exhausted, I didn't have the energy to speak or move around at all, so I didn't reply to you. It is professional to be able to say that playing poor Richard. What dangerous thing are you doing again? And how are you doing now? Hermione asked hastily. Harry and Ronald also looked at Richard with worried eyes. But when they saw Richard dodging Hermione and winking at the two said that this trick is really good and they learned it. Harry, Ronald, why are you still here? I remember that this should be the time for you to be locked up. Filch told me that the trophy has not been wiped, and Professor Lockhart's letter has not been written. I don't know when Professor McGonagall wrote. The voice came from behind several people. The sudden sound startled Harry and Ronald. After listening to the content, they had no choice but to bid farewell to Richard, Hermione, and continue their confinement. Why haven't you finished the confinement after 2 weeks of school? Richard asked Hermione curiously. I asked them about this, and Harry said that Professor Lockhart has so many fans and keeps sending him letters, so Harry has not been able to finish it. As for Ronald, he can only say that he is too unlucky. People often come back to him after he is finished. Dirty again. So it's not finished yet. Hearing Hermione's explanation, Richard could only pray for these two suffering brothers. By the way, you haven't said what you talked about with that Lucius Malfoy, and what did you do today? Richard didn't answer Hermione's words, but directly took out the gift box and handed it to Hermione. What's this? That's what I'm doing today. Can I open it and see? Of course. Hermione unwrapped it carefully, then opened the gift box, and was immediately fascinated by the necklace inside. It's so beautiful. Did you make this? Yes, I originally wanted to give it to you as a birthday present on your birthday, but I think it's better to give you time now. Hermione didn't care about the time. Knowing that Richard almost drained herself dry just to make her a birthday present, the emotion of being moved surged into her heart instantly, and besides being moved, Hermione didn't know why Hermione felt a sweet sense of happiness. Can you show me? Suddenly, a voice rang from the ears of the two. At this moment, Hermione felt that she had an urge to kill, and looked at the voice viciously. It turned out to be Professor Dumbledore. At $G$%, Hermione quickly took a deep breath, suppressing her anger. Of course, Professor. Dumbledore agreed word by word. Richard also looked at Dumbledore and shrugged that there was no problem. Dumbledore took the necklace from Hermione, looked at it carefully, and cast a spell directly on the pendant with his wand. Just when Hermione was about to shout, Richard pulled Hermione to stop her. To be honest, Richard really wanted someone to try it out, and Dumbledore was undoubtedly the best candidate. Even if he broke it, he would have to pay 10 of the headmaster's money if he couldn't break the academic stuff. The moment Dumbledore's spell touched the pendant, a purple film of light appeared instantly, blocking the spell. Very, very good. Did you do it yourself, Richard? Yes, Professor. I really don't know what to say. Even when Nick was young, he couldn't be better than you in alchemy. Now I really don't know which field is your shortcoming. Dumbledore was half surprised, half terrified, and finally looked at Richard helplessly. Too modest, Professor. I can only make this necklace in alchemy, and I have prepared for a month just for the preliminary work of making this necklace. After many failures, I just finished it today. When I activated the magic circle, I almost missed it. It just squeezed me dry. It is absolutely incomparable with Master Nicholas. By the way, Professor, please evaluate how this necklace is for the defense against dark arts involving the soul. Although I am not very good at black magic, let alone soul-type black magic, but from my experience, this necklace can resist even Tom using soul black magic. Okay, I won't disturb you. Dumbledore returned the necklace to Hermione. By the way, I'll give you a little suggestion. In fact, you can go to the small flower bed. It's too obstructive for people to come and go. After speaking, Dumbledore blinked at the two of them. You single gay old man still using your advice? Richard chose to ignore Dumbledore's words. Then he led Hermione to the small garden for a stroll. Have you really been preparing for that long? Of course, you don't know that it is too difficult to carve a magic circle. Don't make a single stroke and never break it. You can't make any mistakes. Even after practicing for so long, I failed twice today, until I succeeded twice. It was only the second time that I dared to describe it. And the activation of the magic circle later is also very difficult. You should take it with you from today onwards. Don't take it off even when you take a shower. I have solidified the cleaning spell and waterproof spell. By the way, you have to remember to infuse mana into it after a long time. Considering that your mana is relatively small, don't infuse until the mana is exhausted. It is best to infuse a little every day. It doesn't need to be too much, as long as the amethyst protection can be triggered normally. Lily Heyo, then you put it on for me, said Hermione. Returned the necklace to Richard, then turned her back to Richard. Richard undid the clasp, then carefully passed the necklace around Hermione's neck, and snapped the clasp back on. Hermione turned around, covered her hands with her hands, and leaned forward to kiss Richard directly on the face. Then he ran away without waiting for Richard to say anything. Richard covered the place where he was kissed and said silently, "It's the second time. This is the second time. The first time was so sudden. The second time is still so sudden. There will never be a third time. Then Richard returned to the dormitory happily, first chatted with Terry Miles in the common room for a while, watched them play a game of wizard chess, and then went back to sleep. Just as Richard was slowly falling asleep, sleeping all day, he was in Slytherin's dormitory. With Goyle and Crabbe gritting their teeth and farting, Malfoy pulled himself under the covers. With a quill pen, he wrote down his experiences in the past few days in an old diary. The strange thing is that every time Malfoy finishes writing a sentence, the text will disappear automatically. After knowing that Malfoy has written all the content, new content automatically appeared in the diary. Chapter 119. Just in the Slytherin lounge, Malfoy read the reply in the diary carefully under the covers. This Richard is really disgusting, but even if it is a formal wizard duel, I think it will be difficult for you to win. How is this possible? He just attacked me. If we fight one-on-one, I can definitely defeat him. Then why don't you challenge him? I'm a member of the Malfoy family, a pureblood noble. How could I challenge like a mudblood? Malfoy was deeply proud of his bloodline. It turned out to be a stupid pureblood nobleman. That's really great. Tom was secretly happy in the diary, originally thinking about how to lure the little wizard to release the basilisk in the secret room unexpectedly. It turned out to be a pureblood who was bullied by a mudblood. Although Tom silently looked down on Malfoy, a little wizard from a pure-blood family with countless resources, unexpectedly defeated by a mudblood in the same grade. Stupid enough. Malfoy, what do you think of Hogwarts now? Tom suddenly asked Malfoy. Hogwarts is very good. My father is still the director of Hogwarts, Malfoy said proudly. What if Hogwarts doesn't have mudbloods, or those half-blood wizards, but only pure-blood wizards? Seeing the words that surfaced in the diary, Malfoy also felt a little moved, but after thinking about it carefully, if there were only pure blood left without those mudbloods and half-blood wizards, wouldn't it be that there would be a lot less students to show off? If they are all purebloods, then the purebloods of the higher grades can only trouble the purebloods of the lower grades. After all, among the pureblood families, there are several families whose strength is not worse than the Malfoy family. In fact, it is much stronger. 690. If these people bully me, I believe my father will not take care of it. The rest is the most important thing. Now those little idiots like Hufflepuff and Gryffindor can distract the attention of the professors. If these are gone, wouldn't they force themselves to study every day? There are also Quidditch competitions. If there were not so many young wizards, would the school not hold Quidditch competitions? Then how can I be a Slytherin seeker? Thinking of this, Malfoy hurriedly wrote in his diary. That's not okay. Tom didn't expect that in this short period of time, Malfoy used his own way of thinking to find the necessity of Muggle wizards and half-blood wizards at Hogwarts. This wave, Malfoy has to be praised. T&D is really a little genius. Why? Why can't those non-pure blood wizards be eliminated? Tom asked strangely. Malfoy would not tell others about his little thoughts. He hesitated for a while and could only write them in his diary. No. Dumbledore is still at Hogwarts. No one can do it, and if it is cleared, like Filch, Hagrid, who will work after they are cleared. Seeing this familiar name, Tom also wanted to kill the thief, but he couldn't recover. He knew that as long as Dumbledore was at Hogwarts, it would be difficult for him to achieve his goal, but he has nothing to do with Dumbledore. Suddenly he thought that Malfoy had just said that his father was the director of Hogwarts. Maybe there was room for manipulation. But for now, it is better to seduce him and let him become his own puppet. But it seems that I just saw an interesting name. Hagrid? Is that Rubeus Hagrid? Yes. Do you know him? I know. Why don't you know me? Tom didn't continue the topic, but changed the text and asked suddenly then Malfoy, do you want to become stronger? Of course. Malfoy wrote in his diary without hesitation. I can teach you and give you some powerful spells, so that Richard is no match for you. Malfoy just wanted to answer, but immediately thought of Lucius' teaching, there is no free lunch in the world. If a person treats you well for no reason, then you should pay attention to, he must want to get more from you, the benefits of. Why are you helping me, and what do you want from me? When Malfoy wrote this sentence, Tom was also a little surprised. Why did this obviously stupid little wizard suddenly have a brain? Actually, when I was a student, I was also a member of Slytherin. At that time, a very horrible thing happened in the school, and even a little witch died because of it, and I caught the bad guy. The then headmaster Professor Armando Dipbet personally awarded me the special contribution to Hogwarts. The villain who caused the tragedy was also kicked out of Hogwarts and could not cast spells for the rest of his life. However, according to what you said just now, that person returned to Hogwarts. What? How unbelievable this is. I don't know what happened to Hogwarts now and why it became like this, but it must have something to do with Dumbledore. Did I mention? Filch? Isn't he a squib? That's an open secret? Malfoy asked suddenly. Not Filch, it's Hagrid. Hagrid? The half-giant? He did such a thing. Then what does that have to do with you helping me? I'm helping you to make Hogwarts a better place. You can't mess it up just because Dumbledore likes muggle wizards and half-blood wizards. So I want to drive Dumbledore out and let him leave Hogwarts. Think about your father's relationship with Dumbledore. If you kicked Dumbledore out of school and then let your father, Cabba, replace someone he supported, what a great benefit to your Malfoy family. It is also my ideal to drive Dumbledore out. Isn't this a win-win thing? At this moment, Malfoy also thought about what Lucius said to himself on the bed in the ward. It was true that if Dumbledore was kicked out of Hogwarts, the birds would be proud of me. Malfoy just wanted to agree, but then he thought about it and Richard. He made such a big mess this time. He couldn't let Richard go. He asked quickly, what about Richard? What about the Richard the first want to get revenge on? I can't let him go. Why can't this Richard be let go? Under such a grand blueprint. What is Richard? Tom already understands why a young wizard from a pure-blood family can't even deal with a muggle wizard. The layout is just too small. Of course we have to deal with Richard. He is just a small stone in our plan. As long as our plan is successful, he is not up to you. Hearing this, Malfoy was also very satisfied. Okay, how do we work together? First, you need to hug the diary and pour the magic power in your body into the diary. Worried that Malfoy would refuse, Tom said hastily. It doesn't need to be too much, just a little bit, just like casting the magic power that can be used by a fluorescent spell. Malfoy didn't think much, picked up the diary, and poured the magic power in his body into the diary with his hands. As the magic power left the body, Malfoy felt more and more tired and slowly fell asleep. When Malfoy fell asleep completely, a tall boy with black hair slowly floated out from the diary. His whole body exuded a faint blue light. It was the Voldemort in his youth, Tom Marvolo Riddle. Stupid Malfoy. Now let me see what happened and why Dumbledore is still here. As he spoke, Tom picked up Malfoy's wand from the table and cast a spell directly at Malfoy. Insomnia. It was a silvery light shooting from the wand's order to Malfoy's head. At this time Tom closed his eyes, but he could still see his eyeballs shaking constantly through the eyelids. After a while, the silver light automatically disconnected, and the boy's appearance began to become blurred. Why? Why is it like this? The future me failed. Or lost to a baby. What happened at that time? Tom clenched his hands tightly into fists, gritted his teeth, and called out a name. Harry Potter. After calming down for a while, Tom tried to control Malfoy, but found that he couldn't. They are still on guard against me. It seems that they need to do a little trick. Thinking of this, Tom exhausted the remaining magic power in his body and cast a memory spell on Malfoy, changing Malfoy's memory. As long as Malfoy slowly digested all these memories and opened his heart to Tom, Tom would be able to smoothly control Malfoy and do some things. In the modified memory, Tom in the diary has become Malfoy's best friend. Malfoy will tell him everything. Tonight, Malfoy told Tom all the experiences of the past few days, and Tom has been reassuring and Tom also planned to give him some spells to strengthen his strength, so that he could clean up that Richard by himself. In Tom's memory, what methods can a second-year little wizard have? Their fights are no different from children's fights, and they only need a dozen or two spells to solve it. After doing these things, Tom's soul also dissipated and turned into a blue light and returned to the diary. Nothing seemed to happen in the dormitory, except for the sound of grinding teeth, snoring and farting, and Malfoy's paler face. When Tom appeared just now, Harry suddenly covered the scar on his head with his hands, his small face curled up tightly, but he relaxed after a while, turned over, and fell back into a deep sleep. Chapter 120. Time passed slowly when Richard was bored. Soon it was the night after the 3-week appointment with Snape. Richard stood at the door of Snape's office, a little hesitant. Since the last conflict with Slytherin, Richard hadn't been alone with Snape, and he didn't know what he meant now, and asked him to refine the potion. While Richard was struggling with the door, the office door suddenly opened by itself. Why don't you come in and stay at the door? Do you want me to come out and invite you to come in? No need, Professor. I'm just meeting to discuss the refining sequence of the compound medicine. So as not to make mistakes later, let's go in now. When Richard walked into the office, he found 5 cauldrons already on the table. Go get the materials from the shelf yourself and start making. Snape sat on the side without looking up, writing something inexplicably. After Richard agreed, he began to prepare the materials himself, after all the materials were prepared. "Professor, I'm going to start," Richard said to Snape. Snape still didn't look up, just waved his hand. Seeing this situation, Richard didn't hesitate, and directly added 3 parts of sapgrass and 2 bundles of 2-eared grass into the first crucible, stirred it clockwise for 3 times, and then waved his wand to let the potion start to brew. By analogy, Richard activated the remaining 4 crucibles. At this time, Snape stood up, observed them one by one, and then went back to continue writing. After waiting quietly for an hour, Richard added 4 parts of leeches to the crucible and 2 parts of lacewing powder into the first crucible, heated it at low temperature for 30 seconds, and waved his wand to complete this stage. By analogy, all the remaining 4 crucibles were processed in the same way. The rest is the last step that can be done today. Richard added 3 parts of African tree snake skin and 1 part of bicorn horn powder into the crucible, heated it at high temperature for 20 seconds, and then waved the wand to let the potion boil, and the remaining 4 same steps. The professor has done everything he can do today, and the rest will be 20.4 hours later. Snape didn't reply, but came to the table first and checked the situation of the crucibles one by one again. "Tomorrow, remember to come over and finish the remaining steps by yourself, just like last time." Snape went back to continue writing after reading it. "Professor, what happened last time?" Richard suddenly brought up what happened last time, making Snape's writing hand tremble slightly. "What happened last time? Didn't you talk to Lucius?" "Although I don't know what you talked about with Lucius, I generally understand that it should be about the Welfare family. The Welfare family will indeed make Lucius afraid, but after all, the number of times the Welfare family can come out is limited. It's better not to leave Hogwarts as much as possible, and Lucius doesn't dare to mess around here. Fortunately, your home is very close to the Foley family, and Lucius won't go to your home to trouble you, so you don't have to worry." Hearing this, Richard was also very speechless. Why are you people so imaginative? But it can be seen that Professor Snape is still very concerned about his affairs. Richard said that I am very relieved that I did not do so much work for you in vain. "What about you, Professor? After all, I'm beating Slytherin students." "Oh, that's nothing. The school's business, and you've been punished." This was Snape's sudden frown. "It's been 3 weeks. Why haven't you been confined? Hagrid didn't look for you. Otherwise, you can come to me to accept the punishment of confinement." "No need, Professor. Hagrid said that these few weeks are because of some problems with those hippogriffs. He needs to check from time to time, so he doesn't have time to patrol the Forbidden Forest. Just wait until the end of this week. We will bring them from next Monday. Follow me to inspect the Forbidden Forest." "Well, let's solve it as soon as possible. I heard that other school managers have found out about this matter, and they are already dissatisfied with you for not accepting punishment." After finishing speaking, Snape waved to Richard, indicating that Richard could go. Just as Richard walked out of Snape's office towards Ravenclaw's lounge, he heard a loud noise in the hallway, followed by screaming. Something went wrong. Richard hurriedly ran towards the sound. As soon as he turned the corner, Richard saw big bright red characters written in blood on the wall. "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Those who make enemies with the air, too, will usher in death." Sure enough, it started, but the time is not quite consistent with the original, and the words on the wall are also different from the original, more like the movie version, but many times it is obviously more like the original novel. Richard didn't think about it any further and pushed away the young wizards who were watching. Richard found that the 3 of Harry were surrounding a petrified cat. "Harry, what happened?" Before Harry could speak, a voice came from behind. "An enemy of the air will die. The next one is you," Draco Malfoy said to Lucien. He had squeezed to the front of the crowd. His cold eyes were alive, and his usually bloodless face was flushed red. He looked at the still, stiff cat hanging there with a grin on his face. At this time, the other little wizards all looked at Malfoy like a fool. I really don't know if it gave him the courage to talk to Richard like this. Did he forget how miserable he was last time? Richard was about to draw out his wand when Filch pushed his way through the crowd. Then, Filch saw Mrs. Norris being hung, and he stumbled back a few steps, grabbing his face with his hands in horror. My cat! My cat! What happened to Mrs. Norris?" he screamed. This time, because of Richard, Filch did not directly target Harry. "Richard, what happened to my cat? Who did it? Tell me who did it." "Don't worry, Filch. Mrs. Norris is not dead. She was just petrified. Song will be able to recover soon if there is any potion." Hearing this, Filch's worry eased. Richard went on to say, "As for who it is, it should be Malfoy. Just now he said that the next one is me, so I think it's him." As soon as Richard's words came out, the 3 of Hermione's faces twitched. If the current environment was not suitable, they would definitely laugh. Hearing Richard's words, Filch turned around directly, faced Malfoy screaming and walked over, grabbed Malfoy's neck. You want to kill my cat. You want to kill Mrs. Norris. I will kill you. I will. Filch. At this moment Dumbledore rushed over, followed by the other professors. Dumbledore jumped through the crowd first and took Mrs. Norris off the torch holder. Okay, except for Malfoy, Harry, Hermione, Ronald, and Richard. All the other little wizards go back to the lounge and don't stay here anymore. The prefects are watching that no little wizards leave tonight. After speaking, the prefects of each college arranged for the young wizards of their respective colleges to return to their respective lounges. 0 looking for flowers. Well, Argus, it's not dead. It's just petrified. I know, Headmaster Dumbledore. Richard told me just now. Malfoy must have killed my cat and petrified him only after he failed. I didn't. I was with Goyle and Crabbe tonight. You can ask them if you don't believe me. Malfoy explained calmly. At this point Dumbledore glanced at Snape, and Snape walked straight to the Slytherin lounge. Malfoy's complexion turned bad all of a sudden. It was obvious that he didn't believe in himself. And what about you? I was with Professor Snape all night, and I was the last one to arrive. Richard explained. It can't be Richard. Mrs. Norris likes Richard so much. It can't be him. At this time, everyone didn't expect Filch to defend Richard. Dumbledore looked at Richard and Filch in surprise. When were they so nice? Then Dumbledore looked at the 3 of Harry. Just when the 3 of Harry were about to speak, the sound of 2 footsteps came. First there was Snape, who nodded at Dumbledore, implying that Malfoy was telling the truth. And the other footstep was Lockhart. What's the matter? What's the matter? It seems that something happened. Lockhart ran over excitedly. Seeing the cat in Dumbledore's hand, he leaned forward to get a clue. It must have been a spell that killed it. Well, probably the transfiguration spell. I've seen people use this spell many times. It's a pity I wasn't there. I just happen to know the D-curse that would have saved it of. It's not dead. It's just been petrified. Filch said angrily. I think so too. Lockhart changed his words shamelessly. Talk about it. Dumbledore met with Lockhart, and then asked Harry to talk about the itinerary. All 3 of us are at Professor Lockhart's, Harry said bluntly. Yes, all 3 of them are there. Those 2 little wizards are helping me reply to fans' letters, and the little witch is asking me questions. This time Lockhart didn't have any ink marks when he arrived, and said it directly. But after this, after coming out of Lockhart's office, if you want to go back to the dormitory, you shouldn't go here, Snape said suddenly. Both Ronald and Hermione looked at Harry. Because Harry said, his heart pounding wildly. He had a vague feeling that if he told them that he had been led there by a disembodied voice that only he could hear, it would not sound tenable. Because we were hungry and wanted to go to the kitchen to get something to eat, he said. Yes, we're hungry, Ronald said loudly, his stomach rumbling. I think Potter is lying, and I personally think it's best to let him leave the Gryffindor Quidditch team until J.Con gets his act together, Snape said to Dumbledore. Hearing this, Professor McGonagall, who was a Quidditch fan, disagreed. I see no reason why the kid shouldn't be allowed to play ball. The cat didn't get hit in the head with a broom, and there's no evidence Potter did anything wrong. Dumbledore gave Harry a probing look. Facing the gaze of his bright blue eyes, Harry felt as though Dumbledore knew something. No doubt, Severus, he said firmly.
Thanks for watching. You can find the next videos in the playlist linked in the info card, directly on my channel, or right here on the screen. And as always, if you have any feedback, feel free to share it in the comments too.